Quick Transmigration Canon Fodder's Record of Counterattacks Chapter 3018 to Chapter 3102. As for the peerless martial arts, if he died, there would probably be no one to take over. It could only fend for itself. If there were serious consequences, there would definitely be someone to deal with it. As for his imprint, he was already dead. Who would care if it was still there? Now that he was dead, the imprint would definitely float away. There were originally 4, but now there were only 3. He had just comprehended the law of prophecy, and now the law of prophecy had collapsed. Even if it collapsed, Xianxia would definitely be pushed into the law of nothingness. This bit of prophecy would only increase Xianxia's distress, but to be able to make Xianxia suffer, Ningxu felt that it was all worth it. Ningxu lifted her skirt and ran out of the restaurant. She went to the City of Water and City of Wood and strolled around. Fortunately, these imprints were still there. Her basic strength was still there, but now she had an immortal body. Even if her consciousness was destroyed, she could be reborn. At that time it would be her, but it would also not be her. Ningxu returned to the system space. The chatting system was ringing. She thought that with the strength of her soul, she would not be able to open the chatting system. If she wanted to think, then let it ring. The most important thing now was to find some soul power. It was not good to be so weak and transparent. It was a pity that she could not show her beautiful face. System scanning, confirming the death of the mission enforcer. The system space is about to be destroyed. The system's mechanical voice came. Ningxu was clearly in front of her, but the system scanning result was that she was already dead. Destroy the system space? Are you kidding me? Ningxu immediately said, I'm still alive. I'm still here. Destroy my ass. Her soul was so weak now. She still needed to rely on missions to become stronger. Moreover, she could not leave the organization for the time being. After all, she needed merit grains to cultivate skeletons. The system scanned Ningxu again. It seemed to be uncertain and repeatedly confirmed, scan again. Confirmed dead. Ningxu grinned. She felt that her current state was a bit strange. She was indeed dead, but she still existed. She was dead. The system's scanning result was also correct. Ningxu said to the system, operate the chatting system now and practice with the main system. I'm still alive. No, I'm really dead. I'm still here. The system controlled the chat system and transmitted Ningxu's words to the main system. The main system replied, is the mission enforcer dead? Ningxu said, no, he's not dead. Ningxu's current state was similar to that of a dead person who had turned into a ghost. To the living, she was dead, but in fact, she still existed. She was real. The main system was probably confused as well. Ningxu asked the main system to open the video and prepare the video. Although his soul was weak now, it wasn't as if he couldn't see. Although she did not break away from the organization could no longer punish her or kill her. Even if she left the organization, she could still exist forever. From a certain point of view, she belonged to a different level of power. Human weapons could not kill ghosts, not even atomic bombs. They were not on the same level. Seeing that Ningxu was still there, the main system stopped destroying the system space. However, Ningxu's status was grayed out, indicating that he was dead. He probably felt that it wasn't good to have a gray zombie account, so he changed Ningxu's status to red. Therefore, Ningxu came back to life from the dead state. As for the main system's confusion, let it be. Where could he go to get some soul power? To do tasks, the world of samsara did not collect soul power at all. He couldn't collect much in a short time. He didn't know if there were still people making soul fluid on the second level. He would go and take a stroll. Anyway, his spiritual power had expanded. He would know if there were any soul fluid with a sweep of his spiritual power. Ding dong, ding dong. The chat system kept ringing. Ningxu said slowly, what did it say? Read it to me. The system said, the main system sent a message, asking you to go over and change shifts. Ningxu said, oh, tell them to wait. Without the threat of death, Ningxu felt that she could slow down her pace. Immortality was enough for her to do whatever she wanted. As long as he didn't cut off his own path of survival, he could live as long as he wanted. His previous enthusiasm and panic were only because his life couldn't be guaranteed. Now that his life was guaranteed, he would be putting the cart before the horse. Ding dong. The chat system rang again. The system took the initiative and said, "They are asking when, please go over as soon as possible." Let them wait. I'll talk about it after I'm done with my own things. The system replied just like that. Ningshu's attitude was probably too tough. The main system couldn't persuade him to change shifts and wanted to fine him. Ningshu said, "Punish me as you wish." She said before, she had to do her own things first. Ningshu opened the black hole and entered the world of samsara. This time, Ningshu didn't even open an umbrella. This little bit of pollution was nothing to her. Maybe the disaster beast could solve it by itself. Even if the main system fined her, she would just be a little slower in cultivating skeletons. She had plenty of time, so she wasn't afraid of the main system's fines. Ningshu shouted happily. It felt so good to have someone to rely on. She could say what she wanted and do what she wanted. There were so many people she could handle. If she didn't go, there would be others. Even if she didn't go, the main system would have other candidates. If she went obediently, it would save the main system a lot of trouble. From now on, Ningshu felt that she would have to say no more often. When the disaster beast was born, she would go up and take a look. Even if her soul was polluted, she wouldn't die, but her mind might be polluted. Ningshu entered the second level of Nine Palace Mountain. Although her soul was weak and could collapse at any time, she didn't feel the threat of death. Ningshu used her spiritual energy to scan. Wherever she passed, she would use her spiritual energy to scan. After walking through many places, she didn't see anyone making soul fluid. It seemed like no one was making soul fluid anymore. This world formed a grand cultivation world. There were many sects and schools. There were many new sects and many sects that disappeared. The world was full of vitality, and Ningshu could clearly feel it. This world didn't just have one main character, but many main characters. Such a big world needed many people to support it. So, Yilin didn't even make a single appearance. Did he just disappear into the crowd? Ningshu felt that he might have done something to Yilin and overthrown those cities, causing Yilin to have nothing to do. But by the time Yilin grew up and overthrew those cities, who knew how long it would take? The world definitely wouldn't change as fast as it did now. Since no one was making soul fluid in the deep mountains and ordinary towns and cities, Ningshu wanted to go to these sects to see if they had any stock. If the sects had soul fluid, he could exchange it for something. He didn't know if these sects were secretly refining soul fluid. Since it was a cultivation world, it needed cultivation resources. Ningshu had exchanged a lot of spirit stones before, and there was a lot of spirit liquid in the spirit pool. 2 fish swam inside. These things were useless to Ningshu, and they took up a lot of space. It was good to exchange them for some soul fluid. These sect disciples were in high spirits, wearing the sect's clothes. The men were handsome and the women were beautiful. They stood on flying swords. Ningshu stood on a disciple's sword. The disciple suddenly felt the sword sink and almost lost control of it. She looked back and saw Ningshu smiling at her. The disciple said, "Who are you?" The disciples next to her came over and looked at Ningshu vigilantly. Ningshu said, "I'm going to your sect. Let's go together." These sects had sect protecting arrays at their mountain gates, and they were hidden. At first glance, it was impossible to scan them with spiritual power. However, some sects showed their sect's location, but they also had sect protecting arrays. These disciples were very vigilant against Ningshu's sudden appearance. Some of them even took out their magic weapons. Ningshu smiled faintly and floated away. Her laughter was crisp and clear as she floated away. Since he didn't want to go with her, then forget it. Ningshu found a sect called the Hall of Soul Life. It sounded a little familiar, as if he had heard it before. Ningshu touched his chin and thought. Probably because he had died once, his memory was not very good. After a while, he remembered that Yilin had once said that he would create a sect called the Hall of Soul Life. Ningshu grinned. This Hall of Soul Life had a forbidden area. What was the use of the forbidden area? It was actually producing soul fluid. The people who had once guarded souls were now producing soul fluid. The people who had sternly suppressed the production of soul fluid were now producing soul fluid. Did this mean that people would eventually live a life they hated? They would forget what they used to be like. Some people caught souls and brought them to the forbidden area. The number of souls caught was not many, and the soul fluid was only produced drop by drop. It was not like before, when pools were produced on a large scale. It wasn't easy to capture a soul now. Ningxu stood in the sky above the Hall of Soul Life and observed the sect. The sect wasn't considered big. At most, it was a small sect. The secret manuals that ordinary disciples cultivated were not peerless martial arts, but ordinary immortal cultivation secret manuals. It seemed that Yi Lin did not teach peerless martial arts to ordinary disciples. Ningxu felt that in the end, Yi Lin hadn't been able to hold on. He didn't know why he had started to concoct soul fluid. It was a little inconceivable. Ningxu called Earthworm. Didn't he know that Earthworm had changed his diet? Ningxu felt a little suspicious. Since Yi Lin was producing soul fluid, it was possible that he was feeding soul fluid to the earthworms. Ningxu shouted at Earthworm for a while, but Earthworm didn't respond. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. What's going on? Why didn't the Earthworm reply? Could it be that Earthworm wasn't here? Yi Lin was cultivating in the secret room. How could Earthworm not be here? Did it die? Last time they met, Earthworm said that he was going to change his diet. How could it not be here? Ningxu landed in front of the sect. There was a spirit beast guarding the gate. When it saw Ningxu, it immediately roared. First, it was to intimidate Ningxu. Second, it could inform the people of the sect. Soon, a few disciples came out. When they saw the faintly discernible Ningxu, they were very surprised. Ningxu said, "I'm looking for your sect master. Tell her that a soul is looking for her. Please inform her." Among these disciples, Ningxu discovered that a few of them had some luck. With these disciples, the sect would definitely prosper in the future. But now, the production of soul fluid was classified as an evil sect. These disciples shouldn't know that their sect master was producing soul fluid. A disciple looked at Ningxu and ran in. Not long after, Yi Lin came out. Yi Lin's body was faintly floating with black qi. His strength had increased a lot. He was still a young boy before, but now he had grown up. He looked like a man now. When Yi Lin appeared, these disciples looked at Yi Lin with eyes full of admiration and respect. They all saluted him. Yi Lin smiled. When he saw Ningxu, he looked for a while before recognizing who it was. He cupped his hands and shouted, "Senior." Ningxu just nodded. "Where's Earthworm? Why don't I see it?" Yi Lin's face showed sadness. He said to Ningxu, "Senior, let's talk inside." Ningxu stepped over the threshold, his skirt dragging on the ground. He followed Yi Lin into the hall. Ningxu saw Yi Lin's expression and felt that something was wrong. He sat down and asked, "Don't tell me something happened to it?" Yi Lin's lips pursed into a straight line. He nodded with difficulty, "It's dead." Ningxu narrowed his eyes, "How did it die?" Yi Lin sighed and said, "I failed to take good care of it." "I failed to take care of it." Ningxu asked, "How did it happen?" Yi Lin said, "I went to find Bai Sisi. During that time I had a conflict with the saint. Something happened to it and it was killed by the saint." Ningxu didn't understand the situation at that time, but the earthworm's ability to drill into the ground was first class. Its ability to escape was also very good. Moreover, it had soul poison. A bite would definitely let it escape. Ningxu said indifferently, "Then did you save Bai Sisi?" "That saint was more terrifying than I thought." "They didn't save Bai Sisi. Now, he had to develop his own force. He couldn't do it alone." "I'm sorry." Ningxu asked, "So you made soul fluid and absorbed it to become stronger?" Yi Lin's expression changed. His face was full of shock, shame, embarrassment, and a bit of killing intent. Then his body withered and he said, "I have no choice. I don't know how to become stronger faster." Ningxu just snorted and didn't say anything. It was a pity that the earthworm died just like that. They couldn't see each other anymore. The earthworm didn't survive in this world. What about the earthworm's soul? You didn't turn it into soul fluid, did you? Ningshu asked. No, I don't know where its soul went. Seeing Ningshu staring at him, Yi Lin was afraid that the other party would suspect him. I swear on my Dao heart. Ningshu said, your Dao heart is already unstable. Since you started making soul fluid, your Dao heart has been riddled with holes. Yi Lin's face was pale. Ningshu said, hand over the soul fluid you made. I will give you some cultivation resources. You probably won't let your disciples know that you are doing such an evil thing. You should know the consequences of absorbing soul fluid. Especially impure soul fluid. Even if Ningshu didn't die now, he wouldn't absorb impure souls. He didn't want to be turned into a madman by the impure soul fluid. Moreover, his whole body was emitting black gas, which affected his beautiful face. Yao Lin had a conflicted expression on his face. The power brought about by absorbing the soul fluid was like taking drugs. It wasn't easy to quit. Especially since cultivation was a battle against the heavens, he wouldn't let go of any opportunity to become stronger. Seeing that Ningshu's soul was so weak, Yi Lin weighed the pros and cons in his heart. If you want to fight, do you think you can still protect your sect? Ningshu asked. Yi Lin immediately withered and handed over 2 bottles of soul fluid. The bottles were big. Ningshu took them and gave him some spirit stones for cultivation. According to the previous method, have you destroyed your device? Under Ningshu's gaze, Yi Lin destroyed the device. Ningshu took a little bit of soul fluid and left. After leaving the 9 Palace Mountain, he went to the pool that collected soul power. There were only a few drops of soul fluid and nothing much. Returning to the system space, Ningshu put the soul fluid aside. With so little, he was too embarrassed to ask the Cheongsam man to send it to the main system for purification. In fact, absorbing it like this was fine. After all, a person who couldn't die wouldn't die no matter how much he pretended. The problem was that Ningshu didn't want to become a person who was easily angered. I'm so beautiful. If I'm angry, it will affect my beauty. Anger makes people ugly. The chat system kept ringing. It was a message from the main system, asking him to either pick up the fragments or deal with the star stone. It seemed that it was really urgent and was waiting to take over. Probably because the grand uncle wasn't here, there was no one to deal with the star stone. Ningshu said to the system, help me contact His Excellency and ask him if he sells soul power. Use some merit points to buy it from His Excellency. If he doesn't want to sell it, then so be it. The system said, you have been blacklisted by His Excellency. Ningshu said, contact the other skeletons and ask. His soul was so weak that he couldn't even pick up things. This was not a problem. Even so, Ningshu wasn't anxious at all. He lay on the sofa leisurely. The system asked and then said to Ningshu, they said that these are to be exchanged with the organization. They don't do other transactions. Ningshu didn't care and said, oh. As expected, the organization didn't allow things like soul power to be sold. Only through missions could they obtain the soul power contributed by the entrusting party. This would stop the mission enforcers from speculating and using the power of faith and merit to purchase soul power. Since he had made a deal with the organization, His Excellency would not sell it to anyone else. Since he had set a precedent, there would probably be a swarm of mission takers looking for His Excellency and Skeleton to purchase soul power. Ningshu touched his face in the mirror. How could such a beautiful face be faintly discernible? Ningshu touched the black mark between his eyebrows. He had no idea where the law of water had gone. There was only a black mark left. The system said, the main system sent a message, asking you to change shifts. Ningshu's gaze didn't leave the mirror. He looked at his face from all angles and said, he said that my soul is about to dissipate, so I can't do it. The system followed Ningshu's instructions and replied, she said her soul is about to dissipate, so she can't do it. The system said, the main system said that as a mission enforcer, you should accept the assignment. Ningshu said, I'm a mission enforcer. It's not like I can handle the celestial stone alone. Isn't it better to spend some money and let a few bosses handle the celestial stone together? Can't you see that my soul is so weak? Fine, fine, fine. There was plenty of time to earn the money back. In the days of immortality, if he hurriedly finished everything, What would he do in the future? What she wanted to do now was to admire her beautiful face and deepen her understanding of the law of space. She wanted to go back to her previous world to take a look. She wondered if her parents were still alive and how her two brothers were doing. Was the plane she was born in still there? There were too many planes that had shattered. Was that plane still there? If it had shattered, was her family still alive? Had they moved to another world to live, or had they shattered into dust along with the plane? Some things had always been suppressed in her heart. She didn't want to think about them, she didn't want to touch them. Because even living was a problem, she didn't have the right to speak. When everything she said was wrong, this kind of extravagant hope was basically an impossible dream. Now, he had enough time to take his time and do whatever he wanted. The system sent Ningxu's words to the main system. The main system was probably quite frustrated. It didn't insist on letting Ningxu change shifts to deal with the star stones. Instead, it froze all the resources in Ningxu's account. Merit and power of faith couldn't be used. It was equivalent to storing money in the bank. The money that belonged to her couldn't be used. Ningxu was speechless. She had planned to admire her face enough and go deal with the star stones. She also wanted to see if it would be easier for her to deal with the star stones now. In the end, her account was frozen. There was no need to go. She had plenty of time. She would go to the Time City to find the Xianxia man and cooperate with him to go to the Void World. She would find some good things to sell and get some snacks for the little cute skeleton. To be honest, there was nothing she couldn't do to get 100,000 merit points. Since you've frozen my account, I don't have to deal with the starstones for a long time. Dealing with the starstones hurt her soul. Her soul was so weak now. She wouldn't die, but it didn't mean she wouldn't feel pain. The system said, Uncle Chong sent a message to ask you to help deal with it. Senior uncle isn't here. In addition to the 100,000 merit points given by the system, he will give you 100,000 each. Hiring one was cheaper than hiring several people. The others were all dealt with by a few people. 100,000 each was not worth it for he who worried about the military expenses every day. Ningxu held her chin. Senior uncle wasn't here. Did he die with Xingqing? It was quite delightful. Although Ningxu knew it was impossible. Xingqing definitely couldn't kill senior uncle for the time being. According to the space node given by the other party, Ningxu built a space tunnel and arrived at the place where the plane shattered. After dealing with the star stones for a long time, Uncle Chong and he were very tired. Seeing Ningxu come, they didn't care if Ningxu's soul could handle the star stones now. They quickly let Ningxu handle it. Ningxu's soul was thin now. It was difficult for him to pick up tools. However, it was easy for him to deal with the star stones. With a scrape, the star stones were clean. There was no rebound force. It was like scraping off the water stains on the surface. Ningxu nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that it would be easy to deal with his world in the future. Uncle Chong breathed a sigh of relief. The rebound force of the star stones was the most annoying. Ningxu dealt with the star stones one by one. Not long after, Senior Uncle came back. When Uncle Chong saw Senior Uncle, his tone was somewhat bitter. Where did you go? He was exhausted. Senior Uncle looked at Ningxu, who was dealing with the star stones. You're not dead yet? Ningxu raised her head and smiled brightly. Her smile could dazzle people. Yes, I'm not dead yet. By the way, is Xingqing dead? If he's not dead, I might go back to visit him when I'm free. After all, we've worked together for a long time. Ningxu's tone was soft, as if she was saying that she and Xingqing were good friends. Ningxu stood up and said to Senior Uncle, since you're here, I'll leave it to you. Ningxu spread out her hands to Uncle Chong. 100,000 merit points. /BK, you asked me to take over the shift, but you didn't say how long it would take. Now that the grand uncle was back, it was time for her to leave. But 100,000 merit points couldn't be less. Uncle Chong was speechless. He was usually the one asking for money, but now someone was asking him for money. The grand uncle said, since you've received the money, you should do it. Ningxu didn't move, but his eyes turned and glanced at the grand uncle. I did it. 100,000 each time. I've already done it once. Is there anything wrong with 100,000? Ningshu spread his hands. Is there anything wrong? Uncle Chang didn't say anything. He looked at the granduncle and the two of them, watching the show with his arms crossed. The granduncle frowned, looking a little impatient. Ningshu took a few steps forward and stood in front of him. Can we be reasonable? You said 100,000 each time, and they promised me 100,000. What did I do wrong? Ningshu approached him again, and the granduncle took 2 steps back, away from Ningshu. He took a step back, and Ningshu took a step forward. I want 100,000 merit points. What's wrong with that? Don't come over. It's disgusting, the granduncle warned. Ningshu took another step forward. I'll come over. What can you do to me? Kill me? Come on. Come and kill me. Uncle Chang almost laughed out loud. After living for so long, this was the first time he saw someone rushing to die. The granduncle pulled out his gun and pointed it at Ningshu's forehead. You're so annoying. So what if I kill you? Ningshu held the gun barrel and pointed it at his head. Shoot. Actually, I want to test if I can do it. The granduncle pulled the trigger and fired with a cold expression. The black bullet penetrated Ningshu's forehead, and there was a finger-sized bullet hole from between his eyebrows to the back of his head. It went through his head. Ningshu groaned. She raised her head and touched the space between her eyebrows. It really hurts. It really hurts. Although it hurt, his soul didn't collapse. He didn't die. Uncle Chang's expression became serious, and some of the onlookers looked over. When the Grand Elder saw this, there was no surprise on his face. If the first shot didn't kill him, he fired a second shot. He was annoyed at first, but now that Ningshu was in such a state, he would feel sorry for himself if he didn't kill him. When people were angry, it was normal to stomp on a caterpillar near their feet. Ningshu squatted down and avoided the second shot. The feeling of the bullet piercing through his soul was too painful. It was cold and awe-inspiring. It was not a good feeling. He wouldn't stupidly take the second shot. If the other party fired a few more shots, although he could be reborn, it wouldn't be good if his will was erased. Ningshu stood up and condensed a long sword in his hand. It flickered with a cold luster. Senior Uncle opened fire. Ningshu dodged the bullet and slashed at Senior Uncle with her sword. Guns were not suitable for close-range fighting. Taishu's face was as cold as iron. He condensed a black sword in his hand. The two swords collided and sparks flew. Clanging sounds rang out as the two swords tried their best to devour each other. Ningshu condensed a long black whip in his left hand. He retreated quickly and threw the long whip out to entangle the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder stood still and waved his sword, cutting the long whip in half and annihilating it. Ningshu clicked his tongue twice. She was too weak. Her soul couldn't provide energy at all. She wouldn't die, but it was too difficult to deal with the Grand Elder. The reason why she could hold on until now was because her own will of death had provided her with a lot of energy. Ningshu's hair was stuck to his face. His expression was solemn. He condensed more power in his sword and rushed over with a fearless attitude like a cannonball. The Grand Elder looked impatient. His body was as straight as a pine tree. He stood still and gently stroked the sword. He lifted the heavy as if it was light, leisurely, and indifferent. The power gushed out from the sword like a trickle. It didn't look like much to outsiders, but Ningshu, who was locked on, felt the pressure double. This power broke Ningshu's sword and scratched Ningshu's face. Half of his face was injured. If Ningshu hadn't dodged quickly, half of his head would have been cut off. The wound wouldn't heal in a short time. Some kind of power was nibbling at the wound, preventing it from healing. It was also devouring his soul. Ningshu touched his face. King hurt my face. It was unforgivable. The onlookers were speechless. It seemed that the focus was a bit wrong. Why was the focus on the face? Ningshu touched his face. He was particularly distressed. There was a big scar on his originally good-looking face. She looked in the mirror and was in a good mood when she saw her face. It felt great to be awakened by her beauty. The Grand Elder stared at Ningxiu. She should have been devoured and disappeared. He looked at Ningxiu and pondered. Finally, he understood. Ningxiu condensed many swords and rushed toward the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder felt that if they continued fighting, things would be delayed and the surrounding planes would be easily implicated. The most important thing was that the two sides didn't retreat. There was no way out. He didn't know how long the fight would last. The Grand Elder stood out as a peacemaker. He stopped them and said, "Why can't we talk nicely? It's not 100,000. Before he finished speaking, he was knocked away by Ningxiu. The Grand Elder raised his sword and chopped down at Ningxiu's head. Ningxiu blocked the Grand Elder's attack. He condensed a sword with his other hand and stabbed it toward the Grand Elder's heart. He had stabbed Xingqing's heart before, but Xingqing was fine. At that time, he was weak. But this time, the sword condensed with the will of death carried death and decay. The Grand Elder took 2 steps back and avoided Ningxiu's sword. Ningxiu's head was split in half. Even so, Ningxiu still didn't die. It was painful. The pain was unreal. The pain of having his head cut open was very intense. Ningxiu, my face, the Grand Elder, who was knocked away, looked at Ningxiu and then at the Grand Elder. Ningxiu gave up fighting. It was really painful to be beaten up. His foundation was too weak. Slowly, Ningxiu's soul began to heal. It gradually recovered, but his soul looked even weaker. Ningxiu touched his head and face and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't walk around with his head cut open. She wouldn't die, but when she reached the critical point, her will would be erased. At the critical point, he would be the one at a disadvantage. He wasn't the Grand Elder's opponent for the time being. The Grand Elder stopped him again. "What's there to fight about? You're so angry. Everyone should be harmonious. It's a beautiful tomorrow." Of course, he was angry. Ningxiu was full of anger. As for whether the Grand Elder was angry, he didn't know. Anyway, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. The Grand Elder said calmly, "Sometimes, not dying isn't a lucky thing." Ningxiu flipped his hair. "Whether it's a lucky thing or not, I have the final say." Of course, she understood Taishu's meaning. If one was weak and couldn't die, then death would become the most beautiful extravagant hope. Therefore, in order to avoid pain and torture, Ningxiu had to be strong/BK. Uncle Chang narrowed his eyes and looked at Ningxiu. He looked up and down at Ningxiu and said, "So, you got immortality?" Ningxiu said, "I'm not talented. I just realized life and death. Immortality doesn't exist." Senior uncle said, "Since you're disobedient, I'll erase your will and give birth to an obedient one." Ningxiu immediately covered her heart and widened her almond-shaped eyes. "Wow, you're so abnormal. You're actually going to raise a new me." As soon as she said that, the atmosphere froze. Uncle Chang coughed and said, "Isn't it a matter of 100,000 merit points?" I'll give it." Ningxiu said, "You should have given it. It was a matter of course." "What a great gift. You've been wronged." Ningxiu said to Uncle Chang, "Transfer it to my account. If you don't give it to me, I may block the door and ask for it. By the way, tell and he." And he left as soon as her shift changed. He didn't know what happened after that. Ningxiu built a space channel, walked into it with her skirt, and left. There was someone who dared to fight with senior uncle and even ran away. The onlookers looked at senior uncle. Senior uncle didn't care about their gazes. His expression was indifferent. He wasn't angry or dignified. The big bosses looked at each other. Now, they were going to add a girl to the list of people they cared about. This kind of person who wasn't afraid of death and couldn't die would be a criminal. Even if she stood still and let you kill her, she couldn't be killed. After killing her, she would recover. It was enough to dishearten people. An undying cockroach might not be strong now, but it was good at disgusting people. Being entangled meant that there would be no peace in the future. The longer you lived, the longer she lived. Until death, she would haunt you like a ghost. "Hey, it's so cold." No, this cockroach should be at the top of the list because of her disgusting characteristics. Uncle Chang said to Senior Uncle politely, "There's an uncontrollable one. Do you want to deal with it?" Senior Uncle Chang opened the chat system and told the main system, "Keep an eye on her. Once she does something out of line, erase her will." Uncle Chang smacked his lips. How could such a lass obtain eternal life? They had lived for a long time, but they knew that they would eventually die. It was just a matter of time. No matter how boring their lives were, they never thought of dying. He didn't want to face death. The sword in Taishu's hand disappeared inch by inch as if nothing had happened. Then, he started to process the star stones. The eldest uncle said to the grand elder, "Since this will can't be controlled, changing to another will might be more effective. It might be able to protect these things better." Eternal life, the protection of eternal life. Eldest uncle sighed. The grand elder said indifferently, "It's been too long." "That's true." Uncle Chang nodded. The birth of a new will wasn't something that could be accomplished in a day or two. Ningxu returned to the system space and looked at his fragile soul. He did not know where he should go to get some soul energy. Could it be that he was going to do a mission? After such a ruckus, Ningxu felt that the main system would definitely keep a close eye on him. His every move would be under the eyes of others, but Ningxu did not regret fighting such a battle. Although his head was blown open and he didn't hurt a single hair on the other party, she would definitely die. However, he was certain that she would not die. After being shot once, she would not obediently take a second shot. It wasn't like she wouldn't resist if he caught her and tortured her. Ningxu looked at his sperm. Fortunately, it had returned to normal. Otherwise, his beauty would be gone. Ningxu cherished her face very much. Now that her survival was guaranteed, it was time to find something interesting. Now, his soul was so transparent that it couldn't be seen. But it didn't prevent him from seeing a beautiful face. Ding dong. There was the sound of merit entering the account. 200,000 merit points. 100,000 each for Fragrant Windman and Uncle Chang. However, it was transferred to his account. Ningxu's account was frozen by the main system. Even if he had money, he couldn't use it. Ningxu found the main system. "Unfreeze my account. These merit points are mine." "Why did you freeze them?" "Great. I didn't go to work today. It's normal that you don't give me my salary. But you froze my bank card." Hehe, once it was unfrozen, he would leave some to buy things. The rest would be exchanged for merit points. They would all become merit points. "Look at how frozen you are." "Main system, it's not time to unfreeze yet." Ningxu asked, "When will it be unfrozen?" Main system, depends on the time. So it depended on the organization's mood. Ningxu shrugged. How long do you want to freeze it? At most, he would cultivate the skeletons slowly. The skeletons he cultivated now were enough to deal with the world of reincarnation. The second world of reincarnation was still evolving. He didn't need skeletons for the time being. Even if the evolution was successful, there would be no soul and no need to manage it. Ningxu stretched lazily. Now, the most important thing was to strengthen his soul. So, he still had to do missions. The purification ability of the main system was something Ningxu coveted the most. However, the organization's headquarters was quite mysterious. He didn't know where it was. It relied on the network to connect so many mission enforcers. As for the purification method, it was also hidden. Although Ningxu coveted it, he wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, he had a lot of time. He would definitely see what he wanted to see. Let's see who dies first. I'll use time to kill you all. Moreover, Ningxu felt that it wouldn't be easy to create a new Sea of Law. Even if his eldest uncle said that there was a problem with the Sea of Law, there were still many hundreds of thousands of years. However, in these hundreds of thousands of years, Xianxia might not be able to create a new Sea of Law even if he soaked in the law of nothingness. This was just a theory. It wasn't certain if it could be realized. It was just a theory. To be able to push Xianxia, who had been with him for so many years, into the law of nothingness and hope that the grand uncle would feel sorry for the mission enforcers, it didn't exist. Ningxu touched his head. He still had some lingering fear. That was really ugly. She didn't know which corner of the pond Xianxia was soaking in. She wanted to go and find Xianxia. However, his soul was so weak now. If he appeared in front of Xianxia, it wouldn't be convincing. He might as well wait until his soul was strong enough to kill Xianxia. Xianxia's death wouldn't affect the law of nothingness from devouring him. Killing Xianxia meant that he had to fight with the Grand Uncle. Even if she couldn't do anything to Xianxia, he would be soaking in the law of nothingness while she wandered outside. Looking at the Grand Uncle, he should have pushed Xianxia into the law of nothingness. At that time, she had hurt Xianxia and let him slip away. The Grand Uncle was really too lame. Xianxia said to the system, "Go do missions now." Since he couldn't get soul fluid, he would do missions. If he didn't do missions, his soul would always be so weak. It would hurt to be suppressed and beaten. Moreover, he couldn't die even if he wanted to. /BK until the critical point of destroying her consciousness and willpower, she would be immortal, and she would not even be able to commit suicide. On the phone, in order to avoid being tortured, beaten, or having her consciousness erased, she had to become stronger. Since the Grand Elder said that he could erase her consciousness, there really was a way. These old monsters had lived for too long and knew too many things. Compared to them, she seemed very ignorant and was often looked down upon. Xianxia exchanged some fasting pills and medicine. He would not die, but it did not mean that the client's body would not die. The system asked, "There are difficult and easy missions in the backlog. What difficulty do you want?" Xianxia said, "Well, randomly draw. If I get the difficult one, I'll do the difficult one, and if I get the easy one, I'll do the easy one." The system said, "Let's go according to the urgency of the mission." Xianxia twisted his neck and warmed up. "Okay, anything is fine." She was now at ease and boldly doing missions, trying her best to complete them. Even if she failed, she was not afraid of being erased by the system. It was not like before when she took on a mission with trepidation, afraid that she could not complete it and would be erased. Now, she was not afraid. No matter how difficult the mission was, Xianxia dared to do it. Failure was no longer at the cost of her life. It was an ordinary mistake. Even if she was erased, she would not die. The system said, "The mission has been chosen. Mission taker, please get ready to enter the plane." When he was teleporting, Xianxia wondered when he could find the space node of his birth plane and jump back to that plane. Even if he could not do it, he could spend some money to ask the elders to make a space passage. Xianxia had a lot of time to continue to understand the space system, but he did not know the flow of time in that world. Now, in that world, a day, a year, 10 years, or 1,000 years had passed. If it was a few years, the time span was not big. If it was a few hundred years, or a few thousand years, then the world would have changed, and there would be nothing left. There was a problem with the Sea of Law. There were many broken planes. He hoped that the world was not broken. If he searched world by world, there would be too many planes, and it would take a lot of time. Xianxia merged into his body, and a sharp pain came from his body. Due to the conflict earlier, Uncle Chang didn't leave. He said to Grand Uncle, "That girl actually went to do a mission and acted as if nothing had happened. I thought she would make a scene for a while." Uncle Zhang could be considered to have experienced that lass's temper. Previously, she had been timid and cowardly, unable to let go of her hands and feet. Now, she had completely let go of her hands and feet. Moreover, she was extravagant. Indeed, strength makes one bold. The Grand Elder said indifferently, "Your soul is so weak. What else can you do if you don't do missions?" Uncle Zhang asked, "Are we really not going to do anything? She's well behaved. If she doesn't cause trouble, we'll keep her. If she causes trouble, we won't keep her." The Grand Uncle didn't care about the person who had suddenly appeared. So what if he was immortal? So what if he couldn't die? Undying was indeed death, but not consciousness. "Oh," eldest uncle replied. "When the time comes, give her body to me. She can be considered a person to be nurtured. Nurture someone who can protect the plane and be of one mind, not someone who only knows how to cause trouble. Furthermore, witnessing the birth of a consciousness, it's quite exciting just thinking about it. Iron-willed straight men like you aren't suitable to raise children. Leave it to me. I will definitely nurture a soft and cute child." Uncle Zhang seemed to have already seen the birth of an ignorant consciousness that was like a blank sheet of paper. Then, he would personally teach it. It was truly an interesting matter. The child that he nurtured would definitely be loved and doted on by the people in the organization. Grow up being doted on by the elders, and nurturing this bit of fun. He could instill his own thoughts into the other party. Then, he would watch the child slowly grow up. His heart would be very satisfied. Just like planting flowers and trees, it would blossom and bear fruit. The Grand Elder and he were iron-willed straight men. Then, Uncle Zhang was a man who paid attention to feelings and thoughts. If one were to say that he was gay, then he wasn't. However, this tenderness seemed to be a little creepy here. In the world of reincarnation, His Excellency stroked the child's head. The corner of his mouth curled up. "So you did it. What did you do?" The child asked with a face full of curiosity. His eyes were big, and his eyeballs were as black as ink. His eyes reflected bits and pieces of light. "I did what I should have done all along," His Excellency said. His Excellency being placed into the Sea of Law was actually the product of everyone's fanaticism. Because the Sea of Law couldn't hold on anymore, any method that could save the Sea of Law would be tried. Those who said that it was boring were also unwilling to die. They lamented that life was meaningless, but they wouldn't end their boring life. It was so contradictory and pretentious. Humans. The child looked at His Excellency in confusion. His Excellency said, "You will know in the future." The moment Ningxu merged into this body, the tip of her nose was filled with a thick smell of blood. Moreover, there was also a sharp killing intent that assaulted her face. Ningxu flipped over and slashed the bedding with a knife. The bedding was stained with blood. "Still hiding? Son of a bitch, my face has been thrown away by you. If I kill you now, I will be killing you on behalf of the judge. Dirty thing, I will be enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens." Ningxu wiped the blood on her face. A man raised a watermelon knife and slashed towards her. His face was ferocious and filled with hatred, as though there was some deep hatred between them. There were already a few wounds on her body, which meant that before she came, she had already been slashed a few times. The plot was not important, what was important now was to preserve her life. Ningxu pulled on the door. The door was closed, and it was a wooden door, but it was locked. What deep hatred, to lock her up and then slash her to death. Outside the house, there was a heart-wrenching scream of a woman. "Li Jianming, you can't do this, quickly open the door, I beg you to let her go, she is your daughter, your daughter." Ningxu, so the fiendish man in front of her, who was slashing her with a knife, was the father of this body. "I don't have such a dirty daughter, talking about her will dirty my mouth." The man spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm, the knife in his hand still dripping blood. He raised the knife and slashed towards Ningxu, who was in the corner. Ningxu hugged her head, as though waiting for the butcher's knife to fall. When the man came in front of her, she kicked the man's weak spot. The fiendish man groaned and covered his lower body, his eyes rolled back in pain, and he cried out. Ningxu grabbed the blanket and covered the man's body. The man's weak spot was injured, and he was covered by the blanket, unable to struggle for a long time. Ningxu grabbed the stool, and through the thin blanket, she beat the man wildly. As she beat him, she screamed shrilly and stubbornly. Her sharp voice covered the man's cries of pain as she shouted, "Dad, don't kill me, let me go, it hurts so much." There were many people outside the courtyard, some had already called the police, and some villagers were banging on the door from outside. /BK Ningxu endured the pain in her body and raised the bench to hit the man under the blanket. The man couldn't get out of the blanket and cried out in pain. Seeing that the door was about to open, Ningxu immediately threw the blanket on the bed. With a bang, the door was pushed open. Everyone saw the man holding a knife and slashing at the girl in the corner who was covered in blood. "Li Jianming, stop it. Stop it." Everyone quickly stopped Li Jianming and found that he was also injured. He had a nosebleed and many parts of his body were bruised. But his condition wasn't as serious as the child in the corner. The girl was covered in blood, holding her head and shivering. She was mumbling something that couldn't be heard clearly. It seemed like she was scared out of her wits. Li Jianming struggled. He was furious. This son of AB** TCH actually hit him. She even kicked him in the crotch. He had just gotten up, but these people were holding him back. It was infuriating. Let me go. I'm going to kill this BE** TCH. Kill her. Li Jianming waved the knife in his hand. His face was full of anger and grievance. The police stopped him. What right do you have to kill her? I'm her father. She actually did such a shameless thing. It's so embarrassing. Dirty thing. Li Jianming shouted righteously. I'm just saving the judge some trouble. Li Jing, are you in pain? A woman walked in and saw Ningxu covered in blood. She didn't dare to touch her. She cried until her face was full of tears. Her originally dark and yellow face looked even worse. Ningxu, I'm in pain. Of course I'm in pain. Ningxu was sent to the hospital. Taking advantage of this gap, she accepted the plot. When she was sent to the hospital, the father kept insulting her as if she would pollute the world by living in this world. He even said that she shouldn't be sent to the hospital and that she should die. Ningxu didn't care at all. She accepted the plot and sentenced the man to death. The person who commissioned this was called Li Jing. She was only 12 years old. The man who wanted to kill her with a knife and not let her live in this world was Li Jing's biological father. As for why he thought she was dirty, it was because when Li Jing was raped by her stepfather, Li Jianming found out. Then, he wanted to kill his daughter because she was too dirty. Moreover, he was very righteous and wanted to kill her on behalf of the heavens. As for the stepfather, he seemed to have gone to play mahjong. When asked by the police, he directly said that she was not his biological daughter, so why couldn't he do it with her? Li Jing was hacked to death 14 times by her father. The plot was simple. The two men were very righteous. One thought that she was not his biological daughter, so what if he violated her? The other wanted to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and save the judge trouble. To enforce justice on behalf of the heavens was to kill his filthy daughter, to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. If Li Jianming killed Li Jing's stepfather later, Ningxu could still reluctantly feel that he was enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens and could be considered a man. However, nothing happened to the stepfather. After the client died, he said that the client had seduced him. As for the murderer, Li Jianming, he was naturally punished. However, he was only sentenced to a few years in prison. He also said with certainty that he was not guilty. In fact, there were many unsolved mysteries in the world. Why would there be situations where people were evil to the good and kind to the evil? Most people bullied the weak and feared the strong. Evil people were so evil that people were afraid. The doctor treated the wounds on Ningxu's body. Some of the wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen. Out of the operating room, Su Feng kept crying by the bed. She cried so much that Ningxu did not know what to say. It seemed that the two men that this mother married were scumbags. Su Feng cried and said, "What are you going to do in the future? What are you going to do when something like this happens?" What could he do? He had to deal with the two scumbag fathers and then start a new life. He applied for legal protection. The law could not wake up the sleeping person above the power. If you did not look for the law would not look for you. Even if this matter became a big deal, so what? He could apply for a new name and a new identity and still live. As long as he did not live in this place, with so many people in the world, who would always pay attention to him, he could still live in a different place. However, with so many wounds on his body, he could not bleed for nothing. "Don't cry. You're hurting my wounds." Ningxu grimaced and said. Okay. Mom, don't cry. Why didn't you tell me that something like this happened?" Su Feng asked. When the incident happened, she was working in the factory and was called back. Su Feng worked in a small factory next to her home. She worked overtime and only earned a little more than 1,000 to 2,000 yuan a month. She had to support her daughter and her husband. The client's stepfather usually did not work. He was idle and especially liked to play mahjong. Sometimes, he even used the family's money to gamble. Ningxu asked, "Mom, will you divorce uncle?" Su Feng was stunned for a moment. She poured a glass of water for Ningxu and said, "We'll talk about this when you get better." Ningxu tilted his head and looked at her and said, "It seems that we won't divorce." Jing, Mom has already divorced once. If we divorce again, people will laugh at us. Also, don't make a fuss about this. It won't be good if it gets bigger. You still have to get married in the future. Ningxu asked again, "Why doesn't uncle do anything and still needs you to support him? Why don't you want to leave him?" Her first marriage had failed, and then she had rushed into her second marriage. The second man was useless. Su Feng was like an old mother. Su Feng worked 12 hours a day. The client did not go to school and had to spend time with an uncle who was not related to her by blood. It would be a waste not to eat a piece of fat meat in front of her. Ningxu was not surprised that something happened. Also, this could be considered as the scumbag stepfather betraying Su Feng. Su Feng actually wanted to cover it up. 80% of rape cases were committed by acquaintances. Teachers, classmates, friends, and even biological fathers were all potential rapists. Su Feng sighed and said, "Having a man at home makes me feel more at ease. No one will bully us. With a pillar of support, I feel more at ease. If it's just us, how can we live?" Ningxu was speechless. It was good to have a man. Even if this man did not do anything, was lazy, and was at the card table every day. As long as there was a man, endless fighting spirit could be ignited in one's heart. An orphan and a widow were pitiful. Even if this man squandered all the things at home, it would be fine if he opened his mouth and stretched out his hand. Wang Jiong did nothing but lose money. Without him, the mother and daughter would live a better life. They did not even bear the basic family responsibilities. If something happened, the man would be able to shoulder his own responsibilities. Otherwise, outsiders would bully the family. It was a fantasy. Moreover, it would hurt the family. He understood that after Su Feng got divorced, she wanted to find a man to live with and bear the burden of life. But it was not such a man. She rushed into her second marriage. Ningxu's heart did not waver. Su Feng was probably afraid to face life alone with a daughter. Ningxu closed his eyes and rested. After this matter was resolved, he would leave and live in another place. People move and live, trees move and die. Why would he stay here when he knew that people would gossip about him? He was afraid of people gossiping and wanted to suppress this matter. Why would he stay here? Ningxu could not figure it out. The conditions were already so bad. How bad could it be if he changed places? Fortunately, Su Feng did not accuse her of seducing Wang Jiong. Although she did not accuse her, she wanted her to suppress this matter. It was not that Su Feng did not feel Ningxu's coldness, but she also understood. Her daughter had encountered such a thing and her heart ached. She hardened her heart and rushed in front of her ex-husband Li Jianming. Like a madman, she hit and scratched Li Jianming. He scratched Li Jianming's face, leaving streaks of blood. "You're crazy, bitch." Li Jianming glared at Su Feng. Su Feng's heart trembled. "She is your daughter. How can you do this?" If it was not for her good luck, her daughter would have become a corpse now. After giving birth to Li Jing, her stomach did not move for a long time. Just because she did not give birth to a son, Li Jianming did not want her anymore. He insisted on divorcing her and even threw her daughter to her. Regarding Wang Jiong doing such a thing to her daughter, Su Feng expressed that she really did not know. Perhaps her daughter did not dare to tell her. Su Feng's heart was about to be torn into two halves. She did not know what to do. Her daughter was ruined. Su Feng sat on the ground and wailed. Since the incident, she had been crying non-stop. Li Jianming's face was burning. If it was not for the police holding him back, Li Jianming would have beaten her up. After such a thing happened, the police of course had to understand the situation. Wang Jiong at the card table was also dragged to the police station. If it was not for her shamelessness, how could such a thing happen? It's already like this, and she still has the nerve to live. I'm doing a good thing. Li Jianming sneered. Su Feng was dumbfounded, but she didn't know how to refute. She could only cry. Wang Jiong was indifferent and turned a blind eye to Su Feng's crying. He spread his hands and said to the police, "Look, it's not my fault. Even the girl's father said that it's his daughter's fault. Besides, Li Jing and I are not biological father and daughter. It's just a matter between a man and a woman. It's not a rape. Wang Ziyong was fat. He often sat at the card table and did not do anything. He looked white and fat, like fermented white flour. Su Feng, on the other hand, was dry and dark. The victim was guilty. Su Feng felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't say what it was. Wang Ziyong was so angry that he didn't know what to say. He said to Su Feng, even if I was wrong, I won't do this kind of thing again in the future. Let's just forget about it. You don't want to make trouble, right? Su Feng was a little doubtful and a little shaken. Are you really not going to do this kind of thing anymore? Wang Ziyong immediately said, of course, I won't do it again. If they didn't pursue the matter, Li Jianming and Wang Ji would definitely be fine. Besides, both of them were Li Jing's fathers. There was filial piety. As for what would happen in the future, Li Jing would definitely be ridiculed. Besides, Wang Ziyong's promise was worse than a fart. A dog can't change its habit. Li Jianhua said, and that girl is fine. She even hit me. I'm her father. If Wang Ziyong was fine, Li Jianming would also be fine. Li Jianming would not drag Wang Ziyong into this. Su Feng was at a loss. She didn't know if she should believe Wang Ziyong. Now Wang Ziyong was her husband. Wang Ziyong said, if you really don't want to, let's get a divorce. I believe you. But you have to write a promise that you won't do that kind of thing to Jingjing again. Su Feng was defeated when she heard about divorce. I can write a promise. With the police as a witness, I won't go back on my word. Wang Ziyong immediately asked for a pen and paper. After thinking about it, he was too lazy to even write. He asked the police to help him write and he dictated. When Ningxu woke up, Su Feng took out Wang Ziyong's promise and showed it to Ningxu. She said, your uncle has promised that he won't do that kind of thing to you again. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu looked at Su Feng in disbelief. What was the use of a promise? What deterrence did it have? Su Feng was in her 30s, but her mind felt like that of a teenager. Women were often swayed by all kinds of words. But when they were given a piece of paper, they were forgiven. The content of the paper made Ningxu want to laugh. Su Feng saw that Ningxu was not speaking. She put the paper away, folded it, and put it in her bag. She said to Ningxu, Jingjing, you're going to get married in the future. It won't be good for anyone if this gets out of hand. Ningxu said, he raped me more than once. Jingjing, my poor child, Su Feng said as she hugged Ningxu and cried. Ningxu was speechless. What did this have to do with her life? It was just a matter of fate. What poor life? This was someone else hurting her. What did it have to do with her life? She could comfort herself and others by saying that she had a poor life. She would say the same thing all the time. Life was also quite innocent. She would push everything onto her life. Ningxu did not comfort Su Feng as she cried helplessly. He just let her hug him and cry. It was probably because she couldn't cry anymore. Su Feng was a little scared by Ningxu's calmness. Jingjing, don't take things too hard. You are my life. If I wasn't afraid that you wouldn't have a father, I wouldn't have gotten married so quickly. I heard that single-parent families are not good for children. I don't want people to say that you don't have a father. Would a single-parent child have a stepfather to rape her, get married for the sake of the child? Ningxu waved his hand, indicating that he would not take the blame. He could not take it. Not getting a divorce was for the sake of the child. Getting a divorce and getting married was also for the sake of the child. The child was about to become the new generation's scapegoat. Wang Ziyong and Li Jianming were detained at the police station. They would observe the situation first. If they did not pursue the matter, they would definitely be released. After all, it was a family matter. It was just a family matter that had blown up a little. No matter what Su Feng said, Ningxu did not shake his head or nod. In the end, Su Feng did not know what to say. When Su Feng quietened down, Ningxu said to Su Feng, Mom, since you got married for me, then you can also get a divorce for me, right? Then can we get a divorce? Let's move to another place. What do these rumors have to do with us? Move to another place. We can't listen to what others say. the mouths belonged to others. They could not control what others said, but they could choose not to listen. Starting a new life was not bad. Since it had already happened and so many people had seen it, they thought that if they didn't do anything and suppressed it, others would stop gossiping and talking about it. What else could they talk about if they didn't talk about these things? Any topic that involved color was the most explosive. So, since everyone was going to talk about it, why should she let herself be wronged? The worst outcome would be losing a man. It was just an extra pound of flesh. It wasn't that big of a deal. Having a man meant having a backbone, even if this backbone was a piece of trash. They were clearly living together, but in the end, it was worse than being a widow or a divorced single parent. Why did she jump into it even though she knew it was a trap? She actually didn't want to come out after jumping in. This way, she would still be a woman wanted by a man. If she left this man, no one would want her. Her daughter suddenly wanted a divorce. This made it difficult for Su Feng to answer. After a while, she said, "Jing Jing, let mom think about this. Let's settle this peacefully first." Ningshu only made an "oh" sound and said to her, "You go back and rest first. You don't have to stay here. Help me bring food when you come." "Thank you." Su Feng nodded. "Why are you thanking mom? You're my daughter." Yes, she was a good mother. Su Feng was quite contradictory. In some aspects, she did seem to dote on her daughter. But in other aspects, she was probably dragging a burden down. It wouldn't be good for her to get married. Moreover, she had divorced twice. She would be laughed at again. Ningshu used her uninjured hand to pull the blanket. She had slept on her side. Her back and spine had been cut. If it had been a little more dangerous, she would probably have been paralyzed. Her spine was broken. After careful calculation, there were 4 wounds on her body. The client had been slashed 14 times before dying. Ningshu felt that if she had come a little later, even if she had survived, she might have been a cripple. Life was a tragedy in capital letters. Ningshu peacefully recuperated. After she recovered, she would fight again. At the same time, she cultivated. She felt that she hadn't cultivated a peerless martial art in a long time. There was no spirit energy in the hospital. Instead, it was filled with the aura of decay and death. Death. It was a little familiar. Ningshu felt that death wasn't so scary. No matter what happened now, she could use her strength to fight. "I'm not even afraid of death, so what's there to be afraid of?" Without spiritual energy, Ningshu could only absorb other types of energy, such as the power of the fiery sun. However, it wasn't of much help in healing injuries. The power of the sun flame was more violent and its attack power was strong. It didn't have the gentleness of spiritual energy and could heal injuries. There were 2 men on the other side. As a child, she was no match for them in terms of combat power. In addition, there was also Su Feng, whose stance was constantly wavering. As a child, she definitely wouldn't be able to win. Children were immoral and needed a guardian for everything they did. If Su Feng disagreed, no matter how many plans she had, they would all go down the drain. Ningshu pondered in his heart. Su Feng touched Ningshu's face and sighed. She said to Ningshu, "Have a good rest. Don't think too much. Mom is here." Ningshu nodded and watched as Su Feng opened the door and left. After stuffing a fasting pill into his mouth, he felt full, and his body felt much more energetic. It was just that his wound hurt. When he got up to go to the toilet, it affected his wound. It hurt so much that Ningshu grimaced in pain. He should get the doctor to give him some painkillers. Right now, Ningshu hated pain and other people hurting his face the most. A policeman came to question him. He sat by the bed and asked Ningshu some questions. For example, what had happened? Ningshu honestly told him about the first, second, and third times that Wang Xiong had violated her, including the details of how he had touched her body and how she had felt. He also told him what Wang Jiwen had said. Then, he was locked in the house by his biological father and hacked. He showed his wound and said that he was almost crippled. The policeman originally thought that the child would cry, but the other party told it in such detail. Instead, it made the policeman's face turn red. It was too detailed. Especially on the face of a young girl, He said something that would make people embarrassed. He coughed and said, "Your stepfather has already written a letter of guarantee. Your mother has already signed the statement." Ningxu asked, "What about my father?" "He hurt me." Ningxu wasn't surprised that Su Feng did this. But Li Jianming had obviously attempted murder and he didn't think that he was in the wrong. How could he just let it go like that? Ningxu tilted his head and looked at the policeman. He asked with a confused face, "Even minors who commit crimes are protected. Why didn't I commit a crime and was hurt? Why didn't you protect me? I want to apply for protection. I am a victim. My mother's signature can't be my will. When I go back, my stepfather will still violate me. My biological father will still want to kill me. He wants to purify the world and eliminate this dirty thing like me." Ningxu's face was full of grievance, fear, and despair. With so many emotions mixed on his face, it made Ningxu's face contort. He asked, "Will there be policemen living in our house? I am very scared. I am so scared that I want to climb upstairs and jump down." "As long as you jump down, you won't encounter these things." Ningxu cried until a bubble came out of his nose. He quickly sniffed it back. The policeman took a tissue and handed it to Ningxu. "Don't cry. Don't cry." Ningxu grabbed the policeman's hand. "Then what should I do? Both fathers will take revenge on me. I don't have long to live. Why don't I just jump down?" The two policemen looked at each other. This matter was not easy to solve. They also knew that what this girl said was true. Even if the police station and the biological father said that he was not in the wrong, he still didn't think that he was in the wrong. He felt that his daughter was dirty. Ningxu felt that if Li Jianming's son was raped by a chicken, he definitely wouldn't kill his son. Instead, he would fight with Wang Zhiyong. Eliminating the dirty daughter was enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Ningxu expressed his admiration. He had never seen such an operation. No, there were many such operations. There were many women in pig cages. The hero saved the beauty, killed the beauty, and then got together with the bully who bullied the beauty. They held hands and were happy. Then this kind of action was called the hero saving the beauty. Wasn't it ridiculous? There were thousands of principles in the world. Someone like this was really speechless. Ningxu was crying very sadly. Her voice was sobbing, low and depressed. People who passed by the ward thought that there was a ghost. The policeman was also helpless. He said, "But your guardian has already signed." Ningxu cried and said, "It's okay. I know that uncles are in a difficult position. I hope that the next time we meet, you won't see my corpse. Can you give me a special treatment? I wrote a love letter. I already have my own thoughts. I can handle things." Ningxu wiped his tears. "I'm underage. There is a law protecting underage children. Minors have the right to survival, development, protection, participation, and other rights. They should be given special and priority protection according to the physical and mental development characteristics of minors to ensure that minors' legal rights are not violated. Uncle, my life is now threatened. I'm scared, very scared," Ningxu said as his body trembled. "If your guardian doesn't agree, this matter can't be carried out. It's okay, I can make my own decisions. My mother is an adult and has many concerns. I'm a child, I can't think so far ahead. I don't want to die. I can seek legal help, can't I?" Ningxu looked at the police with tears in his eyes. How should he put it? It couldn't be, right? They had already mentioned the protection of minors. The most difficult thing to deal with was this little girl. If he refuted, wouldn't he be saying that the law was useless? Then write a love letter, we'll take it to the police station to deal with it. There will be a lot of gossip when the time comes. There would definitely be a lot of people talking about it. Even if it's going to be reported, won't they censor me? Ningxu asked. Even criminals would be censored when they were reported. She was a victim, a girl, and a girl at that. Shouldn't she censor her face too? Police, children were not to be trifled with, not to be trifled with. When the police left, Ningxu said, "Uncles, please detain them properly. Once they are released, they will definitely come to the hospital. They will definitely kill me." Police, Don't worry, we will detain them first. Ningshu smiled at the police with snot and tears on his face. Thank you. If this matter was not handled locally, then it could only be handled in another place. Children had no human rights and no dignity. Even if there was anything, it was up to the guardian. Ningshu slowly lay down. Damn, it hurt. Women had to be kind and elegant, but they also had to have a sharp edge and a sharp edge. Without a sharp edge and a sharp edge, kindness was not kindness. If they gave in now, they would be kindness. Ningshu sneered. Stop joking. They had different views. How could they expect the two fathers to know their mistakes and change? No, they thought that they were not wrong. Not only were they not wrong, but they had also contributed. Not only did they get rid of a dirty thing, they also saved the judge some trouble. At least they had learned some witchcraft laws, but he didn't know if they could be used. Ningshu was lying on the hospital bed, cursing the two of them under her breath. He cursed Wang Zhiyong's prostatitis, causing him to die of pain when he went to the toilet, and then radiating to his balls. He cursed Li Jiaming's knife to fall on the back of his foot. Ningshu could not use the power of laws, so he could only curse a few small things. As for whether or not it would be of any use, that was not certain. It was a pity that the law of prophecy was wasted. Perhaps with the addition of prophecy, it might have been effective. The next day, Su Feng went to the hospital and brought some food. Ningshu angrily asked, I went to the police station and heard that you wrote a love letter. Jing Jing, what do you want? An arm can't win against a thigh. We're all family. Su Feng was worried sick. She looked like she was about to cry. She couldn't help but complain, why are you so disobedient? Ningshu asked, why not? With the help of the law and free lawyers, it's just a waste of time. Both sides had the same status, so the outcome was already very clear. Others wouldn't be touched if she still wronged herself like this. Ningshu asked, what if Dad kills me when we go back? How can that be? They should know that they were wrong. Ningshu was speechless. How stupid was it to put her life in the hands of others? Did she hope that the other party would be merciful and let her go? Or did she let the other party violate her and use love to influence her stepfather? Did she stretch her neck and let her biological father kill her? Ningshu really wanted to tell Su Feng that this was impossible. Impossible. If she didn't resist, she would be bullied to death. What was the use of crying at that time? It was useless to cry. She could only risk her life. If she was going to die anyway, she would rather drag the other party down with her. The blame on Su Feng's face made Ningshu shut up. He couldn't wake up a person who was pretending to be asleep, so he didn't want to waste his saliva. Su Feng was hoping for a fluke. Maybe it would pass just like this. Maybe she would be safe and happy in the future. There was no benefit in making a scene. This marriage might collapse. Su Feng might not be able to accept another divorce. What a tough life. Su Feng wiped her tears as she scooped rice for Ningshu and fed it to her. This made Ningshu feel rather helpless. It wasn't bad for her daughter, but it was good. She chose to smooth things over on this matter. She didn't dare to take a step forward. She was surrounded by dog poop. Perhaps she was used to it and was used to it. She couldn't recognize the stench after smelling it for a long time. Mom, this matter won't end like this. Since we've already made a scene, the two fathers will think that we provoked them. Since we've already done it, we should do it thoroughly. I need your support. In the future, I'll take care of you when you're old and let you live a comfortable life. Without a father, there won't be a man. The two of us can live a comfortable life. We can spend the money we earn ourselves. We can buy whatever we want. Uncle won't use the money to gamble. We can do whatever we want. Isn't this kind of life good? Even if it was a little strange, it was a comfortable life. Su Feng shook her head. You're still young. Some things aren't that simple. Ningshu asked, how complicated can it be? It was just a matter of whether she was willing to do it or not. Fear, panic. Mom, Dad wants to kill me now. Can you protect me? Ningshu asked. Su Feng had been outside the door before. Su Feng couldn't do anything about what happened inside. Sometimes, the body was just so magical. It felt like Su Feng was a trash receptacle. The men she met were either trash or cheap. It made people sink into a swamp where they couldn't move. At this time, it was time to fight. Then, will you send your father and uncle to the classroom? Su Feng asked. When they come out, won't it be the same? Ningxu said, when they come out, I'll be all grown up. And it's not certain if they can find me. The matter now hadn't been settled, yet she was still worried about the future. If it wasn't settled, there would be no future. Worrying about the future now was pointless. Ningxu grabbed Su Feng's hand and said seriously, Mom, believe me. What haven't I experienced before? Even after something like this happened, I can still calm down. What I need to do now is to not let this happen to me again. The client was a minor. This identity was a restriction. If the client was an adult, she could do whatever she wanted. It was also okay to leave this place. Try to win Su Feng over to his side. If Su Feng was still like this, Ningxu would give up and do his own thing. He didn't need to worry about her. Even if he didn't have the money to find a lawyer, he had the support of a lawyer. If he won the case, he had to make the other party pay. Compensation for psychological damage was a must. Ningxu said everything she wanted to say, but Su Feng just kept feeding her and didn't say anything. The food didn't taste very good, and Ningxu had already eaten the fasting pill, so she didn't want to eat anymore. She shook her head and said, I don't want to eat anymore. Is it not to your taste? What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. What do you want to eat? Su Feng stopped feeding her. Ningxu looked at Su Feng and asked, Mom, what do you think? Su Feng was a little embarrassed, and she didn't even dare to look into Ningxu's eyes. Since the incident, her daughter hadn't cried, made a fuss, or panicked, but she had her own ideas, which made Su Feng feel at a loss. Her eyes flickered, and she said to Ningxu, Jing, it's not that simple. Even if you want to get a divorce, you have to wait until this incident is over. Why do you have to wait until this incident is over? Just do it together. You can't bear to leave him? Didn't you say that you got married for me? You were afraid that I wouldn't have a father. Now I don't want a father. Father hurt me so much, and I want you to leave him. Are you willing to leave him for me? Since you got married for the child, you should get a divorce for the child, okay? You said it was for the child. Su Feng looked a little embarrassed. Jing, you might not know about adult matters. It's not as simple as getting married and getting a divorce. Wasn't marriage so easy? Finding a man to live with, then getting a divorce was just packing up and leaving. Moreover, there was no gold or silver mine waiting to be divided at home. It could be said that there was nothing at home. Ningxu said, since Mom doesn't want to get a divorce, then forget it. Let's not get a divorce. Ningxu's sudden change surprised Su Feng. It wasn't that she didn't want to get a divorce, but they had just gotten married. If they got a divorce again, they would be laughed at. If they got a divorce and got married again, it would be the third marriage. It's okay. We won't live with Uncle anyway, Ningxu said. Su Feng was confused and asked, why? Ningxu said, Uncle has already committed the crime of raping a woman. Whether I'm willing or not, he has to go to jail. While he's in jail, we'll live our own lives. Su Feng was shocked. She didn't know what was going on and asked in a panic, do I have to go to jail? She thought that Wang Xiong would be fine after writing the guarantee, but she didn't expect that he would still go to jail. Seeing her daughter staring at her, Su Feng suppressed the complicated feelings in her heart and muttered, how could this be? So, whether he admits his mistake or not, and whether he writes a guarantee or not, he has to go to jail. And we? Ningxu pointed at Su Feng and himself with his uninjured hand. We both offended Dad and Uncle. If she came forward, the nature of this matter would become even worse. Perhaps he would be locked up for 5 or 6 years. If she came forward, the punishment would be increased according to the situation. Treating a child like this, whether it was raping her or trying to kill her, such a crazy person, if he didn't increase his sentence, would it be a lighter sentence? It wasn't as simple as just letting them go to jail. Su Feng's face was pale, and she asked Ningxu in a daze, can't we settle this privately? The people here didn't have a strong sense of the law, and the place was a bit remote. They were so ignorant that they could objectify women like this. They were clearly killing people, clearly hurting a person, but they could be so righteous and not feel that they were wrong. It was so terrible. What did it matter if he smashed or broke something when he was unhappy about it? Women were just things. Of course, it could be settled privately, and these two people wouldn't even be punished. This was a family matter and everything could be settled. But Ningxu didn't want to. Why should she be so magnanimous when others hurt her? Why should she write a petition to prove that these people didn't hurt her? Sorry, I can't write, my hand is lame. Su Feng carried the thermos, looked at the calm Ningxu, and finally sighed. Ningxu almost said with a smile, Mom, you offended two men. These two men won't let you and me go. Being locked up for a year was a grudge, and being locked up for 10 years was also a grudge. Moreover, they were imprisoned because of a woman, which was enough to make Li Jianming and Wang Zhiyong bear a grudge. Su Feng's hand loosened, and the thermos fell to the ground. The sound was like hitting a person's heart, and Su Feng was startled. Seeing Su Feng's pale face, Ningxu said, Mom, don't be afraid. Even if the two fathers are really released from prison and want to kill us, I will die with you. Su Feng squatted down to pick up the thermos, and her hands were shaking. She knew her ex-husband too well. He could even kill his own daughter. She was just an ex-wife, and he would definitely kill her out of anger. Li Jianming was very grumpy. If he wasn't grumpy, he wouldn't have cut people with a knife. Ningxu watched Su Feng leave and curled his lips. Su Feng's heart was still with the two men. Although it wasn't necessarily with her ex-husband, she was definitely with her current husband and Wang Zhiyong. He didn't know what was good about Wang Zhiyong. He was simply a scum with a bad character. Raping his stepdaughter, to a certain extent, was also a betrayal of Su Feng. Su Feng didn't even find Wang Zhiyong to make trouble. Ningxu felt that the lying skills of men didn't change at all. Since ancient times, there were only a few excuses. She seduced me. I just made a mistake that all men in the world would make. Drinking alcohol. As a person who knew a little about medicine, drinking alcohol was simply questioning medicine. After drinking alcohol, the hardness of the little brother was simply not good. Drinking alcohol was just an excuse. An old excuse that couldn't keep up with the rapidly evolving women. Be a little more careful, and at least keep up with the pace of the times. Of course, there were also many women who believed in these excuses. Su Feng went to the police station and consulted with the police about this matter. The police said that this was a criminal case. Wang Zhiyong was guilty of rape, and Li Jianming was guilty of intentional murder, although it was an attempted murder. Su Feng walked out of the police station with a light foot and a heavy foot. She even went to see her ex-husband and husband in the detention center. The two men were furious. They asked Su Feng not to let them go to jail no matter what. They also asked Li Jing to deny that they did these things to her. Wang Zhiyong grabbed the bars and shouted to Su Feng, I didn't do those things to her. If I'm arrested and sent to jail, you'll be a widow and an orphan. How are you going to live? I'll treat you and Jing well in the future. Wang Zhiyong gritted his teeth as he spoke. If he wasn't afraid of going to jail, he wouldn't have said such things. Li Jianming also promised, I won't care about her in the future. She can sleep with whoever she wants. Hearing Li Jianming's tone, there was disdain and displeasure. Wang Zhiyong probably felt embarrassed that he was forced to admit his mistake. He didn't feel that he was in the wrong. Su Feng was uneasy. Her scalp was numb and she was at a loss. Her mind was in a mess. She didn't know how to solve this problem. How to solve it perfectly. Her heart ached for her daughter, but she didn't want to see the two of them being sent to jail. Why did this happen? To Su Feng, it was like an earthquake in her life. It was like a tsunami that destroyed her peaceful and blissful life. She was afraid and wanted to escape. Talk to Jing properly. This isn't good for anyone. Wang Zhiyong said to Su Feng, I didn't do that to Jing. When the time comes, let her tell the police that this is all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Su Feng, I'll be good to you and Jing in the future. If I really go to work and leave you two as orphans and widows, I'll feel terrible. Wang Zhiyong's tone was sincere. I really know my mistake. I really know my mistake. Su Feng was doubtful. Really? Wang Ziyong quickly nodded. Really, really. Su Feng left the police station. She wanted to talk to her daughter about this, but she couldn't face her daughter. Her daughter's gaze made her feel uncomfortable and embarrassed. It was as if everything in her heart was exposed under the sun. She really loved Jingjing. She did all this to give Jingjing a stable life. If things got out of hand, Jingjing was still a child. What would she do if she had to face the gossip around her? Jingjing still had to get married and have children in the future. Her life couldn't be ruined like this. What if Jingjing couldn't get married in the future? Her life would be ruined. Although Su Feng was mentally preparing herself, she didn't dare to face her daughter. On the other hand, Ningxu welcomed a few groups of relatives. Some were from his grandmother's side, some were from his biological grandmother's side, and some were from Wang Ziyong's parents. His grandmother's side said, "What are you doing? Are you making your mother get a divorce again? Do you know that if your mother gets a divorce again, she won't be able to get married? You have to think about your mother. Furthermore, something like this has happened. She can't wait to cover it up. You're so thick-skinned. It's your mother's second marriage. It's hard for other people to deal with your mother." Her biological grandmother's house, which was also Li Jianming's house. "You wretched girl, you want to send your biological father to prison? He raised you up and gave you a life. Is this how you repay your father? How can you be so unfilial? You've completely disgraced the Li family. Wherever you go, people will criticize you. Who in the world would send their own father to the servants' quarters? Wang Ziyong's family, when your mother married into the Wang family, she had to drag you down with her. You didn't eat enough and wear enough clothes. If my Ziyong didn't take you and your mother in, I don't know what kind of life you and your mother would be living." Ningxu, living a good life. Your Wang Ziyong is amazing. He's at the mahjong table every day and even sends food to him. A group of people crowded in the ward, buzzing noisily as they surrounded the bed. Ningxu used the blanket to wipe his face. His face was splashed with a lot of saliva. "It stinks. I don't care what you say. I won't move. I'll just close my eyes and rest." When Su Feng arrived at the hospital, she saw so many people. Her mother's family and her two husbands' families were all there. Her heart trembled. Seeing a new target, these people turned their attention to Su Feng. They surrounded Su Feng and talked to her one after another. Moreover, they said words that pierced her heart. Su Feng's face was extremely pale and she was terrified. Everyone put their hands on their hips and criticized Su Feng, who was in the middle. Su Feng could only deal with these people and promise them according to their wishes. Only after promising that the two men wouldn't go to jail and that nothing would happen to them did these people leave satisfied. They weren't here to visit the patient. They didn't even bring any fruit. The moment they came, they made a lot of noise. Everyone disapproved of the two men going to jail. Once they left, Su Feng let out a long breath. She was very dispirited. Ningxu forced a smile and said, "Jingjing, look. Everyone disagrees." Ningxu said indifferently, "What does it have to do with me whether they agree or not? It wasn't like they were the ones who were raped." Su Feng choked. After a while, she said, "Jingjing, your Uncle Wang said that he will treat you well in the future. Your father won't care about you anymore." Ningxu said, "Oh. What do you need me to do?" Su Feng also knew that what she said was wrong, but she still told Ningxu what Wang Ziyong and Li Jianming said in the detention center. Instead of causing trouble for everyone, it's better to take a step back. It's not that I want you to suffer for nothing, but that your Uncle Wang will treat you better. Not to mention that Su Feng wasn't smart, ordinary people were smart. Instead of causing trouble, it was better to get some benefits from it and not be laughed at. Even if they were laughed at, their lives would return to the past. Ningxu looked at Su Feng. "What if he assaults me again?" "No, he won't dare. After this incident, he definitely won't do it again." "What if Dad wants to kill me?" Ningxu asked. "He won't, Jingjing. Mom will protect you." "Ningxu, can you be with me every day? Inseparable?" With those men's morals, could she believe their words? She was showing weakness now because she didn't want to go to jail. That was just a compromise. How could Su Feng believe it? In order to make Su Feng believe it, she had to pay with her life. When she died, Su Feng would naturally believe it. But by then, everyone would be dead. Ningxu glanced at Su Feng and said, "I'm going to sleep. You can leave first." She wouldn't say anything useless to Su Feng anymore. Su Feng wouldn't listen to her. Jing Jing. Su Feng looked at Ningxu. Ningxu just said, "Mom, I'm in pain. I want to sleep. Can you not disturb me?" She didn't agree or disagree. She just kept silent, which made Su Feng's heart uneasy. "Jing Jing, just now your grandma and grandma came over to talk," Su Feng shouted. "Ningxu, I already said that I'm going to sleep. Is there anything else?" "Then have a good rest. What do you want to eat?" "Mom will make it for you," Su Feng asked. Ningxu said lightly, "It's up to you." She wasn't hungry. She didn't want to eat at all. Especially when there was a sense of bad motherly love in it. She couldn't say that Su Feng was wrong, but from the standpoint of the client, she really felt wronged. She was hurt. People all over the world were asking her to forgive the person who hurt her. And the person who hurt her might hurt her again in the future. If these people blocked for her in the future and replaced her when she was raped, she would forgive them. Otherwise, the price of forgiveness would be too high. With just a few words from these people, she would have to bear all the risks. And it was simply incredible. And if she forgave them, when she returned home in the future, she would not have to face these people's heartache and gratitude. Instead, she would have to face the ridicule and disdain of these people. So, forgive your numbness. Since it was already like this, no one would have a good life. There was no reason for one person to be so miserable. As for whether it would be ruined or not, that would depend on one's mentality. I'm not afraid of men not wanting me. Whether I'm dirty or not, whether I was raped or not, it's none of your business. I don't accept your criticism. I'm not F***king married to you. What right do you have to criticize me? As for whether they feel inferior or not, the ones who feel inferior and ashamed should be those beasts. After being bitten by a dog, do you still have to think about it for the rest of your life? Whether my life is ruined or not, that's my own business. What does it have to do with you? Ningxu slept well every day, took medicine well, and recuperated well. He tried to recover as soon as possible. After setting up a spirit gathering formation, he did not absorb much spirit energy. There was only a strand of spirit energy every few days. It was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood for the recovery of his wounds. At least there was some spirit energy. Su Feng would send 2 meals a day. Because of this incident, she could not go to work. If she was not rushing to the hospital, she would be going to the police station. Su Feng had lost a lot of weight and her face was extremely sallow. It seemed that she had been under too much pressure during this period. Even though she was rushing to and fro, there was still no progress. Ningxu did not relent. Meanwhile, in the detention center, 2 men were waiting for Su Feng. After leaving the ward, Su Feng squatted in the corridor and sobbed. Her eyes were swollen from crying. She lamented her hard life. Why was her life so hard? Did she not have the right to be happy? After marrying Li Jianming, she did not have a son. Li Jianming beat and scolded her. After divorcing, she married Wang Zhiyong with her daughter. Although Wang Zhiyong was a bit lazy and loved to play mahjong, he would not beat her for no reason. Sometimes, he would even say a few nice words to warm her heart. She only needed a man to accompany her and provide her with spiritual support. That was enough. Compared to Li Jianming, Wang Zhiyong was not bad. Su Feng compared Wang Zhiyong among the scumbags and felt that Wang Zhiyong was a slightly better scumbag. Ningxu looked at Su Feng and asked, "Mom, I'll support you in your old age. When I grow up and earn money, I'll take good care of you. I can do whatever a man can do. If you're really afraid of not having a man, you can find a boyfriend. If we're not suitable for each other, we can break up. Isn't that great? There's no need for a divorce." Ningxu was just short of directly saying that if she needed a man, then she could just find a man to comfort her. If they were not suitable for each other, then they could separate and have boyfriends of equal status. If she were to say it out loud, Su Feng would probably label her with a shocking label. Su Feng was a traditional woman. Su Feng's tears immediately flowed out. She hugged Ningxu and cried, saying how hard their lives were. Hee, what fate, Ningxu said, are you going to divorce Uncle Wang or not? Ningxu no longer wanted to entangle with Su Feng. She directly asked, if she chose Wang Zhiyong, she would give up Su Feng. If Su Feng chose them, they could rely on each other and lead a good life. Now, Su Feng was in so much pain because she wanted to choose both sides. Su Feng said, Jing Jing. Ningxu asked, are you going to divorce? Su Feng took a deep breath. I'm not going to divorce. Jing Jing, you have to think about Mom. Ningxu was really confused. She had already said that when the matter was resolved, she would leave with Su Feng and start a new life. Living anywhere was still living. Why did she have to stay here? Why couldn't Su Feng's brain work? Even if she wanted a man, there were plenty of men. She could just find another man somewhere else. Ningxu looked at Su Feng in confusion. Could it be that Su Feng truly loved Wang Zhiyong? For a woman to give her heart out, what else could it be other than love? Ningxu shivered deeply. What a scary feeling of being touched. She even wanted to be touched with him. Should they reform Wang Zhiyong together? Then, they would be happy together and let Wang Zhiyong do whatever he wanted to her. Ningxu sneered. Reform? Sorry, she wouldn't. She would only cremate him. She didn't have such sentiments. She wanted to save the world and reform everyone in the world. She could become Buddha by putting down the butcher's knife. Look, she was so kind to the evil and so evil to the good. Was this fair to the kind? Ningxu no longer had any hope for Su Feng. What Su Feng was doing now was nothing more than a little love for the client, but this love was obviously insignificant. The client's age was really making him bald. A 12-year-old child without a guardian was an orphan. If he dragged Su Feng to live with him, at least he would have a guardian and not an orphan. But Su Feng had too many things that she couldn't let go of. She wouldn't leave this place. Was she going to make the client an orphan? However, the person who had entrusted the mission was still here. Could he really survive the rumors and slanders? Furthermore, he might even be killed by Li Jianming. After all, Li Jianming was the messenger of justice. Ningxu sighed. It seemed that it was time to apply for a new identity. Usually, when such a situation happened, the country would give the client some protection and change their identity. Usually, when the client changed their identity, they would be cut off from their previous family. They would no longer be Su Feng's child. Li Jianming would also no longer be her father. She should also apologize to Su Feng. No matter how much she couldn't bear to leave Wang Zhiyong still had to stay in jail. She was alone and lonely. It had been hard on her. But after doing such a thing, how could Su Feng still stay in the Wang family and Wang Zhiyong's family not vent their anger on her? It was impossible to have the best of both worlds. Ningxu felt that as long as she did things her way, she would cut off Su Feng's path. Su Feng, who had no other path, would follow her. She wanted to work together with her daughter. But now, there was no need to be polite. In the eyes of others, she and Su Feng were one. Whatever she did, Su Feng would do. After she did what she did, it would be impossible for Su Feng to stay in this place. During this period, the police came a few times to collect documents. Lawyers also came. The legal aid lawyers came to understand the situation from Ningxu. Ningxu had been a lawyer before. She knew she had to explain everything to the lawyers. This way, when she went to court, she would have a higher chance of winning. The injuries on her body were checked, and she even did a *** test. The report showed that she was no longer a virgin. Ningxu was glad that the client was not on her period. If not, she would be pregnant. A 12-year-old child was pregnant. This was simply a tragedy. These documents were all prepared and could be used as evidence in court. Li Jianming and Wang Zhiyong didn't have any background, so they weren't able to play with the law and hire a team of lawyers. Therefore, these two people were definitely going to be lawyers. But she couldn't just let them go to jail. She had to let people know that these two people were beasts. If they were beasts, they would kill her in the future. It was also convenient to apply for a new identity. When Su Feng saw the lawyer, she was extremely shocked. She quickly asked Ning Shu, "Who is this? A lawyer?" "Jing, what do you want to do?" Ning Shu said, "I'm a victim. I have to go to court. No matter what the situation is, I have to explain it clearly." "But why do you need a lawyer?" Jing, our family has no money. We can't afford a lawyer," Su Feng said. "It's a lawyer from legal aid. It doesn't cost much," Ning Shu said calmly. "You." Su Feng was very anxious. "What do you want to do?" "Whatever you want me to say, I will say it in court." "Don't worry," Ning Shu said. Su Feng was very surprised. "Really, Jing? Don't call me Jing. I really want to be Jing right now." On the day of the trial, Ning Shu went to the court with injuries all over her body. When it was her turn, Ning Shu used half a bottle of eye drops. Her tears flowed down like water. The two men stood at the side and glared at Ning Shu to warn her. Ning Shu walked slowly. She had to rest for a while after every step. She wore a mask to cover her face. If someone were to take photos, she definitely couldn't reveal her real face. Although Ning Shu was sobbing and her tears were like running water, she clearly explained the ins and outs of the matter. The lawyer also took out the injury examination report. When she said that she was sad, Ning Shu cried loudly. Her voice was filled with fear and her body was trembling. This made Wang Zhiyong and Li Jianming stare at Ning Shu. Their eyes almost popped out. They looked at Su Feng, who was sitting in the gallery. This was different from what they had said. Su Feng also looked at her daughter in shock. She was also very angry. Why didn't she listen? Li Jianming had a bad temper. After being treated like this by his daughter, how dare she treat him like this? He immediately shouted, "What did I do wrong? It's a D***MN woman who shamelessly did such a thing. It's so dirty and shameless. I only hate that I didn't chop her to death." Ning Shu's body trembled. The lawyer immediately said, Li Jianming always wanted to kill the victim, and he didn't think he was in the wrong. He didn't know that he had caused harm to others. Li Jianming glared at the lawyer angrily. "The one who deserves to die is that girl. She's really raised by AB**TCH. How embarrassing." Ning Shu kept wiping his tears as he sobbed. His voice was filled with despair as it echoed in everyone's ears. "Dad, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I didn't do it. Uncle Wang forced me. More than once. He told me not to tell anyone. If I did, he would throw me away. He wouldn't let me study anymore. I was so scared. He forced me every time. I refused, but he pressed on." Wang Zhiyong's expression was ferocious. "Stop spouting nonsense. You were the one who seduced me." Ning Shu's mouth twitched. "A child who had just started to develop seduced you?" Ning Shu shook his head. "I didn't. You came over when I was doing my homework. You touched me." Su Feng, who was listening in, was about to be eaten up by the group of relatives and friends. All of them were making things difficult for her. Look at what a good daughter she raised. She actually came to the court to say such a thing. It's so dirty. I'm embarrassed to say it. If Zhiyong goes to jail, get lost. Get lost from the Wang family. Divorce. You have to get a divorce. She was punished by the heavens. She sent her own father to jail. What a shameless girl. Why didn't they chop her to death back then? These people stretched out their fingers and poked Su Feng's face. Su Feng couldn't refute them. She lowered her head as if she was the one who had done something wrong. What should she do in the future? What should she do? Su Feng was anxious. Everyone was blaming her. Wang Zhiyong's family was going to kick her out of the house. Was she going to get a divorce? It was really too tiring. This daughter of hers, Su Feng was angry and helpless. She hugged her head. She couldn't see the future clearly. She wanted to drink pesticide and be done with it. It was a mess. The judge knocked on the gavel. Silence, silence. Keep quiet. Ning Shu squatted down and curled into a ball. He was shivering and begging, "Don't hurt me. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. The lawyers of both sides didn't argue much. The situation was already very clear. Two fathers. One attempted murder and didn't repent. The other raped a woman. She probably destroyed the universe in her previous life. That was why she had two fathers in this life. The judge sentenced Wang Xiong to 10 years in prison for raping a woman. Raping a woman would be punished within the range of 3 to 10 years in prison. If the crime was serious, the sentence would be more than 10 years in prison, life imprisonment or death. The client wasn't killed. Naturally, it wasn't serious. But it was already good enough that he could get 10 years. Moreover, this matter wouldn't end just like that. 10 years was just a legal punishment. It didn't mean that she would let it go. Li Jianming was guilty of intentional homicide. If it wasn't for Ning Shu, the client would have died. Intentional homicide would be sentenced to death, life imprisonment or more than 10 years in prison. Although it wasn't fatal, it caused harm. The lawyer presented the hospital's injury report. With this evidence, the sentence could be more severe. There were several cuts on the body. Some of the wounds were still very dangerous. Li Jianming's sentence was 11 years. When the verdict came out, the public gallery was in a mess. The two men were not convinced. They insisted on appealing and dissatisfied with the verdict. The two emotional men were suppressed. When they passed by Ning Shu lowered his head and whispered, "Idiot, you deserve it. Sit in prison until you die." The two men were already angry. Wasn't it just because they did this to a girl? Why should they be sentenced to more than 10 years in prison? What's wrong with me educating my daughter? When they heard Ning Shu's words, they were furious. They broke free from the court police's control and rushed over to Ning Shu. Ning Shu screamed as she covered her head and scurried away like a rat. She desperately shouted for help as the two men surrounded her. Ning Shu kicked Wang Xiong's lower body without leaving a trace. Then, he injected some violent fiery sun energy. He also injected some fiery sun energy into Li Jianming's heart. Ning Shu clenched his fists and punched the two men. There were no marks on his fists. The force of his fists had already penetrated deep into his body. The scene was chaotic. The judge and court staff were stunned. The two men were beating up Ning Shu. The swarm of people were beating and tearing at Su Feng. They pulled Su Feng's hair. Su Feng was in so much pain that she couldn't fight back. The scene was chaotic. It seemed that Ning Shu was being beaten by two people, but when Ning Shu's fists landed on the two people, waves of qi directly entered their bodies. This kind of qi would not suddenly kill people, but would only make people fall into a more painful state. Su Feng was being beaten by two people from her husband's family. There were few people from her family, so they could not beat them. They probably felt that Su Feng was embarrassing, so they stood aside and did not join the fight, watching Su Feng being scratched and scratched. There were wounds on her face and body. Su Feng begged for mercy, but no one listened. Everyone was venting their anger on her. Many court policemen came in to mediate, but the scene was so chaotic that they could not pull them apart for a while. Wang Xiong and Li Jianming wanted to take this opportunity to escape, but they were held down by the police. Ning Shu was crying. After the two men were taken away, Ning Shu came out of the court and saw Su Feng being dragged out and kicked like an animal. She was thrown to the ground like a rag doll. Her hair was messy, and there were many scratches on her face. Ning Shu walked over and stood in front of Su Feng. Facing these people, he said coldly, "If any of you dare to hit me again, I will immediately hold you tight and say that you deliberately hurt me. Anyway, I am already like this. I even dared to send my own father to prison. Do you want to try? Damn girl. A girl with evil intentions like you should die. You are really thick-skinned. If you don't leave, I will call the police." Grandma, Grandpa, Grandma Wang, Grandpa. Ning Shu looked at the people present. Anyway, I am already so rebellious. I don't mind sending more people to prison. You, unreasonable people were afraid of those who did not care about their lives. Probably because Ning Shu was a ruffian now and had a fearless look as if he wanted to take revenge on society. Ordinary verbal attacks were useless against him. Ning Shu looked at these people indifferently. You what? Do you want me to call the police? What did you do to my mother in the gallery? The court has surveillance cameras. You can take a look at it. Hitting people in the courthouse, how much contempt do you have for the country's laws? Even if I can't let you go to jail, I want you to be detained for a period of time and put you in jail. You, how can there be such a shameless person like you in this world? Shameless. A person like you should let your father chop you to death. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace. Ningxu rubbed his ears. What a weak and feeble language. His heart was basically unmoved. I'm so shameless that I'm scared of myself. Ningxu pointed at his grandmother and said, You don't have to see who's the shameless one here. Your son is a murderer. Aren't you ashamed to have raised such a son? If I were you, I'd be dead already. You're already buried up to your neck and you still have a murderer as your son. Ningxu moved his finger and pointed at Wang Zhiyong's mother. Your son is a rapist, and he even raped a little girl. You've lost all 18 generations of your ancestors. Just wait for the Wang family to be laughed at to death. The two grandmothers were so angry at Ningxu that their faces turned purple. They pointed at Ningxu and said, You're the shameless one. You've done such a shameless thing at such a young age. In the future, no man will want you. You won't be able to get married. Why do you care if I can get married or not? When I grow up, you old farts will be rotting in your coffins. You won't be able to tell me if I can get married or not. Ningxu spat. Still not leaving? Ningxu looked at the dazed Su Feng and said to her, Do you still want to be beaten? Oh. Su Feng was like a marionette. She did whatever Ningxu said and got up from the ground. Her expression was a little painful, probably because of the injury on her body. Ningxu pointed at these people and said, If you want to go to jail, then come and beat me and my mother. Anyway, we're in court. You don't have to run. Ningxu's injuries hadn't healed yet. Now that he was testifying in court, the wounds on his body started to hurt. He walked back to the hospital, mainly because Ningxu didn't have money. Walking back to the hospital with injuries really hurt. It was really tough to not have money. Su Feng followed behind Ningxu step by step. Ningxu turned around and saw Su Feng looking at him in shock. Jing. Ningxu said, Come and help me. My wounds hurt. Only then did Su Feng react. She quickly hailed a taxi. There were taxis in the county. Ningxu got into the taxi and returned to the hospital. Ningxu lay on the hospital bed and sighed comfortably. He asked Su Feng, What do you plan to do? We can't stay here for long. Those people will come to the hospital. As long as the two men were in jail, the people outside would think of ways to get them out. How? Of course, she, the victim, had to help. Even if she couldn't get them out, she could at least reduce their prison time by a few years. Therefore, the hospital wasn't a place to stay for long. It was just that the injuries on his body were recovering a little slowly. Back and forth, aggravating his injuries. Ningxu would never let himself suffer. Since things had come to an end, of course, he had to take good care of his body. He had to love himself. Ningxu took the small mirror by the bedside and looked at himself. Sigh, this little face. There was no color at all. It was so yellow. Sigh, it didn't look good. Su Feng's hand was shaking as she poured water. I don't know either. Jing, before you did this, why didn't you tell me? Ningxu couldn't be bothered to talk to her. What was the use of telling you? How was it possible to please both sides? Now that things had come to this, the Wang family and the Li family couldn't tolerate Su Feng. Even if she went back to her maternal family probably wouldn't let her stay. The Li family and the Wang family would come and cause trouble. There was no way to live. Moreover, a married daughter was like spilled water. Su Feng's maternal family wouldn't accept such a troublesome person. Therefore, Su Feng had no way out now. At least, she couldn't stay in this place anymore. It was very likely that she would be tortured by the two angry families. At that time, no one would be able to help her. Not only did Ningxu hit her when she was down, he even closed the manhole cover. Of course, Mom can still continue to live here. After 10 years, when Uncle Wang comes out, Mom and Uncle Wang can talk about old times and be together again. At that time, it would be good if Wang Zhiyong didn't kill her. Su Feng was a toad. Sometimes, even if a knife was about to fall, she wouldn't move at all. Was it more difficult and painful to move than being slaughtered? Wait for 10 years. Wait for 10 years with unchanging infatuation. Su Feng was clearly aware of her situation. She wanted to blame her daughter, but facing her calm and indifferent gaze, she couldn't bring herself to reprimand her. She muttered, "Jing Jing, what should Mom do? What can you do? Hurry up and go home to get your household register and get your marriage certificate. If you can get a divorce, hurry up and get it. Sneak back at night. Otherwise, they will kill you. Kill you. The law does not punish the majority. So what if Su Feng was killed by angry villagers? Her body would be thrown into the wilderness. Of course, Ning Shu was the most likely person to end up like this. Su Feng's heart trembled. She couldn't imagine that her daughter would say that. She quickly went home. But she also knew that it was possible. The two families looked at her so fiercely. After Su Feng left, Ning Shu stuffed another fasting pill into her mouth. She was injured and needed a lot of energy. She was going to leave the hospital soon. The Wang family and the Li family knew about this ward. The more these people found trouble with her, the more pain she would inflict on the two men. Their hearts would ache. Su Feng sneaked home, but she was still caught by Wang Zhiyong's mother. She grabbed Su Feng's bag and said, "What are you doing? Do you want to take away all the property at home?" Su Feng felt bitter. How could she have any property? Even if she had, Wang Zhiyong had gambled it all away. Wang Zhiyong's mother beat Su Feng up. Su Feng ran away in a panic like a dog. Facing other people's insults, Su Feng didn't even dare to refute. She cried silently. She was frightened all the way. When she returned to the ward and saw her daughter on the bed, she was relieved. She probably felt that the man was unreliable and the daughter was now the one she could rely on. Ning Shu felt that this was a good thing. As long as Su Feng listened to him in the future, it would be fine. Su Feng's life was dominated. She didn't dare to make her own decisions. As long as someone asked her to do something, it would be fine. If I don't dominate you, I'll be sorry for your docility. Ning Shu sat up slowly and asked, "Did you bring the documents?" "Yes." Su Feng quickly took out the documents from the cloth bag. Ning Shu said, "Think about it. If you want a divorce, hurry up and get it. Then we'll leave here." At the same time, he could change his identity for Su Feng. To be honest, keeping Su Feng by his side was like carrying a bomb. Even if she left, her heart might soften in the future and she might go back to her hometown to take a look. He couldn't make the decision on big matters, but Su Feng was the one who could stir up trouble on small matters. If it wasn't for the fact that the client was young and needed a guardian, Ning Shu wouldn't have cared about Su Feng. After all, Su Feng didn't use her soul power. However, Su Feng was still the client's mother. The client had no source of income and needed Su Feng to support him in the future. When the client reached adulthood, she would be able to survive on her own. At that time, she would provide for Su Feng. The mother and daughter would depend on each other for survival, and they would be able to live a prosperous life. She was just afraid that Su Feng would suddenly lose her mind. Su Feng held the marriage certificate in her hand. "Are you really getting a divorce?" Ning Shu, "Then wait for Uncle Wang to come out." After 10 years, Su Feng would be in her 40s or even 50s by the time she came out. Moreover, he didn't know what Li Jianming and Wang Zhiyong would look like after they were released from prison. Su Feng said, "Jing Jing, I'll listen to you." Su Feng's divorce went very smoothly, and Ning Shu took advantage of the situation to apply for identity protection and opened another household. This household could only accommodate the two of them. They said that when the two men were released in the future, they would kill the mother and daughter. Not only those people, but also the people around them would beat and scold them. They wanted to move their household registration away. This procedure was a bit complicated, and they had to wait for a while as all kinds of procedures had to be completed. Ning Shu was discharged from the hospital and squeezed into a small hotel with Su Feng to wait for the examination. She was discharged to prevent those people from coming to her and asking her to do something to reduce the punishment of the two men. It wasn't that she was afraid of these people, but that she couldn't be bothered to argue with them. If they couldn't find the two men, they would be anxious to death. No matter how they appealed or made a fuss, the result wouldn't change. They might even make the situation worse because of the waste of legal resources. They were so unrepentant and still wanted to reduce their sentence. Dream on. Moreover, the Wang and Li families were just ordinary families. They didn't know any big shots and didn't have as much money as gold or silver mines. The chances of them turning the tables were zero. Su Feng didn't ask about what Ningxu did. She guessed that there was someone in front of her who planned everything. Su Feng hid under the wings and had already regarded Ningxu as her pillar of support. She couldn't wait for Wang Zhiyong for 10 years, and she couldn't continue living in the same place as before. Moving to another place with her daughter was the only way now. Her daughter said that she would open a household and the head of the household would be her. Su Feng didn't say anything. As for changing her name, Su Feng only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. She was a little melancholic. Once she changed her name, she would no longer be the daughter of the Su family. Ningxu ignored Su Feng's melancholy and went to the detention center to take a look. Wang Zhiyong and Li Jianming were still in the detention center of the police station and hadn't been officially sent to prison. When the various procedures were completed, this matter would be settled. Therefore, they usually had to fight for this period of time. They should appeal and hire a lawyer. The two families wanted to appeal, but first they had to hire a lawyer. When the lawyer saw that the case was settled, there was no need to fight. Even if they appealed, the court would reject it. Even if the court didn't reject the appeal, it would only make the situation worse. Why did things turn out like this? If they could get the forgiveness of the victims, things wouldn't turn out like this. They even beat up the victims in court. This, even if the lawyer had a glib tongue, he couldn't say the truth. After getting the forgiveness of the victims, these people started to look for Ningxu and Su Feng. They wanted Ningxu to write a love letter to express that he had forgiven the two of them. But there was no one at the hospital, and the two of them didn't go home. So, this group of people went to Su Feng's parents' house. Su Feng had nowhere to go and would definitely go back to her parents' house. But there was no one at her parents' house, and a conflict broke out. One side wanted to hand over the two of them, and the other side didn't have anyone to hand over. It was normal for them to fight. After searching everywhere, the two families realized that the two of them had run away. Now, they didn't know where they went. How could they find them? Ningxu strolled around the police station and looked at the two people in the detention center. These two people were her fathers. Looking at the two of them, Ningxu felt that it was still too early. After dealing with these two people, the next problem was money. The world was so big, and without money, one couldn't go anywhere. Ningxu returned to the hotel, and Su Feng quickly said to Ningxu, "Jing, I bought you some food. Hurry up and eat." Ningxu didn't stand on ceremony and started eating. She felt that it was a little funny. Now, Su Feng's attitude towards her had a hint of flattery. Did she need to flatter her? What was Su Feng afraid of? She treated a child as her pillar of support. She looked like an adult and was in her 30s, but she was still very young mentally. Men were the pillars of the family. Now, there was no man to support Su Feng mentally. She could only find someone to be her pillar of support, even though Ningxu was a child. She could also find an excuse for herself. It was all for her daughter. Maybe in the future, he would be able to change the reason for leaving his home to his daughter. If he didn't find a reason, he wouldn't be able to continue living. So what if he said it was for himself? Su Feng picked up some food for Ningxu and asked cautiously, Jing, are we leaving after we get the documents? Yeah, do you want to go and see the two fathers? Ningxu asked. We can see them, but we can't reveal any information. Otherwise, when they get out of prison, they will come and kill us. Ningxu used a knife and slit his neck. Su Feng was so scared that her face turned yellow. Su Feng didn't have much money on her and she had to go to a foreign place to live. It was very scary and she was very afraid of the future. Su Feng was worried and the two men at the police station were causing trouble. Both of them said that their bodies hurt a lot and they wanted to go to the hospital. Li Jianming said that his entire body hurt as if he was being stabbed by needles or punched a few times. His lungs felt as if someone was squeezing them and he couldn't breathe at all. He felt like he was suffocating. Wang Zhiyong covered his lower body and said that it hurt a lot. It was as if he couldn't feel the existence of that piece of meat. It was painful and numb. After the pain, he couldn't feel anything at all. He couldn't stand up either. It was as if he was paralyzed. He couldn't feel the existence of his legs. He couldn't feel anything when he touched or pinched. He was so scared. Was he going to die? Sometimes, a man's confidence came from these two pieces of meat. If two pieces of meat couldn't do it, it was enough to destroy a man's confidence. Wang Zhiyong never felt that he was wrong for doing that with his stepdaughter. He was a normal man and it wasn't like he did it with his own daughter. Even if he went to jail because of this, Wang Zhiyong wasn't that scared. Now that he couldn't do it, Wang Zhiyong was panicking. The two of them were rolling on the ground in pain. Of course, they had to be sent to the hospital. Li Jianming's body was fine and there was no pain. The report was normal. Even if there was a slight abnormality, it was just a liver problem. Li Jianming loved to drink. The doctor said that he was fine and it made Li Jianming angry. How can I be fine? My entire body hurts. It hurts a lot. Did you check seriously? I'm in pain. However, after checking again, it was still the same as before. There was a slight problem with the liver. As for the pain in the body, it was completely undetectable. Moreover, the point of pain was not fixed. One moment, it would be pain in the heart, the next moment, it would be pain in the stomach, and the next moment, it would be pain in the head. This was completely cheating. The doctor and the police were a little impatient. It was obvious that he was trying to avoid punishment. One moment it hurt, the next it hurt. How could it be possible? If you say it hurts, then it hurts. The test results are normal, and you still want to deny it? Dream on. Li Jianming kept shouting, it's really painful. It's really painful. Ouch. He was really in pain. Why didn't anyone believe him? He felt as if a needle had pierced into his body, into his muscles. It was so painful that his entire body was trembling. But these doctors and police officers looked on coldly as they watched him in pain. Even if it was just some medicine, some painkillers, some painkillers. Li Jianming asked the doctor for painkillers, but he couldn't take them casually. Taking them casually could cause problems, so the doctor didn't prescribe them for him. Why would he feel pain for no reason when there was no pathological change in his body? A doctor said, is this pain that you're imagining? There's nothing wrong with your body. Imagining. Sometimes, it wasn't the human body that was in pain, but the person himself. It was so painful that it seemed like he couldn't stand it. In fact, his body wasn't in pain. The human brain was so magical. Li Jianming stared angrily. What the hell? Was he imagining that his head and body hurt? Was he imagining that his entire body hurt? He wasn't sick. It was clearly his body that was in pain. These quack doctors. People tended to be irritable when they were in pain. Li Jianming grabbed the doctor's collar and was about to hit him, but he was stopped by the police. The doctor said, take him to the neurology department for identification. He was so irritable, and he loved imagining things. Could he be crazy? The police were speechless. F***ck. If he was diagnosed as crazy, then he would be acquitted. Crazy people weren't guilty of killing people. Should they do a psychiatric evaluation on this criminal? They still had to write a report. How troublesome. The doctor gave Li Jianming a tranquilizer. Li Jianming, who was asleep, didn't feel any pain, but he would still feel pain when he woke up. Compared to Li Jianming, who couldn't find the reason but was in pain all over his body, Wang Zhiyong found the reason. Wang Zhiyong's cavernous body didn't have smooth blood flow and was now in a necrotic state. What cavernous body? It was because of the lack of blood flow and the tissue was now necrotic. How should he deal with it? He could either cut it off. Even if he kept it, it would only be a toilet tool and wouldn't have any other use. And the results of the examination were very strange. The small blood vessels and nerves seemed to have been cut off by something or burned by something. The blood vessels were stuck together and were in a state of non-circulation. This resulted in a situation where there was no connection between the nerves and blood supply. He came to the hospital early. Although it was guaranteed that the thing was complete, it was useless. Police, what was this? Retribution, he raped his stepdaughter, and then his little brother was useless. He felt that women were poisonous and couldn't be touched. Wang Xiong, who had undergone surgery, woke up. He heard that his little brother was dying. He touched it and it was in great pain. There were wounds all over it left from the surgery. He didn't believe that his little brother was dying. He didn't have any children. How could the Wang family's bloodline be cut off? More importantly, if he couldn't do it, he would be laughed at. How could he be masculine? Would he be like a eunuch? Collapse. Humans especially cherished the things on their body. Their facial features, limbs, and even their third leg. After such a thing happened, they naturally had to wait until Wang Xiong was discharged from the hospital before the court could carry out the trial. They also had to inform his family. The Wang family and the Li family came to the hospital. When they saw their sons in such a state, they felt that the police must have mistreated their sons. They must have been treated inhumanely in the detention center. These people seemed to have found a breakthrough. The two families went to the police station every day to cause a ruckus. They wanted to make this jail time disappear. In the beginning, the police would still explain that there was no mistreatment. They even pulled up the surveillance cameras. But these people didn't listen. They just wanted to get him out. Who cared what the truth was? Anyway, something happened to him at the police station. They had to take responsibility. Later, the police allowed these people to cause a ruckus. They had evidence in their hands. So what if these people petitioned? The police station didn't do anything wrong. Why did they have to cause a ruckus at the police station? If they had the ability, they could go to the court. The court would decide. Did they think that the police station was easy to bully? When the two of them recovered, they were still going to be sent to prison. There was no point in making a fuss. The Li and Wang families had no choice. They had no connections. They were just ordinary people. Even if they had connections, they wouldn't be able to get it. They didn't know any important people. The two shameless women had disappeared from the face of the earth. They went to the hospital to ask and the doctor said that they were discharged. As for where the patients went, it was none of their business. How could they know? Now that they saw their son in this state, their hearts ached but they couldn't do anything. Especially the Wang family. They knew that Wang Xiong had become a useless person. Wang Xiong's mother sat in the corridor of the hospital, slapping her thighs. Threats and begging were useless. What to do? What to do? Could it be that they could only watch? It was strange. The man from the Wang family had raped the granddaughter of the Li family, but the two families didn't fight. Instead, they worked together to find a way out and get their sons out. This kind of spectacle probably wouldn't be seen again. Mingshu felt that it was quite interesting. Seeing the pain of the two men, Mingshu felt that this was normal. Being cut by a knife was so painful that their bodies were trembling from the pain. Since they had done it, they had to bear the consequences. The tools were confiscated. Rapists like them should be sentenced to death. They should be severely punished. Let's see who dared to have such thoughts. If they had concerns, they wouldn't dare to hurt others. Their new identities had been revealed. Mingshu and Su Feng had changed their names. Su Feng had applied for a new passport and changed her residence. Mingshu found a city far away from this place and went as far as he could. The process took a long time. It was mainly to change all aspects of the identity. After Wang Xiong and Li Jianming were discharged, they would be sent to prison. This kind of small county didn't have a prison. They would be sent to the city or the provincial prison. Li Jianming said that his whole body hurt. If he didn't go to prison, his whole body would really hurt. Everyone thought that Li Jianming was lying to avoid serving his sentence. Even Li Jianming's parents thought that Li Jianming was faking it. But it really hurt. He wasn't faking it. Li Jianming was about to go crazy. Couldn't someone believe him? Why didn't anyone believe him? Li Jianming was so irritable that he wanted to kill someone. He was so irritable that he wanted to destroy everything. Wang Xiong, on the other hand, was like a defeated rooster. He did not resist going to prison like Li Jianming did. In his current situation, he might as well go to prison. He would be laughed at when he returned. Wang Xiong didn't want to admit that this was retribution. What retribution? He just did such a thing to a woman. Weren't women meant to be f***ked, otherwise, it would have been a waste. No matter how angry Wang Xiong was in his heart, his little brother was still the same, soft and useless. He probably wouldn't be able to stand up for the rest of his life. Without the masculinity of a man, he wouldn't be considered a normal man. He wouldn't be able to be with a woman, and he wouldn't be able to carry on the family line. Wang Xiong was a very traditional man. Descendants were very important. If he didn't leave a descendant for the Wang family, then he would be letting down the Wang family. Now, he didn't even have a daughter, let alone a son. Why, Li Jianming, who was opposite him, seemed to be suffering from mania. He moved around and twitched all over. Wang Xiong looked away in disgust. If it wasn't for Li Jianming's brain, how could things have turned out like this? Why didn't he kill that girl? If she was killed, it would be Li Jianming's fault alone. He was the only one who committed the crime and killed. As for what he did to Li Jing, there was no evidence. No matter how much trouble he made, it wouldn't be on his head. He was such a big man, but he couldn't even kill a little girl. Useless thing. Outside the car, there was the sound of his family members crying and howling. Wang Xiong didn't even look at them. What was the use of crying? Getting them out was the right thing to do. Otherwise, it would be useless even if they cried until they were blind. Li Jing didn't appear. If she appeared, she would have a way to coax a little girl. But she didn't appear even once. His biological father and stepfather were locked up, and they didn't come to visit him even once. It was probably the conflict in court that made Li Jing not come. But if Li Jing didn't come, why didn't Su Feng come to see him? They were forced to divorce, but Wang Xiong was confident that Su Feng wouldn't give up on him. Because Su Feng didn't dare to abandon him. Now that there was a problem with his body, he couldn't find another woman. When he was released from prison, of course, he would still live with Su Feng. The car started and left with the prisoner. The two families watched helplessly as the car drove away. It's all your granddaughter and daughter-in-law's fault. They are a jinx. They caused my son to be like this. Wang Xiong's mother immediately argued with the Li family, asking them to pay for the medical expenses. Her son's surgery cost money. The Li family's people immediately spat, "Look at what your son did. He actually did that kind of thing to his stepdaughter." If Wang Xiong didn't do this kind of thing, Jianming wouldn't be so impulsive to kill someone. The two sides started to tear at the entrance of the police station. They blamed each other and instantly fell out. The police even came out to stop the fight. It was really unprecedented for the fight to come to the entrance of the police station. Ningxu and Su Feng stood on the street opposite the police station and saw it from beginning to end. Su Feng muttered, "Two families have been destroyed." The sons of the two families had been arrested. Without a son to support the family, there would be no one to take care of the two old people in the future. After more than 10 years, who knew what would happen to them? Ningxu was already used to Su Feng's kind words for no reason. She said it as if she couldn't bear it and destroyed the two families. What did these two families have to do with her? Could it be that she should forgive them and protect them? How good would it be to be a jinx? No one would dare to provoke her. Su Feng looked at her daughter and realized that there was a faint smile on her face. She didn't know why, but her heart turned cold. She said, Jing, let's go back. They will find us later." Su Feng had experienced the fighting power of these people. Ningxu nodded, "Okay, Mom. Let's go back." Su Feng and Ningxu smiled, Jing, Mom, don't say anything. In the future, the two of us will live well. If you have a man you like, you can get married again. You already have a new identity now, Ningxu said calmly. He didn't know if Su Feng was a scumbag. He didn't know what kind of man she would meet in the future. He just hoped that Su Feng wouldn't meet a man and rush for a result. When you meet a person, you will pour your heart out. You think this is straightforwardness? No, this is just loneliness. Loneliness makes you pour your heart out completely, afraid that the other party will be dissatisfied. To be honest, Ningxu was a little afraid of Su Feng. She was afraid that Su Feng would find a father for her. She didn't want her to become a fatherless child because she didn't want her to have no father to call her. Some people didn't learn from their mistakes. Even if something like this happened, they wouldn't reflect on themselves. They would just continue living like this. Hence, some ugly words had to be said first. She didn't want Su Feng to pull her into another fire pit right after she had jumped out of the fire pit. Ningxu looked at Su Feng, making her feel uneasy. She then said, "Mom, I think we need to set some rules. Some things have to be said clearly to prevent something like this from happening again. No one can withstand another round of destruction like this. If it happened again, they might as well all die together." She worked so hard just to live a little better. In the end, it happened again, over and over again. What was there to live for? Su Feng nodded. Go on. Ningxu said, "You can have a boyfriend, but don't get married before I turn 18. Please don't get married. Although I have no right to interfere with you, we are a family. Moreover, the two of us depend on each other. We have to consider each other's feelings. I only have one request for you. If you can do it, we will live together. If you can't, then we don't have to live together." Su Feng nodded. "I can do it. I can do it. Jing, don't worry. I will definitely do it." Scum-suckers lacked a sense of security. When she saw someone treat her slightly better, she would stick to them and suck warmth from them. Even if they weren't warm in the end and even cold, she was already used to this person. Habits were inseparable from this person. Ningxu even made a contract for Su Feng to sign. Su Feng was a little unhappy. Jing, do you have so little faith in Mom? Since Mom has agreed, I will definitely do it. Ningxu said, "I don't want to be raped again." Su Feng was a little sad and said, Jing, not everyone in the world is bad. Not everyone is like your Uncle Wang. We will also meet good people. You can't be so pessimistic. You can't lose hope in the world just because of what happened. Wath. I'm pessimistic, I haven't even called you childish. Regardless of whether there are many good people or bad people in this world, we have to live our own lives first. Do you expect a good person to appear and save them? Ningxu felt that he might not be able to communicate with Su Feng. It was easy to deal with the two men, but Su Feng was probably the most difficult person to deal with. Do you think she's wrong? She didn't do anything wrong. In fact, from a certain point of view, she could be considered a good person. She didn't do anything evil. But it was so stifling. Ningxu sneered and retorted, "If you were raped, what would you do? What would you think?" Su Feng was stunned and couldn't answer because she didn't know what to do. At that time, it would be like the sky had collapsed. That's why I'm quite good at blabbering. What if it happens to you? Is there any point in boiling rancid chicken soup? She preferred listening to poisonous chicken soup, which made her feel refreshed. Su Feng immediately apologized, Jing, I was wrong. Then, she signed the contract, "I promise that I will never get married in this lifetime." Ningxu said, "There's no need. Just stick to it for 6 years." Words like a lifetime were enough. Some thoughts were deeply ingrained in one's bones and couldn't be pulled out. It was just that their views were different. She was probably a selfish person. She was obviously selfish and thinking for herself. Su Feng, on the other hand, was a person who was willing to contribute. Although she liked to find excuses to cover up her selfishness, she understood that her actions were for others and that she had no choice but to do so. The next step was to pack up and leave this place. When they left, they took the train. They couldn't afford to take a plane. Su Feng clung tightly to Ningxu. She was obviously very afraid of the outside world. Ningxu reached out and patted her. It was better to rely on her than to rely on a man. In the future, she would have to make decisions on big and small matters, even if she found a man in the future. If she didn't agree, Su Feng would definitely not dare to get married. Taking Su Feng along ensured the client's life. She was too young and couldn't earn money. Although she was a guardian without ideas, at least she had a guardian, even if this guardian was just an empty shell. Orphans were too miserable. Therefore, she and Su Feng were in a relationship of mutual benefit. She didn't know how much feelings there were between them. Ningxu took Su Feng to the registered residence and prepared to settle down here. It wasn't a big city. The cost of living in a big city was too high. They didn't even have a house to live in. Ningxu found a small hotel to stay in first, then looked for a rental. In this situation, they could only find a rental. 1 bedroom and 1 living room were good enough. The mother and daughter could squeeze into 1 room to sleep. Su Feng's ability to adapt was probably a little weak. Ningxu talked to the landlord about the room, carried the bags in, and cleaned. Su Feng was still in a daze. When she saw Ningxu cleaning, she immediately took the broom from his hand. Jing Jing, let me do it. You're still injured. Let me do it. Ningxu didn't force her. He handed the broom to her and then went to the kitchen to boil water. He was thinking about how to live next. He definitely had to continue studying, but it was impossible to rely on Su Feng alone. Su Feng didn't have the ability to pay for the house's utilities. Even if she found a job, it would be as a cleaner or a factory worker. Therefore, the family had to have extra income. But she was still young. What could she do? A good job was not picky about age. A hero was stumped by a penny. She couldn't do it without money. Ningxu asked Su Feng, "Mom, how much money do you have?" Su Feng took out all the money. It was quite a lot, but it was all pocket money. There were a few large notes. Overall, it wasn't much. Su Feng said, "Don't worry. I'll find a job soon. Don't find one yourself. Spend some money to find an intermediary." An intermediary was the fastest. Su Feng didn't have any objections. Ningxu really couldn't think of anything to do. Open an online shop, or write a small article, submit it, create a public account or something. But all these had to be related to the internet. He couldn't do it without a computer. But the most important thing now was to contact a school. She had just graduated from primary school and had to continue studying. Su Feng found a job as a cleaner in a shopping mall through an intermediary. The salary wasn't high, but it was quite tiring. Su Feng was quite satisfied. She said that it was higher than the salary at home. Ningxu had already contacted the school. The student registration was still the same, but the name was changed. He pulled Su Feng, the guardian, to go through the procedures. Ningxu was struggling to survive. The 2 men in prison were living a life worse than death. Li Jianming's body was in pain. The doctors couldn't find anything. The prison guards all thought that Li Jianming was pretending to be sick and deliberately causing trouble. No one believed him. Li Jianming was in so much pain that he wanted to harm himself. However, there were no tools for self-harm in prison, except for forks and chopsticks when eating. Li Jianming used the fork to stab his own hand. If he was injured, he must be treated. Wang Zhiyong just sneered. He hated Li Jianming very much because Li Jianming had exposed him not long after he came to the prison. There were many vicious people in the prison. Sometimes, even the prison guards would give them some face. Generally, newcomers would be trained for a period of time. As for how to train, there were many ways. Anyway, they had to train you to be obedient. Moreover, there were no women in prison. Men could not ignore their own physiological reactions. It was normal for that kind of thing to happen at this time. However, it was so rough without any preparation and tools. It was easy to be torn apart. Li Jianming was not good-looking, so he was not treated like this at first. Wang Zhiyong was white and fat, so it was normal for him to be tortured. Moreover, during the process, Wang Zhiyong's little brother did not stand up, which made these people laugh. In the end, you can't even do it. Brother, are you castrated? Men competed in power, wealth, and men's ability. If a man's ability was not good, he would be mocked to death by the same sex. While torturing Wang Zhiyong, they even pulled his soft little brother, which made Wang Zhiyong so ashamed that he wanted to die. Li Jianming's fierceness was only aimed at women and his subordinates. Here, there were many fierce characters. Of course, Li Jianming was scared. He exposed Wang Zhiyong's past, including Wang Zhiyong's impotence. There was also an ecological chain in prison. Rapists should be the most discriminated and despised. There were women on the street. Although it was immoral, it was not worth it to enter prison for this reason. Prisoners probably had the mentality of a hero. Rape, killing parents, and killing children would be despised. Some people, in order to humiliate this kind of rapist, dug a small hole on the ground and filled it with something. As for what to fill it with, of course, it was the rapist's crime tool. They would fill it with white sauce. However, although Wang Zhiyong was despised, Li Jianming was also despised. So what if he killed his own daughter? In short, these two people were like brothers in distress. They were often bullied and had to do all kinds of things, such as cleaning toilets. Sometimes, they would be bullied by others. Serving a sentence was not the most painful thing. Instead, it was dealing with the demons and monsters in the prison. Among these people, there were murderers, embezzlers, and gangsters. With background, strength, and connections, Wang Zhiyong and Li Jianming were ordinary people, so they had no connections. They weren't as ferocious as these people, who were tortured to death every day. Li Jianming's body was in pain, and Wang Zhiyong was called soft and squishy by others. All sorts of insulting nicknames were used. Seeing Li Jianming stick a fork into his hand, Wang Zhiyong just ate silently. He had a lot to do every day. If he didn't eat his fill, he would be hungry for a long time. Li Jianming's self-mutilation quickly attracted the attention of the prison guards. Some of the prisoners looked at Li Jianming with their legs crossed. Li Jianming was sent for treatment and would not return to prison for the time being. Wang Zhiyong became the target of torture. What was originally done by two people was now done by him alone. If he resisted, he would be beaten up violently. These old foxes already knew where the prison's blind spots were. They would drag him over and beat him up. Li Jianming said emotionally that his body was in pain. His whole body was in pain. He wanted a checkup. It was really painful. But even after a checkup, there were still no major problems. Li Jianming was so angry that he hit his head against the wall to prove that he wasn't lying. His body was in pain. Being held back, Li Jianming became emotional and cried out loud. "I'm telling the truth. You have to believe me. Believe me." The doctors looked at each other. They all suspected that this was Li Jianming's imagination. There was something wrong with his brain. They really had to do a mental evaluation. This prisoner was holding his head and saying that he had a headache. The next moment, he was holding his chest and saying that his heart was in pain. His expression was irritable and fearful. The more they looked at him, the more he looked like a lunatic. Maybe he was imagining the pain to escape punishment. It was like a lunatic. He always felt that someone was talking in his ear and all kinds of hallucinations appeared in front of his eyes. During the mental evaluation, Li Jianming swore that his body was in pain. It was real. It wasn't an illusion. It wasn't an illusion. But other people couldn't feel the pain in his body. They didn't know if what he said was true or false. But the medical evaluation said that there were no lesions or pain in his body. Of course, the medical evaluation was more trustworthy. Ouch, it's hurting again. It's hurting again. Li Jianming hugged his head. It was so painful. His face was hideous. His expression looked like he was going crazy. The psychiatrist waved his hand and a fresh mental evaluation came out. Li Jianming still wanted to refute. But when he heard that he didn't have to go to jail and was going to be sent home, he didn't refute that he wasn't crazy. If he could escape from prison, it would definitely be good. He wouldn't have to face the evil people in prison for more than 10 years. It was said that it wasn't illegal for a lunatic to kill someone. With the lunatic's exemption, he wouldn't let Li Jing go. Not only Li Jing, Su Feng wouldn't be able to escape either. Li Jianming was sent home. The Li family was very happy. But when they heard that he had a lunatic, they were stunned. This was impossible. Their son was fine. How could he have a lunatic? A lunatic was a lunatic. How could their son be a lunatic? Regardless of whether the Li family believed it or not, Li Jianming had already been stamped as a lunatic. A lunatic had to be watched carefully and not let him do anything out of line. After the government people left, Li Jianming's mother chattered and asked her son, "What's going on? How did you go crazy? Did you suffer in prison? This matter can't be let go." Li Jianming was already very unhappy. His ears were full of chattering. It was so annoying. "Shut up, don't talk. Where's Su Feng and that bitch? Anyway, she was a lunatic. It wasn't illegal to kill someone. They're gone. They ran away when you got into trouble. Son, you've really suffered." Li Jianming was impatient to listen to this. He directly interrupted his parents. The pain in his body made him very impatient. The torture of pain was enough to distort his mind. When the parents saw their son rolling on the ground for no reason and wailing like a beast, it was especially frightening. They had no choice but to lock Li Jianming up. They didn't dare to let Li Jianming go out like this. Not only would he be laughed at, but he might also kill someone. When they woke up in the middle of the night and saw Li Jianming sharpening a knife, the two of them were scared to death. Their son was really crazy. They could only lock the door from the inside. But when Li Jianming woke up, he banged on the door and roared in the room. It was scary. They didn't dare to let Li Jianming out. Although Li Jianming was released from prison, he was still locked at home by his family and couldn't leave. The more irritable he was, the more his family didn't dare to let him out. In the end, they even chained him up and didn't dare to go to his room. Including Li Jianming's parents. Li Jianming wailed in his room when he had nothing to do. Li Jianming clearly knew that he wasn't crazy, but he was labeled as one. He thought that everything would be fine after he was released, but no one believed him. This was the most despairing thing in the world. It wasn't like that. If one person believed him, one person would be good. Li Jianming's attitude towards his parents was also very bad. He repeated that he wasn't crazy, but his parents ran away in panic. They were very afraid of him. Now, Li Jianming's appearance was really scary. His eyes were red and he would shout at the slightest thing. He looked even more like a lunatic. Ningxu had expected Li Jianming's situation. After being cut so many times, it didn't hurt. It bled and hurt. On the other hand, Li Jianming pretended to be crazy. In the end, he was really treated as crazy. This was enough for Ningxu to laugh for a while. The feeling of being the only one who was clear-headed and knew that it wasn't the truth, but it was distorted by everyone. That feeling of being wronged and wronged wasn't a good feeling. Ningxu used some money to buy a second-hand computer and opened an online shop. He used Su Feng's name, but the bank card was in Ningxu's hands. The online shop sold some small things, like a grocery store. He didn't expect to earn much money. He just wanted to supplement his family's expenses. Occasionally, he would write some articles to earn some royalties. Like elementary and middle school essays, "I have a dream," and so on. Or he would write about the scumbags he met over the years and the top quality women he met over the years. The top quality things he did over the years. With some views, he could get some tips. Other than that, Ningxu still had to go to school and do his homework. Their days were still passable. They scrimped and saved enough to survive. However, Ningxu was alarmed by Su Feng's recent strange behavior. Every time Su Feng brought lunch, she would bring 2 servings. It had only been half a year since she came to this place. Su Feng seemed to have fallen in love. Would she be able to finish lunch for 2? Ningxu sighed. It really wasn't easy to make the situation better. Ningxu didn't disturb Su Feng. Instead, he waited for Su Feng to go to work and went to the mall where Su Feng worked. In the resting area of the mall, she saw Su Feng eating with a man. This man was about 40 years old and was wearing a security guard uniform. They even had a meal together. It would be strange if there was nothing going on between the two of them. Ningxu did not intend to interfere. As long as the two of them did not get married, he could not be bothered with anything else. Ningxu originally thought that this quest was quite simple, but he discovered that this quest was not simple at all. Taking revenge on someone was very simple. However, the problems that came one after another were the ones that were more devastating. Ningxu could remain calm. If it was the client, he would probably jump up. 10 years of fear, afraid of a stepfather. Even if it was for his own peace of mind, he would not agree to Su Feng getting married. He hoped that Su Feng would remember the 6 years. As long as the client was an adult, she could marry anyone she wanted. Ningxu grabbed his hair. This was really messy. If it really didn't work, he would separate from Su Feng. He would take drastic measures to stay away from Su Feng. He didn't know if Su Feng would tell the man what happened in the past. Would he tell others that the client had been violated? Originally, they had already come to a new place. Ningxu did not want any rumors to spread. Then, he would have to face the strange looks of the neighbors in the neighborhood. Although she did not care, others looked at her as if she was a monster. She was very unhappy. It was really unpleasant, but it was not a heinous crime. If he was fierce to Su Feng, it would make Su Feng feel wronged. Ningxu glanced at the couple and turned to leave. From now on, he had to consider the existence of Su Feng in his life. Su Feng came back from the night shift. Seeing that Ningxu was still playing on the computer, she said, "Jing Jing, stop playing. It's not good for your eyes." Ningxu closed the computer. "I'm not playing. I'm making money." Su Feng smiled and went to the kitchen to wash the lunchbox as if nothing had happened. Ningxu was not in a hurry. Su Feng would not be able to hold back. If she wanted to marry that man, she would definitely bring that man to her. Su Feng tried her best to wear nice clothes to work. She had to compare several sets of clothes. She tried them over and over again. Occasionally, she would put on some low-quality lipstick. The fine lines on her face were smoothed out. Ningxu did not seem to notice these abnormalities. Every day, apart from going to school, he would play with the computer. Both of them had things in their hearts. Su Feng treated Ningxu better and better. Occasionally, she would give Ningxu more pocket money so that he could buy some clothes and food. The reason why Su Feng did not buy clothes for her daughter was that her daughter was very independent. She could choose whatever clothes she liked and it was convenient for her to give money. When she was not at work, Su Feng would also go out. Ningxu felt that it was almost time. Soon, it would be time for them to officially meet. Su Feng walked with the wind and hummed while doing housework. She was like a withered tree that had come back to life. She was so happy. If she broke up this couple, she would seem cruel. Finally, on a Sunday, Su Feng came to Ningxu and said, "Jing Jing, let's go out for dinner today. Mom will take you to eat good food. You should wear something nice." As she spoke, she looked for clothes in the closet. Ningxu thought, "Here it comes," counting with her fingers. Su Feng had forgotten about the contract after half a year and 3 months. She had said that she would not get married for the rest of her life. She had probably forgotten about it. This was the way some people lived. To her, this was survival. Ningxu changed and went to a restaurant. The restaurant was well decorated. At least it was not a small restaurant. A man waved at them. Su Feng looked a little uneasy. She was afraid that Ningxu would leave, so she pulled Ningxu over. Come, sit down." The man hurriedly asked Ningxu to sit down. Ningxu sat down. Su Feng breathed a sigh of relief. She sat beside Ningxu and said to the man, "Old Zhao, this is my daughter. Jing Jing, call Uncle Zhao." Ningxu said, "Sawadika." This Uncle Zhao smiled. Su Feng could not sit still. It was as if Ningxu was a bomb that could explode at any time and blow people up. That incident was enough to tell his daughter's personality. He was afraid that his daughter would flip the table. But if he had told her in advance, she definitely would not have come. What does Jing Jing like to eat? You can order." The man handed the menu to Ningxu. Ningxu glanced at him and took the menu. She didn't stand on ceremony and ordered a few dishes. As for the price, it was slightly more expensive. Su Feng was tugging at Ningxu's clothes under the table. Ningxu turned around and looked at her in confusion. "What's wrong? Can't I order? Didn't you say you'd order for me?" "I won't order then." Who was she trying to save money for? What was she afraid of? Su Feng was instantly embarrassed. She looked at Ning Shu with pleading eyes. You can order, the man quickly said. The man said hurriedly. He looked like an honest man. Besides, he also ordered an expensive ice cream for Ning Shu. Su Feng quickly said, how can a child eat such expensive ice cream? You don't have to order such expensive ice cream. Ning Shu let out a long breath. She wanted to fight for Su Feng, but her behavior really made Ning Shu speechless. What was the big deal about eating ice cream? Just how low was he going to go with his attitude? Ning Shu put down the spoon of ice cream and didn't eat anymore. Fortunately, it was Ning Shu. If it had been anyone else, they would have been dragged here by their mother to meet a man, who was also a stepfather, without knowing anything. Who knew what would happen? Ning Shu said, then I'll leave first. You guys take your time. The man immediately said, sit down. It's just ice cream. There are even 10 ice creams. Don't listen to your mother. Ning Shu said, who are you scolding? The man was confused. I'm not scolding anyone. The atmosphere was very awkward. Ning Shu went straight to the point and said, I know what you mean. The man said that he wanted to marry Su Feng. Ning Shu was very calm. She calmly understood the man's situation. This man's wife had died of an illness. He had a son who was about to go to university. His parents had already passed away. Even if Su Feng married him, she wouldn't be able to take care of her in-laws. The man promised to take good care of Ning Shu. Ning Shu said indifferently, you can get married, but I won't live with you. Just give me some living expenses every month. When I'm 18, you don't have to give me any more. Jing Jing. Su Feng looked at her. I can live on my own. Just give me some living expenses every month. Ning Shu felt that if he continued to stay with Su Feng, he would really collapse. I'm fine with living alone. As for safety, I'm sorry, I have time for that. He would give Su Feng some living expenses and earn some money to live on. After Su Feng got married, they would move immediately. She didn't want Su Feng to use her nest as an escape route and come looking for her whenever she had nothing to do. It was as good as being broken. In the future, when it was time to support him, he would just transfer the money to his card. The school was going to have a parent-teacher conference, so Su Feng had to be called. Even if she didn't go, it was fine. When Su Feng heard that her daughter agreed to her marriage, she was very happy. On the way back, she insisted that Ning Shu go to the Zhao family with her. Now that we have a new home, let's go to the new home. We'll be a family. A family together with a beautiful woman. Isn't that what people want? Ning Shu said, I'm not going. I know that feelings can't be stopped. The promise in the past doesn't mean anything. But let me go to the Zhao family. If I don't go, either you don't get married or don't let me go to the Zhao family. But I'm worried about you being alone. I'm fine. Ning Shu didn't want to bicker with Su Feng anymore. Later on, he would pin the reason for the marriage on her head and say that he got married because of her. In the end, Su Feng married that man and left the rented house. Before leaving, Ning Shu warned, don't talk about the past everywhere. Don't talk to your new husband and say that I'm like this because I was hurt in the past. Don't use me as a topic. The couple lay on the bed and chatted. He said that his daughter was very good. There was a reason why she was so cold. It was because she was hurt in the past. As for what hurt she was, blah blah blah, you probably don't want people to know that you used to have 2 husbands, right? Ning Shu didn't want people to care for her or despise her for no reason. Su Feng's wrist was pinched by Ning Shu and it hurt a little. She said, I know, Jing Jing. I won't tell anyone about this. Ning Shu let go of her hand and straightened the corsage in front of her. She said, then I wish Mom happiness and that you and Uncle Zhao will grow old together. Su Feng nodded. Thank you, Jing Jing. Jing Jing, Mom is sorry. Ning Shu said, what's done is done. Why are you saying this now? Was she supposed to say that she was fine and that Mom was happy? It was enough that she agreed. She still wanted people to congratulate her happily. She didn't want to take advantage of everything. Sure enough, Su Feng stopped talking. The groom came to take her away. Ning Shu breathed a sigh of relief. they were finally gone. She quickly packed her things and left. Before the two of them got married, Ningshu had refunded the rent and found a new house. She didn't tell Su Feng. From then on, she lived alone. She wasn't a real child. Every month, Su Feng would send some living expenses over. She called Ningshu to ask how he was doing. Ningshu said that he was just so and couldn't be considered bad. He couldn't say that he was doing very well just to reassure Su Feng. Su Feng should know that his life wasn't that good. She must have known. She just wanted to hear some nice words to comfort herself. Without Su Feng in front of him, Ningshu's life was quite simple and comfortable. However, the money that Su Feng sent to her had been decreasing. In the end, when it reached a certain amount, she would only send a little bit every month. She understood that Su Feng had a family to take care of. Ningshu didn't ask her for money. He just recorded all the transfers. When he became an adult in the future and had the ability, he would return the money to her. In this world, Ningshu actually stayed for 4 years. Moreover, the client didn't say anything about coming back. It wasn't until he was 16 that the client said that she would come back. During this period, Ningshu finished junior high school and started high school. At the age of 16, even if he wasn't 18 yet, he could still work. It wasn't considered child labor. He had some ability to survive. When he was 12 or 13 years old, it was indeed difficult for ordinary children to survive. Moreover, it was a little impossible to earn money while studying. In these 4 years, Su Feng gave birth to a child. It was a boy. During the 1-month-old celebration, Ningshu even went. Seeing the smile on Su Feng's face, Ningshu didn't say anything. It was a good thing that someone was willing to take over Su Feng. Su Feng was focused on her son and husband and wouldn't bother her. However, the family that Su Feng married again was really poor. The restaurant and ice cream were just the man's face. The man's son was in college and almost spent all the family's money. Although the son was working now, his salary wasn't much. He was about to buy a house and marry a wife. The family's finances were very tight. Su Feng gave birth to another son, which would only make the family's finances even more tight. Su Feng's new husband did not have a good family background. It could be seen from the living expenses he gave her. Usually, Su Feng had a salary and the living expenses were paid by Su Feng. However, the living expenses were getting less and less. In the beginning, Su Feng felt uneasy and embarrassed. She called Ningshu and told him that the family was a little tight. Ningshu did not expect Su Feng to give him this little money to live. Ningshu did not say anything. Later, Su Feng gave him very little self-righteously. It was estimated that all the living expenses were used to support the family. In addition, the man's son was studying in university and needed money. The money he earned was used to support the family. Now that the eldest son was working, it was going to be a big event in his life. He was going to get married and have children. He wanted a new house. Did he want the new daughter-in-law to squeeze with the family in such a shabby neighborhood? The house was not big either. The house was very small. If there were more people, it would be very crowded. Buying a house required a lot of money. Ningshu heard from Su Feng that the man wanted to sell the old house and buy a new one. It was going to be the wedding house for the eldest son. Ningshu was stunned. Not to mention whether such a shabby house could be sold and how much it could be sold for. Where would Su Feng live if there was no house? Where would she live if there was no house? Su Feng said that she could rent a house. She would be able to get by slowly. Ningshu was speechless. Even if they sold it and bought a new house, they would need to renovate it. The wedding gift would require a large sum of money. It could be said that the family had been emptied. Now that she had given birth to a child, the child would have to face a poor living environment. He would have to scrimp on food and clothes. However, Su Feng was very happy. She probably felt proud because she had given birth to a son. Li Jianming had said that she was a hen that could not lay eggs. However, had Su Feng thought about how much money it would cost to raise a child? The child was not just born. If the child was still studying in university, it would cost another 500,000 to 1 million yuan. It was not just born. The diapers were all cloth. It was not even wet diapers. The child's but would be red. Ningxu would occasionally bring some diapers and baby products over. To be honest, it was hard to be Su Feng's child. Moreover, Su Feng tried to curry favor with her eldest son, but her eldest son was very cold to her. Sometimes, Su Feng would even try to curry favor with him. Who knew what she was trying to achieve? She probably wanted to move her stepson. She would do whatever her husband said. If he said to sell the house, she would sell the house. In that case, her salary would be used for the living expenses of her eldest son. To curry favor with others and mistreat their own children, they probably thought that there was no need for them to stand on ceremony. However, this house had nothing to do with Su Feng. It was the Zhao family's real estate and had nothing to do with Su Feng. Even if they wanted to sell it, they wouldn't ask for her opinion. So what if she objected? This house wasn't hers. They were very poor. This child would have a hard life in the future. He was born at an old age. His parents were already old and could not do much work. What could they use to support him? Moreover, when this child grew up, perhaps one of them would pass away first. Ningxu simply wanted to cover her face. She put down the things and talked to Su Feng for a while before leaving. Anyway, she was not going to live with Su Feng. Whether Su Feng's life was happy or unhappy in the future had nothing to do with her. A married mother was like water that had been poured out. Ningxu had lived in this world for 4 years. During these 4 years, she had relied on herself to earn money and live. To be honest, living a life of worrying about money was very difficult. She did not even have the financial freedom to eat and drink. What fun was there in life? However, she did not need to eat and drink, but she still needed money to do other things. No matter what class she was, she had things to worry about. After returning to the system space, Ningxu opened her arms and looked at her soul power. Was it still so weak? Ningxu sat cross-legged and began to absorb the soul power. After absorbing for a while, her soul was slightly better, although it was still faintly discernible. Ningxu picked up the mirror and looked at her face. Previously, her head had exploded, but there were no sequelae. She was still so beautiful. Such a beautiful face could not be ruined. Beautiful things needed to be well protected, especially on her own body. Admiring her beautiful face, Ningxu opened the attribute panel. At the same time, the chat system rang. Ningxu, system, what's the message? Read it out for me. It's a message from Zuli. He said that he has something to talk to you about. Go to Time City. There's also a message for you to do volunteer work. There's the location of the space node. Ningxu replied, oh. She put down the mirror and glanced at the attribute panel. Name, Ningxu age, 27 rank, super mission taker points card, 2,425, 10 million points per card. Soul, 321 life, 291 wisdom, 401 luck, 261 charm, 161 mental power, 411 martial power, 291 qualifications, 361 faith, 240,000/10,000 merit, 15,000,000 soul strength, 11-8 authorization ticket, 0 pure heart, none comprehended law, water law incarnation, wood law incarnation, space law, earth law incarnation, constructed world, reincarnation world item, calm halo, heart calming pill, amulet 4, upgraded amulet 2, faith bell honorary title, goddess of war, selfless ancestor skills. 5th ring shooting technique, intermediate fighting technique, intermediate level poison technique, beginner level business management knowledge, beginner level code programming, beginner level lawyer skill, sage ghost catching skill, beginner level cooking skill, intermediate level embroidery skill, trash hypnosis aura, mother of the world, queen's blessing, sister model worker, Qinshi's blessing, leader aura, grass blessing, best friend for life, Meow Meow Meow's blessing, life-saving hand. Zhu Su's blessing, founding woman, Chen Ermiai's blessing, beauty in law, Chen Ning's blessing, bane of the blood clan, Jasmine's blessing, transcending race communication, Bai Sanyang's blessing, brave heart, Wang Ying's blessing, bloodthirsty tyrant, and I Bingyan's blessing, heart of peace and joy, luck halo, faith halo, longevity. Completed Li Jing's wish. Mission completion rate, 100%. Mission reward, 5 points, 7 attribute points, 70% of soul, 10,000 faith, including the previous world's accumulation. After staying in that world for a long time, he probably had 70% of his soul power. Ningxu went to see the Xianxia man first. He didn't know what treasure the Xianxia man had to show him. Ningxu originally wanted to make a prophecy, but the prophecy would take away his power, so Ningxu gave up. Although he didn't have the prophecy imprint, he still had the comprehension of the law of prophecy. Ningxu's time was up. When he was free, he would come and comprehend the law of time. After all, he had plenty of time. Seeing the Xianxia man, Ningxu went straight to the point and asked, "Why are you looking for me? There's a new world over there. Let's pool our money and buy it together. We can also find some good stuff." Ningxu said, "If it weren't for the fact that I don't have enough money, I wouldn't have come to you." Ningxu spread her hands. "Then there's nothing I can do. My account is frozen now. I can't take out a single cent." Xianxia man, why was her account frozen? She was speechless. She had never heard of anyone having their account frozen. Most of the money in frozen accounts was used by the organization first. You couldn't spend it. The money would be used by the organization first. Anyway, she had so much money in her account. The organization couldn't deny it. Xianxia man looked at her from the corner of his eyes. Ningxu shrugged. "There's nothing I can do. I don't have money." "Do you have anything to sell to get some money?" Xianxia man said, exasperated. Ningxu said, "Why don't you give me some money first? If I really find some treasure, I'll sell it and return the money to you." Xianxia man. "What if you don't find any treasure?" Ningxu sighed and said, "How can you find treasure on the first try?" Xianxia man waved his fan very quickly. He probably didn't have much money. If he didn't have money, he couldn't be rich. Ningxu said, "Then let's meet again next time. We'll go after I get some money." Xianxia man nodded helplessly. Ningxu was really curious now. "You really don't have money?" Ningxu felt that Xianxia man was a hidden tycoon. Now, the tycoon had to worry about his 3 meals a day. This made Ningxu feel a little disillusioned. "Are you still the leader of the law?" "Although I don't want to admit it, I've been quite poor recently. I've been dreaming about where to get money." Ningxu said, "You can still sleep and dream. Isn't that a lot of pressure?" Xianxia man said, "Will you die if you don't nitpick?" Ningxu said, "I really don't have much money. My account has been frozen by the main system. Why don't you find someone else to raise the money? Of course, it would hurt if I had to pay the full amount, but if we split it evenly, it wouldn't be much." The man in the Xianxia shook his head. Most of the mission takers are in their own groups, and they have their own selfish motives and interests. Working with people they don't know is a very dangerous thing. It seemed that the incident with the Tree of World had left a bad impression on the Xianxia man. Ningxu smiled. "Do I look that trustworthy?" "You're flattering me." The man in the Xianxia waved his hand and signaled Ningxu to leave. Even if the two of them got together and chatted, it would be useless. They had no money. If he had money, he would be a bastard. If he didn't have money, others would treat him as a bastard. Ningxu comforted the Xianxia man. "Don't be sad. You're not the only poor person in the world." Those skeletons were craning their necks to look at her, but she couldn't take out anything. Was it awkward? "Let's go. I don't want to talk to a poor person." Ningxu returned to the system space. According to the space node given by the main system, he did his volunteer work and then continued to do missions. The most important thing now was to strengthen his soul. The second level no longer produced soul fluid. The array, which had cost a lot of money to set up, didn't accumulate much soul fluid. It wasn't that there wasn't much, but there was basically none. There hadn't been a drop for a long time. When he came to the damaged area of the plane, Ningxu took out the bag and stretched out his vines to pick up the fragments. The bag was full and placed beside him. If there was a customer, he could just give the bag to the person. Soon, Ningxu had a customer. Ningxu said with a smile, "Please give me the merit grains directly." Once these merit grains were accumulated in the account, they would be frozen and couldn't be used at all. It was better to exchange them directly for merit. Of course, this was more troublesome. Some big bosses were unwilling. Ningxu said directly, I only accept merit grains. If it's not merit grains, I won't do this business. The collected merit grains could be added to the skeleton's meals. There were policies and countermeasures. Even if her account was frozen, she could still get merit grains. Anyway, she was the only one who could pick up the merit grains. The other big bosses didn't care about this business. The reason why they let Ningxu pick up the merit grains was nothing more than to relax. She was the only one. If she didn't use merit grains, she wouldn't do the transaction. Once the merit grains were in her account, she couldn't use them at all. Little girl, you're bullying your customers. A big boss said, why do you need merit grains for something that can be solved with a stroke? Besides, there's a tax on the exchange of merit grains. The organization will lower the price if they collect them. Ningxu said, I need merit grains now. In essence, we're doing business. If you can't give me what I want, I won't exchange with you. Don't say that you're bullying your customers. If she talked to these old foxes, she would be led into a trap if she wasn't careful. They even accused her of bullying her customers. It was a fair exchange. What bullying? You can choose not to exchange with me. Alright, these big bosses would exchange for some merit grains. Ningxu used the small sunny pouch to store the merit grains. This small sunny pouch had a huge space inside. It could store many things. If he could fill this space with merit grains, he would be rich. Hey, lass. Ningxu turned and saw Greed. He said calmly, why are you still here? Ah, the previous punishment has ended. It's normal volunteer work now. I can leave after picking up 100,000. You don't pay attention to me at all, Greed asked. Ningxu controlled the vines to pick up the fragments. During this period, when people came to trade, Ningxu gave bags of fragments to the customers. I have many things to do. Why would I pay attention to you? Firstly, I don't like you. Secondly, I don't hate you. Thirdly, I'm not familiar with you. Greed asked, I heard that your head was smashed by the judge. Greed glanced at the grand uncle who was handling the star stones and asked softly. Ningxu said. Why is the main point that my head was smashed? Greed comforted Ningxu. It's okay. It's good that you didn't die. Why did your soul become so weak again? Do you need soul power? Do you want me to help you? Ningxu looked at Greed, shook his head, and said, are you sure you can really get rid of the organization? Can you get rid of the organization by pulling people in? When he saw the grand uncle, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. Of course, many people were like this. After all, they wanted to kill mission enforcers at the drop of a hat. Who knew if they would be wrongly killed? Greed patted Ningxu's shoulder, but it went through Ningxu's shoulder. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Greed laughed and said, your soul is really weak. Do you think the slogan overthrow the organization is domineering? Greed asked. Ningxu nodded. Very domineering. You talk about rebellion every day. Why are you so heartless and unreasonable? The organization has been so good to you, and you actually want to overthrow the organization. Without the organization, you wouldn't be where you are today. Greed looked at Ningxu for a long time without saying anything. He touched his chest and looked a little nauseous. He was probably wondering if it was the right decision to recruit Ningxu into the faction. Ningxu's face was as white as a saint's white lotus. Tell me, you're really heartless and unreasonable. You actually want to overthrow the organization. The organization has given you so much. You're just staying in the organization while trying to overthrow the organization. You're really heartless and unreasonable. Greedy wolf, stop. What are you saying? It makes me sick. How am I heartless? Are you retarded? When you should be using your brain, you have to use your emotions. I work for the organization and the organization gives me things. That's not right. I work for the organization and I take what I deserve. It's not like I didn't do anything. What does that have to do with me wanting to overthrow the organization? The organization can kill mission enforcers. Who knows how many times I've brushed shoulders with death. I can't even complain about the organization. Ningxu shook his head. Of course you can't complain. The organization is doing this for your own good. Without the organization, you wouldn't be here today. Without the organization, you'd be in samsara. You're actually so mean to the organization. Aren't you afraid that the organization will kick you out? Greedy Wolf rubbed his forehead. The organization won't kick people out. As long as people work, the organization won't care about what you think. I want to be reincarnated. Can I be reincarnated? F***ck, this was the bad thing about girls. It was so strange. The relationship between the organization and these mission enforcers was like the relationship between a ruler and his subjects in ancient times. The ruler could decide their life and death, but the ruler could also kill the ruler. There was no such thing as favoritism. It was nothing more than selling oneself to the royal family. They were slaves of the organization and received glory and wealth. Not to mention, he had to study hard before to be able to compete for power in the imperial court. Some people didn't even have the right to participate in this power game. Forget it, I'm scared. I'm scared. I won't tangle with people who aren't clear-headed. Greedy Wolf moved away from Ningxu. Ningxu smirked and said, be loyal to the organization. Don't overthrow the organization. Ningxu clenched his fist and cheered him on. Do your best. Shine for the organization. Don't be so selfish. Be united and protect the organization. Greedy Wolf. Are you stupid? What does the organization have to do with me? Ningxu? Ningxu said, then why did you have to overthrow the organization? I thought you were going to establish a new one. I only established an organization because I ate too much. Even if a single mission taker is born in a plane, there will still be hundreds of millions of people. Even if one of them dies or encounters an accident, the ones who die will still be the minority. Even if many die, new mission takers will immediately take their place. Basically, the number of mission takers is constant. Where there are people, there will be conflicts. With such a large number of people, there must be many factions. They will fight with each other for resources. Overthrowing the organization is the slogan of our faction. If you want to form a faction, you have to have a core doctrine, right? You have to gather people into a huge group and form a force that can't be ignored. From there, you can compete with other factions for benefits. Ningxu was speechless. Therefore, the slogan of overthrowing the organization was loud and clear. Those people are ignoring me because my group is too weak. They are treating me like a joke. Girl, we have to look through the surface to see the essence. I am shouting about overthrowing the organization, but I haven't done anything to harm the organization. The organization can't be bothered with the fights below. As long as there are people working, it's fine. It's nothing more than a fight for benefits. Ningxu was speechless. So, you are the only one in the faction that overthrows the organization? There aren't many people who have entered the upper echelon competition. These people either have already joined a faction, or they're independent. I have to find a branch first and then develop it bit by bit. Although this faction is very young, its future is limitless. Ningxu listened to Greedy Wolf while picking up the fragments. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a sharp female voice that interrupted his thoughts. He looked in the direction of the voice. Grand Uncle, you bastard. What right do you have to deduct the resources of Area B? A woman in purple emerged from the void. Her voice was heard before she arrived. Everyone saw a purple light flash by, and then a woman stood in front of Grand Uncle. The woman in purple wanted to reach out and grab Grand Uncle's collar, but she thought of something and resentfully put down her hand. She questioned with a cold face, why are the resources of Area B so much less this time? Ask the main system, Grand Uncle said coldly. The woman in purple was instantly furious. The main system said that this is your decision. Find out who lost to you. Why are you making trouble with me? Grand Uncle said. The woman in purple was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. There aren't enough resources. What do you want me to do? I'm not doing it anymore. Grand Uncle sneered. You're quite good at being unreasonable. Go find the main person. Bastards. I was just a little late. Those bastards stole things behind my back. The woman in purple was speechless. She was aggrieved and angry. There's nothing. What do you want me to do? I'm not doing it anymore. Don't come looking for me. Then, a purple light flashed and disappeared. Ningxu looked at the place where the purple light disappeared and asked, "Who's that beauty?" She couldn't have appeared in a place like this. Tanlang said, "The person in charge of Area B. I guess the resources were stolen this time." She's angry. You don't know the composition of the organization? Tanlang looked at Ningxu. Ningxu smiled. I don't know. Who knows the rules of the game? Tanlang said, if you join a faction, I'll be generous and tell you some things. There are so many planes and they are divided into 12 areas. A, B, C, D, E, E, G, X, 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 and X have their own leaders. An organization only has so many resources. If you have more of a pie, there will be fewer people. In order to compete for resources, whether it's for work or to become stronger, they have to compete. There are many generals like in he. Even if they compete for a little military funding, they will be angry. If there's less, there won't be enough to pay the people below. Like the army, it's also considered a faction. If the people above don't get enough merit points for various military equipment, how can they distribute it to the people below? Ningxu said, I didn't know there was such a thing. Tanlang was silent for a long time. Then, he turned his head and looked at Ningxu in confusion. It was rare for him to be silent for so long. This time, Tanlang didn't ask Ningxu to join his organization. Instead, he asked, do you think that those generals in he and the people in charge of the areas are all noble and aloof waiting for the organization to distribute resources while he only needs to be noble and aloof? If you don't ask for these things, they will be taken away by others. If you wait for people to come to you, you will only starve the people below you. Especially when there are many factions in the organization, they have to fight for the benefits of each other's groups. For a bit of resources, you will have to fight until your head bleeds. Just now, that lady was angry because her resources were taken away, but she couldn't do anything. Tanlang was rarely serious. Previously, I thought you had potential and wanted to absorb you into my faction. Now, it seems that it is indeed not suitable. Ningxu curled his lips and asked, why is it not suitable? I am afraid that one day, when it is time to fight for benefits, you will cry at the negotiating table and say that you are all so cold and unreasonable. Wow, you are all so selfish. Maintain this young girl's heart. Tanlang turned and left. It seemed that he had given up on the idea of absorbing Ningxu into his faction. Ningxu stuck out his tongue. He finally disgusted Tanlang and left. He understood some of the inner workings of the organization. There were many factions. Just like now, the big shots around him might be from different factions. The organization did not care about these factions at all. According to Xianxia, this organization was like a toy. Since it was a toy, it could be destroyed when it was tired of playing with it. Ningxu did not need to find a faction. How it was before, it was now the same as before. She would not die, so she did not care about these things. Even if this organization was destroyed, she would not die. When this sea of law dried up and died, a new sea of law would be born. As for whether Taishu and Xianxia died or not, it had nothing to do with her. She could leave the organization at any time. Now, she was doing missions, obtaining soul power, and trading fairly with the organization and the person who entrusted her. Her immortality was not given by the organization. Ningxu suddenly wanted to go to the bugs to take a look. On the battlefield, he did not understand these bugs well enough. It was just that their vitality was quite tenacious, so he wanted to take a look. He did not know what latitude those bugs lived in. Eating planes was like eating cabbage. Ningxu rested her chin on her hand as she controlled the vines. Her thoughts had already drifted far away. Hey! Someone greeted Ningxu. Ningxu turned around and saw that it was Awan. Why was she here? Were there already rules so soon? You have a rule? Ningxu asked. Awan smiled. I was lucky. This was not luck. He felt that Awan had just said that she wanted to make rules, and now she already had the rules. Ningxu said, "Sit down. Did you come by yourself?" Awan nodded. There was probably only one person she knew here. Awan sat beside Ningxu. "I didn't expect you to be here." Ningxu only said, "My footsteps are more messy, my walking pace is far from yours." Don't look at how they both stayed here, Awan had constructed her own space. As for her, she was the first to comprehend the laws. She could not do it herself and had to seek help from others. Ningxu could not help but size Awan up. 12 nomological imprints on her body. It felt like her entire body was covered in tattoos. Awan saw that the others were picking up the shards and also picked up the bags to pick up the shards. Only then did she start picking up the shards. Awan was having a hard time. "You're quite comfortable like this. There are so many vines to pick up," Awan said to Ningxu. Ningxu shook his head. "I want to pick up 1,000,000. Awan did not ask further and began to pick up the fragments. When she was tired, she could not help but say, "I worked hard to become stronger. I thought there would be a different scenery, but in the end, this is what I'm doing." Very disillusioned. Ningxu shrugged. Weak and simple jobs. Strong and difficult jobs. That was how it was. However, there was a girl who could talk, and a beautiful girl at that. Ningxu was very happy. He could chat with her. When the grand uncle finished dealing with the star stones, Ningxu asked, "Do you have extra star stones? I'll buy them." Anyway, he had merit grains on him. They were all rewards for picking up fragments. After a long time, Ningxu did not want to be stingy. Anyway, he had so much time to earn money for himself. Time was money. In the past, he had been stingy because he wanted to save up so that he could become stronger quickly and not die. Now that his wish had been fulfilled, he could relax. Grand uncle, no. Since there was no more, Ningxu did not ask any more. He just picked up some scraps when the planes were fused. However, Ningxu found that there were people competing for the scraps he picked up. They were the souls in military uniforms. Ningxu could not help but ask if Anhe's army was really short of military funds. Well, now he had to pick up the scraps faster. It was so slow that he could not catch up with the hot ones even if he ate sh*t. Because of the competition, Ningxu received very few star stones. It seemed that he still had to spend money to buy them. After the planes were stuck together, the grand uncle said to Ningxu, "You changed shifts." "Ningxu, the main system hasn't notified me yet." The grand uncle said, "It will be notified soon." Then he left. After picking up the fragments, he dealt with the star stones. The most important thing was that he could not use money because his account was frozen. Of course, the main system sent a string of numbers to his account. He could only look and not use it. Ningxu hurriedly called out to the grand uncle. The grand uncle stopped and turned to look at her. "Is there anything else?" Ningxu asked, "Can you unfreeze my account? I can't use any money, and I can't spend any money. I can't use any of the money from handling the star stones and picking up the fragments. I have a problem with that. I can work, but I can't use money." He froze her account in a domineering manner. The grand uncle just said, "Apply to the main system and then leave." Ningxu reached out her hand. "Wait." The grand uncle, "What's the matter?" Ningxu had a compassionate expression. The light of the Holy Mother enveloped her and her eyes were moist. "I wonder how Xianxia is doing right now. I really want to see him. Please take me with you. Of course, I will process the star stones 10 times for free. If I don't see him, I will always be thinking about him. I can't eat well or sleep well. I have to see if he is doing well. After all, we have worked together for a long time." Ningxu looked at the void at a 45-degree angle with sadness. The grand uncle. "Don't worry. He is doing well." Ningxu shook her head wildly. "No, no, no. I won't believe it if I don't see him doing well with my own eyes. If Xianxia was doing well, it would be a pity that she died once." She really wanted to go to Xianxia. Even if she couldn't do anything to him, she wanted to make him feel depressed. And she had a question to ask Xianxia. Xianxia had absorbed so many souls. Did the souls of those who had contact with Xianxia or those who had contact with her have been absorbed? Since it had been absorbed by Xianxia, it was certain that its soul had been destroyed. One soul might be weak, but many souls could still provide a lot of energy. Sand could form a tower. In the plain, she had met some people by chance. Xianxia had absorbed so many souls. Her soul had been absorbed by Xianxia. She wondered if the souls of the people who had come into contact with her had also been absorbed. She must have done something to those people. There were some questions that had to be asked clearly in his heart. The grand uncle sneered. "You're not going to see him. You're going to hit him when he's down." Xianxia made an "oh" sound and suddenly realized, so he was really caught. It seemed that he had really been pressed into the law of nothingness. How satisfying. Xianxia shook his head and said seriously, "I'm not going to hit him when he's down. I'm really going to visit him. How about I bring a bouquet of flowers?" The grand uncle raised his eyebrows. "Why should I bring you?" Xianxia just said, "This isn't a negotiation. Tell me your conditions." "Forget it. I'm not going." Xianxia waved his hand and went back to deal with the star stones. He didn't have to see Xianxia. He had already received the news that Xianxia had been filled into the law of nothingness. He couldn't absorb her soul anymore. No, he couldn't be bothered to go. If he dealt with the star stones for free 10 times, he would get 1 million merit points. 1 million merit points could be exchanged for 1,000 merit points. Even if he couldn't exchange for 1,000 merit points, he would still get more than 900. No, he wasn't going. Xianxia wasn't that shameless to waste his money just to see him once. Xianxia picked up the tool to deal with the star stones and started scraping the star stones on the fragments. It was easier to deal with the star stones now. His soul wouldn't be hurt by the rebound power of the star stones. Especially now that his soul was so weak. The grand uncle narrowed his eyes. "You're the one who said you're going. You're the one who said you're not going." Xianxia shrugged and didn't stop. "At first, I wanted to do it for free. But after thinking about it, it wasn't worth it, so I didn't want to go. If he wanted to go, he would go. If he didn't want to go, he wouldn't go." Xianxia wouldn't be refined so easily. He just needed to see him before he died. There was no need to see him so early. "Senior grand uncle, deal with star stones for free 1,000 times, and I'll take you there." 1,000 times would mean 100 million merit points. Seeing the principal minister once would cost 100 million merit points. If he couldn't afford to see the principal minister, 1,000 times would probably take a long time. "Oh, I'm not going. I'm relieved to know that he's doing well. It doesn't matter whether I see him or not." Xianxia refused directly. Xianxia's life and death had nothing to do with her. If Xianxia really did that, the matter would be irreparable. Spending 100 million to ask a question that would make him feel uncomfortable. She didn't want to do this kind of stupid thing. Moreover, Xianxia might not tell her the truth. She could do it 1,000 times for free, but Xianxia was not worth it. He was covered in diamonds and looked expensive. "When you go, help me send a bouquet of flowers." "Thank you. I'll give you the money later." Xianxia stopped talking to the grand elder and focused on handling the star stones. Senior Uncle Tai wasn't a person who bargained with others. When he heard Xianxia's refusal, he disappeared and left. Xianxia sped up handling the star stones and then asked the system to apply to unfreeze his account. Handling the star stones hurt his soul, but the money he earned couldn't be used. It deliberately made him feel suffocated. It wanted the horse to run and didn't eat grass. The backup system said to Xianxia, the main system said that it can't be unfrozen immediately. Please wait patiently. Xianxia, next time, he would still pick up fragments. The customer who picked up the fragments would at least give him real money and merit grains that he could hold in his hand. It wasn't a string of numbers that couldn't be used. Alwan walked to Xianxia and asked, "Not only are you picking up fragments, but you're also handling here?" Xianxia smiled at Alwan and said, "This isn't a good job. It hurts the soul. I'd rather pick up fragments." It was Alwan's first time picking up fragments. She looked a little tired and sat down. Why are there so many fragments? You'll get used to it. She also felt that it was hard to bear. She had a star stone that supported her to comprehend merit. She thought that she could get some star stones if she came to pick up fragments. She got some scraps and realized her dream. Plus, she bought star stones and got the law of nothingness of the peerless martial arts. There was no compulsory work before. Now there is such a compulsory work. Sigh, Awan shook her head. In the past, other than doing tasks, she could do whatever she wanted. Now, when she had free time, someone urged her to complete the volunteer activities. No big boss is willing to do it if it's not compulsory. Anyway, you're a big boss now. Just treat it as a sweet trouble, Ningshu said. Awan just smiled and shook her head. Standing outside the wall, I thought it was better inside the wall. Now I think it's better outside the wall. The wall has a big restriction. Small shrimp and small fish can't make any waves. Only big guys can make waves. It's normal. Ningshu changed the topic. How much have you picked up? Not much. I didn't expect the bit wall to be so heavy. Awan shook her head. Ningshu asked, last time you said there was a world of nothingness that could strengthen the soul. What kind of world is there? What can strengthen the soul? Her soul was weak now. Although she didn't die, she was always like a ghost, appearing and disappearing as if she was going to disappear. Awan glanced at Ningshu's soul. There are fruits and treasures in the world of nothingness that can strengthen the soul. But these things are hard to find. After all, some worlds of nothingness don't even have living creatures. It's impossible to give birth to things related to the soul. You have to ask the elders. Also, you should strengthen the toughness of your soul. No matter how high the sand pile is, it won't be able to stand after being washed by water. But if you mix water with some withered grass, the molding effect will be better and tougher. Awan smiled. It seems that your soul often gets into trouble. Ningshu nodded. Thank you. There are some things that I'm ignorant about. Awan said, it'll get better after a while. I'm telling you this to return the favor. I heard that the fire pearl at the auction house was sold at a high price of 30 million. I took advantage of it. Ningshu just said, the price was inflated. It can't be sold at that price now. It was just a coincidence. Oh right, when are we free? Let's go to the world of nothingness to look for treasures? Ningshu wanted to get Awan to join him. It was more interesting to have a familiar pretty sister join him than to team up with a stranger. It seemed that he wouldn't die now, no matter what kind of dangerous situation he encountered. But the problem was that he had no money. He had to get someone to join him. We'll see. Awan didn't reject him immediately. Ningshu processed the star stones while thinking about what world to buy from the elders. The star stones were quickly processed. Now he had to melt the star stones. After the star stone melted, the plane had to be connected as quickly as possible. When one was done, the main system would send the space node of the damaged plane and rush to the next one. Ningshu had been dealing with it for a long time. Although the damage was small now, she still felt tired. She told the main system that she needed someone to take over. She had done enough. But the main system asked her to continue. It couldn't find a successor for the time being. Ningshu rolled her eyes. She felt that the star stone was a trap. She couldn't find a successor. The main system couldn't wait for her to keep doing it. Everyone kept a respectful distance from this job. Ningshu also felt that it was boring. She couldn't get the star stone. She couldn't be greedy at all. Who knew if the star stone would be less? If it was less, she had to adjust the inventory. It was so troublesome. There were still people competing for the scraps. The most painful thing in life was that you couldn't get what you wanted. Only when you lost it would you know how to cherish it. There was no successor. With so many people waiting, she couldn't just wait without doing anything. There were still many broken places waiting to be dealt with. Ningshu could only keep doing it. Awan had collected 100,000 fragments and left. She was still dealing with the star stone. Could someone take over? She had to do missions to get soul power. She had to go to the void world to find treasures that could strengthen the soul. Why wasn't senior uncle here to take over? Next time, she wouldn't deal with this. She would just pick up the fragments. Ningxu shook her arms. It was tiring to keep repeating the action. Although the star stone's damage to the soul was reduced, it was still harmful after a long time. Ningxu sat down and rested. She stretched out a vine the size of a thumb and wrapped it around the item. Another vine wrapped around the star stone. It was too tiring to deal with it by hand. She tried to control the vines. Her spiritual power was a little stronger now, but it hadn't taken shape yet. The formation of spiritual power determined the height of future development. Of course, the larger the capacity, the better. Ningxu slowly used the vines to deal with the star stone, but the result wasn't so pleasant. The vines would be reflected by the star stone's power and bounce back onto Ningxu's body. It actually hurt a little. The mark between her thumb and forefinger was very painful. This was a damage imprint. It seemed that it was impossible to use the vines and external forces. If possible, the great uncles and he would not have personally gone to deal with it. If the vines could pick up the fragments, why couldn't they handle the star rocks? As Ningxu processed the star stones, he also used the vines to process them. However, the vines were always repelled by the power of the star stones. Since it was the power of laws that picked up the fragments, and it was also the power of laws that handled the star stones, then it was also possible to attach the power of laws to the vines. Ningxu touched the space between his eyebrows, but the power there didn't seem to be life anymore. It didn't produce the liquid of life anymore. It was difficult to draw this power to the vines. As Ningxu pondered, he increased the speed at which he processed the star stones. Because he was almost done picking up the fragments, he was just waiting for her. Why hadn't they changed shifts yet? Why did they have to catch someone and tire him to death before stopping? Do you know what sustainable development is? In the world of the plane connection, Ningxu immediately took the leftovers of the star stone, pushing away the other competitors. Ningxu ignored their gazes. The law of nothingness in the peerless martial arts was getting bigger, and required more star stones. The big shots around him changed wave after wave, but there was still no one to take over. Ningxu felt that regardless of whether it was picking up fragments or processing the star stones, he was the type that had a hard time. He was the type that was squeezed dry. If she really couldn't do it, she would just leave the organization and jump ship. Even if she didn't do anything, she would just squat in the void, day after day, night after night, she could live forever. If nothing went wrong, she would live longer than the Sea of Law. Now, she was not afraid of death at all. The organization gave her eternal life, but the prerequisite was that she had to be alive, and it was not easy to live in the organization. Since she was not afraid of death, she would not endure it and make herself unhappy. If she was still careful, afraid that she would say something wrong and cause others to be unhappy, then what was the point of her being strong? What was the point of being strong? If she was not going to die, was she going to be bullied forever? Thinking about it carefully, in the few hundred years in the organization, she was always on tenterhooks. If she was reincarnated, she should have reincarnated many times before finally disappearing. When she really did not want to live anymore, she could also annihilate her own personality and will. Death was not such a scary thing. Ningxu informed the main system, "Hurry up and find someone to take over the shift, or else I won't do it anymore. I have already done it for so long, I should let people rest a little. If they dry vomit, I won't want to do it anymore. If you don't say it, people will think that you are not tired and let you work harder." Hoping for others to take pity on you, it was basically a dream. If you don't say it, and then you cry out in grievance, people will only spit on your face. If you have something to say, then say it. Now that you are tired, you don't want to do it anymore. After a while, Ningxu dealt with a few more damaged areas, and the people who took over the shift finally came. It was Uncle Feng and he. Ningxu put down the tool in her hand and stepped aside. Thinking about it, she had almost dealt with 50 areas. In her impression, she had been dealing with this thing non-stop. If she had a body, she should have cervical spondylosis by now. Uncle Feng smiled and said to Ningxu, "Your face has recovered very well." Ningxu touched her face. Her eldest uncle's words reminded her of the incident where her head had exploded. Yes. Fortunately, it is as beautiful as before, Ningxu said with a smile. Your soul is so weak. Do you want soul power? Uncle Ningxu asked. Ningxu glanced at him. If you have something to say, just say it. I really don't like to deal with this kind of non-technical and repetitive work. In exchange, how about I help you get some soul power? Uncle Ningxu said. Ningxu knew that these big shots had resources in their hands. They could get soul power that was not available on the market. Ningxu said indifferently, then how do you want to trade? Uncle Feng asked, then how do you want to trade? Is the soul power pure? Ningxu asked. If he did not trade with some impure soul power, he might as well do missions. Uncle Feng said, of course it is pure. Ningxu said, oh. His expression did not change at all. He did not show any interest in the thing. Oh, she didn't say anything else, making it difficult for Uncle Zhang to continue the conversation. Do you want to trade? I want to see the soul power. He had to check the goods first. And he said from the side, if the main system finds out that you are selling soul power, you will be in trouble. Uncle Feng said, if you don't say it, I don't say it, and she doesn't say it, who else will know? Although we are not allowed to trade openly, the amount is small and private. It doesn't matter. Uncle Feng took out 2 bottles of soul power. They were not big, only the size of yogurt. Inside the condoms was a water-like soul power, and it swayed like water in the condoms. Ningxu almost couldn't stop himself from swallowing, but his expression was still noble and cold. He wasn't tempted by the soul power at all. 2 condoms. How about you take my shift? Uncle Chang shook the condoms, his voice full of temptation. These 2 condoms can make your soul power much more condensed. Ningxu said indifferently, how many people are willing to provide soul power for this? There had to be a standard to measure whether it was worth it or not. About 10 condoms. Anyway, it will only be more and not less, Uncle Chang said. Okay. Ningxu nodded furiously in his heart, but on the surface, he nodded coldly and said, 3 condoms. Uncle Chang shook his head. This soul power can't be bought even if you buy it. Ningxu said, then find someone else to take your shift. Girl, I only have 2 condoms. 2 condoms, Uncle Chang said. Ningxu's expression was reluctant. Okay, 2 condoms it is. He took the condoms. I'll take your shift. Uncle Chang smiled and said, then do your best. Good luck. After saying that, he left. Ningxu immediately opened the condoms and took a sip of the soul power. He immediately felt a cool sensation in his throat, and there was power in it. Ningxu immediately felt his soul brimming with power. He took small sips. It was like drinking water, tasteless. In the end, he finished the 2 condoms. His soul became a bit stronger, and his soul became clearer. Very good. Ningxu squatted down to process the star rock. And he moved to the side and also processed the star rock. And he was probably a bit poor. He didn't take out anything to exchange with Ningxu. Instead, he chose to process the star rock. It seemed that everyone wasn't just poor. Ningxu was still trying to use the vines to process the star rock. Even if the vines couldn't process the star rock, they could still move the fragments in front of him. He only needed to scrape the star rock. Then the vines would throw the fragments to the side, and a new one would be placed in front of him. It was better than moving the star stones himself. It was much easier. Not only did he have to deal with these star stones, but he also had to deal with the star stones on the bit wall. If he didn't clean up the bit wall, it wouldn't be easy to stick them together. The 2 of them silently processed the star stones. Ningxu was fully immersed in how to use the vines to process the star stones. On the other hand, Anhe's expression was indifferent. His military uniform made him look cold and hard, completely different from his usual flowery shirt. The other party kept her at arm's length, and Ningxu would not go up to him to talk. The 2 of them dealt with the star stones very quickly. After they were done with the star stones, they still hadn't finished picking up the fragments in the area. Ningxu stretched out his vines and picked up the fragments around him and threw them into the bag. 1 fragment was worth 1 merit point. Picking up one fragment would earn her 1 merit point. Someone would definitely buy it from her. And he glanced at the lively Ningxu, who was still in the mood to pick up the fragments after dealing with the star stones. Then he asked the warehouse to send some star stones over. There weren't enough star stones this time. After a while, a soldier came to deliver the star stones. Ningxu saw Mo Ming and immediately greeted him. Here to deliver the star stones. How have you been recently? Mo Ming put down the bag and said, not bad. Pretty good. The life of a soldier was actually very simple. Mo Ming told Ningxu that he was doing very well. Ningxu saw that the badge on his chest had changed again. There was an additional bar. You've been promoted again. Congratulations, congratulations. Since he was promoted, his salary would definitely be higher. These soldiers all had a basic salary. Mission takers would only have soul power when they completed missions. Mo Ming smiled and said, I'm just lucky. Mo Ming had a soaring purple fate. He was the kind of person who was very lucky. Ningxu wasn't surprised that he had been promoted. Not only did he have soaring purple fate, but he also had the golden light of merit. When mixed together, it could almost blind Ningxu's eyes. These soldiers would build golden bodies of merit. Just like skeletons, the merit would make their souls more resilient and protect them from other injuries. Ningxu felt that the creation of the golden body of merit was the same as working hard on the immortal body, creating an immortal body with extremely strong defensive capabilities. The amount of merit points needed would be huge. Mission takers couldn't build golden bodies of merit. After all, an ordinary person's body couldn't carry so much merit points. Mo Ming put down the bag and left with a few soldiers. Ningxu said to He, now, let's melt the star stones. And he nodded. Then let's melt them. The two of them worked together to melt the star stones. Then they connected the planes. And he watched the melting process. Ningxu ran to pick up the leftovers of the star stones. Just like that, they dealt with the star stones. During this time, Ningxu and he didn't say a word. They stayed silent and did their own things. They worked together for the next step. Because she had obtained 2 large amounts of soul power, Ningxu hummed a little tune while melting the star stones. This soul power was equivalent to her completing 20 missions. She hoped that the next time someone asked her to take over, she would give them all the soul power. And he glanced at Ningxu, who was humming. Can you be quieter? Oh, Ningxu replied. She lowered her voice and hummed softly. And Ningxu said, don't tell me you're tired of doing it. So you're here to find someone to vent your anger on? And Ningxu said, do you have soul power? If you do, I can take over for you. And no. Ningxu looked at her sympathetically. Now I believe Tanlang's words. You're really poor. And he grinned. You're the same. You're not a nouveau riche. Ningxu said, I like it when you call me a nouveau riche. Wasn't it just some stinky money? What a nice compliment. But now, she didn't even have that stinky money. And even if I had soul power, I wouldn't trade with you. Wouldn't it be better to give her soul power to her soldiers? Ningxu said calmly, don't worry. I didn't say that I had to force you to take over for me. Ningxu spoke as he processed the star stones. Seeing that He's processing speed had slowed down, he didn't say anything. She had processed so many star stones before. And she had to take over for her uncle. She was also very tired. Now, she just hoped that someone would take over for her. Then, this transaction would be considered complete. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the planes began to explode one after another. There was no warning at all, and the living beings inside did not move. Because it happened so suddenly, no one expected it. Including the planes that the army was dragging, they exploded one by one. The huge force annihilated the army near the planes. They were extinguished together with the creatures in the planes. Just like dominoes, if one were to fall, the other behind would all fall apart. The firecrackers were lit. Only when all of them exploded would they stop. What's going on? And his face was gloomy. The big shots who were picking up the fragments also gathered. They were clearly controlling it well. Why did it suddenly explode? Who knew what was going on with these planes? Nothing might have happened before, and there were no cracks, but they suddenly exploded. Now it was obvious that the planes were collapsing, and if they couldn't be controlled, it would be like setting off firecrackers. All the planes might be in trouble. After all, the planes were connected. In an instant, the world and the creatures in the world were annihilated. Now I have to cut off this collapse. If the firecrackers were torn apart, the firecrackers behind them wouldn't explode. And he condensed a sword in his hand and rushed directly to the place where the planes had exploded. He wanted to cut off the connection between the planes. However, the power of the plane's collapse was very strong. It was like a storm. Ordinary people would be directly annihilated by this power. And his military uniform fluttered in the wind. The military cap on his head was also blown away. He held the sword and slashed at the plane. The collapse was right in front of him. Besides there were a few big shots helping. Some of the weaker ones couldn't withstand the power generated by the plane's collapse. It was so dangerous to pick up fragments and deal with star stones. Ningshu condensed a sword in his hand. He walked over and slashed at the connection between the planes. The sword condensed the will of death. When it slashed at the plane, it made the plane creak. Soon, the explosion was coming. Ningshu condensed the sword in his hand and slashed at the plane. The plane hadn't fallen off yet. He felt so ket up. He hoped that the plane would be fine, but in the end, it was very easy for the plane to fall off. Now, he tried his best to make the plane fall off, but he couldn't get it off. Boom, boom. The explosion was right in front of him. Ningshu felt that his soul was penetrated by gusts of astral wind. He didn't die after all. The few big shots couldn't withstand the astral wind generated by such an explosion. They said to let's retreat. Quickly informed the grand uncle to come back. And he felt that he was ket up. The consequences were serious. The resources in his hands would definitely be deducted. Moreover, the grand uncle might not be able to come back immediately. *ck. And he didn't say anything. He condensed an even bigger weapon and slashed at the plane. Everyone else left. Ningshu felt that it was really not easy to fill in for them. Ningshu held the sword like an ant holding a toothpick. It was impossible for her to break open a big coconut. She had no idea how she could do it. Crack. The giant sword looked at the plane, and cracks appeared on the star stone in the middle. Ding, ding, ding. Ningshu swung his sword in a circle and slashed at the plane as if he was forging iron. In addition, and he was not weak. The plane finally fell off. And he kicked the plane, pushing it further away to prevent the surrounding planes from being affected by the explosion. Boom. The plane that had fallen off exploded. Waves of astral winds blew over and exploded in the void. It was as if the scene had been slowed down. It was like an atomic bomb exploding. It was as beautiful as fireworks. But these plane fragments rained down like a rain of bullets. Ningshu quickly hid behind and used Annie's body as a shield. Oh my god, you scared me to death. Don't hurt my beautiful face. These fragments brushed past her face, leaving no trace. And he didn't say anything. She waited for the astral winds to gradually disappear before letting people pick up the fragments. Why are you hiding? It's over, and he said. Ningshu patted her chest. That was too scary. I almost got hit in the face by the fragments. And his expression was a bit indescribable. Ningshu said, I like my face, just like how you like to wax your hair. And he glanced at her. Can you be more serious during work hours? I didn't do anything to you. How am I not serious? Ningshu felt that it was really strange. These people either accused her of being petty or indecent. She was a poor little white rabbit. She had one label after another on her head. That was a capital injustice. If you don't like her, then so be it. I don't care what you think of me. There were many people who didn't like her. Come and kill me. Ningshu stretched out her vines to pick up the fragments. There were so many broken fragments. She was going to make money. And he rubbed between her eyebrows and began to let people count the broken planes. Generally, if there was a large-scale break in his jurisdiction, it was because he didn't control it well. That was his responsibility. If he didn't take measures, he didn't know how many more would break. He probably wouldn't have the resources next time. And he glanced at Xianxia, who was stretching out her vines to pick up the fragments while touching her face. She could actually withstand the astral winds and didn't die. She cooperated with her to cut open the plane. "Little girl, give me 5 bags of fragments," a big boss Xianxia said. Xianxia immediately handed him 5 bags of fragments. Merit grains. The other party gave her a bag of merit grains. Xianxia took it and said with a smile, "Thank you for taking care of business." She looked like a money grubber. It was necessary to continue investigating this person. Xianxia turned to look at Anhe. Why did he keep looking at her? "What are you looking at? Do you also think that I'm beautiful?" And he looked away. Xianxia hurriedly collected the extra starstone fragments. These planes were already broken, but there were a lot of extra star stones. He was rich. Xianxia used her vines to wrap around the fragment that was embedded with the star stone, and then put it in her own space. It was not in vain that his hand was split open by the rebounding force of the plane. He held a huge sword and cut the plane. His soul still hadn't digested the huge force. Xianxia used her vine tentacles to pull the star stone fragments in front of her and put them away. This would last her for a long time. And he didn't say anything. It was just a few star stones. Compared to his resources, this was not even a drop in the ocean. He gave her some benefits as a thank you for helping this time. Xianxia hummed a little tune and put away the star stones. He said to Anhe, "What do we do next?" And he said, "Let's take care of things here first." Xianxia nodded and continued to pull the star stones. There were so many star stones. After taking care of things here, they rushed to the next place. And he glanced at Xianxia and asked, "With the strength of your soul, you shouldn't be able to resist the astral wind, right?" After getting so many star stones and soul power, Xianxia was in a good mood. He said, "Maybe I'm talented." And he didn't take Xianxia's boasting to heart. She continued to deal with the star stones. Xianxia asked, "So many planes collapsed. Are you going to be unlucky?" And she was in a bad mood. Could he not mention it? Xianxia said, "The collapse was very sudden. The creatures in those planes didn't move. Will you be unlucky?" And his ears were filled with the words, "You'll be unlucky." He was too lazy to argue with her. And he stayed away from Xianxia to deal with the star stone. "Hey, Granduncle is back. You can finally change shifts." Xianxia immediately threw away the item in his hand. When Granduncle came over, he said, "Judge, let me tell you. After you left, thousands of planes collapsed. Revenge breeds revenge. When will you report me?" "I'll report you." And he looked up at Xianxia and twitched the corner of his mouth. "What the F***ck? Thousands?" Senior Grand Elder glanced at Anhe indifferently and then looked at Xianxia, sizing her up. "Privately trading soul power?" Xianxia looked down at his soul. It was much better than before. He shook his head calmly and said, "There was no trade. Someone gave it to me. Giving a gift doesn't count as a trade." And he wanted to speak, but Xianxia glanced at him. And he snorted but didn't speak. 100 times as punishment, Granduncle said lightly. Xianxia didn't care. It was just 100 times. It was so easy. He was too lazy to argue with him. Even if he argued, he wouldn't be able to find any reason. He had dealt with more than 100 times, including the ones he had taken over for Uncle Chang. And he snorted. "If you didn't go to Granduncle and say bad things about me, he wouldn't have noticed that your soul was strange. You lifted a stone only to drop it on your own foot." Xianxia looked at Anhe in surprise and stared. "I find that you really don't know how to be kind. I'm helping you. First, try to exaggerate the situation. When he saw the data, it was a good situation if there were less than 1,000. And should I thank you?" Xianxia waved his hand and hid his merit. "No need. We meet often. Saying thank you is too estranged. You don't have to be so polite. You're too polite. And you're so happy just because of this, and he was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. Only villains and women were difficult to deal with. Indeed, it was like this. Even if there was no reason, he could still make it seem reasonable. Only a strong, iron-willed straight man like he could do this. If it were an ordinary man, he would have been in despair. Ningxu stretched. I'm leaving. I'm too tired. Goodbye. Oh right, Ningxu looked at senior uncle, you went to see Xianxia, right? I asked you to send a bouquet of flowers. Did you send it? How much is it? I'll transfer the money to you. Oh, my account is frozen. I can't use it. 1 merit grain will do. 1,000 merit grains can buy a lot of flowers. Keep the change, Ningxu said to the Grand Elder. Ningxu took out a merit grain from the little sunny egg and handed it to the Grand Uncle. He then asked, Xianxia, did you miss me? And he was speechless. She looked very happy with her mischievous actions. The Grand Elder looked at the merit grain in Ningxu's hand. The merit grain was brighter than gold. It was especially shiny and looked very rich. The Grand Elder put on a pair of gloves and took the merit grain from Ningxu's hand. He didn't touch Ningxu's soul at all. He was just short of raising his orchid finger. Ningxu asked expectantly, did Xianxia mention me? The Grand Elder said, who told me you went to see Xianxia? I thought you guys would be playing in the pool of the law of nothingness. You really didn't go to see Xianxia. When are you going to see him? When will you bring a bouquet of flowers? Ningxu patted his butt and left. The Grand Elder casually threw a merit grain to he. Your strength should be improved. So many planes have collapsed this time. And he directly melted the merit grain. The merit grain entered his palm and integrated into his soul. I didn't collapse 1,000 planes. Not even 1/10 of 1,000. Grand Elder, the situation of the planes is getting worse and worse. These planes suddenly exploded without any warning. This kind of situation couldn't be prevented. This wasn't a problem of his strength, but that the planes had gone crazy without any warning. Of course, this was because the planes were sick. To be precise, something had happened to the Source Law C. The Grand Elder didn't speak. His expression was indifferent as he began to process the star stones. Ningxu returned to the system space through the space channel. He clicked on the chat system and contacted the Grand Elder to ask how much soul power he had. If the Grand Elder had soul power, he wanted to make a deal with him. The Grand Elder said that he didn't have any. It wasn't easy to get some soul power. Although it was euphemistic, Ningxu understood that the Grand Elder had rejected the deal. Ningxu didn't care. Anyway, he had already obtained a part of the soul power. He could slowly complete missions with the rest of the soul power. Ningxu patted his purse. In the purse were the merit grains he had earned this time. He would take them to the skeletons to eat. After cultivating the skeletons, he could be lazy and didn't have to do everything. Ningxu entered the second reincarnation world. A small pit had formed. It was the size of 2 palms and there was less than a handful of water inside. The rebirth pool was slowly evolving. It seemed that the reincarnation world also needed soul power. He just didn't know if the rebirth pool in the first reincarnation world could provide this energy. Ningxu looked at the rebirth pool quietly. He wasn't in a hurry to let the rebirth pool form quickly. After all, no soul would enter this world. It was better to evolve slowly. She could evolve however she wanted. She could evolve as long as she wanted. She had plenty of time to wait. Ningxu went to the place where the skeletons were stationed. He found that each skeleton had more or less golden merit light. The difference was that some skeletons had darker colors, while others had lighter colors. Ningxu walked over. When Zhu Jun saw Ningxu, he waved his hand. Boss, over here. At the same time, a group of people walked over and surrounded Ningxu. They surveyed Ningxu with all sorts of strange gazes. For some skeletons, this was the first time they were seeing Ningxu. Most probably, they had heard many people talking about Ningxu. At this moment, all the skeletons surveyed Ningxu from top to bottom. Ningxu took out the little sunny pouch. There are merit grains inside. I think you guys have done a good job. Pay more attention to the rebirth pool in case something runs out. You still don't know? Yes. The skeletons replied in unison. They stared at the pouch in Zhu Jun's hand. Zhu Jun asked, "Why is it mandarin ducks playing in the water?" Zhu Jun looked at the embroidery on the pouch and asked. After that, he exclaimed in surprise and used a strange gaze to stare at Ningxu. Ningxu was speechless. This was what it was when it was sold. Who cared about what was embroidered on it? Moreover, Ningxu felt that the person who made this item had a bad taste. It was the same as his eldest uncle. Zhu Jun whispered to Ningxu, "Pippy Shu, when are you going to the world? Bring me along. I heard that the Nine-Palace Mountain is a world." Ningxu glanced at him. "Who told you that? Who told you that the Nine-Palace Mountain is a world? There are clearly 9 worlds." Zhu Jun was speechless. He couldn't reply to this. "I asked Li Si about it." "Isn't Li Si a native?" Zhu Jun asked in anticipation. "When are you going to Nine-Palace Mountain?" Ningxu said, "Aren't you in Nine-Palace Mountain now? This is the first level of Nine-Palace Mountain." She would not go to Nine-Palace Mountain for no reason. Nine-Palace Mountain also had a plain wall. If she entered it frequently, it might cause great harm to the world. Ningxu did not want Nine-Palace Mountain to explode in the world of reincarnation. The huge explosion would definitely tear the world of reincarnation apart. In the future, she would not even have a place to rest. Zhu Jun said, "I want to go to the human world." Ningxu nodded. Speaking of which, he had already gone to the 5th level of Nine-Palace Mountain. He did not know what the 6th level was like. He would not go in for the time being. Nine-Palace Mountain was here anyway. He would fill up his soul first. "When I go to the human world, I will think of you first." Ningxu reached out and patted Zhu Jun's shoulder. It was quite hard and glowed with golden light. What a handsome skeleton. Zhu Jun did not believe Pippy Shu's words at all. Not at all. Ningxu thought of the earthworm. He asked Li Si for the Book of Life and Death to check it out. He did not know if the Book of Life and Death had souls that entered the world of reincarnation. What a good-for-nothing. Why didn't he run when he could not beat him? Did he think he was like Yi Lin who could not be killed? What a dream. Could it be that the earthworm was too fat so he could not drill into the ground? If that was the case, then he deserved it. Why did he have to eat so much? Perhaps the earthworm did not change his diet at all. Since Yi Lin had started to make soul fluid, it did not make sense that the earthworm would not eat soul fluid. Moreover, after consuming the soul fluid, the venom extracted from the earthworms was a great killing weapon. A single bite could contaminate one's body and soul, turning one into a mentally retarded existence. The earthworm was quite afraid of death. To be honest, Ningxu did not believe that the earthworm would die just like that. Perhaps she was hiding in the ground. Yi Lin said she was dead. Thinking about Liren all day long, Earthworm hadn't even seen Liren yet, so how could he bear to die? Ningxu quickly flipped through the Book of Life and Death and asked Li Si, "Does the Book of Life and Death record all the souls in the world of samsara?" "I didn't investigate this, but it should be recorded. When souls jump into the lake of life, I ask for their names and then look for their names in the Book of Life and Death. Anyway, I can find them. Perhaps there are some wandering souls without consciousness that are not recorded in the records. After all, wandering souls didn't even know who they were. They didn't have any thoughts or memories. They were just thin souls floating around. How could the Book of Life and Death record them?" Ningxu flipped through the Book of Life and Death. He didn't know what was added to the earthworm. It seemed to be a soul worm. Ningxu pulled out the soul of the soul stone. There weren't many of them. Even though there were images, Ningxu could tell at a glance that these soul worms weren't earthworms. Did the earthworm not die, or did it reincarnate? Ningxu asked Li Si if he saw any earthworm-like worms jumping into the lake of life. Earthworms were mutated soul worms. Soul worms were used to find soulstone mines. They were used by humans to find soulstone mines. Earthworms were intelligent. Intelligent creatures were first recorded in the Book of Life and Death. If there was no record in the Book of Life and Death, it meant that the earthworm wasn't dead. Then why did Yi Lin say that the earthworm was dead? She summoned the earthworm at that time, but it didn't respond. Could it be that it was too far away, so the earthworm didn't hear it? Ningxu didn't want to go to the second world. His disciple seemed to have turned evil. He changed from a soul protector to a person who made soul fluid. If the heavens wanted people to die, they first had to make people crazy. If Yilin wasn't discovered, then it would be fine. If he was discovered, then those righteous sects would definitely exterminate him. Moreover, his disciples were all lucky. If a person wanted to be famous, it was nothing more than eliminating evil and defending the righteous path. Either he was a great demon king and everyone was afraid of him, or he rebelled against his sect, especially when his master was a great demon. What a dramatic situation. Ningxu had a feeling that the heavenly Tao of that world had given up on Yilin. If Yilin was fine, he would become an existence that was admired. After all, his disciples were all people with luck. It was enough to make the sect famous. And as the master of these people, Yilin would also become an existence that was admired. Even if he wasn't strong enough, he would be praised as a great disciple. Moreover, Yilin's strength wasn't bad. But if he wasn't a righteous person and was a thief, it was enough to make these disciples rebel against the sect. It seemed like it was because of Bai Cixi that Yilin took such a risk. Bai Cixi said that she had implicated Yilin. Bai Cixi probably wouldn't let him off. Everyone was the same. A crow shouldn't call a pig black. Falling into the devil's path for love sounded very interesting. Bai Cixi probably wouldn't think that she had implicated Yilin. Anyway, Yilin's good days were coming to an end. Maybe he would be killed and come to the world of samsara. At that time, they could still talk about the old days. She should ask Yilin where the earthworm had gone. Compared with Yilin, this cheap disciple, who was a bit fake, she valued the chubby earthworm more. It was more comfortable to quarrel with the earthworm every day than to get along with Yilin. Ningxu flipped through the life and death book. Finally, her eyes stopped at Yilin's name. She was still talking about the old days with Yilin. She didn't expect to see Yilin's name. Moreover, the life and death book recorded Yilin's death in detail. He might have recorded more things than ordinary people because he used to be the son of the natural law. Similar to what Ningxu thought, Yilin was really besieged and killed by the famous decent sections. At the critical moment, it was his disciples who stabbed him in the back. After killing their own master, the sect was disbanded. The disciples also went away. When strength was respected, a master who taught them was more important than their parents, because the master's teaching could make them stronger and change their fate. Killing a master was a despicable thing. These disciples killed their own masters. Ordinary decent sects couldn't tolerate them. Ningxu pointed at Yilin's name, and then looked for Bai Cixi's name. If Bai Cixi also died, they could really be a pair of dead mandarin ducks on the road to the netherworld, a ghost couple. But Ningxu didn't find Bai Cixi's name after searching for a while. This meant that Bai Cixi either didn't die, or her soul was held and couldn't come to the world of samsara. This was a bit sad. They couldn't be together when they were alive, and they couldn't be together when they died. Sometimes the natural law was so cruel. Ningxu said to Li Si, "Call Zhu Jun here. I have work to do." Li Si stood up and went to find Zhu Jun. After a while, Zhu Jun came. Ningxu pointed at Yilin's appearance in the life and death book and said, "This person is in the world of samsara. Bring him here. Don't kill him. I have something to ask him." Ningxu used vines to make a stool and sat down to wait. Zhu Jun's black eyes stared at Yilin's appearance on the book of life and death. Without eyes, Ningxu didn't know what he was using to see. Zhu Jun asked, "Can I take this book away and show it to everyone?" Li Si reflexively stopped him. "There are so many skeletons. What if they break it?" Li Si had developed feelings for the book of life and death. He was worried that these careless skeletons would break the book of life and death. Ningxu handed the book of life and death to Zhu Jun. "It's not that fragile. If it was so easy to break, it wouldn't be a natural treasure nurtured by the heavenly Tao." Zhu Jun took the book of life and death and said to Li Si, "Don't worry. I promise to bring it back safely." Li Si looked at the book of life and death in Zhu Jun's hands as if Zhu Jun was holding a fragile baby. He reminded him again and again, "You have to be careful. Don't let anyone tear it." Zhu Jun turned and left. Ningshu supported his chin and looked at the pool of rebirth. He looked at the various mirages created by the pool of rebirth. When Ningshu stared at them, Ningshu's relatives appeared. They were trying to tempt Ningshu to jump in. Ningshu sighed. If she jumped in, the pool of rebirth would be the first to collapse. The pool of rebirth would definitely die before her. These things couldn't tempt her. She would go back and comprehend the spatial laws later. While picking up the fragments and processing the star stones, she would look for the plane where she was born. It wasn't easy to find a person in a sea of people, let alone in so many planes. Ningshu didn't dare to calculate the probability of finding her. Since the pool of rebirth was willing to make these illusions for her, she would look at them. It was good to see the faces of her relatives. After a long time, the faces, voices, and smiles of these people began to fade in her memory. She couldn't remember some of them. She only remembered who her relatives were. Zhu Jun led the 2,000 skeletons and started to look for people in the world of reincarnation. He divided these skeletons into several teams. Of course, there was a huge reward for finding the person. The pool of reincarnation probably felt that these things were unable to tempt Ningshu, so it didn't bother to create a mirage, preventing Ningshu from even looking at it. When he was bored, Ningshu continued to expand his sea of consciousness. The more mental strength it contained, the greater the potential for mental strength to take shape. Ningshu hoped that his spiritual sphere could form a vast and boundless starry sky. That way, when searching for people, his spiritual power could pour out and scan an entire plain. They didn't want to form rivers and lakes. After all, there was a limit to how much they could rise. Even if it was the sea, there would be a time when it ran out of water. It was a good thing that her spiritual power had yet to take shape. The longer she waited, the more she would be able to expand her sea of consciousness and accommodate more spiritual power. Since it was boring to wait for others, he might as well expand his sea of consciousness. Ningshu turned the vines into a reclining chair. He lay on the chair and rocked back and forth. Ningshu closed his eyes and was very relaxed. When he woke up, Yi Lin was still not found. The world of reincarnation was not small. It would be difficult to find him even if he wanted to hide. Ningshu stretched and asked Li Si, "Have you found your young master?" The life and death book records very quickly. Souls with intelligence, regardless of whether they were humans or other creatures, were recorded. If there was no Pai Lupi's soul, then young Master Pai Lupi was either a 1,000-year-old tortoise who hadn't come to the world of reincarnation yet, or his soul had already dispersed. The first was still okay. If Li Si didn't encounter a huge external force, he wouldn't die. He could continue to wait. As for the second, Li Si wouldn't be able to wait even if he waited until the end of time. Li Si also understood this. It's a good thing that there is no record. At least there was something to think about. Ningshu stood up and put away the vines. Since Yi Lin couldn't be found in a short time, she would first comprehend the law of space. The deeper the comprehension, the more planes she could jump in the future. Ningshu didn't want to find Yi Lin by herself. Anyway, there were skeletons. Let these skeletons find him. If they could find him, they would find him. If they couldn't find him, they would slowly find him. As long as there was something to do, it was fine. She thought it would take some time. She didn't expect that Yi Lin would be found so soon. When he had a body, Yi Lin emitted black gas. Now that he didn't have a body, his soul was shrouded in black gas. This was caused by the unclean soul power. Li Si was stunned. He really looked like his young master. His young master was also covered in black gas. When Yi Lin saw Ningshu, he was stunned. Just like when he was alive, Ningshu cupped his hands and shouted, "Senior, why are you in this world?" After he was stabbed in the back by that rascal, he lost consciousness in a trance. When he woke up again, he was in a foggy world. There was no day or night in this world. It was always gray like this. Souls floated around him. Yi Lin understood. He had come to the legendary hell. Hell really existed. When people died, they really came to hell. When he saw his former master here, Yi Lin was very surprised. He always knew that his master was in a soul state, and his soul was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. But he didn't expect him to be someone from hell. Zhu Jun said to Ningxu, I brought him here. It won't be long, right? Ningxu nodded. It won't be long. Ningxu looked at Yilin and asked, I'll ask you again. Where did the earthworm go? It didn't come to this world. Is it dead? Alive? Or was it made into soul fluid by you? Yilin didn't say anything. Ningxu sat down. He didn't say anything and wasn't angry. He waited silently while cultivating his sea of consciousness. There were many skeletons around. They stared at Yilin with their black eyes. Although they didn't have eyes, Yilin felt uncomfortable when these eyes stared at him. Also, the golden light on these skeletons made him feel uncomfortable. When he got closer, his soul felt like it was being pricked by needles. Yilin planned to familiarize himself with this world. Since it was a soul world, he could probably cultivate. After all, his former master was also a soul. However, he didn't expect to be caught without any warning or reason. When he saw Ningxu, Yilin felt like he had met an old friend in a foreign land. But the other party asked about the earthworm. Humans were worse than a small worm. Moreover, they seemed to be master and disciple. Yilin couldn't bear the pressure and said, It's still alive. Ningxu said, Oh, then why did you say it was dead? Yilin said, later on, it didn't want to follow me and disappeared. I don't know where it went. If you ask me, I can only say it's dead. Ningxu raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Yilin, you're really interesting. What's wrong with saying it's alive? Why did you have to say it's dead? The earthworm was probably living well in that world. Nothing else mattered. She guessed that Yilin had some conflicts with the earthworm, so Yilin thought that the earthworm was dead. She felt that Yilin not only had a problem with her, but also with the earthworm. She didn't know what had happened. Should I believe you? Can you be sure that you didn't refine the earthworm into soul fluid? After all, the earthworm couldn't come to the world of samsara, and the book of life and death wouldn't record it. Yilin said, No, it drilled into the ground and ran away. Ningxu had seen the earthworm's ability to drill into the ground. He guessed that only the imprint of the law of earth could stop the earthworm. It was very talented in this aspect. Yilin suddenly knelt down, prostrated himself on the ground, and whimpered. It seemed that he had a lot of grievances during this period. Yilin was really wronged. Ningxu was speechless. He didn't expect that Yilin would cry. He was probably crying for Bai Sisi, because he couldn't save her even when he died. Or he was betrayed by his disciple, and that kind of resentment couldn't be dispelled. Just by listening to the crying, it seemed that Yilin had suffered a great grievance. The skeletons and Ningxu present silently watched Yilin cry. The whimpering drifted around, making the souls who jumped into the reincarnation pool look over here. They didn't go to the reincarnation pool, but came to watch the fun. Li Si drove away these souls who came to watch the fun. Zhu Jun asked Ningxu, when you went to the world, did you cheat a man's feelings and trample on his heart? Otherwise, he wouldn't be so wronged. Ningxu laughed. He was a skeleton, but his imagination was still so wild. Why would I cheat a man's feelings? She was so free. Why did she have to find a man who didn't have long to live to flirt with? She would rather sleep than find a man out of boredom. Besides, wasn't it better to do tasks? She could pick up fragments to raise these skeletons. Then why is he crying? It seems that you did something to him. Zhu Jun pointed at Yilin who was crying. It must be too painful to be separated by life and death from the person you love. That's why you couldn't help but cry. Ningxu wasn't in the mood to listen to Yilin's sobs and was about to leave. Yilin raised his head and looked at Ningxu. His lips moved as he said to Ningxu, I'm sorry. Ningxu shook his head. There's nothing wrong with you. Thinking about it carefully, they really didn't do anything wrong to each other. If it weren't for the earthworms, Ningxu wouldn't have come to Yilin again. To put it in a cliché, their fate had come to an end. Ningxu now had to get used to parting in death, because she would not die. In her long life, she would see many parting in death. Ningxu didn't feel anything about Yilin's apology. Yilin shook his head and said, It's not like that. I hate your reputation as a demoness. After becoming your disciple, I don't dare to tell everyone that you're my master. I don't want to. Who wouldn't want to have a master who was of virtue and prestige? Who wouldn't want to have a master who was highly respected and upright? Not to mention, she wasn't a demoness who was elusive and elusive. At that time, because of the demoness reputation, he had been hunted down by people. Because of this master, he had suffered a lot. And when he was hunted down, this master didn't even appear. She was completely unreliable. She didn't give him anything to save his life. He more or less felt some resentment in his heart. It was normal. Ordinary people would resent their parents. Even if they were raised, they would still resent their parents for not doing a good job, or for not doing a good job. These conflicts could cause hatred and resentment. Ningxu quietly listened to Yi Lin's words. She didn't refute him and just watched him vent. Ningxu's behavior made Yi Lin feel very frustrated. It was just like this, just like this. It made people feel love and hate. He wanted to break away from this master. Although people outside would still tie them together, Yi Lin didn't want to. She always appeared and disappeared mysteriously. He didn't know when she would appear. When Bai Sisi first brought up this matter, he went along with the flow. But she abandoned him without hesitation. It was clearly the result he wanted, but she didn't say anything and didn't urge him to stay. She just let it go. This made Yi Lin angry and empty in his heart. Sure enough, she didn't have a disciple in her heart. She just treated him like a dog and threw him away. Later, the demoness in red was gradually whitewashed. Yi Lin didn't feel anything. When her reputation was bad, she suffered. When her reputation was good, she didn't get any glory. Although in the eyes of outsiders, they were still master and disciple, Yi Lin knew that they had no relationship. Ningxu just said, "Let's not talk about these things." Yi Lin said, "If you don't talk to me, it means that you don't like me." Ningxu turned to look at him. "That's right." Yi Lin choked. Black qi rose from his body. In the end, he grimaced and said, "The earthworm is dead. I killed it." Ningxu was speechless. He had never seen Yi Lin so emotionally exposed before. The high-spirited youth from before had disappeared. Now, he was just a soul-emitting black qi. So, what was Yi Lin trying to do? Why was he so angry at her? Zhu Jun whispered, "It seems that his love for you has turned to hate." Ningxu's heart skipped a beat. He had fallen into the demonic path because of Bai Sisi. His love for her had turned to hate. Instead of saying that his love for her had turned to hate, it was more likely that he hated himself. He found that his master was more powerful than he had imagined, but he didn't give him anything. Instead, he was implicated because of his master's reputation. It was probably, "Master, you don't love me and don't care about me, so you don't give me anything." When he saw her in this world, his heart was probably in turmoil. Had she let down Yi Lin, Ningxu left the world of samsara directly. No matter how angry Yi Lin was and how much he hated him, Ningxu didn't care. It was so easy to deal with Yi Lin. He could just put him in the pool of reincarnation and erase his memory. But if Yi Lin didn't want to go to the pool of reincarnation and was willing to bear the heart-wrenching pain, why not help him? Ningxu went to the space city to comprehend the law of space. Yi Lin saw Ningxu leave without looking back. Again and again, it was just like when he had cancelled the master-disciple relationship. Just like that, he left without any reluctance. Yi Lin clenched his fists and punched the black sand, making holes in it. Zhu Jun walked up to him and said, "Although I don't know what your relationship with Pippi Shu is, what you did was just to show off in front of Pippi Shu so that you can continue your relationship and get benefits in the world of samsara." But Pippi Shu didn't see it. Zhu Jun shook his head, knowing that this soul regretted it. Acting as if he had been let down was just to get some benefits. Yi Lin lowered his head and didn't speak. His fists were half buried in the black sand. He didn't refute Zhu Jun's words, but said, "She has never been honest with me." "Never." Zhu Jun tilted his head and asked cutely, "What obligation does Pippi Shu have to be honest with you?" It was cruel, but it was also true. Just like when Ningxu asked about Jingqing, those high-level officials had no obligation to be honest with her. Even if Jingqing killed you, so what? And Ningxu didn't do anything to hurt Yi Lin directly. Yi Lin didn't say a word. Black qi floated around him. Zhu Jun clicked his tongue and returned the Book of Life and Death to Li Si. He said to the skeleton, let's go back. There will be a reward. Yilin looked at Zhu Jun's back and said faintly, you don't even know my relationship with her. What right do you have to judge? Zhu Jun turned around and shrugged. She's not your mother anyway. Zhu Jun said, when talking about benefits, talk about benefits. Don't talk about feelings. When you have feelings for someone, you talk about benefits. Whatever you think, you're just putting yourself in a vulnerable position. You think you can get what you want by crying? Instead, you'll be looked down upon. What did she do to you to make you feel so wronged? Why are you so indignant? He was clearly indignant. Yes, indignant. Yilin laughed bitterly. He was probably thinking, if you're so powerful, why didn't you tell me that I abandoned a wife who tired me, who couldn't give me anything, and who might even be ugly? In the end, this woman was a multimillionaire. When they were together, she didn't give him anything. He couldn't get rid of the feeling of being cheated. If you told me, I wouldn't have let go so easily. When I was in trouble, she chose to stand by and watch. When I was at my wit's end and chose a path of no return, she still stood by and watched. She couldn't accept it. If that was the case, why did she take him as her disciple? She should have just not taken him as her disciple. She came and went like a ghost and was unreliable. First, she asked him for soul fluid. Then, she gave him tools, swords, and cultivation resources. Occasionally, when she came to find him, she would save him when he was in danger. He felt that she didn't want to save him. Instead, she was afraid that if he died, there would be no one to help her find soul fluid. It didn't seem like a master-disciple relationship. It was more like a transaction. Taking him as her disciple was just like what Baisisi said. She just wanted him to help her find resources. Why couldn't she complain? Why couldn't she feel wronged? Zhu Jun spread his hands. I don't really understand your relationship. Maybe Pippi Shu didn't give you what you wanted, so you exploded. This isn't about giving me what I want or not, Yilin shouted. Zhu Jun was surprised. If that's not the case, then what are you doing? She wasn't trying to make a fuss or anything. It was just that she wasn't satisfied. If it wasn't for her unwillingness, everyone would have parted on good terms. She clearly didn't get what she wanted, yet she was talking about her feelings. How strange. Zhu Jun couldn't be bothered to waste time with people he didn't know. It would be more fun to go back and split the merit grains with everyone. Zhu Jun brought the skeletons away. These skeletons stepped on the black sand and disappeared in a flash. Yilin's entire body was emitting black gas. He stood there motionless like a statue. Li Si guarded the rebirth pool and flipped through the book of life and death. After a long time, Yilin's soul moved. He asked Li Si, is it my fault? Huh? Li Si looked up blankly. What's wrong? What are you talking about? She's my master, but she never cared about me. My heart can't be at peace. Did I do something wrong? Li Si said. You probably didn't. It's just that your expectations of her were too high. She didn't reach the height you set for her, so you resented her. This was like an ordinary couple. They despised one party for not living up to expectations and being useless. In reality, they had set a goal and height in their hearts. If the other party couldn't achieve it, they would hate and hate her. How could she be so useless? They also felt that they had sacrificed so much, but the other party actually treated them like this. He guarded the rebirth pool day after day, looking for young master. He didn't want to get anything from young master. The choice was made by oneself, but others had to bear the losses of the choice you made. Since she was useless, it would have been better if she didn't marry this useless man. She had a boyfriend and thought about how well this boyfriend would treat her. If he couldn't do it, she had already given this person an X, 3 strikes out and out. Yilin's expression was a little blank. I don't have high expectations of her. I really don't have high expectations. Li Si said. I don't know how high your expectations of her are. Yilin looked at the rebirth pool and the various mirages. He wanted to jump in, but he wasn't willing to do so. After coming to this world, he had already asked around. If he jumped into the rebirth pool, he could start his life anew, but he would form a brand new self. If he didn't jump, his soul would be so muddy. He didn't know what would be born in the future. Yilin turned and left, a little dazed. Li Si didn't pay attention to him. He carefully flipped through the life and death book. He Qing came out from behind the stone and stopped Yilin. She asked, "Do you know her?" Yilin turned to look at her. When he saw that it was a woman, he ignored her. He was in a bad mood, and a strange woman ran over to stop him. He Qing asked Yilin, "Do you know that woman?" "The woman in black." Yilin was impatient. "What do you want? If you have something to say, say it. It's good that you know her. That woman not only manages this world, but also has other identities. She wanted to go, but because her soul wasn't qualified, she could only stay in this world. She also didn't want to go to reincarnation." Yilin's heart was already numb. When she came to this world, she said that she came for her soul and that she came from reincarnation. However, he didn't believe it at the time. Now, it seemed that the destruction of the city was just to let her soul enter this world. Moreover, she wanted to snatch the soul fluid when she encountered it. It seemed that it was more for the soul fluid. Yilin let out a long breath. "So? If you have a good relationship with her, you can ask her to take you to another path." However, He Qing looked down at his soul. "Have you also absorbed a soul? You might not pass like this." He Qing felt like she had been played like a fool. Previously, he said that her soul wasn't strong enough. She tried her best to find and absorb souls without intelligence. Finally, her soul reached the standard. Then, he said that her soul's purity wasn't good enough. This person was also emitting black smoke, so his soul's purity definitely wasn't good enough. However, He Qing felt that there was still a way. As long as that woman was willing to work hard, she would definitely be able to solve it. However, the other party might not necessarily do it. This made her grit her teeth. Yilin was in a daze. Before, he thought that the person who let go was a billionaire. Now, this person's status had risen again. She had become the richest person in the country. No wonder she didn't care about him and didn't even look at him. This was something that she had admitted herself. Even if he went to look for her, she wouldn't care about him anymore. Even if she was a billionaire, she wouldn't let anything slip through her fingers. He Qing observed Yilin's expression and found that Yilin wasn't happy. Her heart thumped. Previously, she had been hiding behind a rock and saw them talking for a long time. BK Yilin understood that this woman had appeared for a different purpose, but she might be disappointed, because her master wouldn't do anything for her. Yilin didn't want to talk to her, so he left, but He Qing chased after him and kept talking to Yilin. He Qing didn't want to die, so this was the only path she could take. She had to get out of her current situation. Ningxu was comprehending the laws of space in the space city when he was notified by the system that there was a special mission. Ningxu stopped and returned to the system space. Ningxu asked, "What kind of special mission is it?" The backup system said, "It's a message from the main system, and you're one of its members. As for the mission content, it's to eliminate the existence that produces resentment and is unwilling to be counterattacked." Ningxu said, "Oh, what kind of existence is that?" "Some people have been hurt, and whether they live or die, they stay in the plane and use their own power to take revenge. Usually, this kind of revenge is large-scale, and many people die. Now, we need to eliminate this existence," the backup system said. Ningxu said, "One of its members also said that this is a team mission?" "Yes, there will be team members doing this mission together. Since it's revenge for those who have been hurt, then who should I enter the body of those who don't counterattack?" Ningxu couldn't help but ask. "Should I just enter the body of a random passerby? The main system will project the location." "Oh," Ningxu replied. "Is this mission mandatory?" "The main system selects suitable members, so it's mandatory," the main system said. Ningxu had never done a mission like this before, so he asked, "Can I know the list of teammates in advance?" He wanted to see if there was anyone he knew, and he didn't know if there would be conflicts during the mission. The system gave him a list of about 6 people, but he didn't know any of their names. Okay, he didn't know any of them, so how was he going to do it? The system said, "This kind of mission has a precise goal, so there won't be any conflicts between the mission takers. As long as the existence of resentment is eliminated, the mission is considered complete. Because there are no takers, the reward will be given by the main system. Looks like I have to complete it. The system said, "Host, please go to that world as soon as possible and familiarize yourself with the environment." Ningxu immediately exchanged for fasting pills and medicines, as well as some water. Some worlds did not have the ability to use laws. With water, fasting pills, and medicine, he could more or less save his life. Ningxu asked, "What if we die on the way?" The system said, "After death, the mission taker will be sent back to the system space and will not be able to participate in the mission a second time. If you complete the mission, you will be rewarded, but if you fail, you will be punished." Ningxu nodded to show that he understood. He had thought that there would be no punishment for this kind of mission, but it turned out that there was still a punishment. However, Ningxu didn't really care about the punishment. He just had to work hard to complete the quest. After all, she had nothing to punish. Even her account had been frozen, and there were no taxes to be collected. Could it be that she was going to pick up the shards and handle the star stones for free? After preparing everything, Ningxu told the system, "You can go to the world now." Not long after a slight jolt, Ningxu merged into a body. He felt that something was licking his face. It was soft, like a tongue. With a fishy smell, Ningxu opened his eyes and saw a long, snake-like tongue. At the end of the tongue was a woman. The woman opened her mouth wide, and the tongue came out of her mouth. If it wasn't a dream, then it was a supernatural event. This female ghost was wearing plain clothes, with 2 braids. Such a simple outfit, without any makeup, but she was very beautiful. Her facial features were indescribably beautiful. Perhaps these facial features alone were not good, but together, they were very beautiful. However, at this moment, her face was pale, and her whole body was emitting a ghostly aura. The surrounding magnetic field was chaotic and cold. The yin qi rushed into the heart, liver, spleen, and lungs, like ice needles piercing the skin. This tongue was long, like a flexible snake, and wrapped around Ningxu's neck. Ningxu grabbed the tongue. Otherwise, the tongue would wrap around his neck, otherwise, he would die. This beautiful female ghost looked at Ningxu with eyes full of hatred, as if it was real resentment. Ningxu suddenly said, "Ba, benefactor, the sea of bitterness is boundless, repent and be saved." If there was no accident, this female ghost should be the target of their elimination. Without receiving the content, he didn't know what happened to this female ghost. Thus, the surrounding magnetic field was messed up, and the space nodes were probably chaotic. When the female ghost heard Ningxu's words, she suddenly snorted. This snort was full of mockery. Ningxu originally wanted to form a seal, but he found that the magnetic field here was really twisted and strange. Was he going to be strangled by the tongue? Seeing that this female ghost hated him so much, she must have a deep hatred when she was alive. Ningxu said with difficulty, "When you're alive, I can deal with you, but when you're dead, I'm still not afraid of you." The female ghost's whole body exuded a ghost aura. She floated in front of Ningxu, directly opened her mouth and bit Ningxu's hand. She bit off one of Ningxu's fingers. Ningxu was in severe pain. She covered her wound. One of her fingers was broken. She had encountered such a situation. This female ghost chewed Ningxu's finger. Kacha kacha, it was as if the hand bone was being chewed by the female ghost. Her mouth was full of blood, and blood flowed down the corner of her mouth. Ningxu covered his wound. One of his fingers was bitten. He was in so much pain that his whole body twitched. Blood flowed down the gap between his fingers. In front of her, eating her flesh and drinking her blood, there must be a deep hatred. Too exciting. Fortunately, he broke free from the control of the tongue. This female ghost was very powerful. His resentment should be very strong. He had never seen such strong resentment. Moreover, the female ghost was not in a hurry to kill him. It seemed that she wanted to play with him and let him be killed in extreme fear. Ningxu covered his injured hand and said, "We're both so beautiful. Why kill each other?" Ningxu's words seemed to have touched the female ghost's sore spot. She suddenly went crazy. A strong aura erupted from her body. The things in the room were blown into a mess by the strong wind. Her face began to rot and become ugly. She roared and shouted, "I'm not beautiful, not beautiful." Ningxu was blown by the evil wind. He directly rolled to the foot of the wall and shrank. His face and body were hurt by the evil wind. Ningxu suddenly felt as if she had hit the horse's hoof with her flattery. Ningxu made a gesture with his hands. Since she was a ghost, she could use Taoist magic arts. However, Ningxu was surprised to find that Taoist magic arts were useless. Was it because he didn't have spiritual qi/bk? The female ghost fell into her own thoughts. Ningxu looked out the window. It was dark outside. He didn't know if it was day or night. He couldn't see the sky. It was as if the sky was blocked by something. The shadows of the trees were dark, and it was silent outside. There wasn't even the sound of chickens crowing or dogs barking. It must be because the magnetic field around him was chaotic, so he couldn't use Maoshan Daoist techniques. It was as if there was no signal on his cell phone. The signal was blocked. He couldn't make a call no matter how hard he tried. Ningxu jumped out of the window against the cold wind. The female ghost was still denying that she was beautiful. Perhaps it was because she was disgusted by his beautiful appearance. This was a village surrounded by mountains. There were also mud houses here. It looked quite backward. It was the kind of backward village. It was gloomy. It felt like he had come to a ghost village. Ningxu didn't have a goal. He didn't know where to go. He had to avoid this female ghost now. However, Ningxu didn't run far. A female ghost descended from the sky and appeared in front of him. The flesh on her face was curled up. There were wounds of all sizes. Some were long and deep, and the bones were visible. There were also round holes that had been pierced by something. Not only her face, but her neck and hands were also covered in wounds. They were bleeding. She opened her eyes. Ningxu asked, "Am I really beautiful?" Ningxu had hit the nail on the head. Moreover, the female ghost's current appearance was really not beautiful. Ningxu said, "No, you're not beautiful at all." However, the female ghost became even more violent. The surrounding wind blew violently, and the surrounding trees were blown apart. The wind howled, and it sounded like a chill down one's spine. Even his body was so stiff that he couldn't move. "Since I'm not beautiful, why are you doing this to me? Why? I want to kill all of you and let you die beautifully." Ningxu was speechless. F***ck, I can't say that you're beautiful, but I can't say that you're not beautiful either. Then what do you want people to say? Ningxu felt that it was fortunate that this body was heavy enough. Moreover, it was the kind of body that was covered in fat. With such a fat body, it probably wouldn't be good to look at. He had never heard of a beautiful fat person saying that. Only if it was heavy enough would it not be blown away. The ghost's face gradually recovered, and she regained her previous beautiful appearance. She said to Ningxu, "I will let you and your husband reunite. Don't you value your man the most? He has been harassing me, but you hit me every time. I used this face to eat him up bit by bit." When he saw my face, his eyes were no longer filled with disgust. Instead, they were filled with fear. "I will also use this face to eat you up bit by bit so that you and your wife can be reunited." Ningxu. Is human meat delicious? The female ghost was obviously stunned for a moment. Then, she smiled faintly. Unexpectedly, she gave off the feeling that she was capable of causing the downfall of a city. She had the innocence and beauty of an ignorant person. "It's delicious. Every piece I eat makes me feel carefree." Ningxu exhaled, his eyes darting left and right. What was he going to do? It seemed like he couldn't use any of his methods. This area was filled with a chaotic and violent magnetic field that could even distort spiritual power. The female ghost could use this magnetic field to do anything. Ningxu had never seen such a huge amount of resentment. This female ghost had obviously been greatly wronged, and there were many people seeking revenge. Most likely, the people in this area were all the targets of the female ghost's revenge. If he didn't accept the counterattack, even if the mission enforcers came, they wouldn't be able to kill everyone here. After all, the law couldn't punish the masses. Even if the law were to judge, they couldn't lock up everyone in a village. At most, they would be punished. Sometimes, it was great to have more people. Obviously, it was more satisfying to take revenge on one's own. However, this kind of resentment and the extreme fear of those who had been avenged had already affected the plane. Therefore, the mission this time was to eliminate this female ghost. This was a bit difficult. It was quite sad that he had methods but couldn't use them. He didn't know if there was anyone else in this village. Could it be that the other mission enforcers hadn't come yet? The female ghost's face was beautiful. Her eyes were round and big, making her look delicate and pitiful. Don't you love your husband the most? You can't wait to tie him to your belt. Your husband looked at me, and you slapped me and called me a vixen and a broken shoe. I didn't let him look at me. Why didn't you talk about your husband? I'll let you husband and wife reunite, okay? The female ghost's voice was gentle. Xianxia coughed. The place where his finger was broken was invaded by yin qi. It was piercing, and his whole body was numb from the cold. At least give me some buffer time. It's so exciting. Xianxia stuffed a pill into his mouth and swallowed it with his saliva. It was an anti-inflammatory medicine. He was worried that it would cause inflammation and tetanus. Xianxia smiled at the female ghost. His swollen face squeezed out some meat. Who wants to compensate that dead ghost? Xianxia thought again. Should he leave this body and fight with this female ghost in soul form? She wouldn't die anyway. As for this body, if it liked to eat, then he could eat it. The mission reward this time was given by the main system, not by this woman. Moreover, this woman didn't sound innocent. Whether he died or not had nothing to do with her. The female ghost looked at Xianxia and his wife with disdain. When he was alive, were you afraid that he would run away? But now, you don't even dare to die? Xianxia shook his head. I don't dare. Men are all pigs. Why would I die for a pig? Xianxia wanted to leave this body, but two women rushed out of the forest. One of them was holding scissors, and the other was holding a screwdriver. They were used to twist screws, and they were a little sharp. Xianxia, do you want to die again? The two women said as they raised the scissors and screwdriver at the female ghost. These things were stained with mottled blood, as if they were rusted. When Xianxia saw these things, she immediately screamed so loudly that her ears went deaf. She roared, all of you must die. You must die. A strong ghostly aura erupted from her body. It was as black as ink, covering her entire body. Xianxia and the other two rushed over. The two women gritted their teeth and raised the things in their hands at Xianxia. Xianxia was less than a palm's distance away from the three of them. However, when she saw the scissors, her eyes revealed a look of fear and she disappeared. Xianxia rubbed his ears. They were a little deaf. The two women also heaved a sigh of relief. The female ghost had temporarily retreated. A woman said to Xianxia, gather with the others first. Xianxia exclaimed and asked, what did you say? Xianxia was dragged to an ancestral hall by the two women. There was a faint light in the ancestral hall. Xianxia walked in and saw many people inside. Everyone in this area was probably gathered here. /BK The ancestral hall wasn't big. Although it was packed, there were only about 20 to 30 people. There were men, women, and old people. There were also children, but not many. There were only a few people left in this place. These people were wearing undershirts and headscarves that looked like towels tied around their heads. Seeing Xianxia, some people showed disdain and muttered, fatty son, you met him right? Who told you to be so greedy and insist on running out? Xianxia found a place to sit down and scanned these people. He didn't know which of these people were mission enforcers. The two women who had attacked him earlier might be mission enforcers. Ordinary women wouldn't have such courage. Xianxia looked at the two women and paused for a moment. He lowered his head and treated his wound. The wound wasn't neat. At first glance, it was obvious that it had been bitten by teeth. Xianxia felt very uncomfortable. Energy had entered his body, and his body was burning up. He couldn't help but approach the fire. He secretly took some fever medicine and held on for as long as he could. He finished the mission and left. Xianxia figured out the situation and accepted the message. This was a relatively closed mountain village. During the War of Resistance, Xiao Mingtao's husband had been conscripted to fight in the war. Xiao Mingtao was born beautiful and was a rare beauty in the mountain village. Her husband had been gone for several years without any news. Most people thought that he had died in the war. There was a lot of trouble in front of widows, especially beautiful women. They received a lot of attention from people who looked at them. Men looked at her with eyes full of love and admiration, but behind them were disgusting thoughts and obscenities. Their minds were filled with all kinds of dirty thoughts. Women looked at her with eyes full of jealousy because the men's eyes were always on her. Things that were too extreme would attract malice. It was the same for things that were too beautiful or too ugly. Especially when Xiao Mingtao hadn't protected her beautiful edge and blade. In people's hearts, beautiful women might be dissolute, shameless, and impure. Even if Xiao Mingtao was clean and honest, everyone would say that she was a broken shoe. She was a broken shoe. Others have no obligation to figure out whether you are a broken shoe or not, but you have the obligation to prove that you are not a broken shoe. Her husband had not returned for a long time, which made the men in the mountain village more and more restless. If they tried to please Xiao Mingtao by giving her gifts, Xiao Mingtao would not accept them. These men directly threw the gifts at the door and ran away. Not long after the men started to court Xiao Mingtao, some of the men's wives came and beat and scolded Xiao Mingtao. They scolded Xiao Mingtao for being a vixen and a loose woman who had been slept with by all the men in the mountain village. Xiao Mingtao was a woman that men dreamed of sleeping with. Some men even joked that they had slept with Xiao Mingtao. Actually, he didn't. He just wanted to show off. After all, that woman was what all men wanted. How satisfying to his vanity. He even said things like how much money he would give her to sleep with him. Some men were getting bolder and bolder with Xiao Mingtao. They would even touch her. Once they were rejected by Xiao Mingtao, these men would immediately turn hostile. Why are you pretending to be a chaste woman? Haven't you slept with someone else? Just how despairing was this? There was really no way to explain it. The women gathered together and chatted. They were all talking about how many men Xiao Mingtao had seduced and who she had slept with. A certain auntie, did your Zhuzi also look for her? A certain young wife, no, my Zhuzi didn't. Many men in the mountain village had been seduced by Xiao Mingtao, except for their own men. Married women should all have dark skin and lower breasts. If you don't want others to call you a loose woman, you have to darken your face and lower your breasts. No one could prove that they were pure and flawless. Then create an impure and flawless person to contrast them. Who cared if it was true or not? Pure and flawless people talked and chatted with pure and flawless people and stayed away from impure people. Otherwise, they would also be considered impure people. Everyone had to despise impure people together. Look at her. She was born to seduce men. She must be very slutty. Yes, very slutty. Yes, it was always right to agree with the majority. It would appear that one had joined the group and would not be ostracized. Humans were social animals. They followed the crowd and went with the flow. They did not want to be ostracized because they appeared different. They needed a common target to despise. They could only blame her for being too beautiful. No matter where Xiao Mingtao went, there were people pointing at her. The women's eyes were filled with disgust and jealousy. The men's obscene and perverted eyes scanned every part of her body. It was so disgusting that it made people want to vomit. There was nothing wrong with being beautiful. What was wrong was that she did not have the strength to protect this beauty. If she was too different, she would be attacked by others. Those men said that they liked her and loved her while reaching out their arms to hug her. Those wives did not know how to discipline their husbands. They would only come to her. Because of the huge difference in beauty and the fact that her husband had died in battle, all men could be seduced by her. The interests of the women were challenged. Xiao Mingtao was ostracized and envied by all the women. Those insensible children threw stones at her and called her a loose woman in the tribe. Perhaps these children did not know what a loose woman was. They just heard the adults say so and followed suit. Rumors, suspicions, misunderstandings, jealousy, resentment, and hatred were all added to Xiao Mingtao. When the country was liberated, it was confirmed that Xiao Mingtao's husband had died. Moreover, his death was not so noble. It was said that he had become a traitor. Those jealous women who were born from inferiority were like hunters who had been squatting in the grass for a long time. They seized this opportunity to raise the banner of justice and deal with the traitor's woman. It was natural. These women used scissors, needles, and screwdrivers to scratch her face. They kicked her body, scratched her breasts, and even her private parts. In private places, they were rough. Those men who had once said that they loved her and liked her ignored her. No one hated beauty. Those strange people who were too beautiful often carried ugliness in their bodies. It was something even uglier. Xiao Mingtao's skin was scratched. She did not die. When it was late, a few men sneaked in and groped her body. They tainted her. There was once and a second time. Xiao Mingtao was insulted by countless men. There were all kinds of men. It was so disgusting that she wanted to vomit. There were also men who said that she was really ugly. When she was beautiful, they blamed her for being beautiful. Now, they said that she was ugly. Xiao Mingtao died just like that. A straw mat was directly buried on the hillside. The strong resentment made her come back to life. She took revenge on everyone in the mountain village. One by one, she slowly killed and ate them. Everyone was scared out of their wits. They wanted to escape, but they were killed by Xiao Mingtao immediately. No one dared to go out without permission. /BK they couldn't enter or leave. This place was isolated from the rest of the world. This ancestral hall was Xiao Mingtao's place of life and death. Everyone was afraid of the things that killed them and the place where they died, even if they became ghosts. Because it was to judge Xiao Mingtao in a righteous way, the villagers even opened the ancestral hall. Before she was pulled into the ancestral hall, her skin had already been scratched and she was thrown into the ancestral hall. The ancestral hall contained the family tree and ancestral tablets. These men in the village defiled Xiao Mingtao in the ancestral hall. They didn't give her any food or saliva. They probably wanted the ancestors to punish her. If she didn't die, then she didn't deserve to die. If she died, then she was guilty. After Xiao Mingtao died, she became a malicious ghost and killed the villagers one by one, bringing great panic to the mountain village. She killed men, women, children, and the elderly. The men who defiled her died the most miserable deaths. As for those who gossiped and slandered Xiao Mingtao, their tongues were cut off one by one. They wouldn't die immediately after their tongues were cut off. They would usually suffer for a few days. In addition, they were frightened by the malicious ghost. Their eyes were wide open and filled with fear. After they died, Xiao Mingtao would eat these people's bodies one by one. If it was a man, he would let the man be eaten alive and watch his own body being eaten. These men would cry and beg for mercy in fear. They would no longer look at her with disgusted eyes. These people in the ancestral hall were the only people left in the mountain village. Later, the villagers gradually discovered a pattern. This female ghost never went close to the ancestral hall. The female ghost would only wander around the ancestral hall and wouldn't come in. Therefore, they hid in the ancestral hall and didn't go out. However, there was nothing in the ancestral hall. Without food, they would starve to death. Some people took advantage of the dawn to go home to look for things, but even during the day, Xiao Mingtao was still active. After killing these people, she dragged them to the ancestral hall. In front of these people, he chewed on them raw with crunching sounds. The bones were directly chewed in her mouth, making a lot of chewing sounds. Those who weren't mentally strong were scared out of their wits. They only wanted to leave this place and rushed out of the ancestral hall. Of course, the result was still death. Ningxu leaned against the wall and shivered. This place had become the territory of the female ghost. Everyone here was waiting to be slaughtered. Of course, whether these villagers lived or died had nothing to do with Ningxu, so he wouldn't do anything. If killing all these people could make the female ghost lose her resentment, then Ningxu would watch the female ghost kill these people without any objection. If the villagers hadn't done such a thing and willfully indulged their human nature, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Since he had done it, he deserved revenge. Sometimes, it was better to be feared than to be bullied. Weren't you very capable when you were bullying others? Now you're rushing up and doing it. The weak flames shone on everyone's bodies, but this little bit of light could not dispel the cold on their bodies. Their faces were distorted and filled with fear. There were nearly 100 people in the village, but now there were only a few left. Some people in the ancestral hall were muttering. If one listened carefully, it sounded like they were chanting Buddhist scriptures. Some people rubbed the incense in the ancestral hall on their bodies, as if the ashes could scare the female ghost. Outside, the whistling wind blew mournfully. The ancestral hall was like a small boat in the tide, about to be destroyed at any time. The atmosphere was dead silent. Fear pressed on everyone's hearts. Even breathing hurt. Ningshu looked at the two women. The woman also felt Ningshu's gaze. She walked over and asked, "Fatty Hua, how do you feel?" Ningshu shook his head. "Not very good. The yin qi has entered my body. I'm afraid it won't be very easy to complete." Ningshu straightforwardly said that he was a mission enforcer. The two women nodded. "That's true. The magnetic field here is covered by resentment. It's equivalent to Xianxia having endless clones. Our methods are not easy to use." "This mission is a bit difficult," a woman said. She leaned over a thin middle-aged woman. Her face was mean, and her cheekbones were high. At first glance, one could tell that she had an unkind face. Speaking of which, she was also a friend of Fatty Hua's body. Usually, when they had nothing to do, they would get together and gossip. She was also the main force that slandered and ridiculed Xiao Mingtao. She followed Fatty Hua into Xiao Mingtao's house and abused Xiao Mingtao's face and body. When we came, almost everyone was killed. I guess they didn't kill us because they wanted to leave the main course for later. You, me, and her are the most direct people who persecuted Xiao Mingtao, said Tian Suiyu, who had high cheekbones and a mean face. Because she was not good-looking, she was jealous of the beautiful Xiao Mingtao. This was even uglier than her ugly face. Now, the three of them had gathered. There were 6 people, and 3 people were missing. Ningshu looked over there. Those 3 should have already arrived. Ningshu said to Tian Suiyu, "Thank you for saving me." At that time, she had already wanted to abandon this body and fight Xiao Mingtao in the form of a soul. Now, she acted according to the situation. The other 2 women's faces were full of disdain. Clearly, they had no pity for the people in the ancestral hall. After they left, the bodies they possessed would also die. Perhaps they were already dead, so it would be easier for the task takers to take over the bodies. Hurry up and deal with it. After Xiao Mingtao takes revenge, she will also lose control. After all, she has been corroded by evil energy and ghost energy. We don't know what will happen. She won't stop harming people, said Tian Suiyu. The sky was getting darker. The outside of the ancestral hall was as dark as ink. Nothing could be seen. The people in the ancestral hall did not dare to extinguish the flames. No one knew what would happen after they were extinguished. It was so dark that they would not even know if the female ghost was next to them. They tore down everything in the ancestral hall that could be burned. The ancestral tablets and the genealogy books were used to ignite the fire. Some people could not bear it and fell asleep. After a while, another woman and 2 men came over. They were obviously task takers. They were now gathered. Everyone used the name of this body to communicate. Everyone gathered together to discuss how to deal with the female ghost. Because of the twisted magnetic field here, many things could not be used. Even their own abilities were suppressed. However, the female ghost was like a fish in water. Now, the ancestral hall only temporarily stopped the female ghost from entering. It was not that the female ghost could not enter. It was just that she was timid and did not dare to recall what had happened when she was alive. However, it did not mean that she could not enter. Therefore, this place was very unsafe. The most likely reason was that Xiao Mingtao did it on purpose. It made people think that they had found a refuge. When their hope was broken again, the despair and fear at that time were unbearable. Although their voices were relatively low, the ancestral hall was very quiet. Everyone could hear their voices. "No, that bitch can't be killed. It's useless, a man suddenly shouted. His face was contorted with incomparable nervousness. Then, he rushed in front of them. Can you kill her? Kill her. I've had enough. I've had enough. The man's body stank of sweat. His bad breath was unbearable. In the ancestral hall, one could face life and death at any time. Who would have the mood to brush their teeth? Xianxia covered his nose. Everyone else stayed away from this crazy man. The man suddenly grabbed Xianxia, who was closest to him. Can you kill her? Let go. Xianxia scolded in a low voice. The man was shocked by Xianxia. Then, an even more crazy smile appeared on his face. You bitch. You came to me behind your man's back. You're a whore. Everyone in the mountain village was saying that Xianxia was an adulterer, but this Xianxia was the one who was really an adulterer. She despised Xianxia very much. When she mentioned Xianxia, her face was full of contempt. It was as if talking about Xianxia made her mouth dirty. She appeared to be incomparably pure. Get lost. Xianxia raised her eyebrows. There was an inviolable aura around her, causing a trace of fear to flash in the eyes of the man with bad breath. You want Xianxia to die so much. Isn't it because you're afraid that many people will say that you're an adulterer? The man was annoyed and spat out a mouthful of phlegm. The aunts and daughters-in-law were talking about Xianxia seducing men. They also said that no other woman in the village was an adulterer. Usually, this was the time when Xianxia felt the most guilty. She thought to herself, who would be as shameless as Xianxia? Basically, the people that the mission enforcers possessed were the people who indirectly or directly killed Xianxia. Everyone in the mountain village was a murderer. Xianxia and Xianxia were speechless. They were also very disgusted. What kind of man was this? If he had the ability, he should go and kill ghosts. He only knew how to make trouble for them. A coward who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Xianxia's face was full of fat. Do you believe that I won't throw you out? You keep talking. Don't *king open your mouth. Your breath stinks. It's suffocating. The man was so frightened that his face was distorted and his body was trembling. He was so ugly that it was unbearable to look at. He had seen many ugly people, but it was rare to see someone so ugly that it made him want to vomit. Not only was his face ugly, but there was also a stench that came from the depths of his soul. Xianxia almost thought that he smelled the smell of an evil beast. Xianxia must have taken things too hard to eat such filthy things. Xianxia's body had already been contaminated beyond recognition. Son, fatty son, you dare? The man stuttered and couldn't even speak clearly. His saliva splattered out and dripped down the corner of his mouth. Xianxia was so disgusted that he wanted to get him out and let Xianxia kill him. In the end, a long arm stretched into the ancestral hall like a snake and stopped behind the man. It wrapped around the man and dragged him out of the ancestral hall. The man was so frightened that he peed his pants. The smell of urine was so strong that it mixed with the ancestral hall. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Help, help me, help me." The man's legs kicked on the ground, and his body rubbed against the rough ground, drawing blood. In the face of the man's cry for help, no one dared to go forward. Instead, they stayed further away and huddled together, trembling. They were afraid that they would be swept away by the long arm. What made everyone feel the most horrified and desperate was that Xianxia could capture people from the ancestral hall. In other words, the ancestral hall was no longer safe. The man's wails were very loud, mixed with the sound of a beast chewing. It made the people in the ancestral hall stand still. The man seemed to be in extreme pain as he let out a beast-like scream. He couldn't even say a word. He couldn't ask for help, beg for mercy, or curse. He couldn't say anything, only wails. These wails lasted for a long time. It was obvious that the female ghost didn't kill him immediately. Instead, she ate his body bit by bit, making him suffer endless pain and taste his fear. The people in the ancestral hall felt like ears. They covered their ears when they heard the wails, not wanting to hear them. However, the wails and chewing sounds still reached everyone's ears. Some timid people covered their mouths and cried. They were afraid that if they cried, they would interrupt the female ghost's feeding and capture them. It was pitch black outside. They couldn't see anything. The more they couldn't see, the more frightened they were. People's imagination was unlimited. They could even think about where the female ghost started to eat people's bodies. The more they thought about it, the more scared they became. They felt like they were scaring themselves to death. This was the female ghost's goal. She wanted these people to feel extreme fear. Moreover, killing people was random. No one knew when they would die. Maybe it would be the last one. Maybe it would be them in the next second. Maybe it would be them in an hour. People were in extreme fear all the time. It was easy for people to lose control of their emotions and even fight with their own people. The female ghost was like a mastermind behind the scenes, controlling everyone's death. She was so powerful. She didn't seem like the Xianxia who had been bullied when she was alive. The hatred in her heart filled her with strength. Xianxia and the other 5 mission enforcers all looked indifferent. It was as if they didn't hear the screams. The situation outside didn't affect them at all. In fact, the people in the ancestral hall had nothing to do with the mission enforcers. They weren't responsible for their safety. These people didn't contribute anything and weren't the mission enforcers. Moreover, based on what they had done, the mission enforcers had no reason to find trouble for themselves to help them. They only needed to deal with Xianxia. They couldn't let Xianxia affect the plane. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, none of the mission enforcers stood up and said that they wanted to save people. Moreover, these frightened villagers couldn't help them deal with Xianxia. In the past, they could deal with the unarmed Xianxia. Now that Xianxia had a sharp blade in her hand, it was their turn to be dealt with. This was a place outside the law. Even if the villagers killed and defiled Xianxia, they wouldn't be punished by the law. Firstly, this was the beginning of the country. Secondly, this place was too remote. The local clans had too much power to execute people. It was the rule of man, not the rule of law. Whether you were guilty or not depended on man's words, not the law. Since they were human, they had desires, biases, and selfishness. Gradually, the voice of the man being dragged out became weaker and weaker. He was probably dead. However, the chewing sound didn't stop. Kacha, kacha. The sound of bones being chewed sounded like bones being chewed. It gave off a crunchy feeling. For some reason, it tasted good. However, when they thought that the bones they were chewing were human bones, they were horrified. Later, the chewing sound stopped. Occasionally, there were 2 whimpering sounds of the wind. In the dead silent night, the air seemed to have frozen. It was so quiet that it was scary. The meal was over, but the people in the ancestral hall still didn't dare to move. The ancestral hall, which they thought was safe, was no longer safe. There was no shelter. Could they only be slaughtered by the female ghost? The night was particularly difficult. They didn't know if they could see the sun tomorrow. Xianxia closed his eyes. He really felt tired, and his body was alternating between cold and hot. He wasn't worried about being eaten at all. He just needed to escape when the time came. He wouldn't let Xianxia eat him. He just needed to eat the woman's body. His soul couldn't be eaten by her. Xianxia would not only eat his flesh and drink his blood bit by bit, but she would also eat his soul and tear it apart. Otherwise, those who were eaten wouldn't have screamed so miserably. The pain of the soul and the body was probably the cruelest torture in the world. Obviously, dying quickly at this time was an extravagant hope. She wanted to torture people bit by bit and make them collapse. The other 5 mission enforcers saw Xianxia sleeping and didn't say anything. The night wasn't good for fighting, so they just rested. They leaned against the wall and began to rest. They weren't worried that Xianxia would come. She had already eaten 1 person. It was enough for Xianxia to rest and digest. The body was easy to digest, but the soul wasn't so easy to digest. This way, she could vent her hatred and make her stronger. There was no danger tonight. Although they could rest at ease, the others in the ancestral hall didn't dare. At this time, when Xianxia was mentioned, their faces were no longer lewd and perverted. Instead, they were twisted and scared. They didn't even dare to say a word of obscenity. They were afraid that Xianxia would find them. The aura of despair passed to everyone. They were trapped here, alone and helpless. At that time, Xiao Mingtao was also abandoned here. No one helped her. She was also alone and helpless, waiting for death. They felt that Xiao Mingtao was doing it on purpose. Maybe she wasn't afraid of entering the ancestral hall. She was driving people here to let them have a taste of their own feelings before death. In the middle of the night, Ningxu woke up. He was really uncomfortable. He was woken up by the cold. His body had a fever, and his wounds were infected. Ningxu took 2 pills. This was yin qi entering his body. Although taking medicine might not be of any use, it was better than nothing. Ningxu drew a talisman on his heart, but he couldn't draw a complete talisman. The talisman dissipated halfway through. After taking the medicine, Ningxu went back to sleep. He slept all the way until dawn. When he woke up, his whole body was covered in cold sweat. After what happened last night, the faces of the people in the ancestral hall were pale and twisted. Furthermore, someone had committed suicide. He had used a small branch to pierce his own throat. The branch pierced through the back of his head. There were some white spots on it, which might be brain matter. Some people couldn't take it anymore. Knowing that they couldn't escape, they decided to commit suicide so that they wouldn't have to endure the inhumane torture. If he committed suicide, at least his soul wouldn't be eaten by Xiao Mingtao. This person's suicide made the atmosphere in the ancestral hall extremely gloomy and irritable. It was estimated that a single spark would cause an immediate explosion. It was so oppressive that it made people despair. All they needed was a little bit of stimulation and their nerves would collapse. Ningxu and the other mission enforcers didn't feel anything about this person's death at all. They began to discuss the battle plan. After carefully analyzing the current situation, it was a little difficult to make Xiao Mingtao give up revenge and turn back. It was hatred and resentment that made Xiao Mingtao come back to life. Moreover, Xiao Mingtao had already been contaminated. The more flesh and soul she ate, the more serious the contamination would be. Xiao Mingtao's own mind would also be corroded. People could be blinded by hatred, let alone their own deaths. Secondly, if they fought Xiao Mingtao head-on, their side would be suppressed greatly. On the other hand, Xiao Mingtao's side would definitely have a huge cheat. She could kill people in one move. Therefore, this mission was very difficult. I don't want to stay here. I want to leave. I want to leave this damn place. Woo-woo, why is it like this? I didn't want to. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. The man's expression was crazy. Ningxu curled his lips. Sorry. The apology now was useless. If Xiao Mingtao hadn't returned for revenge, these people would have realized their mistakes. No, they would only think that Xiao Mingtao deserved it. You can't go out. You'll definitely die if you go out. Someone grabbed the man. The ancestral hall wasn't safe, but it definitely wasn't safe outside. Then what should we do? What should we do? We'll all die. The man was extremely neurotic. In the end, he actually took off his pants and scratched his crotch until it was bloody. It was as if he had a deep hatred for that place. It was extremely painful, but his expression was fierce. He scratched his crotch until it was unrecognizable. Fresh blood gushed out. The man's whole body convulsed. He covered his crotch and curled up like a shrimp, moaning in pain. More and more blood flowed out, and the man's face became more and more gray. He bled to death. When the people present saw this scene, all of them tightened their buttholes and felt their balls ache. Especially the men, because many people had tainted Xiao Mingtao. The men in the village probably wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Ningxu sighed. Sigh, what's the use of this iron rod? Sure enough, it wasn't a root. Everything would be over if he went. Tian Zuiyu turned to look at Ningxu, but didn't say anything. 2 people committed suicide. Some people with low tolerance began to cry out of fear. The ancestral hall was filled with the smell of blood. It felt like a bloody storm. The smell of human excrement was really indescribable. It was suffocating. The 2 corpses were thrown out of the ancestral hall. Some people even silently hoped that the female ghost would eat these corpses and not come to find them. Although this was an extravagant hope. There was some food in the ancestral hall, but no one could swallow it. The children were scared out of their wits. They looked dazed and didn't know how to cry or speak. They were scared silly. Children's souls were easy to disperse. After such a thing happened, a part of their souls left their bodies, drifted, and finally disappeared. They lost a part of their soul power for no reason. Some parents held their children who had lost their minds and cried. They muttered, "What a sin, what a sin." Ningxu took 2 more pills. His body was probably corroded by the yin qi. Even if the people in this mountain village weren't killed by Xianxia, they would eventually go crazy and die while bathing in the yin qi. Even during the day, the entire mountain village was covered in black fog. The 6 mission enforcers discussed and couldn't come to a decision. If they had absolute strength, they would directly crush them. Now that they were thinking about it, it was nothing more than that. If they didn't have enough strength, they definitely wouldn't be as good as breaking through directly. The 6 of them looked at each other and cursed in the end. How could they fight against such a powerful enemy? They would be completely defeated by the female ghost. Ningxu asked, "Do you have any props?" "I only brought fasting pills and water. I can guarantee that no one will be hungry later." Everyone was speechless. A man said, "I do have some props, but I don't know if they will work on the female ghost." "They are knives." There were not many restrictions on knives. After all, knives were common weapons no matter what plane they were in. It was definitely impossible to take out grenades in the ancient plane. Ningxu said, "Why don't we talk to Xianxia and try peaceful means before resorting to force?" If they could make things clear, they would not make the first move. The problem was that they might not have a chance of winning. Tian Zuiyu said, "We are wearing the skin that Xianxia hates the most. Do you think Xianxia will listen to us? If we let Xianxia kill us, our mission will be considered finished. Besides, she might not be appeased after killing us, and her resentment will disappear. She is now at the end of the road. She is devouring flesh and souls. Those souls will pollute her sooner or later. The greed, jealousy, possessiveness, and fear in those mixed souls will all be absorbed by Xianxia. In this place, there was basically no one who could restrain Xianxia. Ningxu touched his chin and felt a little helpless. He could not talk to her and he could not beat her. He was a little worried. Ningxu looked at the people in the ancestral hall. There were more than 20 people left. There were only a few people left in the mountain village. If he waited for Xianxia to kill these people and devour them, Xianxia would become even stronger. Therefore, it was better to deal with Xianxia as soon as possible. Everyone spent the day in anxiety. As soon as the sun set, the whole mountain village became very dark and nothing could be seen. The only light was the fire in the ancestral hall. It looked very scary from afar. At night, everyone was even more frightened and looked like they would faint at any time. However, they did not dare to faint. They were afraid that if they fainted, they would be thrown out of the ancestral hall and fed to the malicious ghosts. In the face of survival, people were selfish. Now, these people in the ancestral hall were huddling together for warmth, but they were also on guard against each other. Ningxu's group of 6 formed a small group and occupied a space in the ancestral hall. They carried an atmosphere that forbade strangers from entering, making it impossible for others to enter their group. The wind rustled the trees, and the cold wind that came in through the door and windows blew the flames away. It was clearly the middle of summer, but everyone felt a chill in their bones. The sound of footsteps approached them step by step. It was getting closer and clearer. 1 step, 2 steps. It was as if someone was stepping on their ears. The sound was incomparably clear. She was so scared that she trembled and covered her mouth tightly, afraid that she would cry out. Creak. It was the sound of the wooden door being blown open by the wind. The flame flickered twice and almost went out. One of them suddenly screamed, scared out of her wits. Then, a long hand reached in and pulled the screaming woman away. The woman was terrified and trembled. Finally, she fainted. Then, there was the sound of a woman screaming and wailing outside the door. There was also the sound of chewing. Although these sounds were very scary, everyone in the room was relieved. One of them had been caught by the malicious ghost, so they were temporarily safe for a day. Listening to the wailing and the chewing sound, it was torturous. Ningxu whispered, "She did it on purpose." A man said, "Of course. When she was alive, she lay in the ancestral hall, unable to move, waiting in horror for some man to defile her. Such a wait was desperate and terrifying. So, Xiao Mengtao treated them like this." Ningxu leaned on Tian Suiyu. "It's more comfortable to lean on someone." Tian Suiyu. "I'm a man." It was just that he had entered a woman's body. Ningxu. "It's okay. I'm a man too." Ningxu covered himself with the dirty and damp quilt. It was so cold. His arm was frozen. Where Xiao Mengtao had bitten off his finger, there was a whooshing yin qi entering his body through the wound. This body couldn't hold on for long. He had to end this quickly, so that he wouldn't suffer here. Ningxu leaned on Tian Suiyu and said to the 5 people, "I'll go to negotiate with Xiao Mengtao tomorrow. I'll go alone. You guys don't go for now." The 5 people looked at him. "How do you want to talk to her?" "Xiao Mengtao is not in a state where she can listen to you." Ningxu yawned. "We'll talk about it later. If we keep waiting, when can we leave the world? If we keep waiting here, if something happens to the bit wall, maybe we'll all be annihilated together with the bit wall." The power of the bit wall explosion was very strong. Except for the bit wall, everything else was directly turned into tiny dust and powder. She wouldn't die, but he didn't know if her will would be destroyed. Although she could be reborn, she didn't want to be reborn so soon. Ningxu slept a little more comfortably leaning on someone. In the morning, he smelled of sweat. Ningxu stood up and stretched. He said to the others, "I'll go first. If something happens to me, you guys can think of a way. Take this." Tian Suiyu handed the scissors to Ningxu. Back then, the women had used these things to destroy Xiao Mengtao's body. Her body had been destroyed, and man had also destroyed her mind. Ningxu didn't ask for scissors. Xiao Mengtao wasn't afraid of scissors. Maybe she was in the beginning, but now she wasn't. The people in the ancestral hall saw Ningxu leave the ancestral hall. Some people wanted to say something, but in the end they didn't say anything and watched Ningxu walk away. Fatty Sun doesn't want to live anymore? She's the fiercest person to Xiao Mengtao. She definitely won't let her go. Fatty Sun was twice the size of Xiao Mengtao. She had a big round face. Not to mention a double chin, she was so fat that she didn't even have a chin and neck. Xiao Mengtao had a slender body and a curvaceous figure. Even if she was wearing an ordinary and bloated cotton-padded jacket, she was still better looking than other women. These were all things that Fatty Sun could not have. In particular, her husband often talked about Xiao Mengtao, which made Fatty Sun hate the fickle Xiao Mengtao. If Xiao Mengtao hadn't seduced men, why would her husband be thinking about that vixen Xiao Mengtao all the time? Ningxu wandered around the village. The fields were still planted with the Zhuang family. Because no one took care of them, weeds grew everywhere, and they grew better than the Zhuang family. Ningxu put his hand to his mouth and shouted, "Xiao Mengtao, come out. I'm looking for you." Ningxu's voice spread far and wide. He was surrounded by mountains and echoed. A cold wind blew around, and a strong energy made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Even the cracks of their bones were emitting cold air. A woman appeared in front of him. She had a ponytail and was wearing an ordinary undershirt and embroidered shoes. There were exquisite patterns on the embroidered shoes. These patterns were all embroidered by the woman herself, and the shoes were also made by herself. Sometimes, a pair of shoes could evoke a special feeling for a girl. Just by looking at such a pair of shoes, one would feel that there was a very beautiful girl standing in front of him. Xiao Mengtao stood there charmingly. She had 2 thick and black braids, and there were some strands of hair on her forehead. Together with her face, she was not a ghost, but a gentle and virtuous beauty. Ningxu couldn't help but pinch the excess fat on her waist. Every time she grabbed it, it would be filled to the brim. This comparison was really too cruel. Xiao Mengtao seemed to feel that the woman in front of her had always been jealous of her appearance. She showed her most beautiful side and came to see Ningxu in her most beautiful posture. Now that Xiao Mengtao had the strength, she could openly accept the gazes of others. She even liked to see others jealous of her. That was because this jealousy was no longer important to her. She was strong. That was right. Only when she was strong could she show off what she had and not be afraid of others coveting it. Xiao Mingtao's voice was cold and murderous. Why are you looking for me? Ningxu said, I want to talk to you. Xiao Mingtao sneered. Don't tell me you don't want me to kill you. You already know. Ningxu shook his head. You can kill whoever you want. It's none of my business even if you kill everyone in the village. What I want to talk to you about is your matter. I'm going to kill you too. What are you trying to say? Xiao Mingtao furrowed her delicate eyebrows. Do you think that I will let you off just because you came to me and said such words? Fatty son, you probably don't know how it feels to have a knife cut your body. Ningxu asked, is human meat delicious? Those people's bodies and souls are so dirty, yet you can still eat them. Does it feel uncomfortable? Even the black fog baby didn't dare to be so ferocious. Ningxu gave Xiao Mingtao a thumbs up for her. Xiao Mingtao said, of course it's delicious. Don't tell me you're going to keep eating meat like this? If everyone had a good discussion, we wouldn't have bothered to make a move. This was an ordinary and normal world, and there was no such thing as strange stories. To the plane, Xiao Mingtao was probably a virus that shouldn't have appeared, causing the plane to collapse. This caused the Heavenly Axiom's computer to go out of control. It might have a blue screen. Wherever she went, she would destroy. Even if she didn't deliberately harm humans, the yin qi on her body would directly destroy them. If a fight broke out, it would cause harm to the plane. But if there were restrictions here, then he would change to another world station. Let's change to a world with no restrictions. Xiao Mingtao looked at Ningxu indifferently, as if she was looking at a dead person. Fatty son, what right do you have to say such things to me? No, you're not Fatty Sunday. Sun Penghua was a greedy and jealous woman. Who are you? Ningxu touched the fat on his face. It seems that even my ugly face can't hide my beautiful soul. Xiao Mingtao, you need to be beautiful with power to commit murder. Do you want to keep being like this and then self-destruct? Ningxu left Sun Penghua's fat body, and his soul floated out. Sun Penghua's body fell to the ground softly. And Ningxu seemed to have torn open the fat on his body, revealing his best state. This scene gave Xiao Mingtao, who was a ghost, a fright. She looked at the floating Ningxu. Ningxu flipped his hair. I'm beautiful, right? I said, everyone is so beautiful, there's no need to kill each other. Ningxu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She didn't leave this place. In that case, he could complete the mission in another way. Previously, he didn't dare to leave Sun Penghua's body because he was afraid that the mission would be judged as a failure. If he failed, he would be teleported back. Probably because she was in a dead state, the system couldn't figure out whether she was dead or not. Tian Suiyu was speechless. The team members who secretly followed saw that Ningxu had left Sun Penghua's body and was even comparing beauty with the other party. They were a little speechless. They were here to destroy Xiao Mingtao, who was full of anger and resentment. They couldn't rely on beauty to make the other party retreat. Wasn't he a man? Xiao Mingtao looked at Ningxu. Who are you? The person who will destroy you. Have you thought about it? Ningxu said to Xiao Mingtao. Xiao Mingtao's expression became ferocious. Her previous calmness and condescension disappeared. She also floated in the air and faced Ningxu. Why should I be destroyed? Xiao Mingtao was resentful. The skin on her face and body began to rot. Her snow-white skin was full of scars, as if the best silk had been cut. It was really a pity. Ningxu covered his eyes with one hand and waved at Xiao Mingtao with the other. Don't be like this. Don't you feel embarrassed to make yourself look like this in front of a beauty like me? I'm very beautiful. I don't need your ugliness to set me off. Xiao Mingtao was stunned for a moment. Even the yin energy around her body froze. In the end, the wounds on her skin slowly healed and returned to being as white as snow. There was a slight blush on her face. Ningxu put down his hand that was covering his eyes. That's right. Don't go crazy and become ugly so easily. You won't scare people. Being too ugly is not good for your mood. The onlooking team members were speechless. So what was going on now was to destroy Xianxia, not compare beauty with her. There was no need to be entangled in the details. Who cared if she was beautiful or not? What did it have to do with beauty? Xianxia asked. Who are you? The only people I want to take revenge on are these people. These people killed me. If you leave, I won't make things difficult for you. When Xianxia said you, she looked at the brick wall over there. Obviously, she knew where someone was hiding. Ningxu shook his head. We came for you in the first place. If we don't kill you, we won't go back. Xianxia was furious. The scars on her face were faintly discernible. When she saw Ningxu's flower-like face, she resisted the urge to let her body rot. Then don't blame me for being impolite. I'll kill all of you. If you kill us, there will be an endless stream of people coming to destroy you until you disappear, Ningxu said indifferently. She stretched out her hand. Since we're going to fight, let's change places. Xianxia took 2 steps back. This was her home ground. If she left here, her strength would decrease a lot. Moreover, the villagers hadn't all died yet. Her revenge wasn't over yet. Are Fatty Sun and Tian Suiyu dead? Xianxia asked. They must be dead for these people to enter their bodies. Why did they die? She hadn't taken revenge on these people yet. How could they die? Your face is starting to rot again, Ningxu reminded her. Xianxia was furious. At this moment, she did not care about her face. Anger and disappointment filled her chest. Waves of yin qi that were as thick as ink floated out of her body. Moreover, there were wails in the yin qi. She could vaguely see the faces of the people who had died tragically in the village. When I was killed, no one came to punish those people. Those despicable people. I only want revenge now, but someone came to punish me. Why? Why? They are all murderers. They are all murderers who defiled me. Xianxia's 2 thick black braids spread out. Her hair was straight and fluttering. Like snakes, they reached out to Ningxu and wrapped around Ningxu. Ningxu said indifferently, this is just karma. It's fine that you killed those people, but why don't you find it disgusting and eat souls? Do you know how dirty souls are? The things that are removed from the souls are extremely smelly. It's dirtier than eating feces. Xianxia was speechless. The onlookers were speechless. Ningxu said, release the souls that you ate. Never. I won't let them have a good time, Xianxia said stubbornly. Her voice was sonorous and filled with grievance. There were too many injustices in the world. They were the ones who hurt her first, but no one punished them. She was punished by others. How ironic. Ningxu said, don't try to be brave. These souls are swimming around in your soul. You won't have a good time. These souls have been contaminated by you. They can forget about being reborn as humans in their next life. The pool of rebirth would probably take away 3/4 of the soul power. I won't. Xianxia used her hair to wrap around Ningxu. She gritted her teeth. The flesh on her face was falling off piece by piece. Her eyes were scarlet as she stared at Ningxu. She looked like a child who had been wronged. Ningxu was tied up by her hair. He did not struggle. He just looked at Xianxia indifferently. Because you are just a little strong, but not so strong that no one can punish you. Ningxu said, release the souls you've swallowed. I'll take you to see something. Oh right, before we leave, let's kill all those people in the ancestral hall. We've been playing for so long. I won't. Ningxu said, okay, listen to me. Also, don't eat rotten meat. It doesn't look good. Xianxia said, I won't. Ningxu said, by the way, you haven't seen how dirty the souls you eat are, right? Let me show you. Xianxia shouted, I won't. Ningxu said, alright, release the souls you've eaten. Aren't you tired of fighting with these souls all day long? You're really brave. You put a soul into your own soul. You're putting worms in your stomach and letting them fight in your soul. You'll be the one suffering. Xianxia screamed. The sound wave knocked down the surrounding trees and houses. The team members hiding behind the wall were also exposed. I said no, no. Are you listening to me? Xiao Mingtao used her hair to pierce Ningxu's soul. Ningxu nodded and looked at his chest. Then, he looked up at Xiao Mingtao. Enough nonsense. Otherwise, I'll hit you. Ningxu shook his head. Indeed, it was useless to talk. It was impossible to travel the world with just a mouth. Ningxu felt that he still needed to cultivate. He should defeat the person first. Then, talking would be useful. Xiao Mingtao was on the verge of breaking down. She had probably met someone who was not afraid of her. Her identity and appearance as a malicious spirit did not deter the person in front of her at all. Moreover, the other party was talking to himself. Xiao Mingtao was at a loss. When the team members saw that Ningxu's soul was tied up, they frowned. They wanted to save him, but intense yin qi wrapped around the two of them. The two of them looked like they were trapped by the yin qi and were not allowed to enter. Tian Suiyu said, "Why is her soul still in this world?" Usually, if the body of the person died, the mission would be considered a failure. She would still be in this world. She would still be in this world as a soul. This was strange. Ningxu moved his neck and started warming up. It seemed that talking was useless. He could only fight. Ningxu pulled out the hair that had pierced into his soul and condensed a black whip with his soul power. With a swing of his hand, the whip let out a crisp sound. The whip lashed toward Xiao Mingtao. Xiao Mingtao hurriedly defended herself. She blocked it with the thick resentment of the black fog. There were also ferocious faces in the black fog. With a bang, the black fog was pierced through. The souls in the black fog wailed in pain. Some of the souls were destroyed by Ningxu. The whip burst open the black fog like a sword. Xiao Mingtao, who was hiding behind the black fog, was revealed. The tail of the whip went straight for Xiao Mingtao's face. With a bang, it left a bone-deep mark on Xiao Mingtao's face. Xiao Mingtao touched her face in a daze and shouted angrily, "You hit my face." Ningxu said, "My mistake. I actually wanted to hit your body." Ningxu wrapped the whip around Xiao Mingtao's neck and pulled her in front of him. Xiao Mingtao struggled hard and pulled Ningxu's whip. The two of them were in a tug-of-war. Ningxu looked calm on the surface, but he was cursing in his heart. Only soul power could be used here. He did not know if the soul power consumed here could be recovered. The reward this time was given by the main system. According to the stingy personality of the main system, it probably would not give much soul power. Ningxu pulled Xiao Mingtao in front of him. Facing a face that was beyond recognition, Ningxu reached out and touched it. "Why do you have to do this? What a beautiful face." Xiao Mingtao had probably never met someone like Ningxu. For a moment, she did not know how to deal with him. Moreover, she could not defeat him. Xiao Mingtao trembled when he touched her. Ningxu said, "Spit out those souls. To be honest, I don't want to kill you." Xiao Mingtao still shook her head. I won't. Then let's fight somewhere else." Ningxu reached out and pinched Xiao Mingtao's arm. Xiao Mingtao bit Ningxu's arm. "Biting me? Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth?" Ningxu smiled. He pointed his finger and a black hole appeared. He wanted to pull Xiao Mingtao into the black hole. Xiao Mingtao saw the black hole and fear appeared in her eyes. She stuttered and shouted, I won't go. Ningxu said, "It's not up to you now." The onlookers, so what was the situation now? Drag Xiao Mingtao into the world of reincarnation. Such resentment would harm the world of reincarnation. Such a soul full of resentment would harm the world of reincarnation in the world of reincarnation. It would also increase the burden of the world of reincarnation. After all, there were so many souls in the world of reincarnation. These souls more or less carried some negative things. In a situation like Xiao Mingtao's, the only way was to completely destroy her. Xiao Mingtao cried helplessly. Her voice was especially loud and clear. Her voice was full of grievance, as if Ningxu had done something to her. Ningxu said, "Even if you cry, I will still pull you in. Do you know what is inside the black hole?" Xiao Mingtao looked at Ningxu with fear and tears in her eyes. Ningxu said, "I won't tell you. Imagine it yourself." Xiao Mingtao wiped her tears and asked, "Will I die? Do I have to die? Why is it like this? Why is the world like this?" Xiao Mingtao asked. Ningxu asked, "Then do you want to die or live?" Xiao Mingtao looked at Ningxu. "Sister, I want to live." Ningxu said, "Then spit out the things you ate. You can't digest them and you will become very dirty. Don't eat everything. At least have some goals." Xiao Mingtao bit her lips and looked conflicted. "I don't know if you are lying to me." The things she absorbed could make her suffer, but they could also make her stronger. If she really spat them out, her ability would be weakened a lot. At that time, she would really be at the mercy of others. These people were here to judge her and destroy her. She couldn't believe them. Ningxu didn't say anything. He just looked at Xiao Mingtao and understood her struggle and doubts. If it were him, a person was an enemy. Weakening his strength would only make his situation worse. He would rather fight with all his strength than lower his combat ability. Even if we don't come and fail, there will be more people coming. We are considered weak. If we fail, they will re-evaluate your combat strength and send more people. At that time, you will be killed in one move. So, you can only trust me now, Ningxu said to her. If you believe me, spit out these things, kill those people in the ancestral hall, and vent your anger. Then come with me, Ningxu said. If you believe me, you still have a chance to live. If you don't, then only death awaits you. Xiao Mingtao sneered. She didn't know what she was laughing at. There were too many things she was laughing at. She was laughing at Ningxu, laughing at herself, and laughing at the things in this world. She opened her mouth, and a thick black fog rushed out from her mouth. There were dozens of souls in the black fog. The faces of these souls were twisted so much that their facial features could not be seen. It was hard to tell whether it was joy from breaking free or fear. Xiao Mingtao vomited for a long time before she finally spat out all the black mist. Her soul had become somewhat dim, and she had lost a lot of power. Ningxu smiled. What a good girl. Even after spitting out the black fog, Xiao Mingtao's body still had a strong resentment. This resentment was the foundation of her survival. Without this resentment, Xiao Mingtao would not be alive. He wouldn't come back for revenge. Ningxu asked, "You can control your resentment, right?" Sometimes, the righteous energy of heaven and earth was power, and the resentment of heaven and earth was also power. It all depended on whether one could withstand such power. Control it well. This resentment is your power, Ningxu said to her. Her death was still a frightening existence, but wasn't she still alive? She used resentment as her power, and resentment was something that had never dissipated. Humans were creatures that were easily moved, and they were also creatures that were very easy to resent. Sister, I have high hopes for you. If you control your resentment, you will become very powerful, Ningxu said with a smile. The premise was that the resentment in one's body did not affect others, the plane, or the place where one was. Then, one needed to control the resentment. One could restrain the resentment and look like an ordinary soul. If one did not want to be controlled by the resentment, then one had to control the resentment. It depended on whether one had such a mind. Ningxu looked at Xiao Mingtao. If you control it well, you will be reborn. Xiao Mingtao shook her head and said, I don't know what to do. Compress the resentment in your dantian and form something like an inner core, so that the resentment won't run around in your soul. This way, you won't be a resentment generator. Actually, your revenge is almost done. Those people dared to bully you because you are weak. You are weak and beautiful. When you are strong, will those people still dare to bully you? So, do you understand? Xiao Mingtao asked, understand what? Ningxu said, when you have the strength, if someone reaches out to you again, you can chop off their hand. If someone says something unpleasant, you can tear their mouth apart. Revenge is only a small part of it. Strength is the foundation. Xiao Mingtao cried until her shoulders trembled. First, she sobbed, then she wailed. The crying didn't stop for a long time, and it traveled very far. Everyone in the ancestral hall trembled in fear. This was Xiao Mingtao's voice. When Xiao Mingtao was alive, crying would only lead to humiliation, but now, the slightest emotional fluctuation of Xiao Mingtao was enough to make everyone panic. what was this? This was strength. Seeing Xiao Mengtao cry like this, the 5 mission enforcers breathed a sigh of relief. This meant that she had been convinced. But so what if she was convinced? The problem was how to deal with this person. There was no place to settle down. Ningxu put away the whip. It consumed some soul power again. If the soul power was less this time, she wouldn't do such a mission next time. She put in effort and money, but in the end, she still lost money. Ningxu tiptoed and said to the 5 mission enforcers, now the mission is half completed. Now, we have to let Xiao Mengtao control the resentment in her body. How do we control it? Tian Suiyu asked, glancing at the crying Xiao Mengtao. Anyway, with her current strength. Ningxu said, even if she loses her strength, we can't beat her. Tian Suiyu asked, not even you? Ningxu spread his hands. Of course not. Do you think suppression is a joke? And just now, I can't even imagine how much I lost. I'm obviously doing a losing business. Even if they could pull such heavy resentment into the world of samsara, they had to wait until Xiao Mengtao could control it at will. Now, everyone, think of a way. I'll settle Xiao Mengtao down. Now, we have to make Xiao Mengtao a harmless person. The 5 mission enforcers' expressions were a bit indescribable. How could Xiao Mengtao control the resentment? Ningxu waved to Xiao Mengtao and asked her to come over. Then he introduced her to the others. They are with me. They will find a way to let you control the resentment in your body. Xiao Mengtao looked at the skin of these people, and her expression was also indescribable. Staying with these enemies, she was afraid that she would riot at any time, not to mention controlling it. This mission was really *****. Everyone racked their brains to find a way. The result of the discussion was for Xiao Mengtao to find a way to concentrate the resentment in a certain part of her body where it could be stored, such as her dantian. If she could compress it, it would be even better, just like when she cultivated the golden core. However, Xiao Mengtao was full of resentment, and resentment was not something that could be controlled. It was Xiao Mengtao's own resentment. She was a walking black gas manufacturing machine. Xiao Mengtao did as the 6 of them said, but they all failed. She bit her lip. I'm going to kill the people in the ancestral hall. Maybe if I kill them, I won't be controlled by the resentment. Ningxu said, don't worry. If you really get what you want, you won't have any power and will die. You won't devour the souls of those people in the ancestral hall anymore. Let them scare you. When you can control your resentment, you can kill them. Xiao Mengtao suddenly smiled. Sister, you are so naughty. Ningxu was speechless. Tian Suiyu wanted to say something but hesitated. She pulled Ningxu aside and whispered, if Xiao Mengtao really gets what she wants, wouldn't it be good for her to disappear? There was no need to waste so much effort. Ningxu said indifferently, it's better to expect a pie to fall from the sky than to pray for her to disappear after taking revenge. She knows very well that we are the people who want to kill her. She won't be willing to disappear after taking revenge. No one would give up easily after gaining power. Xiao Mengtao had come back to life. After taking revenge, she found that there was a new crisis, which was that someone wanted to destroy her. She would regain her fighting spirit. Tian Suiyu let go of Ningxu's arm and looked at her. Why can you exist in the form of a soul? Although this was personal privacy, Tian Suiyu was really curious. Ningxu said, because I'm dead. How could a dead person have so many restrictions? Tian Suiyu was speechless. The 6 of them did not return to the ancestral hall. The people in the ancestral hall thought that the 6 of them had been killed by Xiao Mengtao. But in fact, the 6 of them were guarding Xiao Mengtao and letting her control the resentment. Countless experiments had ended in failure. It was really impossible to control the resentment. It was as if resentment was born in one's heart. The resentment was rooted in one's heart and would not dissipate easily. Ningxu sat on the heatable brick bed, talking to Tian Suiyu and another mission enforcer. He said, don't rush, take your time. The direction is right. Just concentrate your resentment in your dantian. You can only rely on yourself for this kind of thing. No one else can help you. Come on Semida, King Bomb, I won. Ningxu smiled proudly. Since he had nothing to do, he could play some cards or expand his sea of consciousness. He could always find something to do. There was no hurry. After all, there was plenty of time. Furthermore, controlling resentment wasn't something that could be accomplished in a day or two. For half a month, the malicious ghost did not appear again. This made the people in the ancestral hall tremble with fear, but they also had some hope. Had Xiao Mengtao let them go, in the beginning, no one dared to leave the ancestral hall. But as time passed, these people tried to escape the mountain village. However, just as they were about to escape, their expressions froze. Xiao Mengtao was waiting for them on the hillside. Xiao Mengtao now looked beautiful and gentle, but those who saw her were so frightened that they knelt down and trembled. They cowed out and admitted their mistakes, begging Xiao Mengtao to let them go. "You've killed so many people and become so strong. Can you let us go?" Xiao Mengtao directly cut the person who spoke in half. Blood splattered, and the organs fell to the ground with a crash, steaming hot. The others were so frightened that they couldn't say a word. Their faces were ashen. "Go back," Xiao Mengtao said coldly. These people rolled and crawled back to the ancestral hall, temporarily saving their lives. After dealing with these people, Xiao Mengtao continued to control the resentment in her body. It felt great to have power. She knew what the person who spoke meant. So what if she killed so many people? What did it have to do with letting them go? He tried to use words to suppress her. Sorry, she couldn't accept it. Ningxu didn't need to eat. Every day was very boring, so he kept cultivating his consciousness. His sea of consciousness was much bigger than before, but it was still not enough. While his mental power hadn't taken shape yet, he tried to expand his sea of consciousness as much as possible. The mental power formed would be stronger. When the other 5 people were hungry, they would forage for food in the empty mountain village. This place was very poor, and they only ate some coarse grains like sweet potatoes and beans. It wasn't easy to even find flour. Poor mountains and turbulent rivers produced unruly people. Ningxu said, "Actually, I have fasting pills. Why didn't you ask me for them when you were hungry? Wasn't it too insincere to only say this after you were full?" Xiao Mengtao's control of the resentment was progressing slowly. At least she wouldn't lose rotten flesh so easily. Once she became irritable, Xiao Mengtao's body would rot, and she would return to her appearance before death. Death was the most painful time, and it was also the time when the resentment was the strongest. Being less affected by the resentment could be considered an improvement. The group of mission enforcers thought to themselves. They didn't know when this mission would be completed. Ningxu said, "Don't worry. We have a lot of time anyway. If this mission isn't completed, everyone will be punished. It doesn't matter if we wait a bit." Tian Suiyu said, "I'm just afraid that every second Xiao Mengtao stays in this world will cause more damage to the plane. By then, the mission will still be considered a failure." Ningxu said, "Oh, I see. But she's already controlling her resentment. She won't harm the plane. The people who are still alive in the ancestral hall have resentment and fear." Ningxu glanced at Tian Suiyu and said, "If you want Xiao Mengtao to kill those people, just say it. Why are you urging me to be the bad guy? Otherwise, I'll be a cold-blooded killer." Tian Suiyu spread her hands and said, "That little girl listens to you. We're wearing the skin of our enemies. Do you think she'll listen to us? Those people are living a life worse than death. They might as well be dead," Tian Suiyu said coldly. "They're also harming the plane if they live. Trembling in extreme fear and despair would affect the plane. Although the impact might be minimal, more than 100 people tortured to death like this would have a big impact." Ningxu said, "Tell that to the little girl. She has higher goals now. She's not unreasonable, although she'll scratch your face." Tian Suiyu said helplessly, "What's your contact number? Let's add each other as friends." Ningxu, 2333. Tian Suiyu. Your ID. Ningxu nodded. 2333. Tian Suiyu noted it down, but this number was really. Tian Suiyu muttered something to Xiao Mengtao, and Xiao Mengtao went to the ancestral hall and killed everyone. Mobile users browse Read for a better reading experience. More complete novels follow the official WeChat account XBQGXS New Pen Fun Pavilion homepage. Many exciting novels are waiting for you. Xiao Mingtao killed the remaining 20 or so people in the ancestral hall. Because she no longer ate humans, she dug a hole and buried the corpses. This place was completely devoid of human habitation. Other than the 2 ghosts, Ning Shu and Xiao Mingtao, there were 5 other people. There was not even a dog or a chicken in this mountain village. There probably wasn't even a rat. Anyway, the surroundings were quiet and there were no signs of living creatures. This village had probably been uninhabited for a long time. It might be a long time before someone discovered it. After all, it was remote and surrounded by mountains. No one in the village went out. When the mission was completed, the possessed person would leave and the possessed body would die. The people in this mountain village would be considered wiped out. Then, Xiao Mingtao would return as if nothing had happened after killing people. She would then control her resentment. Probably knowing that this was her only way out, Xiao Mingtao worked extra hard. She didn't need anyone to urge her. She spent all day controlling her resentment. Progress was a little slow. Ningxu asked Tian Suiyu, "What did you say to Xiao Mingtao?" Xiao Mingtao actually didn't scratch his face. Tian Suiyu's mean face was full of compassion. "I asked Xiao Mingtao to do a good deed. After getting rid of those people, Xiao Mingtao will be able to restrain her hostility and resentment in peace. She might be able to control her resentment well." Ningxu glanced at her and finally sneered. "I told you, she won't dissipate even if everyone in the village is killed." "How could she dissipate?" Tian Suiyu said indifferently. "How do you know if you don't try? Maybe she will dissipate." Tian Suiyu asked Xiao Mingtao to kill those people because she wanted to resolve the hatred in Xiao Mingtao's heart. Perhaps she would dissipate because she had achieved her goal and lost the motivation to survive. However, the result was obviously not the case. With these people around to eliminate Xiao Mingtao, it was impossible for Xiao Mingtao to dissipate. Xiao Mingtao saw Ningxu playing cards on the Kong and asked softly, "Sister, am I taking up too much of your time?" Ningxu stared at the cards in his hand and said calmly, "There's no hurry. We don't have much, but we have a lot of time." She had a lot of time, but the mission enforcers had a lot of time. "Oh," Xiao Mingtao replied before asking in a low voice, "If I really control the resentment, will I not die and not be killed by you?" The 6 of them turned to look at Xiao Mingtao. Ningxu said, "Yes, if you can control your resentment, I can find you a good place to go. As for whether you can beat us, I don't know. After all, we are the weakest people here." Tian Suiyu stared at Xiao Mingtao's back and frowned. She said to Ningxu, "Even if Xiao Mingtao controls her resentment, I'm afraid she doesn't want to go with us." That was why he was inquiring about these things. Ningxu took out a pair of cards and said, "There's a way to deal with it. Anyway, she's already in our hands. How could we let her run away?" Tian Suiyu looked up at Ningxu. "When she can control her resentment and restrain it, she will be an ordinary person. As long as her resentment doesn't erupt, she will be an ordinary person in a crowd. No one will be able to find her. She couldn't stay in this world. Who knew when she would erupt? Their mission might not be completed." Ningxu said calmly, "When she really slips away and leaves this place, she won't be able to suppress us that much. Other places won't be of much help to her." Ningxu glanced at the crack in the door. There was a black eye looking into the room. No matter how she runs, she won't be able to leave this world. It's easy to find her. It would be difficult to find someone like Xingqing, who jumped from world to world. The eye in the crack in the door disappeared. Ningxu put down his cards. "I'm tired. I don't want to play anymore." The others also put down their cards. Some rested, while others cleaned their props. Then, these mission enforcers began to cultivate. Xiao Mingtao had started to absorb the resentment. In the sky above the mountain village, the resentment and ghostly aura were gradually dissipating. The distorted magnetic field was slowly recovering. This way, the restrictions on the mission enforcers were much smaller. None of the mission enforcers felt that it was over when Xiao Mingtao controlled the resentment. And at that time, the battle might have just begun. They looked relaxed on the outside but were tense on the inside. They appeared to be very calm and played fight the landlord. In fact, they were seizing the time to cultivate. Since they were sent by the main system to do the mission, they were all people with rich experience and ability. It would be difficult for Xia Mengtao to play mind games. But now, they needed to have the ability to crush Xia Mengtao. Ningxu couldn't cultivate because he didn't have a body. He lay on the bed and opened up his mindscape. His mindscape had been cultivated very well. It was much more open than his original mindscape. If his sea of consciousness had been a small pond in the past, his sea of consciousness had now become a large strait with rapid currents. However, Ningxu was not satisfied. If he wanted to expand his mindscape, he would need the power of space. This could be considered as deepening his understanding of the law of space. Everything was difficult at the beginning. It was very difficult for Xia Mengtao to absorb the resentment. Not all malicious ghosts could freely control the resentment. If a malicious ghost could control the resentment, it would not have become a malicious ghost. It was because there was resentment in its heart that it became a malicious ghost. It was not easy to control the resentment. It was not easy to not be controlled by the resentment. Xia Mengtao could gather the resentment in her dantian, but it would disperse very quickly. It could not be stored in the dantian forever. Tian Zuiyu said, then work hard to let the resentment stay in the dantian for a longer time. Work hard to not let the resentment dissipate in the dantian. Everyone's expressions were a little strange. This was probably the strangest mission in history. They had to guide the opponent's cultivation and wait for the opponent to succeed before doing it. Xia Mengtao was a shy person. In addition, Tian Zuiyu had a hateful face, so she was very repulsed by her. She would talk to Ningxu when she had nothing to do. Even though she knew that she was not a person who hated hatred, when she saw these faces, she thought of what they had done to her when she was alive. She also thought of what the mean faces had said to her and what they had done to her. She was worried that she would not be able to control the resentment when she faced these people's faces. If she had any questions, she would ask Ningxu because Ningxu did not wear the skin of a villager. Ningxu told Xia Mengtao that in essence, it was similar to cultivation. She had to gather the resentment and use it as the source of her power. It was just like absorbing spiritual energy. However, it was obvious that the resentment was not a good thing. It would affect one's mind and was a very negative thing. Putting aside the power of the cultivation, it was very tiring to have a mental confrontation with the resentment all the time. Cultivating other things was twice the result with half the effort. But absorbing the resentment was half the result with twice the effort. Of course, he would choose the cultivation method that would yield twice the result with half the effort. Xia Mengtao only had this path, so he could only do this. It would be good if he succeeded. If he failed and Xia Mengtao went berserk, he could only destroy her violently. If he couldn't fight in the plane, he could drag her into the void. It wouldn't affect the plane. In short, there were still many ways to deal with Xia Mengtao. When it came to cultivation, it might be fast, but if it was slow, it might take a few years for one to get through the door. The mission enforcers were already mentally prepared to stay in this world for several years. Now, they couldn't back down. If they gave up the mission, they would fail the mission and be punished. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Anyway, there was plenty of time. The main system didn't set a time limit for completing the mission. They just had to complete it as soon as possible. They would rather spend time here than go back in a hurry. Even if they went back, they would do other missions. It was the same. If Xia Mengtao didn't make any progress, their side would become stronger and stronger. Xia Mengtao probably felt the pressure. They were actually enemies. Although they were under the same roof, they only needed an opportunity to fight. Ningxu ran out of the mountain village to test if he could use the power of laws. It turned out that he couldn't. Even without the distorted magnetic field, this world was just an ordinary world. It wouldn't give people the ability to fly or even walk on walls. It was beyond the scope of the world's power. Fortunately, he could use his mental power. Now, his mental power could radiate far away. Even if Xia Mengtao really escaped, he could use his mental power to pull her out of the crowd. The strength of the other 5 people was also increasing. Even if they fought, she could hide behind the 5 of them to avoid losing her soul. Unless it was a last resort, he wouldn't use his soul power and would use his mental power to attack. Or he would use his mental power to attack. It wasn't easy to get some soul power from his uncle. He couldn't waste it here. Ningxu set up a magic array around the entire mountain village to prevent Xiao from escaping. It wasn't that he couldn't find her, but that it would take a lot of effort. It was better to defend from the beginning. Xiao wouldn't be satisfied if she didn't fight and surrender in terms of strength. Therefore, this battle was indispensable. Xiao saw Ningxu return from outside the mountain village and asked, "Sister, where did you go?" Ningxu said, "We're going sightseeing." Xiao couldn't understand the word sightseeing. It was a barren place, and they couldn't even fill their stomachs. She asked, "What's there to see here?" Ningxu said, "I'm just looking at the scenery. Things are different in every world. There are desolate places for the poor, and grand places for the rich. How's the resentment under your control?" Xiao shook her head, indicating that the progress was slow. Ningxu only told her to do her best. He didn't say anything else and started his daily activities to expand his sea of consciousness. During this period of time, he would try to expand his sea of consciousness as much as possible. The bigger the sea of consciousness, the higher the potential. The sky above the village was no longer covered with black fog. The sunlight shone on the empty village, dispelling the cold. It was just that this place was very quiet, and there was no sign of life at all. Ningxu walked into the house. Tianzuiyu was cooking. He didn't know where she got the wild boar. Furthermore, it was a small piglet. After cleaning it up, he picked some herbs and stewed them in the pot. The smell was quite fragrant. Ningxu took a breath. "Not bad." Tianzuiyu said, "It's a pity that you can't eat it." Ningxu wasn't greedy. If he really was, he could go to the restaurant and order a roast suckling pig after the mission. It was a pity that his account was frozen. Although Tianzuiyu's body looked sharp and unkind, perhaps it was because her core had changed. As time passed, her external temperament had changed. She didn't look so mean and ugly anymore. After spending some time together, Ningxu felt that Tianzuiyu was a more particular person. She liked to cook delicious food and seemed to enjoy it very much. Others ate a big meal, but Ningxu and Xiao couldn't eat such things because they were in soul form. Xiao didn't care at all. She seized the time to restrain her resentment. Now, Xiao could control the resentment to enter her dantian for a long time. Ningxu asked her to compress the resentment and turn it into a solid or liquid state. However, every time she compressed the resentment would rebound. The more she compressed it, the stronger the rebound. Xiao was being tormented. The rebound force would make her feel uncomfortable. Her soul had become much weaker. Xiao was now in a difficult situation. If she kept tormenting this thing, if her soul dissipated, these people wouldn't have to do anything. However, if she didn't control this resentment, these people wouldn't let her go. She felt that after crossing this stage, there might be a path to heaven in front of her. However, all kinds of accidents would happen along the way. Xiao was on guard against these people, but she had to rely on them. These people seemed to have a lot of experience and were very skilled. Xiao could only bite the bullet and continue. If she really died, she would have taken revenge. She came back to life for revenge. With so many people dying with her, she would have profited. After repeated torment, Xiao soul became weaker and weaker. The mission enforcers saw this. No matter what, the current situation was leaning towards their side. After spending nearly half a year, when Xiao soul was about to collapse, a peanut-sized inner core was compressed in Xiao dantian. This inner core rotated in her dantian, absorbing waves of resentment. At the last moment, the inner core became the size of an egg. It was pitch black, like a black stone. Tianzuiyu shook her head. She thought she would die, but she didn't expect to succeed at the last moment. She had this luck and opportunity. It seemed that this battle had to be fought. Xiao looked at these people, turned around, and ran. The mission enforcers were even faster. They directly surrounded her. Ningxu stretched out his hand. "Since you succeeded, come with me. It's time for you to fulfill your promise." Xiao bit her lip and said to Ningxu, "I'm very grateful to you, but I can't go with you." Ningxu nodded and retreated from the encirclement. He said to the 5 people, "You guys go. I'm a soul, so I can't fight. That's why I said that this fight was inevitable." The 5 people surrounded Xianxia in the middle and began to attack without hesitation. They used all kinds of methods. Xianxia used resentment to attack, but because she had just formed an inner core, she was still very unfamiliar with it. Moreover, there were things that could restrain resentment and ghost chi. Ningxu was outside the encirclement. He began to form seals with both hands. The talisman hit Xianxia's body and defeated the resentment. Xianxia screamed in pain. What was more, she was besieged by so many people. The inner elixir could provide her with energy, but Xianxia couldn't use the energy skillfully. She was suppressed and in a flurry. Moreover, she felt as if there were needles in her head, which was so painful that her head was about to explode. Xianxia didn't know it was a spiritual attack. She thought she could get away if she successfully controlled the resentment. Without resentment and successfully restrained it, she was just an ordinary soul. She couldn't even be seen by others and could live safely in this world. Xianxia struggled to move. Cracks had appeared on her inner core from the beating. She burst into tears. Ningxu asked these people to stop for the time being and said, "Now it's time to leave here. I don't know if I should believe you." Xianxia wiped her tears and blushed. Xianxia was just a little girl in her early 20s. She got married at the age of 17 or 18. Her husband was conscripted as soon as she got married. At that time, the situation in the country was very turbulent. She probably suffered a lot of malice in her limited life. Ningxu spread his hands and said, "Do you think we're so free that we have to wait for you to refine your inner elixir before killing you? Since we want to kill you, why do we bother? We've waited for so long just to kill you?" Xianxia murmured, "I'll go with you, not with them." "Okay." Ningxu pointed his finger and a black hole appeared. He said to her, "Go in. I'll find you later." Xianxia looked at the black hole in horror and stammered, Where is it?" Ningxu said, "There's another world inside. It's probably a more suitable world for you." Xianxia could absorb all kinds of resentment floating in the world of samsara to strengthen her ability and reduce the erosion of the resentment in the world of samsara. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. "Go in." Xianxia walked towards the black hole with small steps. Ningxu said, "I'm scared. You have to come. I'll go in a while." Xianxia entered the black hole without fear of death. The black hole slowly disappeared. Ningxu said to the 5 people, "The task is completed. You can hand it in." Tianzuiyu said, "Should we blame it on the world of samsara?" In essence, it was moving the bomb to another place, and then the bomb would still explode. He just didn't know when it would explode. Ningxu said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of the rest. After all, there's no more source of disaster in this world. I've already completed my mission." Ningxu asked the system to submit the mission and apply for the completion of the mission. The others looked at each other. Tianzuiyu said, "If anything happens in the future, it's your responsibility." Ningxu nodded. "I understand." "Ningxu, let's exchange contact information," another mission enforcer said to Ningxu. Ningxu exchanged contact information with the 5 of them. Tianzuiyu pulled Ningxu to the side and asked, "Did you bring Xianxia to your world?" Ningxu nodded. "Staying here can be considered a help." It was easy to deal with Xianxia. Tianzuiyu asked, "Your world is the world of samsara?" Ningxu lowered his head shyly and said, "I'm sorry, it's just a small world." Tianzuiyu was speechless. Everyone submitted the application. When the organization approved it, it was time to leave this world. Tianzuiyu said jokingly, "Do you want to bury yourself before you leave? Otherwise, you'll be a corpse in the wilderness. It's easy to be infected with the plague." Ningxu said, "Okay, I'll help you bury the soil." These people really dug a hole. Lying in the hole, Tianzuiyu said to Ningxu, "When we leave, we'll have to trouble you to fill the hole." "It's okay, I like to do this." Ningxu laughed. After the system approved it, the 5 people left. Ningxu buried the hole and returned to the system space. He checked the reward given by the system. It was not much. He didn't know if he could make up for the loss this time. Ningxu went to the world of samsara and found Xia Mengtao. Xia Mengtao stood motionless. Her face was full of fear. She looked at this world and didn't dare to move. When she saw Ningxu, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards him. What is this place? Xia Mengtao saw the soul floating by her. Ningxu said, this is the place where people come after they die. This is the world of samsara. You'll live here in the future. Absorb the resentment of this world and slowly strengthen yourself. This is hell. It's different from what I imagined. Xia Mengtao looked around. Ningxu took Xia Mengtao to the skeletons. Seeing so many skeletons, Xia Mengtao immediately hid behind Ningxu. Although she was a ghost, she was still scared when she saw human skeletons. Ningxu pulled Xia Mengtao out of hiding. Xia Mengtao immediately covered her face with her hands. Ningxu said to Zhu Jun, this is a new girl. Take care of her. She's not familiar with this world. Take her to familiarize herself with it when you have time. These are all familiar people. Although they are skeletons, they have delicate features. You'll have to deal with them often in the future. Just treat them as humans, Ningxu said to Xia Mengtao. Xia Mengtao put down her hands and looked at the dense skeletons. Although they were golden, they were still skeletons. Ningxu said, you didn't seem to be afraid when you were eating bones? Xia Mengtao said, those were the bones of my enemies. I was only happy. Why would I be afraid? Ningxu asked Zhu Jun or other skeletons to take Xia Mengtao to familiarize herself with the environment. Zhu Jun said, let me do it. I'll take you to see the world. When Zhu Jun spoke, his lower jaw opened and closed, making people feel very frightened. Xia Mengtao's face was a little pale. Ningxu said, they're all my people. You won't do anything to them. Even if they do something to you, you have the power to do it yourself. Xia Mengtao said to Zhu Jun, then I'll have to trouble you. Zhu Jun chuckled. It's no trouble at all. His laugh made Xia Mengtao's face even paler. Zhu Jun said, relax, I'm not a good person. Ningxu, Xia Mengtao hid behind Ningxu and looked timidly at Zhu Jun, who was not a good person. Ningxu settled Xia Mengtao down and returned to the system space. After absorbing the soul power, Ningxu was slightly stronger. Since the mission was completed, he would do other missions to fill up his soul. Since Uncle Zhang didn't want to trade, he would do missions. There was a friend request from the mission taker who had gone to do the mission. Ningxu agreed. After adding him, they chatted for a while and ended the topic. After all, it was just someone he had met on a mission. They weren't very close. Ningxu was about to close the chat system when Taishu sent her a message, saying that he had something to tell her. Ningxu blocked him and clicked on the system exchange store to exchange for some fasting pills and medicine. She said to the system, I'm going to do a mission. Since her account was frozen and she couldn't use the money, she would do a mission to strengthen her soul. The only reason he was looking for her was to ask her to volunteer again. She didn't want to do it now. After Ningxu blocked Taishu, he sent another message. Ningxu was really annoyed. She had to do the work in the office and also clean the toilet. Ningxu directly replied, I'm not free. I have to do a mission. She didn't do missions for the organization, but for herself. I love doing missions. She now needed soul power to strengthen her soul power. If she did volunteer work, her merit account would be frozen. She couldn't use it. Taishu, you don't have to do it for now. I have something to discuss with you. Ningxu, let's talk about it after I finish the mission. There were many talents in the organization. It was probably some work that others didn't want to do, so they gave it to her. If she refused, she would be ungrateful. Others had the right to refuse, but she didn't have the right to refuse. Taishu, please, please. Ningxu simply wanted to sneer. It was fine if he invited her, but it made her seem like she was being unreasonable. From today onwards, she would be a thorn. No matter what happened, she would die. She was fearless. If they came to kill her, then so be it. If they killed her, then so be it. Ningxu took a deep breath. I said, we'll talk about it after I finish the mission. Taishu said directly, go to Area B to deal with the star stones. Ningxu lightly picked at her nails and blew. Isn't there someone in Area B? Why did he ask her to deal with the star stones in another area? Taishu, the person in charge of Area B went out and hasn't returned yet. Ningxu raised her eyelids. What does it have to do with me? Since he went out, then go find him. Find the person in charge. Ningxu thought of the woman in purple. She had a temper and really left her stall to go out. Senior Granduncle, now, you're in danger. You've been ordered to deal with things in Area B. Wait for the person in charge to come back. Ningxu's expression did not change at all. He was neither angry nor excited. He asked, when will the person in charge come back? Who will take over my shift? Someone has to take over my shift. Let me rest for a while. The Grand Elder was silent and didn't reply for a long time. Ningxu knew that this would be the case. If there was a vacancy, he would get someone to fill it in. He would not even arrange for a successor. As long as the vacancy was filled, he would let the person continue to do it. She didn't know anyone in District B. Who would she find to switch shifts? No one could stop once they started. If they could throw a tantrum and go on strike, she could also reject them. At most, they could just come and kill her. Relying on the fact that she couldn't be killed, she was relying on the fact that she couldn't be killed. If she left the organization now, she would probably be an immortal wandering soul. To put it coldly, even if the organization was destroyed, she would still be alive. Even if the Sea of Laws was destroyed, she would still be alive, and she would not be able to save the Sea of Laws. It was like watching a person grow old and die. The Grand Elder replied, I'll arrange for a successor for you. Ningxu, who is it? Give me the contact information of the successor. It wasn't that she didn't want to do it, but if she let someone fill it in, what would happen in the future? If no one took over, she would have to keep doing it. It wasn't easy for her soul to leave the state of floating. She didn't want to become floating again in the end. Ningxu, go to hell, you dog of a man who makes me sweat. The Grand Elder. I'll let the main system arrange for a successor for you. Okay, hurry up and come over. Ningxu, you guys make the arrangements first, and I'll go. District B is so big. I'm scared. I'm worried that I won't do well. Give me the contact information of the person who will take over. Who knew when the person in charge of District B would come back? She was obviously throwing a tantrum because of the lack of resources. She was doing the job of the person in charge, but she didn't have the resources. The Grand Elder, I'll send you the list of people in District B, including the successor. Ningxu, let me take a look at the list first. I'll familiarize myself with it first. Everything should be done slowly. Only by doing things in an orderly manner would there be no problems. She would screw herself and others. She didn't want to take advantage of others, but she wouldn't let herself suffer. Ningxu didn't feel that the organization was flattering her. It was just that these big shots weren't willing to deal with star stones. They would rather not earn this money. Even if it was her turn, it didn't mean that they would happily do it. At most, they would just come and kill her. She was just relying on the fact that she couldn't be killed. It seemed that the organization would rather let the woman in purple go out and have fun than make up for the lack of resources. The main system sent a list of names. There was a list of generals in District B, as well as the big shots who picked up fragments. Ningxu quickly browsed through it, but she didn't see what she wanted to see, which was the list of people who would take over the shift. Giving a list of names to dazzle people's eyes? She only cared about who would take over the shift. The other big shots who picked up fragments would be arranged by the main system. As for the generals, everyone had their own duties. It didn't conflict with her work. Only the people who took over the shift had something to do with her. How boring. If there was someone, there was someone. If there was no one, there was no one. If she went to District B, would she still be able to command those big shots or ask them to take over the shift? They wouldn't even roll their eyes at her. Who the hell wanted to deal with star stones? Ningxu said to the backup system, go and do the mission. The backup system had already chosen the mission for Ningxu and asked, do you want to enter the mission now? Ningxu nodded. Enter the mission. The chat system dinged, and Ning Shu glanced at it. Senior uncle, I'm your shift changer. Ning Shu, if I want to change shifts, can I just call you? Will you come and change shifts for me when I call you? Will you change shifts whenever I call you, regardless of time or space? Senior uncle. I think you're Pikachu's younger brother. You're itching for a beating. Oh, he even knew about Pikachu. This was very social. Ning Shu, do you know about Peppa Pig? Ning Shu, what about Big Bear, Bear 2, and Baldy Chong? Ning Shu, since I'm working in District B, do I have the resources of the person in charge? Senior uncle, you're just going to deal with the star stones. Ning Shu curled his lips. See, I can get 100,000 merit points every time I deal with them, and I don't even need to use them. Taking orders in the face of danger, Ning Shu rolled his eyes. Ning Shu said, unfreeze my account. How long are you going to freeze it for? I'm very upset, very upset. If I quit, they could just come and kill me. Ning Shu held back. He didn't want to give the senior uncle and the organization a good lesson. Senior uncle, it will be unfrozen. Go and deal with it now. Come here first. Senior uncle gave him the location of the space node. The backup system, are you still doing the mission? Of course. I'm going to do the mission. After talking for so long, the account was still grayed out. It hadn't been unfrozen. It was so difficult to unfreeze it. There was no desire to make money at all. Even if he made money, he couldn't use it. He said it would be unfrozen, but it still hadn't been unfrozen. It was boring. He was too embarrassed to look at the skeletons now because he had no money in his pocket. More than 2,400 pairs of dark eye sockets were staring at him, crying piteously for food. Alas, his conscience really hurt. Senior uncle, do you see the space node? Ning Shu, Kong, why don't you light the light? I can't see anything. I don't want to hear it. I can't see. Ning Shu, friendly reminder, I'm not Pikachu's brother. I'm Pikachu's sister. My skin is itchy. My nickname is Defrost, Defrost, Defrost. Didn't he say it would be unfrozen? It still hadn't been unfrozen. And if senior uncle was really the one who changed shifts, it would probably be a very sad thing. She often saw he and Uncle Chong dealing with star stones while crying in the wind while waiting for senior uncle to come back. This was probably her fate. She ran out for no reason. Who knew when he would come back? Even if he contacted her, she still didn't know when he would come back. She ran out for a while and didn't know how long and where she would go. Anyone who changed shifts would be more reliable than senior uncle. She didn't want to wait for senior uncle to change shifts with tears in her eyes. Ding. Your account has been unfrozen. Please follow the civilized discipline. The account was unfrozen. Ning Shu's heart also rang. One of his goals had been achieved. He took the lead in exchanging more than 10 million merit points, and all these merit points were converted into merit grains. In this way, even if the account was frozen again in the future, there would be merit grains to feed the skeletons. More than 10 million merit grains were a lot. There were more than 9,000 merit grains. Thinking about it, he might as well exchange all the 17 million merit grains in his account. Anyway, with these merit grains as rations, he could buy whatever he needed to slowly earn some money. Senior uncle, are you blind? Ning Shu, Kong, it's still a bit blurry. Ning Shu, am I the person in charge of Area B? Other than the payment of star stones, what about the other resources? Grand uncle, you're not in charge. You're just in charge of handling the star stones. Who told you you're in charge? Ning Shu rolled his eyes. He was doing the work of the person in charge, but he didn't get paid. Senior uncle, when she comes back, you don't have to do it anymore. Ning Shu replied, Kong, my eyes hurt. I'm afraid I'll be blind forever. Senior grand uncle, that's enough. You still have 100 punishments left. Let's settle your punishment now. Ning Shu, F*CK, you're depending on her, the backup system asked, are you still doing missions? Ning Shu, do what? In the end, it was because of this punishment of 100 times that she had to serve her sentence. Ningxu finally managed to unfreeze his account. He then sent some merit grains to the skeleton and went to the 3 cities to reinforce the barriers. It would take a lot of time to do 100 times. If one of the barriers exploded, she would be in trouble again. After slowly settling everything, Ningxu took the token and jumped to the location of the space node. Senior Granduncle stood in the void. Ningxu walked over and said, "Why don't we go and see Xianxia first? I miss him very much. I don't know if you've sent him flowers." Senior Granduncle looked at Ningxu condescendingly. "Do you feel uncomfortable if you don't jump up and down for a day?" Ningxu immediately covered his heart. "Yes, very uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. I'll do whatever I want. I know you won't let anyone see Xianxia, but I love to talk. If you have the ability, come and shut my mouth. If you don't, come and kill me. I'll rely on my immortality. Senior Granduncle, I'll let you visit once for free 1,000 times." Ningxu stretched out a finger. Senior Granduncle, 10,000 times. Ningxu, 10 times. Xianxia isn't worth such an expensive ticket. I'm afraid I'll be the only one going to see him. It'll be a small profit. Senior Granduncle didn't want to talk to Ningxu, so he took a step forward. Ningxu hurried to keep up. It was a bit strenuous. In the end, he still couldn't understand the space law. However, Ningxu also got a message. Senior Granduncle didn't kill Xianxia. Instead, he let Xianxia soak in the law of nothingness alive. Once again, he confirmed that Xianxia was still alive. She didn't know when Xianxia would absorb another wave of her soul power. Xianxia wouldn't be so obedient in the law of nothingness. This matter had to be pretended. Senior Granduncle couldn't bear to kill Xianxia. There would be many unforeseen events if he was alive. Who knew when Xianxia would run out of the law of nothingness? A new round of torment began. Ningxu looked at Senior Granduncle in front of him. He didn't know what the Sea of Law was like now. The plane kept collapsing and even exploding without warning. This meant that the law wasn't in a good situation. This situation could last for hundreds of thousands of years, a few hundreds of thousands of years, or many hundreds of thousands of years. Ningxu felt that it was dangerous. The Sea of Law was an old man walking toward death. Death was the inevitable outcome. Senior Granduncle stopped and turned to Ningxu. He said, "From now on, deal with the star stones here." In fact, there was no difference between Area A and Area B. The operation was the same, but there were too many planes. It was more convenient to manage them in small areas. However, these were all unfamiliar faces. He didn't know any of the big shots in this area. Ningxu hung the sign around his neck and earned some money to buy the Void World Scroll. He could go to the world to find treasures and strengthen his soul. Senior Granduncle said to the man who was dealing with the star stones, "The person who changed shifts is here." The big shot heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly stood up and said, "Okay, I'll leave it to you." Ningxu stood in front of the big shot. "You're the person who changed shifts with me, right?" He didn't want to change shifts with Senior Granduncle. Even if he said he wanted to change shifts, this D*MN man might not appear. The big shot was attracted by the sign hanging around Ningxu's neck. When he heard Ningxu's words, he quickly shook his head. "No, I don't deal with the star stones. I'm temporarily helping to deal with them. After that, it's none of my business." He quickly denied it and shook his head, causing the skin on his face to tremble. Sure enough, dealing with the star stones was a job that everyone hated. He then left. It seemed that he was tired. Ningxu asked Senior Granduncle, "If I want to change shifts with you, will you come?" Senior Granduncle, "I will come if there are no special circumstances." Ningxu snorted. There were too many special circumstances. After serving 100 sentences, he wouldn't do it anymore. Doing missions, no matter what kind of work it was for the sake of the organization. He loved doing missions. It was everyone's responsibility to protect the plane. "Then let's start." Senior Granduncle was about to leave. Ningxu stretched out his hand. "Wait." Ningxu felt Senior Granduncle take a deep breath before turning around. His expression was a little cold. "What's wrong now?" More complete novels follow the official WeChat account XBQGXS New Pen Fun Pavilion. Go to the home page. Many wonderful novels are waiting for you. Ningxu shivered. Why are you so fierce? I was so scared that I forgot what I was going to say. Grand uncle. Why are you so naughty? Ningxu, I'm very happy to be naughty. Come and kill me if you can. You're uncomfortable, right? Grand uncle's expression was calm. What's the matter? Ningxu said, what if the plane suddenly blows up thousands of planes without any warning like last time? Grand uncle, there are masters in the army. Even if they blow up thousands of planes, they can control the situation before blowing up tens of thousands more. Ningxu nodded. Oh, I see. You can go now. Come back early to take over the shift. With a flash, the Grand Elder disappeared. Ningxu squatted down, picked up the props, and began to scrape the star stone. She didn't expect Grand Uncle to take over soon. She was ready for a long battle. She might not be able to take over after serving 100 sentences. He used the vines to move the fragments, and then smoothly scraped the star rock, scraping it clean. Ningxu's vine tentacles made the processing of the star stone much faster. The big boss of District B looked at Ningxu. Because he wasn't familiar with her, he didn't talk to Ningxu. Soon, Ningxu finished processing the star stone and began to pick up the fragments with the vines. Her spiritual power was strong, and she could control more vines. The vines stretched out in all directions. She put the fragments she picked up in her pocket. Ningxu tied the pocket and put the token on it. Don't miss this. Help me pick up the fragments. 100,000 each time. Ningxu shouted a few times, but she was ignored. She wasn't depressed. This was the result of developing in a new place. If she was in District A, these fragments would have been traded out by now. Well, no one was trading. Ningxu put these things on her own account. It was also 100,000 merit points. After picking up the fragments, Ningxu began to melt the star stone and connect to the planes. While connecting the planes, she picked up some scraps. She was already used to it. She would feel uncomfortable if she didn't pick them up. Seeing the scraps go to waste, his heart ached. Although he had obtained quite a number of stellar stones from blowing up so many planes, he had no choice but to accept them. However, with the law of nothingness, which could spread out at any moment, Ningxu felt that no matter how many star stones he had, he would not feel safe. Once the star stone solidified, he could let it go. Ningxu felt that he was already very familiar with handling star stones. Perhaps he would be able to do it 100 times in no time. They went to the next place. There were too many planes, and there were planes collapsing every second. They were the corpse pickers, and they dealt with the dead planes. Ningxu had been keeping track of the number of times he had used the system. Once he had used it 100 times, he would be able to apply for his sentence to be released from the system. In the future, he would not be able to use the incident of 100 times as an excuse. After dealing with the star rock, Ningxu began to pick up the fragments. He still hung the token around his neck. I don't believe that you won't be curious and come over to ask. After Ningxu had processed the star stones more than 10 times, someone finally came to ask about Ningxu's business. Finally, there was business. Ningxu was very excited and explained the business method to the person. It was like a surrogate game. You were responsible for increasing your number. You could do whatever you wanted. You've completed your volunteer work. The big shot who asked was very generous. He directly gave 100,000 merit points and left after handing it over. Someone was the first to eat crabs. Gradually, Ningxu had business. Although he did not get a single cent from processing the star stones 100 times, he could at least earn some money. Ningxu was multitasking. After dealing with the star stones, he would pick up the fragments. Some of the big shots would pick up a portion of the fragments themselves. They were too lazy to pick up the rest and would buy fragments from Ningxu. Some of them did not want to do it. After all, they were using the money given by the system to make others work. Was there anything better than this? Someone asked which area Ningxu was from. He was so familiar with handling the star stones. He could not be someone who had just advanced. Ning-Shu said, I'm from Area A, people from Area A. Some of the big shots looked at Ning-Shu with complicated expressions. Ning-Shu was speechless. What's wrong with Area A? Was there a gap between Area A and Area B? Was there a grudge? Then did she go deep into the wolf's den? So scary. Boo-hoo, Ning-Shu did not want to know what conflicts there were between Area A and Area B. He guessed that there were conflicts between the 12 areas when they competed for resources. She was only here to deal with the star stones. When the big sister came back, she would leave. After processing more than 80 times, Ning-Shu informed senior uncle to come over and change shifts. If she did it 100 times, senior uncle would not come immediately. Ning-Shu informed senior uncle at the 80th time. He felt that he had been doing it for a long time and was a little tired. This was really not something a human could do. After 100 times, there was still no sign of senior uncle. Ning-Shu thought, sure enough. He hated himself for having such a sharp intuition. He had left her here to let her work until the world changed. Ning-Shu's eyes were full of tears. How can others trust you like this? Ning-Shu kept informing him, but he still had to deal with the star stones. Waiting and waiting, Ning-Shu became more and more expressionless. After another 100 times, Ning-Shu threw the props away. This is a scam. This kind of man should be struck by lightning. 100 times, and another 100 times. There must be a deadline. How long do you want her to wait? Even if it's easier for her to deal with the star stones, she's going to be King tired to death. The onlookers were speechless. Ning-Shu informed senior uncle, the plane exploded. The situation is out of control. It's like fireworks. In modern times, about 50 have exploded. Oh, now they've exploded into popcorn. Senior uncle did not respond. Instead, a man in a military uniform, Ning-Shu, came over and said, please don't lie about the military situation. This will waste resources. Where did it explode? Ning-Shu saw the metal on his chest. It was about the same level as Anhe's. Ning-Shu asked, who asked you for confirmation? She was sending a message to senior uncle. If senior uncle received the message, he would definitely verify the authenticity of the message. Naturally, he would ask the people in the army. Therefore, senior uncle received the message but did not reply to her. It was really time to change shifts. Ning-Shu looked tired. It was really boring to be like this all the time. The general said, of course it's the main system. It captured your message. The collapse of the plane is not a small matter. Naturally, it will verify it. Ning-Shu was speechless. She also captured a message that the main system was monitoring everyone's chat information. It probably wanted to extract something useful from it. The most important thing was that senior uncle left her here and ignored her. She estimated that they would have to do it another 100 times, apart from the 100 times that were free. The extra 100 times would mean 10 million merit points, plus the money for the fragments. Mobile users browse read for a better reading experience. More complete novels follow the WeChat public account XBQGXS New Pen Fun Pavilion homepage. Many wonderful novels are waiting for you. Thinking of having so much money, Ning-Shu felt less tired. At least he had money to comfort himself, and the account had been unfrozen, so he could use it. When someone came to take over, he would go back to buy a world from the old man and find treasures to strengthen the soul. The wall made of bricks alone was crumbling, but if cement was added between the bricks, the wall would become stronger. Ning-Shu was going to find cement now. The general said to Ning-Shu, although you may only be working here temporarily, please don't lie about the military situation and leave us a mess to deal with. Ning-Shu said, oh, I'm leaving now. Does that count as leaving you a mess? She didn't want to lie about the military situation. She just wanted senior uncle to come and change shifts. The main system monitored her information. The general was speechless. It seems that no one is coming to change shifts now. Can you just leave like that? Ning-Shu spread his hands. I've done it more than 200 times, and I haven't even taken a break. He had finished his sentence, so he did extra work. Ning-Shu asked him, and he can handle star stones. Do you handle star stones? They were all generals, so their strength should be about the same. I need to change shifts now. I'm very tired. The person in charge of your family ran away. She was the one who came to save the situation. The general shook his head and said, I don't handle it. Ningxu asked, and he can handle it, but you don't. Senior uncle hasn't come yet. I need to change shifts. The general's face turned red. Looking at Ningxu, Shu felt that he might have poked the general's fault. It made the general a little angry. Ningxu looked at him as if he had suddenly realized something, but he didn't say it in the end. He was afraid that the general was a little reluctant to handle star stones. So, why did you come to me? Ningxu applied to change shifts with the main system. The main system should have recorded how many times she had done it. Ningxu knew that he would fail. His trust in senior uncle had dropped to the bottom of the earth. Why didn't he know how to develop in the long run and cheat once? Didn't he know how to take the path of sustainable development? He had tricked her and made her sad. The general turned around and left, not wanting to talk to Ningxu at all. Ningxu also snorted and lowered his head to deal with the star stones. Ningxu's processing speed slowed down a lot, and he no longer picked up the fragments. I'm really tired. As long as I can deal with the star stones, I'll be fine. The main system's reply was that someone would take over soon. Ningxu cried in the wind. Liars, they were all liars. After more than 50 times, the Grand Elder finally arrived at the 250th time. The notification started at the 80th time and only came at the 250th time. Ningxu's resentment was so thick that it was almost tangible. He looked at the Grand Elder gloomily. The Grand Elder's expression was calm and cold, as if he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with him. Grand Elder, let's change shifts. Ningxu snorted and threw down the props. He was too lazy to talk to the Grand Elder. Ningxu returned to the system space and asked the main system to give him the reward for the previous 150 times. He wanted to use this money to buy and take away. Ningxu had a bit of a dilemma. Should he do the mission or look for cement? Ningxu applied for the reward, and the main system's answer was, you can only withdraw the reward 30 times at a time, and so on. Oh, the organization would pay him in installments. If he gave 15 or 16 million merit points at once, the organization would probably tremble all over. When they worked, they let people work hard, but when they gave money, they were so stingy. Ningxu felt that he was a poor migrant worker. Fortunately, after a year of hard work, the boss might run away with the money. He would only give a little each time. Of course, he could only accept 30 times. 30 times would give him 3 million merit points, which was enough to buy a space passage and take away to find treasures. When he applied for the reward 30 times, the main system repeatedly asked, are you sure you want to accept? Are you sure you want to accept? Ningxu was speechless. What was there to be uncertain about? What was there to be uncertain about? He was very sure. The main system paid more than 3 million merit points, and Ningxu's empty account had 3 million. After getting the money, Ningxu went to find the Xianxia man. The Xianxia man had asked him to go to the world with him last time, but he was shy of money. He should be able to buy it with 3 million. Ningxu walked into the restaurant and saw the Xianxia man holding a female mission enforcer's hand, reading her palm with a serious expression. Ningxu was speechless. In the past, he was just talking nonsense, but now he was directly doing it. Ningxu sat over. Fortune teller, read my palm too. The Xianxia man said, line up behind. Ningxu couldn't finish reading the palm for a while, so he covered his face and whimpered. The female mission enforcer and the Xianxia man looked at Ningxu, and Ningxu said, don't worry about me, sob sob sob. What are you sobbing about? The Xianxia man asked. Ningxu said, I'm trying to catch a chick. The female mission enforcer broke free from the Xianxia man's hand. You guys chat, I'll leave first. The Xianxia man smacked his lips and looked at the female mission enforcer's back as she left. Ningxu asked, do you like her? The Xianxia man said, how could I? She's just a little interesting. Ningxu said, then why did you grab her hand? The Xianxia man shrugged. I just said that I wanted to read her palm, but she really believed it. There's actually such an innocent woman in the world. Ningxu was drinking tea, and he spat it out and wiped his mouth. Are you serious? Those who can enter the law space are all super mission enforcers. The Xianxia man said, anyway, she has a purpose for me. If it's not because of my looks, then it's because she wants something from me. Since she's already here, I have to see what her purpose is. So he was clear-headed. The Xianxia man took the opportunity to take advantage of her. The Xianxia man opened his fan and asked, why are you looking for me this time? Xianxia said, don't be so impatient. Didn't we say that we were going to a world last time? I got the money. The Xianxia man closed his fan and asked, what are you looking for? I'm looking for a fruit that can strengthen the soul. What about you? What are you looking for? Xianxia asked. If their purpose was different, they definitely couldn't go together. The Xianxia man said, then let's go together, but I don't have the money. Xianxia said like a boss, I'll let you freeload this time. The Xianxia man asked, do you want to recruit some people? If there's really any danger, the chances of survival are higher. Xianxia waved his hand. Forget it, just the two of us. Anyway, she wouldn't die. If there were more people, there wouldn't be much to share. There might even be internal problems. What if there was a fight? He wouldn't be looking for competitors. The two of them came to Elder Chi's stall. Elder Chi was dozing off, and the Xianxia man woke him up. Elder Chi asked, what world are you going to this time? Xianxia said, I'm looking for something that can strengthen the soul. More complete novels follow the official WeChat account XBQGXS New Pen Fun Pavilion homepage. Many wonderful novels are waiting for you. The old man rummaged through his stall and finally found a scroll at the bottom of his treasure chest. This is it. This world has the body-strengthening fruit. Xianxia said, this name is too embarrassing. Body-strengthening fruit? Elder Chi said, what's there to be embarrassed about? The man in the Xianxia said, Elder Chi, this scroll has been hidden for a long time. It's obviously expired. We don't even know if the body-strengthening fruit is still around. We don't even know if the body-strengthening fruit is still around. The man in the Xianxia said, I'm your VIP and you're giving us this kind of information. Do you have any new information? Selling scrolls was, in fact, selling information. What was the use of this kind of old information that was kept hidden for so many years? Even the chances of picking it up were very small. After all, some worlds had been plundered over and over again. Don't even think about picking it up. That world might not even exist anymore. Buying a scroll would mean nothing. They might not even be able to take a look at the body-strengthening fruit. Elder Chi put down the scroll and flipped through it for a while. You also know that things related to souls are all hot stuff. Once it's out, it's usually the first to get it, and the last to get it. This is a relatively new scroll. It definitely exists in this world, Elder Chi said. Xianxia asked, is there a newer one? Going to the new world was better than picking it up. Elder Chi said, let me look again. Xianxia was speechless. Aren't you familiar with your own stall? Elder Chi found the scroll. This is really the newest one. However, this world is very dangerous. There are no rules and anything can happen. However, there are indeed many treasures. As for the price, Xianxia waved his hand. How much? Elder Chi smiled. 5 million. Xianxia, burp, the man in the Xianxia said, it can't be that expensive. Elder Chi stroked his beard and said, it wasn't easy to get this information. Once you go to that world, you might not even be able to return. Of course, the price is expensive. Xianxia hurriedly shook his head. It's so dangerous, but you're still going. Let's go to another world. We're going to look for treasures. Don't lose your life. Let's go to another world. Xianxia looked very timid. The Xianxia man also nodded. Then let's change to another world. Elder Chi was angry. Change what? I'm not tired of looking for things. One moment I want this, the next moment I want that. How about I give you a discount? Xianxia asked, how much cheaper can it be? Forget it, no, it's too dangerous. He only had 3 million on him, and the rest had been exchanged for merit. Xianxia asked, do you accept merit grains? No, this thing will depreciate if the organization recycles it. It's boring. The Xianxia man asked, how much cheaper can it be? 2 million. Elder Qian said, farewell. I won't see you out. In the end, after much haggling, the deal was finally settled at 3 million. Previously, it was 5 million. Now, it was 2 million cheaper. Oh my god, this thing was really profitable. And this thing could only be done by old people. It was true that with one skill, one would never have to worry about food and drink. Ningxu took the scroll and opened a passage to another world. After walking for a while, they landed in another world. However, the place where they landed was a little *ket up. It was an isolated island surrounded by the blue sea. There were seagulls flying on the sea, calling out. It looked very peaceful. Ningxu used his mental power to scan the island. As a result, he felt an electric shock in his mind. The Xianxia man next to him also hissed and looked at Ningxu. The two of them looked at each other and said in unison, we can't use mental power. But why not? Ningxu patted his head. Anything could happen in the void world. There were no rules because there were no stable rules and laws. As for how to play, it all depended on the mood of the void world. Ningxu looked at the endless sea. Do you think we should swim or walk? There was no land in sight. The Xianxia man squatted down and scooped up the sea water. He said to Ningxu, you are the law of water. If you can control this thing, we can leave quickly. Ningxu put his hand into the water. However, he felt like he had been bitten by something. It seemed like he had been bitten by something like a water snake in the water. Half of his arm was numb. Then, the numbness spread throughout his body. Ningxu's body stiffened. The Xianxia man pushed Ningxu. Ningxu fell straight to the ground like an ice cube. The Xianxia man was shocked. F***ck, what's wrong with you? Ningxu stiffened for a while. Then, he came back to life. He moved his body and said to the Xianxia man, this water can't be touched. There's something in it. If you touch it, you'll die. I'm afraid I can't control this kind of water. This shouldn't be water. Ningxu hammered his numb leg. If it was the Xianxia man, he would have died. Ningxu felt that his luck was a little bad this time. The Xianxia man looked into the distance. Then, are we going to stay on this island? Ningxu stared at the sea water. What had bitten her just now to use the power of the law of water? However, the laws in this world weren't even perfect. It was very difficult to use it. Ningxu was a little worried that he would die in the sea before reaching land. Ningxu said, my soul is a little numb. Let's wait a little longer. Let's look around this island and see if there's anything good. Have you seen what the kidney-strengthening fruit looks like? The Xianxia man thought for a moment. I've seen it at the auction. However, the price was ridiculously high. It was about 20 times the price of $3 million. That was the starting price. The auction price was even higher. Ningxu was shocked. Is this thing really that good? The Xianxia man nodded. I heard that eating one can build a reinforced concrete effect in the soul. The soul's toughness will increase. The more you eat, the better. However, once you reach the limit, the effect will be weak. It's already not bad to be able to eat one. Ningxu's desire for the kidney-strengthening fruit grew. It didn't matter how high the wall was. It had to be sturdy. It looked sturdy, but it was the difference between jelly and reinforced concrete. One punch could smash jelly, but it couldn't smash reinforced concrete. Ningxu rubbed his body to dispel the numbness in his body. He kept looking into the sea. What had bitten her? With the power of the law of water, she should be able to see clearly what was in the water. However, it was hazy and she couldn't see clearly. Ningxu found an excuse. It wasn't water. Since it wasn't water, it was normal that she couldn't see clearly. Ningxu stood up and jumped. He didn't feel numb. He just didn't know if there would be any side effects. However, he wouldn't die anyway. This island is quite big. Let's walk around and see if there are any treasures, Ningxu said to the Xianxia man. I don't know if there's day and night here. If there's night, let's wait a little longer, the Xianxia man said warily. Mobile users browse read for a better reading experience. More complete novels follow the official WeChat account XBQGXS New Pen Fun Pavilion homepage. Many exciting novels are waiting for you. Ningxu didn't insist that he go back. Although Zhu Jun liked to wander in the world of the living, what he said made sense. Ningxu stood on a rock on the beach and looked into the distance. He couldn't see land at all. Ningxu tried to see if he could walk or float on the surface of the sea, but he fell into the sea with a splash. He was bitten by something, and one of his legs went numb. Ningxu quickly dragged her stiff legs and ran back to the beach to look for the wound. I don't know what's in the sea, but it keeps biting me. The numbness got worse and worse. In the end, Ningxu was as stiff as a block of wood. Zhu Jun was shocked and shouted, "Pippy Shu, what's wrong?" "Hey!" Zhu Jun patted Ningxu's face again and again, but Ningxu didn't respond. The man in the cheongsam said, "Stop patting. She'll be fine soon. She's already been bitten once." Zuli felt that he was slightly luckier. Although he also touched the water, at least he wasn't bitten. Maybe the thing in the sea had a grudge against Ningxu. After a while, Ningxu recovered from the numbness. He rubbed his face and said, "It keeps biting me. How am I going to go into the sea?" The man in the cheongsam said, "We don't know what's going on in the water. Don't go in rashly. If you're bitten and don't move, you might be swallowed by something. It's too dangerous." Ningxu said, "It's not on the island. I want to look in the sea. Maybe it grows in the sea?" Zhu Jun looked around the sea. The sea is so big. Looking for a fruit is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Why don't I go down and see if I'll be bitten? What's biting you? Ningxu said. I don't know. I didn't even see what bit me, but it's definitely something small, not something big. Or it was some plankton, too small to be noticed. Zhu Jun said, then forget it. I'm not going down. It's impossible to guard against it. I can't be reckless. Ningxu, I don't believe it. After the numbness in Ningxu's body disappeared, he rushed into the sea again. This time, he wasn't bitten immediately. Ningxu sank a little. The underwater world was rather beautiful and full of corals. However, the deeper one went, the darker it became. Ningxu swam in the water, using the water law to wrap himself up. With the barrier, those things that were biting people would not be able to bite him. However, she couldn't use it. She was like an ordinary person, swimming in the water. The water pressure was very high, making her feel breathless. She immediately floated to the surface and walked towards the shore. However, his legs seemed to have been stung by something. Ningxu immediately checked what it was. It was a very small thing that looked like a transparent shrimp. It was circling around his leg, waiting for an opportunity to take another bite. Ningxu stretched out his hand to grab little shrimp and immediately went ashore. This thing looked small, but it was very poisonous. If they were not careful, they would be bitten. Even the bigger creatures in the sea would be paralyzed for a long time after being bitten by the shrimp. The shrimp kept biting Ningxu's palm. As soon as he went ashore, he threw the shrimp on the ground. His whole body was numb and stiff. He became a corpse again. He had died several times here. Little shrimp jumped on the beach. Although it was small, it was quite tenacious. Zuli used a stick to poke at the transparent shrimp, but this shrimp suddenly became very big. Its whole body was red, and it was as tall as a person. Its pincers were very sharp. The Cheongsam man said, "What a big mantis shrimp." Zhu Jun immediately dragged the stiff Ningxu away and guarded Ningxu. He silently watched the Cheongsam man fight with the big shrimp. Why did he have to use a stick to hit it? Now, he had hit such a big shrimp. It seemed that the creatures living in the sea all had very stiff shells. It was like iron. When it hit the body, sparks would fly. The two pincers could block most of the attacks for the shrimp. It was like a cannonball that spat at the opponent. The Cheongsam man was angry. If he wasn't bullied by crabs, he was bullied by shrimps. How could he be bullied by these things that were eaten? When he went back, he must eat shrimps and crabs. The Cheongsam man wasn't a weak person. He defeated the mantis shrimp with a big move. After Ningshu's body recovered, he looked at the big shrimp silently. I wonder how the meat is. It actually has two battle forms. Ningshu sighed. Could it be that this world only had this ocean and loneliness? These two things made up the world. There were especially many things in the ocean. And all of them were in a mutated state. There were a lot of them. They could be big or small. But how to get them? If this was a world, then the island must have been plundered over and over again. Such a small island could be plundered indiscriminately. Therefore, it was impossible for this island to have a kidney-strengthening fruit. Ningshu stared at the ocean. The island had been plundered. Then, had these people plundered the sea, but the ocean was too big. And where could he find it? There were many underwater creatures in the ocean. Why couldn't he control this kind of water? The Xianxia man dismembered the big shrimp. The meat was white and tender. It looked quite delicious. But when he thought of such a big shrimp, who knew what it ate to grow up? And it was poisonous. Zuli said to Ningshu, let's go back. This trip was for nothing. Ningshu said, do you think it's because they didn't give us enough money? So, they didn't tell us where the treasure is. Since they found out that there are treasures in this world, they should know where the treasure is. Zuli shook his head. Actually, even if Elder Qi knew where it was, he wouldn't say it. To a certain extent, it was to protect himself. If someone forced him to say it, with Elder Qi's strength, he would definitely be able to protect himself. But it would be troublesome. Secondly, he didn't tell anyone. He just said that there are treasures in this world. If you can find it, it's yours. If you can't find it, it's not fated to be with the treasure. To a certain extent, it's fair. Everyone used the same money to buy the spatial passage. There's no more or less money unless you bargain. Elder Qi is a person of virtue and prestige. He definitely wouldn't sell information in different ways. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people looking for him to do business. Ningshu said, there's no kidney-strengthening fruit on the island. I want to go to the sea. There are many such shrimps in the sea. It's dangerous to go down. Zuli disagreed. It can only be said that this world is really not new. We should have thought of it if Elder Qi could give us so much cheaper. The price of 5 million yuan was reduced to 3 million yuan. Ningshu said, it's okay. I'll go down again. I'll get used to the poison. Now that I've been bitten, the recovery time is getting shorter and shorter. His soul was already resistant to this kind of poison. Once he got used to it, it would probably be similar to a mosquito bite. The Xianxia man asked, do you have to risk your life like this? He looked up at the sky. It's going to be dark soon. After dark, the crabs might come ashore again. There would be so many of them, especially criminals. If you don't risk your life, you won't die. Ningshu ran into the sea and came back after a while. She was bitten. There were so many of these small shrimps. Ningshu stayed like a corpse for a while, then jumped into the sea and came back again. Cycle after cycle, one person creates in the sea. The Xianxia man also wanted to come down, but Ningshu shook her head at him. You'll die if you go down. The Xianxia man frowned at her. Why won't you die? Ningshu said, because I'm already dead. You can't kill me. How could you kill a dead person? There was no way. Gradually, Ningshu's ability to resist the poison increased a lot. The place where she was bitten only felt pain, and the numbness disappeared after a while. She should be able to adapt to the poison soon. Zhu Jun and Ningshu shouted, Pippi Shu, come up quickly. It's dark. Ningshu crawled out of the sea with many small shrimps on her body. These small shrimps bit Ningshu's soul tightly. Ningshu pinched these shrimps to death before they became big shrimps. Big shrimps were especially difficult to deal with. As soon as the sky turned dark, many crabs came ashore like before. Ningshu opened the world of samsara. This time all the skeletons asked to fight. More than 2,400 skeletons joined the battle. She didn't know why these shrimps came ashore at night. Could it be that they came ashore to mate? Did they deserve it? The skeletons formed a big skeleton. They could kill many with one slap. In the morning, the crabs retreated. There was a thick layer of crab corpses on the beach. They were colorful and smelly. The surface of the sea was very calm. Ningxu said to the skeleton and Zhu Jun, "I will go into the sea. If something is wrong, I will come back. Be careful." Zhu Jun pointed at the Cheongsam man. "Pippi Shu, bring him along too. Aren't you guys together? I'll keep a lookout for you." "No need. He has some restrictions." Zhu Jun said, "Oh, so that's how it is." His tone was full of meaning. The Cheongsam man opened his folding fan and told himself not to lower himself to the same level as a skeleton. Didn't this guy say that he was weak? The rules of this world were not complete. Who knew what abilities could be used and what abilities could not be used? Perhaps the skeleton felt that he had shown off his might, so he despised him for not putting in any effort. Skeleton is really bad. Ningxu sank into the sea and swam faster. Because he couldn't use his spiritual power, there was an electric current in his mind as soon as he used it, as if something was interfering with it. Therefore, Ningxu opened his eyes wide and looked around. Ningxu found that there were many creatures at the bottom of the sea. They were densely packed and had all kinds of strange appearances. The one thing they had in common was that they were all very big. Sometimes, when Ningxu was hit by these fish, it was like being hit by a 120-yard car. He was speechless. Ningxu relied on her hands to move around, trying her best to reduce her presence and weaken her aura. Around these huge creatures, Ningxu felt that he was really small. Even small shrimps were bigger than people when they swelled up. Ningxu didn't know where to look. Seeing that many fish were swimming in one direction, he followed them. Usually, when underwater creatures gathered, they either lived in groups or gathered to hunt for food. Ningxu's arms were sore from swimming. The water here felt like glue, and he couldn't swim. Fortunately, his hard work paid off. Ningxu stood in front of a large forest. This was an underwater fruit forest. This fruit forest was full of fruits, and many fish were biting the fruits to eat. Oh my God! Ningxu was so excited that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. They were all kidney-strengthening fruits. This thing actually grew in the water. It was too incredible. If the island really grew fruits in the past, it might be that the creatures at the bottom of the sea had eaten the fruits, or the seeds might have been placed on the island. For example, crabs would go to the island, and other creatures would go to the island regularly. Ningxu didn't hesitate and swam over quickly. Now that his body was full of strength, he picked the fist-sized kidney-strengthening fruit. The kidney-strengthening fruit was green and round. However, when Ningxu picked it, he couldn't pick the fruit from the tree. The fruit was very hard and hung on the branches. The other underwater creatures directly bit off the fruit stalk and ate the fruit. Maybe it was because these creatures ate the kidney-strengthening fruit that they had such a stiff shell. Ningxu condensed a dagger and cut the fruit stalk. It felt like cutting iron wire. It took a long time to pick a fruit. Moreover, he would be hit by the swimming fish from time to time. The fish were very strong, and their bodies were as hard as iron. It would make people dizzy. After finally getting a fruit, Ningxu quickly took out a jade box and put the fruit inside to prevent it from spoiling. When he picked the second one, Ningxu planned to bite it. In the end, he almost broke his teeth. It was so hard. He wanted to bite an iron ball. Can this thing rot? Ningxu very simply and roughly threw the fruit into the mess in space and happily picked the fruit. Ningxu tried to pull a tree ashore, but the kidney-strengthening fruit tree didn't move at all. This was very awkward. Ningxu could only obediently pick them one by one, gnashing her teeth in anger. After spending a long time in the water, Ningxu quickly swam back to the shore. His head popped out of the water and he let out a long breath. Zhu Jun stood in the water up to his waist. He was looking around. When he saw Ningxu swimming over, he let out a sigh. He followed Ningxu ashore. The Cheongsam man said, "I thought you died in the water." Ningxu said, "I won't die." Ningxu said to Zhu Jun, "Hurry up and pluck these crabs. There may be kidney-strengthening fruit pits in their stomachs." The Cheongsam man raised his eyebrows. "So, you got something in the water?" Ningxu took out a few fruits from the ring space. "Of course I got something, and it's a lot. This thing really grows in the water." The Xianxia man saw the fruits and was stunned for a moment. He didn't seem to believe that Ningxu had really found it. There's a fruit forest at the bottom of the water. Seabed creatures eat this kind of thing, but it's very difficult to pick it, Ningxu said. The Xianxia man touched his chest and felt that he was about to suffocate. There was another one. That was really rich. The Xianxia man reacted and said, "Don't tell anyone about this." The people who scraped the ground back and forth didn't find anything in the water. They habitually thought that things wouldn't grow in the water. Even if they wanted to go into the water, the bottom of the sea was extraordinarily dangerous. So, they missed it. Ningxu nodded and said to the Xianxia man, "I was just about to talk to you about this. Don't tell anyone else about this." Of course, she wouldn't tell anyone about this. She was planning to record the spatial node of this world. With a location, she could build a spatial passage to this world in the future. There were so many fruits. If she told others, how many could she get? She would eat until she was full. Even if she couldn't use them in the end, she could still sell them to raise skeletons. This place would be her back garden in the future. No, it would be her back orchard. She just didn't know if this world was fixed. If it drifted and disappeared, or if it was suddenly destroyed, it would be terrible. So this time, she planned to spend some time to pick all the fruits. Even if something really happened to this world. At the very least, she had earned some money. But she still had to take some seeds back to cultivate. What if she could cultivate it? Ningxu asked the Xianxia man, "Do you know how to cultivate this thing?" The Xianxia man said, "Who knows? If I knew, I would be rich." No matter what, these crabs could produce fruit cores. If they could cultivate it, how could they open a restaurant? If they opened a restaurant, there would be people causing trouble. If they could earn some money, they wouldn't have to pay for their meals, and they could even have a place to stay for entertainment. Ningxu thought so too. If they could really cultivate it, it would be great. This thing wouldn't be so hard to find. Now that they had the kidney-strengthening fruit, they didn't have to hope to earn any money from the organization. The organization was too stingy. After completing the mission, they would have a lot of time to play around. The Xianxia man put the fruit on the tip of his nose and sniffed. "Do you smell it? It smells so good." Ningxu was a little suspicious. She smelled the fishy smell of the sea. It wasn't very fragrant. It must be the Xianxia man's imagination. He said it smelled good, but it didn't. Zhu Jun found some fruits from the crab's corpses. The fruit core was the size of a thumb and was completely black. It was quite heavy in his hand. It was like holding a small iron bead. Ningxu placed the fruit on a rock, condensed a sword, and slashed the fruit. In the end, there was no mark on the fruit core. It was really hard. Fortunately, she didn't break the fruit core with her bare hands. Ningxu, haha, it is indeed very hard. Ningxu wanted to throw these fruit cores into the sea, or at least the location of the orchard. For fruits to grow there, there must be some special geographical conditions. Ningxu put away the fruits. The next time he went into the sea, he would throw the cores into the orchard. Since he didn't know if they could survive in other places, he might as well throw them into the sea instead of running around with them. If these seeds took root and sprouted on land and grew into kidney-strengthening fruits, then this world might once again be searched for kidney-strengthening fruits. Then, this world would attract wave after wave of mission enforcers. Perhaps someone would discover something at the bottom of the sea. Ningxu was determined to make this place his own backyard. If others found out, could it still be called a backyard? Ningxu asked Zhu Jun to continue looking for the cores of the crabs. She was going to go into the sea. It wasn't easy to pluck them in the first place, so he had to hurry. The Xianxia man said, "I'll go with you." Ningxu was silent for a moment. "Go down. If something is wrong, come up quickly." This place was for two people. If she didn't let the Xianxia man go down, it would seem that she wanted to monopolize it. As for how many cores the Xianxia man could pick, it would depend on his own ability. However, it was uncertain whether the Xianxia man would come again next time. Ningxu sat on the shore and watched the Xianxia man go into the sea with his chin in his hands. He would definitely come up later. The mantis shrimp wouldn't let the Xianxia man go. The seawater had already submerged the Xianxia man's head. After a while, the Xianxia man dragged his stiff legs ashore. Ningxu condensed a sword and asked, "Which leg?" The Xianxia man, "Both legs." Ningxu cut off the Xianxia man's legs to prevent the poison from spreading to the whole soul. The legs that were eroded by the poison dissipated. If the poison spread to the whole soul would probably dissipate. After his legs were cut off, the Xianxia man's soul weakened a lot. Fortunately, his legs were condensed again. If he had a physical body, he would have lost his legs now. Ningxu spread his hands and said, "You can't go down in this situation. Keep watching." The Xianxia man, "Alas, that's the only way." Ningxu said, "You can dig up the crab bodies on the shore and look for the fruit cores. I'll go down first." Zhu Jun chuckled and said to the Xianxia man, "You can't go down in this situation. You'd better follow me to look for the fruit cores." The Xianxia man could only nod helplessly. There was no other way. If he was bitten too many times, his soul might be gone. Or he would become extremely weak. Seeing that there were good things but he couldn't take them, he felt really sad. Although the skeleton didn't have a face, only bones, and couldn't make any expressions at all, the Xianxia man still felt that the skeleton was gloating. The Xianxia man sighed. He was really unwilling to be unable to see the fruit forest at the bottom of the sea with his own eyes. He knew that there were treasures, but he couldn't take a gold coin with his own hands. It was really terrible. Alas, maybe there would be some gains, but not as big as Ningxu's. The Xianxia man rested for a while and began to dig up the crab bodies with a wooden stick. There was a thick layer of crab bodies on the beach. If he didn't pay attention, he would step into a pit full of crab roe. Ningxu took some of the fruit cores found by Zhu Jun with him. When he reached the fruit forest at the bottom of the sea, he directly scattered these fruit cores in the fruit forest. Then he cheered and began to pick the fruits. Although the fruit stems were very hard, it took a long time to pick one. But seeing such a large fruit forest, Ningxu couldn't help but want to hum a song. Although he was often hit by the truck-like fish, he thought that this fruit might not only strengthen the soul but also the body, which made these fish so hard. He didn't know if eating these fish could also make the soul stronger. Ningxu made a sound in his heart. He had to find a good way to speed up the picking. If he picked them one by one, he didn't know how long it would take. The next time he came, he would get a sharp tool. Ningxu picked the fruits while looking around. He was afraid that this fruit forest also had an owner. The few times he came to the void world, he ran into an owner's territory every time. When he went to find the spirit stone, he got a heart. When he went to find the soul stone, he ended up in the black fog's stomach. He didn't know if the fruit forest had an owner this time. These big fish and small fish were all eating this fruit. If there was an owner, the owner probably wouldn't be willing to let these underwater creatures eat his fruit. Even so, Ningxu was still very careful. He used the dagger to cut the fruit stems while looking around like a thief. When there were a lot of fish, Ningxu had to avoid them. Squeezing in the middle of these fish, Ningxu felt that he was about to be squeezed into a pancake. Lei Feng was King strong. Ningxu couldn't help but let out a skeleton-like chuckle when she thought about how her soul would become very strong. Taking advantage of the free time, Ningxu observed the fruit tree. This kind of fruit tree was completely black. Even the leaves were black and had a metallic luster. He didn't know what was under the ground that could make these fruit trees grow. Ningxu really wanted to dig out what was under the roots. However, there were so many fruits waiting for him to pick. This was the disadvantage of having too many treasures. He wanted to do everything. After staying at the bottom of the water for a long time, although he didn't need to breathe, the strong water pressure was still harmful to his soul. He had reached his limit after staying for so long. Ningxu quickly surfaced and went ashore. He pinched the transparent shrimp attached to his soul to death and bit him like a mosquito. Basically, when he was bitten, it would only hurt a little. After that, he wouldn't feel anything. Even if there were shrimps biting him, he wouldn't feel anything. Why did he feel that there were shrimps all over his body? How much blood had he been sucked away? Zhu Jun and the man in the Xianxia picked up a small pile of fruit cores. They were pulled out from the thick corpses. There was still the yellowish-green juice of crabs on them. The man in the cheongsam asked, "Why did you come up?" Ningxu said, "The water pressure is too strong. I can't bear it." With such a strong pressure, ordinary fish would be crushed into a bloody mist. However, the fish that ate the kidney-strengthening fruit had very strong bodies. They didn't care about the water pressure at all. Ningxu took a kidney-strengthening fruit and ate it. Maybe it could make his soul stronger and he could stay in the water for a longer time. However, the fruit was very hard. He couldn't eat it at all. Ningxu handed a fruit to the man in the cheongsam and said, "Let's eat one first." Ningxu thought for a moment and handed another one to Zhu Jun. Since the fish with flesh could be eaten, he didn't know if there would be any side effects if the skeleton ate it. The effect of merit was to make the skeleton harder, and the effect of the kidney-strengthening fruit was the same. The three of them sat in a row, holding a fruit and gnawing on it. Like Ningxu, the cheongsam man couldn't chew on the kidney-strengthening fruit. Zhu Jun was able to bite a hole in the fruit with one bite. With a crunching sound, it was as if he had bitten into a crisp apple. The cheongsam man and Ningxu turned to look at him. Ningxu was very jealous. "Your teeth are really good." The cheongsam man nodded. Zhu Jun said, "It's all right. This thing is slightly softer than the merit granule. The merit granule is harder. Since you have merit granules, why did you go through so much trouble to find this kind of thing? Using merit granules will have the same effect." Zhu Jun asked doubtfully. Ningxu bit the fruit and left teeth marks, but he couldn't bite more. Ningxu replied to Zhu Jun, "Our situation is rather special. We can't add merit to our bodies recklessly. Other than the army and the skeletons who could use merit granules, ordinary mission enforcers couldn't add too much merit to themselves. It was easy to cause problems, and the body of the mission enforcer might not be able to bear such a large amount of merit. It was commonly known as shortening one's lifespan. It was a counterattack, but in the end, the mission enforcer's body was damaged. Therefore, the organization prohibited mission enforcers from using merit. Merit was a reward from the heavens for meritorious people. Merit could allow the soul to receive preferential treatment in the afterlife, and it could also allow the soul to be born into a better family. It was like being born with a silver spoon in your mouth. Because they couldn't use it, they had to find something to replace merit. This was much more low-key than merit. It wasn't shiny. Zhu Jun said, "Oh," and finished the fruit with crunching sounds, leaving the core. He burped. "This fruit is quite hungry." Ningxu and the cheongsam man held the fruit in silence. It was so difficult to eat. Ningxu looked at Zhu Jun from head to toe and handed him a fruit. The cheongsam man looked at it and burped. "Oh my god, this is a kidney-strengthening fruit. It's not like it's an ordinary apple. Don't waste it by eating it one after another. Do you know how much this fruit costs?" The cheongsam man hammered his chest, feeling that he was going to suffocate at any moment. Zhu Jun waved his hand. "I'm not eating it. This thing is a bit full. It's better if there's no merit. Merit could be absorbed in one go." He didn't have a stomach, but Zhu Jun still felt that his stomach was falling. The cheongsam man choked and stopped breathing. He would rather die from overeating than be unable to eat anything. Ningxu put away the fruit and said to Zhu Jun, "Later, you'll go into the sea with me." There were so many fruits. He didn't know how long it would take him to pick all of them. Things only belonged to him when it was in his hands. If it grew on a branch, anyone could pick it. "Zhu Jun, what if I get bitten by a mantis shrimp?" "You're so hard. You shouldn't be able to bite it. Go down and try. If you can, follow me. If you can't, then you can still dig up corpses on the shore." Zhu Jun glanced at the cheongsam man who was eating the fruit. "I'll go into the sea with you." What was the use of a person who couldn't even eat a fruit? The cheongsam man looked at the vast sea and felt that it was a pity. Why couldn't he go down? If he had known, he would have made a defensive prop and wrapped himself up tightly. Then, he wouldn't be afraid of being bitten by the shrimp. Ningxu and Zhu Jun went into the sea. There was a poisonous shrimp that bit Zhu Jun. Ningxu asked, "How does it feel to be bitten?" Zhu Jun was silent for a moment. "I don't feel anything. I'm all bones. I can't feel anything." "Then it's fine." Follow me to pick the fruit. Ningxu swam very fast. Zhu Jun followed Ningxu to the orchard. Ningxu rushed over confidently. However, Zhu Jun was crushed by the fish behind him. His bones were broken all over the ground. Oh my god. Every time he saw the bones break, Ningxu felt like he was having a heart attack. Zhu Jun slowly pieced his body back together. Ningxu said, "These fish are very hard. Furthermore, you are in the water. You have to pay attention to your surroundings." Zhu Jun nodded. He moved his body, and the sound of his bones cracking could be heard. Ningxu used a dagger to cut the fruit handle. However, Zhu Jun tugged and pulled the fruit off the handle. Ningxu tried to tug silently. However, he couldn't move it at all. This was really King awkward. Why could a skeleton easily pull the fruit off and twist it off? Why couldn't she do it? Was there any difference between her and Zhu Jun? There was no difference. No, Zhu Jun had a lot of merit on him. He had eaten a lot of merit grains. Could it be because of the power of merit? However, Zhu Jun could be very fast. He could save a lot of time. However, Zhu Jun was always smashed into bones by the fish. Otherwise, he would be smashed to pieces by the fish. Ningxu couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Are you sure it's okay for you to break the ground like this?" It would be fine if he was the one breaking the ground, but if he was attacked, what should he do? Although he could reform them, if the other party crushed his bones, how could he reform them? Zhu Jun explained, "The pressure underwater is very high, so it's easy to break the ground. It won't happen at other times." Ningxu nodded and continued to pick the fruit. His movements were slow, but Zhu Jun used both hands and picked very quickly. Ningxu gave up on picking the fruit and began to study the roots. The soil on the ground was very hard. Logically speaking, the bottom of the sea should be very soft. However, the soil here was very solid. When Ningxu stabbed the ground with his dagger, it was as hard as a concrete floor. It was so hard. What was underground? Ningxu dug near the roots of the tree and condensed a shovel to dig the soil. Zhu Jun was probably used to Ningxu's craziness. He didn't say anything and used both hands to pick the fruit faster. The ground was stiff, and Ningxu's arm was a little hurt from the recoil. It was probably because of the roots that the soil was so hard. Planting trees could prevent soil erosion. Ningxu gave up on studying the roots. There would be plenty of time in the future. The most important thing now was to pick the fruit. He would study how to eat it later. Obviously, there was no way to eat it like this. He would make a tool to cut it into small pieces and slowly chew it in his mouth like virtuous granules. Or he could bite it and grind his teeth slowly. He would eventually be able to eat it. After a long time, Ningxu and Zhu Jun had to return to the surface. The pressure was too great. Ningxu was uncomfortable, and Zhu Jun's bones would crack. On the way back, they had to avoid some very large fish. These fish were very ferocious. They could probably swallow a ship in one bite. To avoid being swallowed by these fish, it would take a lot of effort to get out. After resting for a while, they had to sink down to pick the fruit again. They worked until the sky turned dark. The crabs were probably going to come ashore again. The Xianxia man was probably scratching his head alone on the shore. Ningxu told Zhu Jun to go back and deal with the crabs while he continued to pick fruits. Although it took a long time to pick them, Zhu Jun plucked very quickly. He had already plucked half of the fruits. When the sun rose, Zhu Jun would come down again, and he would be able to finish plucking them very quickly. During the day, Zhu Jun came down. The two of them dodged all kinds of underwater creatures and picked all the fruits. In fact, they didn't pick all of them, only leaving a little behind. He was afraid that if he finished plucking the fish, there would be nothing left to eat, and they wouldn't be able to escape when they caught up. On the shore, Ningxu kept feeling that he had been in the water for too long. There was always a smell of the sea on his body. Even he could smell it. Anyone who got close to him would definitely be smelled to death. The Ningxu Xianxia man said, "Smell me. Do I stink?" The Xianxia man nodded. "It is very smelly. The fishy smell of dead fish will probably not dissipate for a long time." Ningxu. "All right. Compared to smelling like fish, he would rather smell like fish after obtaining so many fruits. Ningxu took out 5 fruits and gave them to the Xianxia man, saying, "Here you go." The Xianxia man was silent for a moment and accepted it. "Thank you." If he ate 2 or 3 of them and sold the rest, he could make a lot of money. He really couldn't get this thing this time. It was not good to ask how the other party's harvest was. He didn't know how big the orchard was. Ningxu said, "Try not to let others know about this place." She had already recorded a space node. The next time she found this space node, she would be able to come to this world. She didn't need to look for Elder Qian. Elder Qian also built a one-time space channel according to the space node. He was selling information. The Xianxia man raised his eyebrows. "This is my hush money." Ningxu said, "What else? Why don't I just throw you into the sea?" After being bitten by the poisonous mantis shrimp, even if the Xianxia man had the means to survive, he would probably lose a lot of soul power. But that would make them enemies. If he revealed this place, more people would covet it. Even if he ate meat, he had to share some soup with the Xianxia man. Usually, the two of them were in cahoots. Ningxu didn't want to waste time on things that could be solved with benefits. The Xianxia man curled his lips. "Got it. When I auction the fruit, don't sell it. We'll let each other know so that we don't bump into each other and sell the fruit cheaply." Ningxu nodded to show that he understood. The rarer something was, the less valuable it was. When the market was saturated, things would be cheap. This kind of thing couldn't be sold by the kilogram like ordinary fruit. "It's about time to leave this place. I can't stand these crabs." The Xianxia man was in a bad mood. Ningxu said, "These crabs have eaten the fruit. Do you think it'll sell well if we catch some and eat them?" The Xianxia man shook his head. "I feel disgusted when I see this kind of thing. Besides, who would believe that these crabs and fish grew up eating kidney-strengthening fruits? Even if they believe it, someone will follow the clues and find this place. The gains don't make up for the losses. Making a dish will only make a little money." Although he knew that the Xianxia man hated these sea creatures, what he said made sense. After all, the whole sea creatures were not as valuable as a kidney-strengthening fruit. Ningxu opened the black hole and let Zhujun go back. Zhujun didn't say anything. Back in the world of samsara, Ningxu and the Xianxia man went back to the system space. Back in the system space, Ningxu counted the number of fruits at once. In fact, there were a lot of them. There were thousands of them, filling up the mess in space. I'm rich. I'll sell some and keep the rest for myself. I can give some to the skeletons to eat. I still need these skeletons when I use the human wave tactic. I'll cultivate 2,000 elite skeletons first. Maybe I'll be able to lie on the chair and slack off in the future." Ningxu opened the exchange store and looked for sharp tools that could cut the kidney-strengthening fruit. Since he couldn't bite it, he could cut it into small pieces. Ningxu simply exchanged for tools that could deal with star stones. This tool could even deal with star stones. How could it not cut a fruit? Since it could be scraped, he could also cut the fruit into pieces and eat them. By the way, was the fruit clean? Ningxu opened the chat system and asked the Xianxia man, "Is this fruit clean? Can it be eaten directly?" Zuli, "Yes, it can be eaten directly. Souls can't be touched by unclean things. Unclean things refer to negative emotions and feelings." Well, she also ate food, so the food was definitely not unclean. So this fruit could be eaten directly. Fortunately, it could be eaten directly. He was afraid that he had to send it to the main system for purification like his soul, and half of it would be taken away. If half of it was taken away, Ningxu didn't know whether he would be too rotten to send it for purification. Ningxu scraped the fruit into small pieces and took small bites. He felt like he was biting a copper pea. He couldn't chew it no matter how hard he tried. When he put it in his mouth and bit it, there was a fishy taste. It was a little nauseating. Ningxu felt that if he ate this, his whole body would taste like fish. After putting a piece in his mouth, Ningxu gave some merit points to the skeleton. The skeleton had done a good job this time, so he had to reward it. He sent over 10,000 merit points and let Zhu Jun and the 4 people in charge look at the reward. He also gave a few skeletons to let the other skeletons have a taste. It was more or less an experiment. If the skeletons ate it, it would be better to use a combination of merit points and the kidney-strengthening fruit. Of course, it could also have a negative effect. In any case, he would eat the white mice first. Sister. Xiao Mingtao saw that Ningxu had finished talking to the skeleton, so she walked over and greeted Ningxu. Ningxu nodded and looked Xiao Mingtao up and down. How's your stay here? Xiao Mingtao smiled, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. It's okay. Everyone is quite good to me. It's good to get used to it. Do you feel a lot of resentment in this world? Ningxu asked her. Xiao Mingtao shook her head. Not a lot. Fortunately, I've absorbed it all. Some souls have a lot of resentment. Can I get close to them and absorb their resentment? During this time, Xiao Mingtao had gradually become familiar with this world. She roughly knew that this was hell and that people reincarnated in this place. Souls were different and had different strengths. Some were dirty, some were clear. Some were full of resentment. Resentment was something that people and souls didn't want to get involved with. However, Xiao Mingtao controlled resentment. Resentment was the source of her power. She couldn't control herself at all and wanted to get close to others to absorb their resentment. Ningxu smiled. Of course you can. Those souls whose resentment was absorbed by you should thank you. Otherwise, when they were reborn, a lot of soul power would be extracted. The less resentment there was, the less soul power they could extract. At the same time, it also reduced the burden on the rebirth pool and slowed down the formation of the disaster beasts. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, you have to be careful of your own safety. If you get close to some souls, they will think that you have ill intentions. Just be careful. It was not easy to give birth to someone like Xiao Mingtao. Xiao Mingtao had been born because of many coincidences and opportunities that had happened to her. However, the malice they bore wasn't something ordinary people could bear. Xiao Mingtao nodded. I know. I'm a little afraid that you'll be angry if I absorb it. Ningxu reached out and patted her head. How could that be? He couldn't be happier. Try to absorb as much as you can. It's fine. The less resentment there is, the less impact it will have on the world. Ningxu smiled kindly. If you have anything to say, just tell Zhu Jun. He will help you. Thank you. Xiao Mingtao nodded. I'm relieved. After speaking, Ningxu stuffed another slice of fruit into his mouth. After thinking for a while, he stuffed another slice into Xiao Mingtao's mouth. For grinding teeth. Xiao Mingtao wasn't afraid of anything dirty. Thank you. Xiao Mingtao said vaguely. It was hard to speak with a slice of fruit in her mouth. After that, Ningxu gave Li Si a few merit grains. Li Si was drifting away from the group of skeletons. He gave a few as a reward for guarding the reincarnation pool. Sooner or later, he would run away with his master. Since he couldn't keep Ningxu, he gave up on the idea of tying him here. A forced melon wasn't sweet. If it was forced down, it wouldn't taste good. Looking at it made him feel bad. In the pool where he collected soul fluid, he collected 1 or 2 drops of soul power. They were the size of dewdrops and looked really pitiful. After spending a lot of money, he only got this little bit of soul power. Perhaps there weren't many souls that had lost their minds. Moreover, there were people competing in the world of reincarnation for such wandering souls. There were very few souls that could be absorbed by the array. Take your time. Perhaps when the world of reincarnation was overcrowded, there would be more souls. In fact, life and death were always in balance. Although there were many souls that didn't want to go to the afterlife, there were many souls that were willing to go to the afterlife. Ningxu returned to the system exchange store. The Xianxia man sent a message saying that he wanted to sell a kidney-strengthening fruit and asked Ningxu not to sell the fruit for the time being. Ningxu replied that he got it. Then he began to grind his teeth. The thing in his mouth wasn't a piece of fruit, but a piece of iron. If he made it into a fruit, he probably wouldn't be able to bite it. If he made it into a thin piece, he would be able to eat it eventually. He didn't know when he could eat it. If he couldn't finish it, he would have to take it out. If he came back from a task, he would stuff it into his mouth again. It was a little disgusting. But he didn't mind being dirty. Senior uncle sent a message asking her to take over the shift. Ningshu pretended not to see anything. She lay on the sofa and grinded her teeth. She hadn't done a task yet. Why did she have to change shifts again? She just went to the world of nothingness and came back to deal with the star stone. How could it be so fast? Senior uncle, hurry up. I have to go back to Area A to change shifts. Ningshu rolled his eyes. I can't see anything. Just wait. If she could wait, why couldn't others? At most, they would work to death. They wouldn't die from exhaustion, but they would be half dead from exhaustion. Besides, he smelled like sea fish now. He had to disperse the smell. This smell penetrated deep into his soul. The backup system, the main system asked me if you were here. How should I answer? Ningshu opened his mouth and took out the fruit slice in his mouth. Of course, answer that I'm not here. Then he stuffed the fruit slice into his mouth again. The smell of the sea was really unbearable. He had to keep it in his mouth and couldn't swallow it. He didn't know if he could digest it if he swallowed it. What if it increased the burden on his soul? The backup system obediently replied to the main system. She said she's not here. Ningshu, he had never seen someone lie so frankly. This backup system seemed to be quite smart. At least it knew to ask for her opinion. But so what if she was here? So what if she wasn't? She had nothing to fear. She had only rested for a while. Ningshu sniffed and felt that this narrow system space was full of the smell of the sea. So he lit a bit of agarwood, hoping to dispel the smell. However, as soon as the smell of agarwood drifted out, the smell became even stranger. This smell was simply indescribable. Ningshu quickly extinguished the agarwood and went to a more open place. He went to Wood City. The smell of Wood City was very fresh. A gentle breeze could blow away the smell of salted fish Luther on his body. Ningshu didn't go to crowded places. He stayed in the city lord's mansion. There were flowers planted in the garden of the city lord's mansion. When Ningshu passed by, he directly smoked the flowers. The flowers drooped down. Ningshu, oh no, it smelled so bad. He had to stay in for a while. Even if he sprayed perfume on himself like he, the smell would probably be even worse. It was the ultimate smell of death. Ningshu spent his days leisurely in the city lord's mansion, ignoring the system's urging. After staying in the city lord's mansion for so long, Ningshu felt that the entire mansion was filled with the smell of dried salted fish. What should he do? Would this smell follow him like a shadow in the future? Would anyone who approached her have to cover their nose and run away? She was so beautiful, she couldn't be so smelly. Was it because he ate too many kidney-strengthening fruits that this smell would forever seep into his soul? He was so conflicted. Should he eat it or not? It was a difficult choice whether to eat it for beauty or strength. This stench completely covered up his beauty. He hoped that after a while, the smell would dissipate. Ningshu took out the core of the kidney-strengthening fruit and planned to plant it in the garden. Wood City had wood attributes and was suitable for all kinds of plants to grow. Maybe the seeds could germinate here. Even if they didn't germinate, it was fine. Maybe the fruits that grew here wouldn't be so smelly. Why did it grow in the sea? Ningshu dug a hole and threw the fruit into it, then buried it. Whether it could germinate or not depended on luck. He wondered if such a hard fruit would rot. Ningshu held a fan and kept fanning himself, then rinsed his soul with water again and again, hoping that the smell of salted fish would lessen. The backup system said, "The main system is urging you again." Ningshu was impatient. Why does it keep asking me to do it? Is there no one else? It wasn't like other people couldn't do it. A few people could work together, but the main system couldn't bear to part with the money. Whenever it found someone who could do it alone, the machine would overheat and malfunction. Ningshu said, "Why do you want me to do it so soon?" The system said, "Actually, you've been resting for a long time. You've been in the void world for quite a long time." Ningshu said, "Oh. Then it must have taken some time to pick the fruit." The fruit wasn't easy to pick. If Zhu Jun hadn't picked it faster, she would still be picking fruit in the void world. Picking fruit was also tiring. As soon as she came back, she was asked to take over. There was no rest in between. She didn't want to go out now. She smelled so bad. The backup system said, "The main system wants you to go." Ningxu took a deep breath. "No, I'm not going." The main system would be able to find her. It was just that she was cheaper, so the moment she appeared in the system space, it would immediately notify the system to deal with her. It was endless. The backup system replied, "They will personally come to invite you, or they will freeze your account." Ningxu shrugged. "Freeze whatever you want. There's no money in the account anyway." The merit points in his account had already been converted into merit granules. So what if his account was empty or frozen? He didn't care at all. When he exchanged all of it for merit points, he thought that his account might still be frozen. He was using this as a means to threaten her. The system had only given her 1/5 of the star stones she had dealt with last time. If she kept accumulating them like this, who knew when she would get the money? Not only was there a lot of work to be done, but there was also a salary deposit. Not only that, he even froze his account. Whatever, she wanted to get rid of the smell now. He didn't want to embarrass himself in Section B. The backup system said, "The main system said that it's fine if you don't want to do it. Just cancel your mission enforcer account and you don't have to do anything." Ningxu patted his chest. "I'm so scared. Even if she didn't do missions, she wouldn't die. At most, she would be a little weaker. She could still add merit points to herself without any scruples. But if she wasn't in the organization, how could she get merit points? She could do business. Anyway, she had a backyard and sell fruits in the future. Even such a threat came out. He probably saw that she didn't have much money in her account. Freezing the account was useless, so he might as well just cancel her identity. Canceling meant that she was fired. If she was fired, then so be it. She wouldn't have to do volunteer work in the future. It wasn't that she didn't want to do it. It was just that she kept on pulling wool until she was bald. Before the wool even grew, she would start pulling wool again. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to pull wool together? She didn't have to do missions anymore. She could just stay in her own world of reincarnation and live her life. She wasn't afraid of dying and finding out that what she had done in the past wasn't a big deal now. She was just thinking too much. The worst result was nothing more than death. Ningxu said to the backup system, "Let the main system cancel my account. He can do whatever he wants. He doesn't have to care about my mood, although I'm not in a good mood." The backup system said, "The organization has frozen your account. Whether to cancel your identity or not depends on your follow-up performance." Ningxu waved his hand. "Let the organization not hesitate. Don't look at my performance. Quickly cancel me. Don't hesitate." The backup system said. The main system said that if you cancel your identity, you will be expelled. Expulsion is a better result. It doesn't rule out other means. Ningxu still said, "Thank you for thinking of me. Quickly cancel me and expel me." If he had nothing to do, he could run to the mouse and have a look. If possible, Ningxu also wanted to cut open the bodies of those monsters and see what kind of stomach they had. They could actually digest the bit wall. The backup system replied to the main system, "She applied to cancel her identity and is willing to be expelled." Ningxu was speechless. Why was the backup system always focusing on the wrong thing? Was she willing to be expelled? Well, he had already said it. He couldn't take it back. Ningxu ground his teeth with a piece of fruit in his mouth. It was good to be a salted fish. The backup system said, "The main system is asking you if you want to cancel your identity immediately. Friendly reminder, once your identity is cancelled, you will disappear. So they had to kill her, spend countless means to erase her will, and be reborn into a new personality and will. Hey, that's sick." Ningxu said, "Pay me 50 times each time, not 30 times. Annoying. Only the organization lacked money. Others didn't. Haha, they were not generous at all. Not generous at all, The backup system said, the main system wants you to understand the organization's difficulties. Ningxu said. I don't understand. I'm a big bad person. Can the organization understand my difficulties? They froze my account. I can't even use the money. It was a typical case of talking about feelings when talking about money. They didn't ask for anything extra. They only asked for what they were supposed to do. The backup system said. The main system agreed. Pay me 50 times each time. Ningxu was speechless. So straightforward. She probably said too little. She should have said 100 times. He had a deep feeling that he had failed to bargain. Now that he had said it, he could only go out with the smell of salted fish. Why did he lose face so far? Ningxu returned to the system space and asked Senior Uncle to give him the location of a space node. He constructed the space. Senior Uncle looked at Ningxu coldly. Ningxu gloated in his heart. Now he knew the bitter feeling of waiting for someone. Ningxu walked over, and the smell of salted fish hit him in the face. The Senior Uncle leaned back. It smells like rotten fish and stinky shrimp. Ningxu turned around and left. He was not in the mood to work anymore. The Senior Uncle put down the prop and threw it to Ningxu. Why are you running? Ningxu, #yen, and yen #% at the Senior Uncle frowned. What the hell? Ningxu took out the fruit slice in his mouth. The Senior Uncle saw such a disgusting scene and took 2 steps back to stay away from Ningxu. He narrowed his eyes and glanced at the black fruit slice in Ningxu's hand. Ningxu, I'm in a bad mood now. I don't want to do it anymore. I don't want to take over. You can continue to do it. Be more polite in the future. I'm a baby. You have to coax me. If you can't coax me, I'll have a temper. Otherwise, you can just kill me. Ningxu finished and stuffed the fruit slice into his mouth again. The Senior Uncle probably held his breath and took 2 steps back. You can't say it even if you stink. Ningxu nodded. At #yen, Ningxu took out the fruit slice again. Yes, you can't say it in front of me. Don't let me hear it. Otherwise, I'll have a little mood, and a little mood will become a big mood. Don't talk to me all the time. I keep taking things out of my mouth. It's troublesome. Ningxu took 2 steps closer to the Senior Uncle. The Senior Uncle flashed away, probably because it was really too smelly. Ningxu picked up the prop and began to process the star stone, which was the core of the stench. No one around Ningxu picked up the pieces. Ningxu wanted to cry a little, so the stench covered his beautiful face. Usually, fragrance and beauty were a pair. If he was more beautiful, the stench would destroy his image. He didn't know if the client would be stained with the smell of salted fish when he was doing the mission. He had finally become beautiful, but now he was smelly again. He had to wait until the smell on his body faded before doing the mission. It was reasonable for him to wander around for a while. He had been stumbling, not daring to relax or stop. Now, he could have a good rest. Endless years were waiting for him to enjoy. Ah, this feels so good. After Ningxu finished dealing with the star stones, he began to scan the surrounding plains to find the plane he was born in. Seeing the general standing there, Ningxu walked over. The general probably also smelled the stench. When he saw Ningxu, his face was filled with horror. He couldn't cover his nose in front of Ningxu. Ningxu's expression was calm, as if he didn't know how smelly he was. The general asked, "What is it?" Ningxu smiled and said, "I have something to ask you." The general could not refuse Ningxu, so he asked coldly, "What's the matter?" Ningxu asked, "If you're born in a plane, then you'll live in that area, right?" She was born in District A, so she was managed by District A, the general nodded. It's like this. Mission enforcers are from Area A, so they are mission enforcers from Area A. If that's the case, then her birth plane should be in Zone A. She couldn't find her birth plane in Zone B. So, he didn't go to Zone B. He went back to Zone A. He didn't know if the main system had information on mission enforcers. If there was, it might have the location of the space node where the mission enforcers were born. How would he negotiate with the main system next time? Spending some money to ask was better than looking everywhere himself. He didn't know if the plane he was born in was still there. He had to go back and take a look. He hoped that the flow of time in that plane was slow and that his family was still there. To be honest, he had suffered for more than 10 years with the support of his family. 10 years would have cost a lot of money. He had to stay in the hospital all year round. Whether Xianxia admitted it or not, she was actually a burden to the family. Her 2 elder brothers probably had children by now. Perhaps they had already become old men, and they also had grandchildren. But they might also be dead. When life was out of his control, Xianxia wouldn't think about these things at all. To them, he was already dead. He didn't know if they would still recognize him when he appeared in front of them again. If a dead person appeared in front of them, they would probably pee their pants in fear. He would go back and get some merit for them. At least when they were reborn, their souls wouldn't be taken away by the reincarnation pool. He was afraid that that world had been there for hundreds of years. A few hundred years, his family would have long been dead. Xianxia asked again, "Is there a judge in your zone?" Was there only one judge in each of the 12 zones? General, yes, there is a judge in each zone. He is responsible for stabilizing a zone. Wow, there were 12 judges like Taishu. They could compete to see who killed more mission enforcers. Xianxia asked what he had always wanted to ask. Is there a grudge between Zone A and Zone B? General. Not really, but Zone A has always been domineering. Xianxia felt proud. There must be a reason why they are domineering. General. They are responsible for about half of the plane. The other half is divided among the 11 zones. Xianxia nodded and divided the pie into 2 halves. Zone A was responsible for half, and the other half was shared by each person. The resources were probably divided in this way. If the zone was large, the resources would definitely be concentrated. General was a little uncomfortable with Xianxia's smell and said, "If you have nothing else, I still have something to do." Xianxia, okay, go ahead. Thank you. The general went somewhere else without looking back. He wanted to stay away from Xianxia. Xianxia raised his arm and smelled it. Oh no, he was probably used to it. He couldn't smell anything at all. Others could smell it as soon as they got close. Forget it. Xianxia shrugged. It was fine as long as he didn't stink. He couldn't control the spread of the stench. Xianxia dealt with the star stones and stopped picking up the pieces. He had so many kidney-strengthening fruits at home. If he was short of money, he could sell one and make a lot of money. He didn't want to pick up the pieces anymore. If he picked them up, these big shots would feel better. In the future, the price of picking up the pieces would increase. As for whether he would do it or not, it would depend on his mood. It felt good to not be short of money. If he didn't pick up the pieces and only dealt with the star stones, it would be easier. If he only did one job, he would be able to last longer. Some big shots came to ask Xianxia if he would still pick them up for him. Xianxia waved his hand and said that he wouldn't do it for now. Some big shots were probably used to buying pieces from Xianxia and left after completing the task. Now that he had to pick them up piece by piece, it was a little uncomfortable. Why not? Isn't it good? If it wasn't for the lack of money, I wouldn't want to do it at all. Xianxia said, I don't want to do it. It's too tiring. There's not enough money. These big shots didn't want to deal with the star stones, they didn't even want to pick up the pieces. If it wasn't mandatory, they probably wouldn't even come. Don't you have vines? It's easy to pick them up with vines. Continue, I have faith in you. A big shot held his breath and encouraged Xianxia. He was probably irritated by the salted fish smell on Xianxia, but he still insisted on encouraging Xianxia. Xianxia, it's also very difficult for me to control these vines. It looked easy, but it was very difficult to do. Fortunately, she had soaked herself into the smell of salted fish and had to deal with the star stone. That would be letting down the salted fish smell on her body. When dealing with star stones, he would only deal with star stones. She saved time to deal with the star stone a few more times, and the person who changed shifts would not be back for a long time. Where did the person in charge of District B go? Did the organization not find her? Was the organization waiting for her to come back on her own accord? This was probably not the organization's nature. It was probably threats and inducements. Wasn't the main system threatening and inducing her? No, there was no inducement at all. What she fought for was within the scope of what she should get. She could just withdraw a little more money each time. And the money she withdrew was still her own. So, there was only threats left. She didn't know how long that woman in purple could last. The sooner she came back, the sooner she could end this kind of life. Every time Xianxia finished dealing with the star stone, she had not finished picking up the shards. Xianxia also stopped picking up the shards. Instead, she closed her eyes to rest and expand her consciousness. When she finished picking up the shards, she would melt the star stone and then connect to the plane. When she was done, she would go to the next place. Although it was a little slow, it was not tiring. She picked up the shards and dealt with the star stone. She was not some omnipotent superhuman. When she did everything, the organization might let her handle it alone in the future. It's too tiring. I just have to do my job well and do my job well. It was not a joke to say that the capable did more work. Didn't the ability of the strong come from escaping death? Should they keep doing it while the weak did nothing? That didn't make sense. Then what was the point of being strong? Besides, they did not pay more. If the effort was not proportional to what they got, then what was the point? So, Xianxia could ignore these big shots and pick up the shards bitterly. The people in District B were a little used to getting the shards from Xianxia. Those spoiled big shots in District A were probably even less used to it. These people would probably have to get used to picking up the shards one by one again. After all, she might not do this business too much in the future. She would not do it if she had money. It was up to fate whether he would do it or not. After dealing with the star stones for a long time, Xianxia notified the main system to have someone take over the shift. He gave up after notifying them once, because they would know that even if he did, they would not rush over immediately. Now that he had done it 200 times, he might have to do it another 200 times before the other party could come. Resting for a while wasn't too tiring. Xianxia felt that it might be because of the kidney-strengthening fruit in his mouth, which made his soul slightly stronger than before. He didn't get tired so easily. It was really good stuff, even though it smelled like salted fish. Holding it in his mouth was like holding a dried salted fish fillet. With so many planes shattered, it was unknown how many new planes would be born. When the new planes could not catch up with the deaths, the number of planes would decrease. After dealing with one place, Xianxia was about to go to the next place, but he found that the system did not provide the location of the plane rupture. Xianxia asked the general, "What happened?" "There aren't any collapsed planes in Area B. Let's wait for news from the Army's patrol. If they find anything, they will send the location of the spatial node." The general explained. Xianxia was surprised. That's it? When he was in Area A, it felt like there was a plane collapsing every moment. The general held it in for a long time before saying, "Generally speaking, Area B is relatively small. The base was large and the area was wide. That was why there were planes collapsing every moment. A few people might die every day in a village, but a large number of people might die every day in a country." Xianxia, "Oh, I see. It's because it's too small." "General," his face was a little stiff. He couldn't answer this. The people who came out of Area A were so righteous and annoying when they were ignorant. This was probably why they didn't eat meat paste. When there was no food to eat, people would say, "Why don't you eat meat when there's no food?" When people showed off their wealth, they would ask you if you were sullen. "When would boss come back, Xianxia? Since it's done, can we go?" "General, you'd better wait for a while. Maybe there will be a location sent over later. Anyway, we can't leave people." Hearing that she couldn't leave, Xianxia sat down to rest. She gritted her teeth and chewed on the kidney-strengthening fruit while expanding her sea of consciousness. She sent a message to the main system and asked someone to take over. She had finished all her work. This time, she had done it at least 600 times. Because she didn't pick up the fragments, she wasn't too tired. She hoped that when she ate a kidney-strengthening fruit, her soul would become Iron Man and be incomparably tough. But now, it was a little difficult to eat a piece, let alone one. Bones could finish a fruit with crunching sounds, but she couldn't even eat a piece. She couldn't even compare to skeleton. She waited and waited, but there were no spatial nodes sent over. It seemed that Area B didn't have planes collapsing for the time being. Those big shots who didn't complete the number of fragments could only be forced to stay here. As for how long they had to wait, the time was uncertain. It depended on whether there was a plane collapsing. Ningxu was very leisurely. She used vines to make a reclining chair and swayed. She held a fan to fan away the smell on her body. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but Ningxu felt that the piece of fruit in her mouth was much thinner. It seemed that grinding it slowly was effective. After a long time, when the soul had adapted and become more tenacious, it would be able to chew on the fruits like a skeleton. She couldn't bite it now because her soul was too weak and not tough enough. When her soul became tough and tough, she could bite it off. Zhu Jun usually ate a lot of merit and her bones became very strong, so eating this thing was no problem. Her jelly-like soul became copper peas. It wouldn't be difficult for her to eat this in the future. It just depended on who was tougher. After a while, the system sent over a spatial node. The results of the investigation suspected that a plane was about to collapse. What kind of word was that? Hearing this word, everyone present frowned. This was a troublesome matter. If this plane was about to collapse, it would be a little difficult to save it. But they had to move the living beings inside. Moving them away was one thing, but the problem was where to put them. The big shots present didn't look good. Because no one wanted to put living beings from another world in their own world. Who knew what kind of impact this kind of foreign living beings would have on their own world? Also, the huge force caused by the collapse of the plane could very likely cause the planes next to it to shake. If the planes next to it were weaker, they would be affected and shake. Maybe they would also collapse together, like setting off firecrackers, one after another. That scene would be really uncontrollable. There were already troops there to control the situation, trying to delay the collapse of the plane as much as possible. The current situation was to transfer the living beings in the world. Ningxu and a group of big shots came to the plane that was about to collapse. This plane was full of cracks, and the plane wall was very dim. It looked very weak, like an old man who was about to die. It was filled with the feeling of being past one's prime, making one's mood heavy. There was something pressing on one's heart, and it was indescribably uncomfortable. The plane obtained energy from the sea of laws and was born for living beings to live in. Usually, it had to control the situation of the world. Once it lost control and fell ill, it had to heal itself. When necessary, it had to cut off its wrist to ensure the survival of the plane. Of course, this was at the cost of the sacrifice of a small part of the living beings. Now that the plane had reached a critical point, it was about to explode. Seeing that Ningxu didn't move, the general said, "Hurry up." Ningxu nodded. "Yes, we should hurry up and inform the others. Let's go." Ningxu immediately informed the grand uncle that the plane was about to collapse, and the living beings inside had to be transferred. Like a plane that suddenly exploded, there was no time to transfer the living beings. The bodies and souls of these living beings would collapse along with the plane, turning into dust and ceasing to exist. They wouldn't even have the chance to be reborn. The general was choked by Ningxu, and he was in disbelief. "What are you doing? Hurry up and do it. If the living beings inside aren't transferred away, the resources will be deducted. The aging and death of the plane couldn't be helped. If people were dying of illness, they couldn't be saved. But if the living beings inside weren't transferred out, the resources would be deducted." Ningxu was even more dumbfounded. Me? Why was she the one doing it? The general and the group of big shots were speechless as they stared at Ningxu blankly. Everyone took a few steps back in unison, directly isolating Ningxu. It was very obvious that he was standing there alone. The general said, "You weren't sent by the main system to deal with these things. You have to transfer the living beings out and find a place for them to live." Ningxu raised his head, tears streaming down his face. Didn't they say they were only going to deal with the stellar stones? Liars, they were all liars. She wanted the resources of the person in charge, but she couldn't get it. The person in charge said with disdain that she was only in charge of handling the star rocks. What was going on now? He had never operated it before. Why haven't they sent anyone over yet? The senior uncle was really too unreliable. He would definitely cheat his teammates. Seeing that Ningxu wasn't moving, the general was speechless. He urged Ningxu, "Big sister, can you hurry up? Let's move the creatures out first." Ningxu sighed. "Pardon me for asking, but what should I do?" Why was she always being forced to do something beyond her ability? She had never done such a thing before. Everyone's eyes bulged. They were probably a little shocked. Why did the main system send such a rookie over? The general gave Ningxu 2 pearls. The black pearls are used to store souls. Now that the plane has collapsed, some souls may not even be able to reach the world of samsara. The red bead is used to store living creatures. There's a lot of space inside, so it should be able to store them. It's very simple. Ningxu was speechless. It really sounded very simple, so easy, but what should she do after she got them out? Where should she settle these creatures? She didn't know any of these big bosses. They said that they wanted to put the creatures in this world, but she didn't care. These 2 things were in her hands. Where was she going to put these creatures? Where were the people sent by the main system? The general said, "Hurry up and move the creatures out. If you delay any longer, the plane might explode. If the creatures aren't moved out, you might be annihilated too. Hurry up and go. Good luck." Ningxu held the 2 pearls and asked again, "How do I use the pearls?" The general was probably used to Ningxu's ignorance. Such a dangerous thing could only be done by the people in Area A. Usually, these things were done by the boss. Even if this person was really ignorant, the general wouldn't say it out loud. If the other party left, they would be the unlucky ones. The boss was already unhappy because of the resources. If there was a problem, the resources would be even less. The general told Ningxu, "Use your mental energy to open this space. The creatures and souls will be sucked into the pearls. These pearls will temporarily freeze the creatures and put them in a dormant state. They won't know anything." Ningxu made a mental note of it. She entered the plane through the crack. The others were shocked to see this. "Why did you enter through the crack? What if the crack widens? A little bit of strength could cause the crack to expand. Why is she so fierce?" Someone was stunned. What kind of person did the main system send? She was so fierce. If the plane really exploded, she would disappear too. They were bullying her to a certain extent. After all, she was a newcomer and they let her do everything. Moreover, they thought that this person was sent by the main system and was the temporary person in charge. If she didn't do it, who would? The general let out a long sigh. He didn't know what to say. Let's hope that she would succeed. Ningxu entered this world. There was a pungent smell. This world was really devastated. Volcanoes erupted, dirty water flowed, and there weren't many trees. This was a really polluted world. The plane gave living beings a place to live. They asked for what the plane gave them but didn't care about it. In such a situation, no matter how the plane controlled it, it couldn't do anything. After all, the heavens couldn't allow trees to grow quickly. Even if they did, they might be chopped down. They couldn't live in this world for long. Humans cried out and animals tried their best to escape. But it was useless. This was because the plane was about to collapse and all living beings were about to collapse along with it. Ningxu opened the 2 pearls. The pearls had a suction force that sucked living beings into the pearls. Souls were also sucked into the black pearls. But there was a limit to the absorption. If one exceeded the range, they wouldn't be able to absorb anything. This was why Ningxu had to run around the world to collect living beings. The sun in this world was extremely hot. It was about 50 degrees. The ground was dry and cracked. There was no clean water. Without water, there was no way to survive. Ningxu felt that this world's heavens no longer existed. It had collapsed. Without the control of the heavens, this world was finished. If the world was fine, perhaps a new heavens would be born. But it was about to collapse. Even if 100 heavens were born, it would be useless. There weren't many people alive. Corpses were piled up. These corpses fell to the ground and were surrounded by flies. The diseases they spread were enough to kill many people. Ningxu clearly felt that the black pearl was much heavier, which meant that it absorbed more souls than living creatures. Some living creatures were also infected with germs. If they were really placed in another world, maybe the germs they carried would infect the living creatures of other worlds. Of course, dead souls would not carry germs. Xianxia flew around the world, using his fastest speed to collect living creatures. He heard the sound of the wind. It was like an old man in pain, crying out in pain from his throat. This plane was about to collapse. Enduring extreme pain, but hanging on by a breath and not dying. From a certain perspective, planes could be considered another type of living being. In fact, for such a world, directly slashing it with a knife, causing the plane to collapse faster, it would reduce the pain. Half falling like this, it must be very painful. The Sea of Law was sick. These planes were connected to the Sea of Law, and were probably moaning silently, enduring the pain. The living creatures living in the plane were demanding everything, causing the destruction of the plane to accelerate. Why hasn't she come out yet? She couldn't have died in the plane, right? Some planes that were about to collapse were very dangerous. Especially planes with heavenly Tao, when they were about to be destroyed, they would show extreme madness. When this world was invaded, it would be attacked by heavenly Tao, and even heavenly Tao would use its own strength to directly pull the invader to perish together, pulling the entire plane to collapse together. Usually, heavenly Tao had no desires and coldly controlled the plane. At this time, heavenly Tao was probably like an angry and unwilling person, with emotions, and the madness of facing death. Nothing was willing to walk towards destruction. Even heavenly Tao felt anger and resentment towards death. Heavenly Tao felt that the plane was not good, and directly started doomsday in the world. All kinds of natural disasters took turns. It felt like it wanted to kill the living creatures inside. It pulled the living creatures of the plane to collapse together. Probably because heavenly Tao could not control it. When it was destroyed, it also wanted to pull the people who caused the plane to collapse to die together. Heavenly Tao OS, don't F** King Court Death. Okay, heavenly Tao was controlling in a good direction, but there were too many people seeking death. The effect of the control was minimal. Of course, he couldn't achieve the expected results every time he tried to control it. Sometimes, there would even be a backlash, and the price he had to pay was very high. Feeling that he had collected enough, Xianxia crawled out of the crack of the plane. After that, the plane could no longer hold on. With a bang, it directly exploded behind Xianxia. It was like an explosion of fireworks. The strong wind blew Xianxia's hair into a mess, and fragments of it brushed past Xianxia's soul like bullets. Although it was only a slight touch, there were traces of the soul. Xianxia returned to the crowd and watched as the plane crumbled. He set up arrays in the surroundings to prevent the shrapnel from piercing through the planes next to them. They were now standing in the middle of the formation, blocking the astral winds. When the plane exploded, it was incomparably dazzling. Everything inside turned to ashes in an instant. It no longer existed and became the dust of the void universe. Gradually, the astral winds also stopped. The fragments floated in the air, and there was a large amount of dust. Xianxia handed the bead to the general. Take it. I've already collected the souls and living beings. The general hurriedly stuffed the bead back to Xianxia. As if it was scalding his hand, he hurriedly stuffed the bead back. This is something you should deal with. Now, you have to quickly find a world for these living beings to settle in. Xianxia was speechless. F***ck, what was going on? He still had to find a world. What kind of world was he looking for? Where was he going to find a world? Xianxia also felt that this bead was hot and heavy. It was so heavy that he couldn't even carry it. Xianxia turned to look at the big shots behind him. These big shots all had worlds. These big shots immediately took a few steps back and then spread out like a swarm of bees. They took the bag and began to pick up the fragments, afraid that Xianxia would call out to them. He wanted to stuff these living beings into his world. No way. Xianxia was speechless. Why wasn't anyone from the main system here yet? The general said to Xianxia, you have to hurry. The world in the bead is not suitable for living beings to live in. After a long time, they will die inside. Xianxia said unhappily, where do you want me to find a world to store these living beings? Are you kidding me? The general said, this is something the person in charge should worry about. To be able to store living beings in other people's worlds, it depends on the person in charge's ability. No one wanted their world to be stuffed with a mess of living beings. At this time, it depended on the person in charge's courage. If they couldn't do it, they could only be suppressed by others. No one was willing to help. Ningxu was speechless. She had to worry about the heart of the country's president. She was being paid to carry bricks. Damn, she was really only here to deal with the stellar stone. Every time she found a hole in front of her, it wasn't big, but there was definitely a big hole behind. She had really underestimated the organization. It was one thing to let people work to death, but if something unexpected happened, they had to hurry up. She was here to deal with the stellar stone, and she gave off the feeling that she was the temporary person in charge. It felt like she was lying to both sides. District B, we don't have a person in charge here. Main system, the person in charge will be here soon. In reality, the person who came was just a person to deal with the stellar stone, but she was regarded as the person in charge. Ningxu cursed in her heart. Was the main system not afraid that something would happen to her here? If something happened, shouldn't they send someone over quickly? Was it because District B was smaller, so even if they all exploded, it wouldn't be a big deal? The general said to Ningxu, you'd better hurry up. The living beings in the bead are probably going to be finished soon. Ningxu had no choice but to look for these big bosses. The big bosses were either looking at the sky or deep in thought. They couldn't hear what Ningxu was saying at all. When Ningxu walked closer, they jumped away as if they had been stung by a scorpion, pinching their nose. Wow, why is it so smelly? Don't come near me. I feel like I'm going to suffocate. Ningxu was speechless. I'll remember you. It was fine to reject her, but why did she have to make a personal attack? After asking around, no one was willing to take these living beings into the world. Ningxu spun the 2 beads in her hand and said to the general, I'm new here and shy. I've been rejected by everyone. There's no other way. What should I do? Beat them up and let them go if I lose? Ningxu asked. The general took a deep breath. When you're done, the living beings inside will be cold. Ningxu spread her hands. Then there's no other way. If they're really cold, then send all the souls to the world of reincarnation. She had the world of reincarnation to put these souls in, but she didn't have a world of living beings. If she let these souls enter the world of reincarnation, would she be able to get some merit? At least these souls would have a chance to live and be reborn. At least they could still be reborn. If the world exploded, even their souls would be gone. If the living beings and souls weren't sent out in time, they would perish along with the world. Although they were souls now, they could still go to the afterlife. The general was probably choked by Ningxu's words and couldn't say anything for a long time. He was really rendered speechless by Ningxu's ferocious actions. Thinking about it, if the living beings died, then they would be sent to the world of reincarnation. Then the problem was how to send the souls to the world of reincarnation. The world of reincarnation wasn't a place where one could just send them there. The world of reincarnation would collapse and it would be overcrowded. Moreover, the world of reincarnation wasn't compatible with the world of living beings. It wouldn't allow large numbers of souls to enter the world of reincarnation. These were the souls of an entire world. Originally, one world corresponded to one world of reincarnation. But the world of the mission enforcers was connected to the world of reincarnation. Now, each world of reincarnation contained at least 3 worlds worth of souls. It was overloaded. Once the world of reincarnation collapsed, all the souls inside would be finished. General said, there's no way to send them to the world of reincarnation. Ningxu said, I can think of a way. If I can send them to the world of reincarnation, can I get merit points? General shook his head, I don't know because the organization took away the Black Pearl. What we need to deal with is the survival of living beings. Okay, they only needed to worry about living beings. But it was also the hardest to deal with. No one wanted their world to contain other things. Moreover, the organization took away these souls. Were they placed in the world of reincarnation or made into soul liquid to gather soul power to feed the army? The living space was compressed and there was no place for the extra souls. They definitely had to deal with them. For example, His Excellency had to eat the extra souls in the world of reincarnation. Whether they were eaten or whether they escaped, it all depended on luck. Ningxu didn't believe that the organization took these souls to find a place for them to live. Even if they wanted to find a place, they probably had to sacrifice a portion of the souls. As for what kind of souls to sacrifice, there was probably a method to it. Moreover, Xianxia was a little confused. Since there were worlds of death and worlds of birth, why didn't they place these living beings in the new worlds? Xianxia asked the general. The general said, a new plane? It takes some time for a new dimension to evolve into a suitable environment. Destroying it is easier than building it. Some were sent to the new dimension, and some were sent to the world of the mission enforcers. Although the general complained about Xianxia in his heart, he still answered Xianxia's questions. He was afraid that she would really get angry and not care about anything. It was a little scary. To be able to survive the astral winds of a planar explosion, it was truly impressive. It had already exploded, but she was still able to run into the array from the astral winds as if nothing had happened. Were the people in District A all so fierce? Boss, come back quickly. The general's heart was also exhausted. Xianxia looked at the red pillar bead and asked, how long can the creature inside last? I'm afraid it's going to be cold soon. Will these creatures lose their memories? Coming to a new world is like transmigration. Won't it affect the original world? Xianxia frowned and said. The world that had exploded was obviously a civilized world. Technology had also developed, or else there wouldn't be sewage everywhere. There were all kinds of chemicals, and the river was overturned. The 9-Palace Mountain on the 3rd level was quite big, and there weren't many creatures. But if they were thrown in, these people could practically bully the barbarians to tears. Of course, it was also possible that the modern humans entered the dangerous barbarians and were directly killed by the harsh environment. It would probably speed up the progress of the human race. After all, these people were from the modern world. The heavenly axiom of that world was still in control. It was probably not perfect yet. If these people were stuffed into that world, the heavenly axiom might collapse the world. Species that invaded either couldn't survive, or because there was no natural enemy, they would reproduce without restraint and couldn't be controlled. The general only said, if they can live, then they live. If they can't, then it's none of others' business. He was only responsible for giving the creatures a place to live. If they couldn't survive, then they would naturally enter the cycle of reincarnation and start over. Did he have to be responsible for these creatures for the rest of his life? These creatures were originally going to be destroyed along with the world, but the organization wanted to save them. Xianxia thought about it again. He didn't want to put the creatures of this world into the 3rd level. The heavenly axiom of the 3rd level wasn't perfect yet. If he let these creatures in, then he would be irresponsible to the entire world. If the world really collapsed, the explosion would affect the entire 9-Palace Mountain and the world of reincarnation. If these creatures die, will I be punished? She was probably just that cold-blooded. Of course, at this time, she was only thinking about what punishment she would receive. She probably couldn't do something that other big shots could refuse. If she let these creatures into the 3rd level, it would cause the 3rd level to collapse, and then the entire 9-Palace Mountain and the world of reincarnation would collapse. That was probably the kindest thing to do. She wouldn't lose the big picture for the small things. There would be many times when she didn't save them in the future. She had already saved these people from the broken world. After creating a world until it died, she could still create another world. How nice. Those worlds that were screaming in pain and collapsing would no longer exist. Xianxia put away the 2 pearls and began to deal with the star stone. The world had collapsed, but he still had to do what he had to do. After connecting the worlds, Xianxia sent a message to the main system. This time, he was much more blunt. Even if the person taking over didn't come, she would still leave. She was asked to deal with the star stone, but she ended up having to deal with a lot of things. Even if there was a situation, no one would come. If the world collapsed, it would be her responsibility. Xianxia was really annoyed by this chaotic and willful way of doing things. When the grand uncle came, Xianxia sneered. I sent you so many messages. Even if you don't come to take over, you should at least send someone over. It directly wiped out all the broken planes in this area. The grand uncle just said indifferently, something happened. What did it have to do with him? Xianxia threw the pearls to the grand uncle. Is everyone like this, or is it really just bullying me? Ningxu looked at the granduncle seriously. Why do I feel that the organization has deep malice towards me? Let's make things clear today. Otherwise, I won't do anything in the future. You can just come and kill me. Ningxu was no longer afraid of death. After facing death with such a resolute attitude, Ningxu was no longer afraid of death. He wasn't afraid of death. The granduncle took the 2 pearls and checked them. All the creatures in the red pearls were dead. He looked at Ningxu. Why are you looking at me? There's no place for these creatures to live, Ningxu said coldly. His expression was serious, and he was not angry. He confronted the granduncle. The granduncle didn't speak. Instead, he glanced at the big shots present. When these big shots met the granduncle's gaze, they all avoided it. Ningxu narrowed his eyes and suddenly understood. Almost everyone present wanted these creatures to die. Because if they died, they would become souls. The soul organization would take them away, so they wouldn't need to use their own worlds. If they could be rescued from the plane, their souls would still exist. They wouldn't be annihilated along with the plane. Therefore, it was already a blessing for the souls to be alive. The granduncle looked up and glanced at Ningxu. I didn't say anything about you. Why are you so agitated? Obviously, the granduncle didn't care much about the lives of these creatures. Ningxu said calmly, don't change the topic. I'm asking, why didn't you come to take over after I sent you a message? The granduncle, I have something to do. Ningxu snorted. When I inform you to take over next time, I'll leave whether you come or not. The granduncle's expression was also cold. It's not just you. Others are like this too. What was this? Ningxu realized that it was a matter of wanting people to wait as long as they wanted. Was this an explanation? An explanation that the soul organization didn't have any ill intentions towards her, but towards everyone? What kind of explanation was this? Ningxu, she didn't want to talk to him. Ningxu said indifferently, no matter how long others wait for you, I'm sorry I won't wait for you. If you don't come, I'm leaving anyway. Also, do I get any extra income from what I did this time? You told me that I only needed to deal with the star stones, so this kind of work is outside of my job. If you don't tell me, I don't know how long I'll have to wait next time. People get tired. I've done everything I can. This time, all the broken planes here are solved. Talents are coming slowly. Maybe they won't come to take over next time. After all, she had solved all the broken planes. But speaking of which, Zone B was really small. If Zone A was a village, then Zone A was a country. Ningxu, by the way, I want to be transferred back to Zone A. I don't want to be here. His birth plane was in Zone A. What was the point of looking for a place of birth here? Taishu was a little far away from Ningxu, so Ningxu had to shout when he spoke, as if he was afraid of being suffocated by her. Granduncle, are you done? I'm done. These are my requests, Ningxu said. Granduncle, from now on, you will stay in Area B. You will be the person in charge of Area B. Ningxu, burp, Ningxu shook his head and refused. I won't do it. Where's the original person in charge? Why was this purple-clothed woman so angry that she would never return? That shouldn't be possible, right? Why wouldn't he give up on such good resources? Everyone frowned. Boss wasn't coming back. What was going on? Could it be that he really sprained his ankle? Originally, he wanted to use this method to make his presence known. Where was Boss now? Since she doesn't want to do it, then don't do it. Ningxu, burp, did Granduncle kill him? If he didn't want to do it, then don't do it. If he was dead, then he didn't have to do it. How could he kill a big boss just like that? It couldn't be. It wasn't a big mistake. Maybe he was sent to the border to do other work. Making the best use of everything was the organization's purpose. Ningxu asked directly, did you kill him? Granduncle, no. Since she likes to wander around, let her. The people in Area B looked at each other. Where did Boss go to wander around? Why couldn't he come back? If you want resources, you will have resources as the person in charge. Ningxu still shook his head. I like to wander around too. Let me wander around too. I don't care about resources. As the person in charge, there were many things to worry about. She had a lot of time. She could slowly become stronger. The organization's resources weren't very tempting to her. After she finished her job, she could go to the void world to look for things. The resources she got were better than what the organization gave her. Moreover, as the person in charge, she had to fight with these troublemakers. She didn't have the mood. There were many worlds for her to wander around in. Once she became the person in charge, she would have to manage Area B for as long as the organization existed. She had a lot of responsibility, a lot of pressure, and little money. The most important thing was that she wasn't free. Xianxia grinned at Granduncle. I won't be the person in charge. You can find someone else. As the person in charge, she had to deal with star stones all the time. I want to be a free person. I won't be restrained. When the organization needs me, I'll do it. I'll do whatever I want. She didn't need a little more resources. She was immortal. Resources could be obtained slowly. It wasn't worth it to give up her freedom for a little resources. Moreover, it would take hundreds of thousands of years. What a terrifying amount of time. She had never lived so long in her life. It was almost a lifetime. If the organization needed something, she could fill it in. When there was someone, she could be replaced. She didn't do it for a long time. She liked to do odd jobs because of freedom. What was strength for? Freedom. She could do what she wanted to do and not do what she didn't want to do. She didn't want to deal with these troublemakers now. They were difficult to deal with. Granduncle narrowed his eyes and looked at Xianxia. His eyes couldn't be seen behind the reflective glasses. However, Xianxia felt that his eyes were very sharp. The two stood facing each other. No one spoke, but the surrounding area was low. The people around them stayed away from the two. Xianxia broke the silence. If you don't have anything to say, I'm going back. I'm exhausted. Granduncle, if you don't want to do it, then don't do it. Xianxia, thank you, old man. I really don't want to do it. He believed that there were people in the organization who would like to do it. Xianxia constructed a space channel, stuffed the fruit slices into her mouth, and returned to the system space. She lay on the sofa like a pile of mud. Damn, she was really tired. Very tired, it took a long time. After resting for a while, she went to do missions to make her soul stronger. Eating fruits could make her soul more resilient, but her soul strength wasn't high. After death, her soul was very weak. She had obtained a little soul power from her uncle, but her soul hadn't recovered to the strength it had before death. After resting for a while, Xianxia applied to the main system to unfreeze her account. Didn't the main system get tired of doing it over and over again? She was going to the silver-haired man's consultation room to ask some questions. She unfroze her account. How was she going to pay? All the merit points in her account had been converted into merit grains. Should she borrow from others? Xianxia gritted her teeth. The main system rejected her application and said to wait. She needed a program to unfreeze it. Xianxia, what program? It couldn't be unfrozen now. Xianxia was in a mood to hurt each other. She applied to the main system. Apply 50 times now. The reward for 50 times. Even if the account is frozen and can't be used, I'm happy that the money is transferred to my account. Not long after the account was unfrozen, it was unfrozen again. Xianxia was very calm. Since it was a negotiation, they had to touch each other's bottom line. Something had to be lost. Freezing the account was to save money. But where would he get the money to ask questions later? Sure enough, he had to find the Xianxia man. They were birds of a feather. Xianxia went to Time City to find the Xianxia man. The waiter said that the boss was out and asked Xianxia to come later or wait here. Did he go to do a mission or to sell fruits? Xianxia sent a message to the Xianxia man. He replied that he was at the auction and selling fruits. Xianxia ordered a pot of tea and drank until the tea was tasteless. The Xianxia man came back. The Xianxia man sat down and poured a cup of tea to moisten his mouth. He said, "Didn't I ask you to go to the auction? There are a lot of things in the auction this time. It's an eye-opener." Xianxia said, "No, I can't buy them. My account is frozen again. I'm here to borrow some money from you. The Xianxia man was speechless. Why do you always borrow money from me? The Xianxia man asked. Whenever you have no money in your pocket, you ask me. I'm your man. Reach out and ask me for money. Ningxu looked at him from the corner of his eyes. I'll pay you back. My account is frozen. I'll pay you back when it's unfrozen. Of course, I still need to borrow your ID card. Even if you transfer the money to me, I still can't use it. Ningxu giggled, flashing her little white teeth at him. I'll pay you back when I have the money. You're afraid that I'll use your ID card to swipe money everywhere. Come with me. Ningxu said. An ID card couldn't be given to others casually. It was a more sensitive thing. The Xianxia man said. You're a troublemaker. Ningxu touched her face. Thank you for saying that I'm a troublemaker. Am I a troublemaker? This was the biggest compliment for her looks. Xianxia man, I'm afraid you're thinking too much. Ningxu and the Xianxia man arrived at the Time City's consultation room. While waiting for Sang Liang, Ningxu asked the Xianxia man, what's the market price of the fruit? What's the price? The man in the Xianxia opened his fan. Just as he was about to speak, his expression became a little distorted. Do you smell anything strange? Ningxu's expression was calm. Of course, she knew what the Xianxia man was talking about. The smell of salted fish and agarwood mixed together. Ningxu shook his head. No, I don't smell it. The man in the Xianxia fanned himself with his fan and said, not bad. I got 80 million yuan. My money is a little loose now. 80 million, that's a lot. Oh my god, she's going to be rich. However, it was impossible for her to take out all the fruits and sell them. These things were hidden wealth. Although more than 1,000 fruits seemed like a lot, there were actually a lot of mission takers. This fruit could be used by mission enforcers, the army, and even the skeletons. Although the effect was a little worse than merit, it was not picky and kept a low profile. This price would definitely make the kidney-strengthening fruit popular. More mission enforcers might look for this fruit. Hopefully, that world would not be discovered. Ningxu suddenly thought of something and whispered to the man in the Xianxia, Elder Qi knows which world we went to. He might sell the news. There must be a lot of people who went to that world. What should she do? She was the one who contracted the fruit forest. If the secret place was discovered, how could she make a fortune? Those fruit trees were very precious and would provide an endless supply of fruits. The man in the Xianxia frowned and shook his head. It shouldn't be. Elder Qi probably doesn't have the location of the space node of that world. Ningxu didn't believe him. Are you sure? The man in the Xianxia's expression became a little serious. It's a one-time space passage. He shouldn't have left the location of the space node. Ningxu shook his head. No, Elder Qi can sell a piece of news several times to several groups of people. Last time when you went to find the world tree, so many people were in that world. Therefore, Elder Qi definitely had the location of that world. He might even resell the news and sell it again. The man in the Xianxia's brows were furrowed like caterpillars and didn't relax. He didn't want this place to be discovered. To be honest, if this place wasn't discovered by others, they might be able to get some benefits. But if they were discovered, they wouldn't even be able to get any benefits. If Elder Qi really wants to resell the news, we can't do anything about it, the man in the Xianxia said. This was a very helpless situation. Ningxu thought to himself. There must be a way. The silver-haired man came out of the inner room. When he opened the curtain, he paused for a moment. In the end, he still came out. Ningxu sat opposite Sang Liang. Sang Liang asked, what do you want to ask? Ningxu asked directly, the organization should have recorded the information of mission enforcers and the space node of the birth plane. If I want the location of the space node, can I apply? Sang Liang was the main system. It was best to ask him directly. The man in the Xianxia was curious. Are you going back? Ningxu nodded. Sang Liang said, it's not allowed. Mission enforcers are not allowed to return to their birth plane. Even if there is the location of the space node, they won't tell you. This meant that there was the location of the space node. As long as there was the location, even if it wasn't allowed, he could still find it. He could always get it by paying a price. Why not? Ningshu asked. The man in the Cheongsam was also curious. Ever since he became a mission enforcer, he didn't return to his birth plane even if he was doing missions. It felt like he was deliberately avoiding it, although the chances of returning to his birth plane were very small. But in his long life as a mission enforcer, he hadn't returned even once. Xianxia said calmly, ever since you became a mission enforcer, you're not who you used to be. Some mission enforcers want to go back and benefit their families when they have the ability, disrupting the normal development of the plane. So, mission enforcers can't return to their birth plane, and they should also say goodbye to their previous lives. Ningshu, so, after becoming a mission enforcer, I have to cut off my mortal ties and ascend to become an immortal? Xianxia looked up at Ningshu. If you don't fight back, you'll be letting down your title of fighting spirit, right? Ningshu, this was probably the first time she saw Xianxia lose his temper. It was probably because the two of them were fighting too fiercely through the organization network, causing Xianxia to lose his temper when he saw her now. Ningshu felt wronged. Isn't that what you mean? Xianxia said, everyone wants to return to their birth plane. You do it, I do it. The plane can withstand the tossing and turning. It disrupts the normal operation. Sometimes, more than one mission enforcer is born in a plane. If you're not satisfied, you use some tricks. If he's not satisfied, you use some tricks. Is it fun to fight in the plane? After saying so much, they didn't allow the mission enforcers to return to their own dimension. Even if they were doing missions, they would avoid it. This was a very considerate arrangement by the organization. When the mission enforcers were weak, they didn't have the ability to go back at all. It was completely up to the organization to arrange which world they went to. If the powerful mission enforcers wanted to return to their own dimension, they only needed to get the location of a space node to return to their own dimension. However, the information was in the hands of the organization. They all climbed up when they were weak. How could they know the location of a space node when they were weak, when they had enough time and wanted to return home? Sorry, they couldn't go back. However, when they became strong, either their former family members were gone, or even their own dimension had been destroyed. It was a great fate to be able to see their former family members. Ningshu didn't dare to have full expectations about this matter. He could only have a trace of hope. He didn't dare to think too much. Ningshu said to Xianxia, I'll just look. I won't do anything. I'll just look. Xianxia said lightly, do you believe that yourself? Ningshu asked in puzzlement, why wouldn't I believe it? I've always believed in myself. I can do it. Xianxia just glanced at Ningshu and said, is there anything else you want to ask? It seemed impossible, at least not now. The man in the Cheongsam was still here. Even if it was for the dignity of the organization, Xianxia still bargained with him in front of others. He could only grind it out. He had to pay the price eventually. Ningshu shook his head and said, there's nothing else to ask. 500,000 merit points, Xianxia said. Ningshu thought. So expensive, Xianxia was probably a little emotional. Since he was here, it would be a waste not to take advantage of him. Ningshu said, can't you deduct it from my account? Xianxia said, your account is frozen. How can I deduct it from your account? Business is business, private is private. Ningshu said to the man in the Cheongsam, you pay. I'll pay you back next time. The man in the Cheongsam paid and the two left the consultation room. Xianxia stood up, lifted the curtain and left. On the way, he contacted the Grand Elder and asked, what should we do with her? Grand Uncle, don't worry about her. If she doesn't cause trouble, then don't worry about her. Suppress her. If she doesn't suppress her, then she'll go to heaven. If there's anything, let her do it. There was no reason not to use labor when there was one. If it wasn't a matter of principle, he wouldn't argue with her. Xianxia only said that he understood, and he had a rough idea in his heart. The Grand Elder said to Xianxia, merge Area B into Area A and deal with them together. Since they couldn't find someone to be in charge of District B, they could just let District A be in charge of a larger area. As for the original person in charge, since he didn't want to do it, then he should just leave. Not to mention resources, he would not have any resources to be in charge in the future. Sang Liang, I will. Regardless of whether some people were putting on airs or really didn't want to do it, they couldn't do it now. Some people refused to be in charge. Regardless of whether they were putting on airs or really did not want to do it, they would not be able to do it in the future. They would not have this opportunity anymore. It's so expensive just for one question? The Xianxia man was a little surprised. Ningxu said, it's not expensive. After all, it was the main system who personally came. His identity makes him very expensive. The Xianxia man blinked. What main system? I don't understand what you're talking about. Ningxu turned to look at him. Don't you know? That person just now was the main system. The Xianxia man's expression was a little indescribable. It was probably because the boss of a deserted shop was actually the main system. It felt very strange. Ningxu, don't you usually ask about any problems? The Xianxia man. There is a way to get information. Ningxu nodded. There was probably someone behind the Xianxia man. There were many factions in the organization, and he didn't know which faction the Xianxia man belonged to. She didn't know anything. It was probably because other people were running a relay race while she was running a marathon. She had been running alone. He was lucky to be able to find the consultation room. He had to spend money to ask about things that he encountered. However, Ningxu didn't care about who was behind the Xianxia man and which faction he belonged to. Knowledge and information were very important things. Ningxu felt that the Xianxia man might be a member of a certain faction. Even if he wanted to get something or some knowledge, he would probably have to pay a price. If he didn't pay a fee to maintain the survival of a faction. If he wanted the warmth of a faction, he would have to pay a price for people to join him. It wasn't bad to be alone. Ningxu said to the Xianxia man, I have to go to that world. The Xianxia man asked, what are you going to do? Ningxu snapped his fingers. Of course I'm going to clean up the battlefield. So many crabs are dead. I have to let them return to the sea. The Xianxia man said, speak human. He thought for a while and said, you're afraid that someone will find something from the crabs' corpses. Ningxu nodded. Yes, there are so many crabs. Even if I find the cores, I might not be able to find all of them. If someone finds something unusual and touches the fruit forest, it won't be good. Moreover, she hadn't finished picking the fruits. If someone took them away, she would probably cry. Moreover, if such an important fruit forest was dug away or destroyed, it would be very distressing. Although Ningxu really wanted to know her fate, knowing that she had lost her life, she still wanted to struggle if she could. He would try his best to save them. The Xianxia man asked, do you want me to go with you? Ningxu waved his hand. Forget it. I'll take care of it with Skeleton. He promised to send the crabs' corpses back to the sea. These corpses would definitely be eaten by the plankton in the sea. He would definitely clean up the island. Even if the mission enforcers went there, they wouldn't find anything. However, if they stayed for a long time, they would be able to see crabs blotting out the sky at night. Ordinary people would run away when they saw so many crabs. There was no point in fighting with so many crabs. As for why crabs were so big. It was a virtual world. It didn't matter if they grew to the size of a truck. What was so strange about it? The Xianxia man probably knew that he wouldn't be of any use if he went, but he still wanted to struggle. This time I exchanged for some protective items. I definitely won't be bitten. Ningxu suddenly laughed. Then go and try it. Probably except for Merit, there was nothing that couldn't be bitten. Even Merit would be bitten to pieces by Skeleton. Ningxu constructed a space according to the location of the space node that he had previously determined. This time it appeared on an island. Now he could confirm that a world was an island and an ocean. There was no other. Land. One ocean and one land, both the world. There was a thick pile of dead crabs on the beach, and a rotten smell came. This was the real smell of rotten fish and shrimps. As for the smell on her body, it could only be regarded as a faint salted fish smell. The temperature on the isolated island was very high. When the sun shone, these crabs' corpses would stink. It was too disgusting. Ningxu called out the skeletons to deal with these crabs' corpses. All the skeletons came. After coming out of the world of samsara, they broke into pieces and combined into a large skeleton. Then they began to move these skeletons' corpses. When the skeletons' big hands moved, the crab corpses piled up into a small hill. Don't throw these corpses into the sea first. I have to go down. She picked some of the remaining fruits. Ningxu shouted to Zhu Jun, let's go together. Zhu Jun picked the fruits very quickly. It was a waste of talent to deal with the crab corpses here. And there were several skeletons as strong as Zhu Jun. Ningxu called these skeletons. This time she had the props to deal with the star stones. She didn't believe that she couldn't pick the fruits. The Xianxia man put on the props and went down to the sea. When he went down, he was very careful. She didn't know what kind of props the Xianxia man exchanged for. When he put it on, it wasn't bitten through. But when he sank a little deeper, he was hit by fish as big as a truck and cracks appeared. And these fish were very aggressive. They didn't care whether there were people or fish in front of them. They directly hit them. Anyway, their bodies were hard. Nothing happened when fish hit other fish, but if they hit other fish, they would definitely not be able to bear it. Even the skeletons were smashed to the ground by the water pressure. Ningxu looked at the Xianxia man. The props on his body were cracked. She said, you can't go down anymore. The water pressure is very high. Your props will break. Can't you exchange for better props? You can't trap a wolf without risking your child. The Xianxia man, he had already exchanged for better props. But he really couldn't go down. If his props really broke, he would have no barrier to protect himself. If he was bitten by the shrimps, he would probably be dead before he could swim to the shore. The Xianxia man turned back to the shore. Ningxu shrugged. It's not that I don't want you to come, but you don't have all the equipment. This time, she wanted to pick all the fruits. As for when the fruit would grow again, no one knew. He didn't know how long it would take for the kidney-strengthening fruit to bloom and bear fruit. Right, does this tree bloom? How does it spread pollen at the bottom of the sea? Ningxu brought a few skeletons to the orchard and picked the remaining fruits. Sure enough, Zhu Jun and the skeletons picked the fruits very quickly. Her speed was related to the strength of her soul. Her current soul was not strong enough, so the speed at which she picked the fruits was really F***king slow. The seawater started to become restless. It felt like a lot of fish were coming this way. When Ningxu saw the remaining fruits, he clenched his teeth and said to the skeletons, let's go. Sure enough, after plucking too many fruits, these underwater creatures would become restless. If all the fruits were picked, there would be nothing left to eat. In order to become stronger, these underwater creatures would definitely riot. Ningxu made a prompt decision to run. The remaining fruits would be used as a means for these giants to protect the fruit forest. 2 peaches kill 3 soldiers. If someone really came to the bottom of the sea and wanted these fruits, he was afraid that it would cause a riot among the underwater creatures. The bottom of the sea was very dangerous. Even if someone came, facing so many poisonous and tough underwater creatures, it would be enough to make them suffer. Ningxu didn't want to fight with these things. Although she wouldn't die, she didn't want to be hovering between life and death. The pain she would suffer wouldn't be any less. If she died, she wouldn't feel the pain. If she didn't die and suffered any injuries, she would be in F***king pain. Only when the pain disappeared would she gradually stop feeling pain. Even if she didn't die, she had to endure it to prevent herself from being in pain. Ningxu had to work hard to become stronger and not let others hit her so that she wouldn't feel pain. Now that she thought about it, if someone caught her and tortured her all the time, she wouldn't die and would have to endure the pain forever. Oh my God, it's really scary. In order to avoid such pain, she had to work hard to become stronger. What was the use of just not dying? She had to be very strong and not die. She had to add layer after layer of protection on her body. Protect herself from pain. Ningxu climbed up to the shore with a few skeletons and shouted to the big skeleton, hurry up and throw these corpses into the sea. The skeleton held the crab's corpse and threw it directly into the sea. It had a sense of humor as if it was scattering your ashes. However, the seawater gradually began to turn black. Something directly emerged from the sea. The underwater creatures began to attack the land. Some fish couldn't leave the sea, but the black mass near the beach was also very scary. The tentacle octopus monster attacked the beach. The prawns and crabs raised their pincers and came aggressively. There were also all kinds of amphibious underwater creatures. The black mass probably angered the underwater creatures and wanted to take revenge and snatch it back. The Xianxia man fanned himself. What happened? Nothing. It's just snatching food from the tiger's mouth. It's normal to be bitten. Xianxia quickly opened the black hole and let the skeleton go back first. Then, he ran away with the Xianxia man. He had already gotten the item. If he didn't run, would he fight these fish? Returning to the system space, Xianxia counted his harvest this time. There were about 100 or so, and there were still some that had not been picked. He kept them to give the fish something to think about. Moreover, if there were fewer things, if the underwater creatures wanted to eat them, they would have to fight to the death. Only the winner could eat. If someone invaded, those fish would definitely fight with those people. Xianxia put away the fruits and gave a few to the skeleton so that the skeleton could eat them. Then, Xianxia sucked on the fruit slices. Although the taste wasn't very good, it could make the soul become very resilient and wouldn't collapse easily. Xianxia added some star stones to the peerless martial art. Right now, the peerless martial art was like a vast ocean with no end in sight. Xianxia threw all the star stones he had obtained into the peerless martial art. In this vast ocean, if it really leaked, it would be a monstrous wave that would devour everything. Xianxia rubbed his chin and pondered. Now that he wouldn't die, what would the result be if he jumped down? The more he thought about it, the more tempted he was. If anything happened, he would crawl out immediately. Xianxia jumped into the reincarnation pool with a splash. He somersaulted 2.5 times, turned 1.5 times, and bent his body. The water splashed very well. It was a perfect dive. He jumped into the law of nothingness. At first, he didn't feel anything. The law of nothingness rippled slightly. But then, Xianxia felt countless tiny needles piercing his soul. Every time his body was pierced by something, and there was a force that was squeezing him. It wanted to knead his soul into a ball and devour his soul. It was just that no one could do anything for a while, and the waves on the sea became more and more violent. Xianxia felt that he could still endure it, but the law imprint on his body began to heat up, getting hotter and hotter. Xianxia didn't expect that the law imprint would be the first to collapse. In order to prevent the law imprint from collapsing, Xianxia hurriedly crawled out of the law of nothingness. Although he crawled out, the tingling sensation on his body was still there. The law imprint seemed to have faded and looked very dim. The law of nothingness was really powerful. It could even devour laws. He couldn't afford to provoke it, so he wouldn't provoke it for the time being. He would deal with it when her soul became stronger. With so many star stones, it should be able to last for a long time. Forget it. Even if it really leaked out in the end, she wouldn't die for the time being, and she could deal with these things before it leaked out. After realizing that she wouldn't die, some things could be done slowly. There was no need to rush at all. No matter how big the matter was, it couldn't hurt her life. Xianxia hurriedly went to the Law City to repair the law imprint. If it remained so dim, Xianxia was afraid that these imprints would dissipate. Fortunately, the 3 imprints could still absorb energy. At this moment, Xianxia was enduring the pain of thousands of needles piercing his body. These 2 brothers either had hatred or love. Xianxia, if you have the ability, kill me. What's the point of torturing me like this? Granduncle, what's the point of pain? As long as you're alive. It felt like the pain was in his body and in his heart. Moreover, Xianxia's body was so tall and big, so the area he had to endure the pain was also very large. Just thinking about it made him feel good. The 3 imprints gradually gained some strength and eased up. It was a pity that the law of prophecy had collapsed. It wasn't easy to comprehend. She could still use the power of the law, but there were no imprints. She didn't know if a new imprint would be born after one was destroyed. If a new nomological imprint was born, would he still have a nomological imprint? What if the law imprint held a grudge and didn't follow her because she had destroyed the imprint before? For this reason, Ningxu even made a trip to Prophecy City and didn't sense any imprints. Either a new law imprint hadn't been born yet, or the law imprint didn't recognize her. There was nothing she could do about it. When Ningxu returned to the system space, the chat system was ringing. With a piece of fruit in his mouth, Ningxu mumbled to the system, who sent the message. Take a look. The backup system, stranger, not in the friend list, probably a harassing message. Ningxu. What did she say? The backup system said, I'm asking why you refuse to be the person in charge of Area B. Now that Area B is going to merge with Area A, please be the person in charge of Area B. When Ningxu heard this, he opened the chat system. It was a stranger's name, but there was a general behind the name. Ningxu roughly knew who this person was. District A is merging with District B. Ningxu didn't know what to say. It was obvious that the boss of Area B had gone too far. The organization could still function without anyone. Now that they had merged, there was no longer Section B, and the resources of Section B had been allocated to Section A. Did they end up falling apart because of this? There were fewer resources, but now they were all gone. He wanted to be arrogant, but now he was in a crematorium. Ningxu felt pain for the woman in purple. She was probably going to explode from anger now. But so what if she was going to explode? Ignoring was ignoring. When one's strength was enough, it was fine to make a fuss. But when one's strength wasn't enough, making a fuss would only cause one's share to be lost. When one didn't have absolute strength, they would go into hiding. Of course, Ningxu wouldn't go into hiding. After being in hiding for so long, she was about to die. She wasn't afraid of death now, and she couldn't die. If I can't beat you, I'll run, wahahaha. As for the organization's resources, Ningxu didn't care much. He could just earn them slowly. So when Area A and B merged, Ningxu didn't feel anything. He even wanted to laugh. Did this mean that she didn't have to deal with Starstones day and night? As for being the person in charge of Area B, Ningxu refused. If he did it, he would have this responsibility. Then people would have to wait for resources to feed. Feeding 2,000 skeletons was already very tiring, and raising skeletons only required merit. If the plane collapsed, she would have to beg her grandparents to let the creatures of the world go to the big boss world. But none of the big bosses would agree. It was even harder than getting sponsorship. She probably didn't get much resources. It was better to go to the void world when she had nothing to do. Maybe she could find something good. This was a hard job with little money. It was okay to fill in occasionally, but it was really tiring to do it all the time. She would go bald. Now the general probably didn't want Area B to be merged. Once it was merged, the army of Area B would be under his banner. Adjustments would have to be made in all aspects. The general felt that even if this person was very fierce, at least there was a person in charge. It wouldn't be to the extent of disbanding Area B. Moreover, if he really went to Area A, he would probably just be a soldier. The resources he would get would definitely not be as much as now. Whether it was for dignity, not willing to bow down to others, or for resources, the general tried hard to persuade Ningxu to become the person in charge of Area B. However, the more Ningxu saw the general's persuasion, the more he felt that Area B was a pit. He was determined not to jump in. And if it was really merged, it would be good to let Area A be in charge. It would be good to have one less person in charge. The 12th district would become the 11th district. However, the pie in Area A would be bigger. There would be more resources, but there would also be more things to be in charge of. The big bosses of Area B would probably be in charge of Area A. They would probably be taught a lesson. The people in Area A were so fierce. This time, they probably made an example of them. Without you, they would come and make a fuss. What was the fuss? They even lost the position of the person in charge. There were even fewer resources. The people in charge of the other areas would probably be obedient now. They would tuck their tails and behave themselves for the time being. They would have to wait for a while before acting. They would have to be beaten up every once in a while. Ning Shu directly rejected the general's offer to be the person in charge of Area B. She had already said that she wouldn't do it. She wouldn't lick her face and say that she wanted to do it. Moreover, the merger had already started. Why should she join in at this time? This was the organization's arrangement. She had to listen to the organization's arrangement. The organization was the best. Long live the organization. Perhaps Ning Shu's rejection was too firm. She didn't even soften her tone, which made the general feel a little frustrated. If the other party had been a little hesitant or asked about the benefits of being in charge, he would have felt that there was still some hope. The general was dejected and didn't say anything more to Ning Shu. Ning Shu asked curiously, "Where did your person in charge go?" Something like a certificate being issued hadn't happened yet. If he really cared about resources, then he should have come out and fought for it. Could it be that she had been dealt with as the first person to stand out, and then the cards were reshuffled, throwing a tantrum over fewer resources? It seemed that she was not someone who did not care about resources. If District B was going to be merged, as the person in charge, she would definitely appear. Most likely, she did not appear, or this general would not have come to find her. That woman in purple was dead. To become such a big shot, it would take a long time and a lot of resources. The organization could not bear to kill her, and she could do a lot of things. If she could reform through labor, she would not be sentenced to death. A big shot at this level would not be easily killed. She probably would not be able to come back for the time being. In the end, it was because she was not strong enough that she ended up in this situation. If it were someone stronger, it would not be this situation. She was treated like a chicken. When the organization weighed the pros and cons, they would kill if they deserved to be killed. If it was a big shot, they would probably take away your things. Thinking that they might see each other frequently in District A in the future, Ning Shu comforted the general. There will be a lot of resources in District A, it might be better than you in District B, and being strong in District A was completely different from being strong in District B. The general sent Ning Shu a crying emoji, probably because he had accepted this fate. He could not disobey, he did not have the strength. Boss made a fuss, and in the end, he was frozen. Boss's heart was probably in a mess right now. After ending the conversation with the general, Ning Shu looked for the main system and said, "I want to apply to know the node of the birth plane." Main system, application rejected. Ning Shu, it's negotiable, I can do it for free. It was acceptable to deal with star stones for free, but it would probably be a tug of war in terms of quantity. Main system, application rejected. Ning Shu could roughly imagine Sang Liang rejecting her message with an indifferent expression. Did the other big shots not have the thought of going back, or did they go back and their families were no longer there, so they stopped thinking about it? He did not believe that there was no one who did not go back. Ning Shu, I apply to deal with star stones for free 1,000 times. 1,000 times was barely enough, it would probably be a little tiring. Previously, he had dealt with it hundreds of times at once. 1,000 times in exchange for a space node, it was not a loss to go back and take a look. He could accept 1,000 times to see his family, but not 1,000 times to see his wife. The main system said, request denied. Ning Shu. What are the requirements? Tell me. How am I supposed to know if you don't tell me? Could it be that 1,000 times was too little? Could it be that he wanted to say 10,000 times, that was too much? He would probably have to work for a long time. Main system, not allowed. Ning Shu said, I'll donate the reward I got from processing the star stones to the organization. I'll do my part for the organization, and I'll process the star stones 1,000 times for free. Previously, he had processed star stones 800 times. Each time he processed 100,000 star stones, he would get 80 million merit points. F*CK, he didn't realize it until he calculated it. Now that he did, he realized that the organization owed him so much money. Could he be nicer to her, the creditor? 80 million was equivalent to 1 kidney strengthening fruit. If it was converted into merit granules, it would be enough for all the skeletons to eat several of them. The main system replied, that's not allowed. This is something that's not allowed no matter how much money you have. You can't set this precedent. They didn't directly reject the application, but instead said so much. This meant that the other side had loosened up. Ningxu felt that he should work harder and said, "It's not like I'm going to publicize this matter everywhere." The main system replied, "Rejected." If it was rejected, then why didn't it give a request, just let her raise the price herself? She didn't know if she had said too much or too little. The main system just rejected it. She felt that Sang Liang was looking at her coldly. Even if she had reached his psychological price, he wouldn't stop her. Was 80 million still not enough? Plus 1,000 times for free, that would be 100 million. 180 million had been given to the organization. Damn, Ningxu was so distressed that he couldn't breathe. Ningxu said, "If I donate the money, I'll do another 1,500 times for free." He took the initiative to add another 500 times. The main system didn't say anything. After a while, it directly rejected him. This space node was really expensive. Ningxu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His hand trembled as he tapped on the screen. "I'll donate the money. I'll do it 2,000 times for free." 200 million was gone. The main system replied, "Rejected." Ningxu was angry. "Then just say it. How many times do I have to do it?" The main system replied, "You're not allowed to go back. Give up." Ningxu rolled her eyes. "Then why did you listen to me raise the price for half a day? Just ignore me." Ningxu said, 2,500 times. The main system didn't reply. 2,501 times? 3,000 times. I can't be bothered to say it. My final psychological price is 5,000 times. If it works, then it works. If it doesn't, then it doesn't. 500 million was gone. The main system replied, "Deal. Donate 80 million to the organization and deal with the star stones 5,000 times." Ningxu was speechless. Why did he feel like he had dug a hole and filled it up? He felt that the number he said was a bit high. But since he could get the space node, Ningxu threw that little bit of heartache to the back of his mind. Anyway, he had never gotten this money. It didn't matter if he lost it. Ningxu's legs shook. "Give me the space node." He hoped that the space node was still there. If the space node disappeared, it meant that this plane no longer existed. He secretly hoped that the speed of that plane's space could be slower, very slower. Only then could he see his family. How should he greet them when he went back? "Hi, I've returned." That was a modern plane. Her appearance had changed a bit. She would probably be treated as a lunatic. The main system didn't reply for a long time. Ningxu felt a bit uneasy. Could it be that the plane was no longer there? If it was no longer there, did his family perish with the plane? Or were they transferred alive? Or were their souls taken away when they died? Success was right in front of her eyes. Ningxu was very nervous. She was close to home. The main system replied, "The time you have to return to your birth plane is limited. 7 days. In these 7 days, you are not allowed to use any methods. If the speed of the plane is very fast and your family is no longer there, you are not allowed to use time reversal to disturb the plane. If they are no longer there, please come back immediately. You are not allowed to stay in the plane." Ningxu nodded. "I understand. I know. I won't do these things." This meant that the space node still existed. The plane wasn't destroyed. Ningxu breathed a sigh of relief. Only when the plane existed would he be able to see his family. As for time reversal, what was that? She hadn't understood the laws of time yet. Even if she wanted to, she couldn't do it. Ningxu whispered, "Can I give my family a merit grain?" This bit of merit wasn't much. It wasn't eye-catching, but with the protection of merit, he could get some preferential treatment when he was reborn. Less soul power would be extracted. It shouldn't be a problem to give some merit, right? He wouldn't make his family shiny. If the merit was too great, his body might not be able to take it and his lifespan would be shortened. Besides, this was something that fell from the sky. It wouldn't be good if it was on him. A little bit was fine. 1 for each person in the family. It wasn't too much. Ningxu thought about it and brought 20 or 30. He didn't know if his parents were still around. If his two brothers were still around, they must have gotten married and had children. If time flowed a little faster, then his two brothers might have become old men in their twilight years. Maybe the whole family was gone, and the rest might be the descendants of the Ning family. If he gave these things to the descendants of the Ning family and didn't recognize any of them, they would probably say that he was crazy. Besides, in Ningshu's heart, his parents and brothers were family. Main system, not allowed. Don't interfere with the plane. Ningshu shook his head. I'm not interfering. I'm just giving some merit. I won't do anything else. I definitely won't do anything. Main system, you're giving too much merit. Ningshu, then what about the other half? The main system gave him the location of a space node. Ningshu memorized the location and then began to build a space passage to that world. His legs felt weak and he couldn't walk. He appeared in a familiar world. Actually, he wasn't familiar with it. Although he was born in this plane, he didn't spend much time in this world. He spent most of his time in the hospital. Ningshu appeared in this world as a soul. Fortunately, his soul wasn't in a transparent state. He pulled a passerby and asked, "Excuse me, what time is it now?" On the way, he stared at Ningshu for a long time and didn't speak. Ningshu asked again, and he stammered out a time. When Ningshu heard the time, he realized that it had been 20 years since he died. 20 years. His parents might or might not be around. If nothing happened to his two brothers, they should be alive. They should have children after getting married. Ningshu thanked the passerby and was about to go back to where he used to live. It had been more than 20 years. That house was probably gone. Beauty, let's exchange contacts. Ningshu lifted her skirt and directly crossed the road. In the crowd of people crossing the road at the green light, Ningshu's heart was pounding. His palms seemed to be damp and sweaty. He no longer had a body, but he still had physiological characteristics. Probably because her outfit was too eye-catching, Ningshu walked on the street and everyone stared at her. Ningshu, yes, she must be staring at my handsome face. When they arrived at the place where they used to live, the house was gone, replaced by tall buildings. Ningshu lifted her chin and stared at Xianxia. They had moved away. Where did they go? The world was so big, where could he find one? Moreover, it had been more than 20 years, which was enough time for a person's appearance to change. Where can I find it? Ningshu wanted to find an internet cafe, but there wasn't even one on the streets. They wanted to hack into the residents' online accounts. In the end, there wasn't even an internet cafe. Perhaps there was no such thing as an internet cafe now. It had been eliminated by the times. Ningshu could only go to the police station and claim that he was a missing person, asking his family to come and pick him up. Other than that, Ningshu couldn't find any other way. Although he could use his mental strength to search, he didn't know what his family looked like now. He just glanced at them and didn't know if he missed them. When Ningshu appeared at the police station in a black suit and said that he was a missing person, the police officer's expression was probably saying, "Stop fooling around." Ningshu said that he really couldn't find his family, and he knew his family members and their names. It was much faster to let these people check the information than to look for it alone. Ningshu waited at the police station. During this time, someone gave her some food and water, but Ningshu didn't accept it. She didn't eat these. You should eat more. It will probably take some time to check, the young policeman said to Ningshu and stuffed a lunchbox into Ningshu's hands without any explanation. Ningshu said, "Thank you." Should he tell the young policeman that she was a ghost? Ningshu put the lunchbox aside and sat on a chair, waiting for his family to pick him up. When it was about time to get off work, the information was found. Ningshu looked at the household registration information. Of the two elders, his father died about 5 years ago. She didn't know what had happened. If she counted, the two elders weren't very old. Her father must have died in an accident. Ningshu's expression was very sad. She wasn't very close to her father, but for more than 10 years in the hospital, her father had given her money. Living for more than 10 years was all done with money. When she was young, she stayed in the hospital. Other children could do anything, but she couldn't do anything. She stayed in the hospital full of smell. And her father rarely came to see her. She was very resentful and wronged. Now that she thought about it, if her father didn't work and didn't earn money, where would he get enough money for her to stay in the hospital? It was a fatal disease that couldn't be cured. Living for more than 10 years like this was a great gift in itself. She was probably a debt collector of her parents. She was half grown up, but she got sick again. Fortunately, the family still had some money, otherwise, the family would have been emptied. Now that she was back, one of the elders was no longer around. Xianxia felt a little like crying. In the past, even when she was facing death, she didn't want to cry. But now, she couldn't control her tears. Xianxia was in a daze. The policeman beside her asked, "Is this the family you're looking for?" Xianxia nodded. "Yes. Can you inform my family to come and pick me up?" Xianxia sat on a plastic chair in the corner and waited for her family to come and pick her up. She didn't know if they would come. She said that she was the daughter of the Ning family. The daughter of the Ning family had died a long time ago. Her 2 brothers probably wouldn't believe her. What surprised Xianxia the most was that big brother and second brother had opened an entertainment company and managed the entertainment industry. It was flourishing day by day. Without her dragging down the family's finances were obviously better. Xianxia wondered if she should disturb her family. Would it be okay to just take a look, and if they met, how was she going to explain that she was really their sister? But Xianxia didn't want to be so bitter about not acknowledging her when they met. Since she had come back, she could just do it. As for whether her family would believe her or not, Xianxia would make them believe her. It would be great if they could have a meal together. Let them know that their daughter was living a good life. It was a pity that she couldn't see her father. But she could give merits directly. Even in the world of reincarnation, she could get merits as a gift. Not much, but too much. It was too eye-catching. The police contacted the Song family. After a while, they came and said to Xianxia, the Ning family said that they don't have a sister. They won't come. Xianxia said, "Oh." It was normal that they didn't believe it. Xianxia said, "Give me the phone. I'll tell them." Xianxia picked up the phone on the table. The police dialed the number, but it was hung up. Xianxia looked at the phone and said to the police, "Can I use your computer?" Xianxia directly used the computer to hack into the company's website and found his second brother's email. He sent a few big words, "Take me home, second brother." Seeing these words, his second brother would probably be scared to death. No matter if it was a prank or a threat, his second brother would come to the police station. As long as he came, he could go home with his second brother. As for why he didn't ask his eldest brother was a serious person, just like his father. His second brother was more funny, so it was best to ask him. Even if he really appeared in front of his eldest brother wouldn't believe him. His second brother was easier to fool. Xianxia sent several emails in a row. As soon as his second brother turned on his computer, a few big words would appear on the screen in bright red. It would appear with a clang. If one didn't pay attention, they would be so scared that they would throw away their mouse. Xianxia waited for his second brother to come and pick him up. Before he got off work, a fat and greasy middle-aged man ran to the police station and asked the police where the person who threatened him was. The young policeman said to Xianxia, "Your family is here to pick you up." Xianxia was a bit nervous. He hurried to the hall and scanned around, skipping over the middle-aged man with a big beer belly. "Xianxia, where?" The young policeman pointed at the man over there. "That's the second son of the Ning family." Xianxia looked at the fat middle-aged man and almost choked on his saliva. Her second brother on a white horse, a handsome young man when he was young. What did time do to him? Go over. The young policeman saw that Xianxia was in a daze. He thought that Xianxia was excited to see her family, so he kindly reminded Xianxia. Xianxia turned to the young policeman and said, "If I say that I'm not the daughter of the Ning family, would you believe me?" When they were talking about Xianxia, a policeman pointed at Xianxia. Second brother Ning turned to look at Xianxia. He walked over with a beer belly and looked at Xianxia indifferently. "You're the one who sent me the threatening email." Xianxia wanted to pull his second elder brother aside to talk, but his second elder brother shook off his hand. "Why are you touching me?" If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I won't let you go. No matter who was using the computer, if a few large bloody words suddenly appeared, they would be frightened to the point of having a heart attack. If they were more agitated, they might even smash their computers. She was trying to prank him. Since throwing herself into his arms didn't work, she decided to use an unconventional method to attract his attention. Ningxu said, "Can we talk somewhere else?" Brother Ning looked at Ningxu condescendingly. "Which artist are you? Do you want to attract my attention?" "Very good, you have successfully attracted my attention." Ningxu's mouth twitched. "Can we talk somewhere else?" Second brother Ning said, "Talk here." "Do you have an ulterior motive?" Ningxu exhaled and dragged his second elder brother away. Second brother Ningxu struggled hard, but he was still dragged away by the seemingly weak little Ningxu. The policeman was speechless at this strange scene. He felt that the little girl had dragged a fat man away as if he were a chicken. After leaving the police station, Ningxu let go of his second elder brother's arm. Second brother Ningxu had been trying to regain his dignity and had been struggling. When Ningxu let go, second brother Ning almost fell down. He coughed and adjusted his clothes, trying to make himself look less embarrassed. Ningxu saw that his hand was as swollen as a carrot. He couldn't help asking, "Why are you so fat?" "It's not healthy to be fat." Time was really cruel for a young man riding a white horse. Second brother Ning reached out to stop Ningxu from speaking. "Who are you? Don't talk as if we are very close. Why did you send me a threatening email?" Ningxu said helplessly, "Second brother, believe it or not, I am Ningxu. I am Ningxu who is alive and kicking after death. I am your little sister." Second brother Ning looked Ningxu up and down with an extremely cold look and then sneered. "Aren't you tired of acting like this? If you came for me, I would have let it go. If you wanted to sleep with me, I would have let it go. But you pretended to be my sister. What? Do you want to have inexplicable incest with me?" She had been dead for more than 20 years, but someone still found her. People nowadays pursued thrills and hardcore tastes. How could this be possible? "Ningxu, second brother, why don't you take a look at yourself? You are just like a greasy middle-aged man." "Sleep with her?" Ningxu looked at second brother Ning in shock. Second brother Ning straightened his clothes and said leisurely, "Which company do you belong to? Does your company know that you are doing this?" Was it true that he would do anything in order to make a name for himself? It was unforgivable that he used a dead person to make money. Ningxu touched his face. "You said that I am a star, an artist. Am I very beautiful now?" Second brother Ning, he must be crazy. Ningxu said, "Second brother, I'm really Ningxu. I'm the real deal. Although I've become so beautiful now, I'm still Ningxu. As for the things that happened, there are too many and too long. I can't explain them all in a short time." Second brother Ning stopped him. "I don't want to hear it." Ningxu said, "You have to." Second brother Ning shook his head. "I don't want to hear it." Ningxu said, F***K, listen to me. Second brother Ning said, "Then tell me. Let's see what you can say." He looked at Ningxu up and down. It seemed that his eyebrows and eyes were quite similar to his dead sister's. However, his sister's face was very bland and she was sick all year round. Her skin was so pale that it was almost transparent. Even if he wanted to pretend to be a person, he should have the ability to make himself look so bland. Second brother Ning said, "Don't think about doing evil things at such a young age. The more you do now, the more blemishes you will have in the future. Isn't it good to be clean? Don't be too eager for quick success." Ningxu was expressionless. "Why don't you listen to me? I don't care if you believe me or not. I'm really Ningxu. There are all sorts of strange things in this world. After I died, something happened and now I'm back." Ningxu explained and took a breath. He said to second brother Ning, "I see." Second brother Ning rolled his eyes and said after a long time, "I think I know something. But who knows if you're making this up?" Ningxu said, "I also know that when you were in junior high school, you wrote a love letter to the prettiest girl in the next class. The prettiest girl in the class was very moved and then rejected you. The reason was that you looked like a playboy." Second brother Ning Shu talked a lot about his adult past. Obviously, these things were so long ago that they had faded in his mind. Maybe they were compressed into the corner of his brain. But now they appeared in front of him like a movie. Ning Shu talked about what happened in the hospital. Second brother Ning took 2 steps back and looked at Ning Shu up and down. His eyes were full of disbelief. Well, I admit that you did a good job this time, but there are some things that can be found out through investigation. Ning Shu said angrily, it happened 20 years ago. Who would remember these things? How can we find out such details? Haven't I already explained it to you? Ning Shu repeated her explanation. Brother Ning didn't seem to believe it. When Ning Shu talked about some bizarre things, he clapped silently, as if he would believe it if Ning Shu went on. Ning Shu didn't bother to explain and asked, how did father die? Is mother okay now? Brother Ning frowned and said. You can investigate the things that happened more than 30 years ago. Why can't you investigate the things that happened in recent years? Oh, by the way, you traveled through time. Ning Shu really wanted to beat this fat guy. What he said was so bizarre that no one believed him at all. Ning Shu said, anyway, just believe me. I'm really Ning Shu. Is it because I've become more beautiful that you can't recognize me? If I were the same as before, you would definitely recognize me. Brother Ning coughed and didn't speak. I'm afraid you're sick. Go to the neurology department in the hospital. Don't delay. He said it as if it were true. Brother Ning turned around and left Ning Shu in his car. But he glanced out of the window and found a person running close to the car, smiling and waving at him. Brother Ning was so scared that he stopped the car directly. What the F***ck, how could this be? Ning Shu opened the car door and got in. He said to Brother Ning, see? In fact, I'm not a human anymore. No matter where you go, I can find you. Brother Ning's fat face trembled. He pointed at Ning Shu with his carrot-like finger. What the hell are you? I'm your sister. I'm a soul now. You can think of me as a ghost. I'm back to see you. Are you happy? He had to do it 5,000 times after a few days. It would take a long time. Ning Shu grabbed his second brother's hand and asked, how do you feel now? It's cold. Cold air crept up from his hand to his body. At first touch, it was as if he had touched a block of ice, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Second brother Ning hurriedly pulled his hand out, but Ning Shu didn't let go. Second brother Ning held Ning Shu's hand and said, can we talk nicely? Don't touch me, okay? Alright. Ning Shu loosened his second elder brother's hand. Originally, his second elder brother was struggling hard. As soon as Ning Shu loosened his hand, he was slapped in the face by his own hand. Second brother Ning stayed away from Ning Shu, but the car was only so big and second brother Ning was fat now, so he couldn't hide at all. Ning Shu, why did you come back now? Is it because I didn't burn enough paper money for you? You can just appear in my dreams. My heart can't bear it if you suddenly appear in front of me like this. Second brother Ning asked with a trembling voice. Humans and ghosts are different. Third girl, don't take it too hard. Ning Shu said. Now you believe that I am Ning Shu. If I had known, I would have scared you. You would have believed me. Ning Shu applauded. Then let's go home now. I want to go home and have a look. By the way, how did father die? Second brother Ning started the car and said, there was a car accident. Father was seriously injured and died. Mother's legs were stuck and had to be amputated. Now she is in a wheelchair. Ning Shu's heart was stung, as if it had been injected with venom. It was sour, swollen, open, and painful. She couldn't help touching her chest. This feeling hadn't gone away. Ning Shu made a mudra with her hands and murmured her father's name. A wisp of golden light floated out and drifted away. This wisp of merit would pass through the bit wall and find its owner. Second brother Ning drove while looking at Ning Shu. Seeing her perform the mudra, he almost stepped on the accelerator. Was there really a ghost sitting in his car? She claimed to be Ning Shu. Could she be a fake? After finishing the mudra, second brother Ning Shu asked, you and eldest brother are married, right? You should have children at this age. How many children do you have? What is eldest sister-in-law's name? What is second sister-in-law's name? What are the children's names? How's your career now? The entertainment industry is a mess. Can you handle it? How's the scale of the company? Do you have a good relationship with second sister-in-law? Is eldest brother as fat as you are now? As you get older, you need to exercise. Don't be so fat. You will easily get 3 high points. You used to be a handsome young man. Although you are rich now, you will ruin everything when you are fat. Second brother, you have become like this. Are there still people who want to sleep with you? It's my first time home in more than 20 years. Do you want to buy something first? But I don't have money. I didn't receive the paper money you burned for me. Second brother Ning was so angry at Ning Shu's personal attack that he couldn't speak. And he couldn't get a word in. What did she mean by no female stars would sleep with him? There were countless women who wanted to do that with him. Why would a ghost buy a gift? Second brother Ning's face turned green. He said, Ning Shu, when are you leaving? Ning Shu smiled and said, there is a time limit for me to come back. About 7 days. When the time is up, I have to go back. Maybe I can come back in the future. After all, she already knew the location of the space node. As long as the plane was not destroyed, she could come back. Second brother Ning, he couldn't afford to offend her. Obviously, the person sitting next to him was not a normal person. How could a normal person run faster than a car? She was cold all over. There was no body temperature at all. She must be cold. He had bumped into a ghost, and this ghost said that she was her younger sister. His younger sister had been dead for more than 20 years. Ning Shu looked at the changes in the world outside the window and turned to smile at second brother Ning. It's so good that I can see you when I come back. I thought I would never see you again. The speed in this world was considered slow. He had thought that he would be lucky to see his white-haired brother when he came back. Second brother Ning sighed. He didn't know what to say. You still don't believe me? Ning Shu asked. I can lift the car. Okay, I believe you. I believe you. Second brother Ning was really afraid that this ghost would get out of the car and lift him along with the car. The Ning family lived in a villa now. Ning Shu looked at the big villa and asked, do big brother and second brother live together? Of course we live together. We don't live apart. Besides, mom needs someone to take care of her. Second brother Ning probably had accepted Ning Shu's identity and explained. Ning Shu said, oh. Won't sisters-in-law have conflicts under the same roof? The two sisters-in-law and the mother-in-law inexplicably felt that there was an undercurrent in the villa. How could there be a conflict? Your eldest sister-in-law and second sister-in-law are very nice people. They get along well with each other, said brother Ning. Ning Shu clenched his fists and followed him. Brother Ning suddenly turned around and asked, since you are a ghost, why can you come out during the day? Ning Shu said. Maybe I'm talented. Just then, the door opened and a woman came out. The woman was about 30 years old, but she took good care of herself and there were no wrinkles on her face. She was stunned when she saw Ning Shu. When brother Ning was about to explain, the woman screamed, covered her face and turned back into the room. Chin, it's not what you think. Brother Ning showed an amazing desire to survive and ran very fast. It was hard to imagine that the fat guy could run so fast. He went into the room to ask for an explanation. That woman was probably his second sister-in-law. Ning Shu walked into the hall and looked around. The decoration was very good and grand. It seemed that his eldest brother and second brother had a good career. Ning Shu was relieved. They were not poor. Woof, woof, woof. A dog ran down from upstairs and barked at Ning Shu. Its voice was shrill and seemed to contain fear. Ning Shu stood there, but the dog did not dare to come forward. It was said that a dog's eyes could communicate with yin and yang. Maybe the dog saw that she was not a human, so it barked at her. A woman came down from upstairs and quickly held the dog in her arms to prevent it from biting the guest. Who are you looking for? This woman should be her eldest sister-in-law. Although the eldest sister-in-law did not show it directly like the second sister-in-law, she still stared at her with a questioning look. A beautiful woman appeared in their home, in their territory, which was enough to make the two hostesses stand up and be very vigilant. Ningxu looked upstairs and asked, "Is the old lady here? I want to see her." The eldest sister-in-law was holding the dog. Hearing Ningxu's words, she frowned and said directly, "If you have something to say, just tell me." Eldest sister-in-law, "It's hard to explain it to you," Ningxu said, "it's too complicated." Ningxu felt that he had to explain it over and over again. It was really tiring. In the living room, Ningxu and his sister-in-law looked at each other in silence. Ningxu could feel his sister-in-law's vigilance and suspicion towards him. She didn't intend to explain. After second brother Ning settled second sister-in-law, she would let him explain it. This matter was really hard to explain. Ningxu released his spiritual force and checked the situation of the villa. His mother was really sleeping. Her hair was a lot white and there were a lot of wrinkles on her face. Losing her legs and her father's departure must have made her very sad. The sister-in-law called out to Ningxu, "Sit down first." Ningxu smiled at her. "Thank you." Ningxu sat on the sofa, which was slightly sunken. The sister-in-law saw this and squinted her eyes. She sized up Ningxu. He was so light. Even if he sat on the sofa, it would not sink. "What do you want to drink?" "Tell the servant. I'm going up." He was brought back by his uncle. She had to ask him clearly. Ningxu sat on the sofa obediently. No matter what happened in the villa, he didn't know anything after using his spiritual force. He just came back and had to be a good boy. His second brother was still explaining to his wife why he brought a girl back. Anyway, there was a large-scale dog slaughter scene upstairs. Ningxu didn't know that his second brother could be so cowardly. In front of his second sister-in-law, his status seemed very low. During this period, his eldest brother came back. When he saw a little girl sitting on the sofa, he frowned, which made him look very serious. Compared with his second brother, his eldest brother's figure was very lean. It must be that his second brother didn't take good care of his figure. Ningxu called his eldest brother, but his eldest brother ignored him and went upstairs to meet them. Second brother Ning's mouth was dry. He finally explained what was going on with the girl in the living room. Both couples looked as if they had seen a ghost. The four of them went downstairs and sat on the sofa opposite Ningxu, looking up and down at Ningxu. In order to make himself look more like a ghost, Ningxu directly floated his body, and his head could reach the ceiling. The four of them looked up at Ningxu. Second brother Ning said, "Come down quickly. My heart is not good." Ningxu slowly floated down and said, "I'm really a ghost. Trust me." The four of them thought, "You're not a normal person, okay?" The eldest brother rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said, "This matter is really unbelievable, so don't tell mother about this. Father is gone, and mother is suffering from PTSD after the car accident. Don't tell her your identity. Since you can come back, mother hopes that father can come back too," his eldest brother said helplessly. Ningxu was also helpless and said, "Then what identity do I have at home? I'm going back in a few days. In fact, I'm under the control of the organization." Ningxu spread his hands and said, "It's also fate that made me like this. I'm relieved to see that you're fine." They thought for a while and finally decided to stay with the sister-in-law's family as her cousin. When it was time for dinner, the children who had just finished school came back. There were two children, a boy and a girl. They were about 15 or 16 years old. Ningxu asked and found out that both children were from her second brother's family. Ningxu was surprised, because it meant that his eldest brother and sister-in-law didn't have children. Ningxu saw his sister-in-law's sad face and her eyes were full of envy when she saw the two children. The nurse pushed Mother Ning downstairs for dinner. There was an elevator on the first floor and the second floor, which was specially built for Mother Ning. When Mother Ning saw Ningxu, she asked which family the girl was from. His sister-in-law immediately said that she was her cousin, who had to stay for a few days because of something. Ningxu's mother said to Ningxu, "Then stay for a few days." Ningxu immediately smiled and said, "Thank you, Auntie." After all, no one in the family knew her. Her face had changed several times. Even if there was still a little of her original face, no one would expect that a person who had been dead for more than 20 years would appear again. At the dinner table, his second sister-in-law served a bowl of soup for his second brother. Ningxu saw a lot of oil floating on the soup. Second brother Ning gulped down a bowl of oily soup with a silly look. No wonder his second brother looked like this. It turned out that his second sister-in-law fed him. Could this be considered the legendary happiness fat? However, his eldest brother and sister-in-law were both indifferent. They didn't pick up food for each other. You eat yours, and I eat mine. They looked quite indifferent. The two children were very curious about Ningxu. Ningxu smiled at them. These two children were her nephews. These children had to call her auntie. At this time, Ningxu felt that he didn't seem to be alone. After fighting alone for a long time, Ningxu felt that he was the only one left in the world. She didn't know if the family only got together for dinner in the evening. But during this period of eating, it was enough to prick her heart. For the eldest brother and his wife, it was really heart-wrenching. They didn't have a good relationship and they didn't have children. But the couple opposite them had a good relationship. Second brother Ning could drink a bowl of greasy soup without blinking. Second sister-in-law must have fed second brother Ning on purpose. After all, he was in the entertainment circle. There were too many beautiful and handsome men, so there were also many temptations. If she fed second brother Ning fatter, even if he slept with the unspoken rules, the beautiful women would hesitate whether to sleep with such a greasy man. In a way, second sister-in-law wanted to cut off second brother Ning's peach blossoms. Since he couldn't stop those women, he would change his man. But he was so fat that he should be in his 40s. The 3 highs would follow. This was a fatal thing. It was impossible for second brother Ning to lose weight like this, but he couldn't eat so greasy food. For the 2 children, second sister-in-law didn't let them eat greasy food. She made them eat nutritious food. But Ningxu couldn't say these words. She was going to leave after a while. Was she going to leave after making him uncomfortable? There was the sound of chopsticks and spoons on the table. Ningxu filled a bowl of soup for Mother Ning. "Auntie, have some soup." Mother Ning said, "Okay, you also have some. Eat whatever you want." She was very polite. After all, Ningxu was a guest. But she still drank a few mouthfuls. Ningxu smiled. After dinner, second brother Ning took Ningxu to the room and said, "You can rest here. Don't wander around at night. Mother doesn't know your identity. If you wander around, you will scare her." Ningxu nodded and said, "I know." Second brother Ning hesitated for a moment. His outstretched hand paused for a moment before he touched Ningxu's head. "I didn't know you would come back." Ningxu said, "I didn't know I would come back either." If he came back later, they probably wouldn't see each other again. "Have a good rest," second brother Ning said. Ningxu touched his big belly with his hand. "You can't be so fat anymore. Your sister-in-law was worried about me and insisted on making me look like this. So be it. If being fat can make her feel better, it doesn't matter," second brother Ning said. Ningxu, they all understood this in their hearts, but this was taking their lives as a joke. Second sister-in-law Ningxu frowned but didn't say anything in the end. She didn't want to be accused of ruining the relationship between a married couple. Ningxu always thought that it was a little inappropriate. This piece was exchanged with the sacrifice of second brother Ning's body. It shouldn't be to this extent, right? If they love you so much that you become fat, no one will want you anymore. Second brother Ning said, "I know what I'm doing. I'll go to the hospital for a checkup. I'm in good health. If the doctor says it's dangerous, your second sister-in-law won't make soup for me for a long time." Ningxu, he couldn't quite understand such a sweet burden. After second brother Ning left, eldest brother asked the servant to find a clean quilt for Ningxu and spread it on the bed. Eldest brother looked at Ningxu. His expression was very serious and cold. At first glance, he was a mature man who was not good at expressing himself. Even though he was almost 50 years old, he looked very tall in a suit. With dark hair, he looked like a man in his 30s. He was full of the charm of a mature man. When second brother and eldest brother stood together, others would definitely think that second brother was eldest brother. If you need anything, tell the servant. He paused for a moment, probably because he didn't know how to face his sister who suddenly appeared. More than 20 years was enough to wear away a lot of things, such as feelings and blood ties. Eldest brother thought for a moment and asked, "Have you found someone to marry?" Ningxu, he couldn't answer this question. Eldest brother probably thought that a girl like her should find someone to take care of her. But how could she find someone in her situation, when her life couldn't be guaranteed? She wasn't in the mood. It was too time-consuming. As for immortality in the future, maybe there was someone who was pleasing to the eye. If there was such a thing, then there was it. If there wasn't, then there wasn't. It wasn't that important. She didn't need to live in the secular way anymore. She had already jumped out of the secular world. In that world, there was no discrimination and nagging if she didn't get married or have children. If she really couldn't stand loneliness, she could group together for warmth. But because she didn't have a body, she was destined to not be able to enjoy the joy of intimacy like ordinary people. Ningxu said, "That's not important. I'm a ghost now. It's okay if I don't get married." Eldest brother nodded and didn't say anything else. Like second brother, he told Ningxu not to be playful at night and float around. Ningxu smiled and nodded. She didn't need to float. With a sweep of her spiritual power, she could see everything in the villa. Ningxu lay on the bed and sniffed the quilt. There was the smell of the sun on the quilt. It was so comfortable. Ningxu rolled twice on the bed. Although her appearance filled the house with a mysterious awkwardness, Ningxu could pretend that she didn't feel it. After enjoying these few days, she was going back. If nothing unexpected happened, she wouldn't come back. Her appearance made these people feel burdened. It was fine as long as they were living well. It was good enough that she could come back in this life. Ningxu sat cross-legged on the bed, holding a few merit grains in her hand. Her hands were flying, and a few strands of golden light of merit flew out of the house and rushed into the bodies of the 7 people in the villa. After doing this, Ningxu lay on the bed and slept. She slept at night like a human. However, in the middle of the night, Ningxu heard a knock on the door. She scanned with her spiritual power and found that it was her sister-in-law. She stood at the door and knocked with her hand, looking very hesitant. She came to look for a ghost in the middle of the night. She wasn't afraid. The door opened automatically. Ningxu turned on the light and sat on the bed. She looked at her sister-in-law with a smile and asked first, "Sister-in-law, why are you looking for me?" In the middle of the night, she came to look for her while everyone was asleep. There must be something that she couldn't say in front of everyone. Her sister-in-law's face was a little pale, but she still came in. She sat by the bed and asked, "Ningxu, are you really the daughter of the Ning family?" Ningxu nodded. "Yes, otherwise, why would I be here? Don't worry about me. I will leave. I'm just going home. I won't come back in the future." She shook her head. "That's not what I mean. I'm looking for you for something. Is it true that ghosts and gods have the power to seize the creation of heaven and earth?" Ningxu tilted her head and looked at her sister-in-law. What did she want to ask of ghosts and gods? She wasn't even afraid of ghosts. If it was really a spiritual world, there were many evil gods that fulfilled people's wishes, but the price was very high. Not all ghosts have the power of heaven and earth. When a person dies, it's just a soul. It has no power and is very fragile. Without the protection of the physical body, the soul could be easily hurt. Ningxu said, "Sister-in-law, if you have any problems, just tell me. I'll help you if I can." She looked a little disappointed and said, "You know why your brother and I don't have children? It must be infertility. What other problems could there be? Could it be that there was nothing between husband and wife? Having a child was easy but also not easy." She said, "Because I was born infertile. Because my uterus is not fully developed." Ningxu scanned her body and saw that her uterus was indeed very small. It was about the size of a girl's uterus. It didn't seem to be developing and probably didn't have a period. Ningxu didn't know what to say. This was obviously a congenital problem. Moreover, when Ningxu looked at her sister-in-law's physiognomy, it was also the physiognomy of having no children in this lifetime. She asked, "Do you have any way for me to have children?" Ningshu shook his head. "No, sister-in-law. Did my brother not treat you well? Did he cheat on you? Or did he have a woman outside?" Ningshu saw someone standing outside the door. It was his brother. He probably saw his wife wake up in the middle of the night and came over to take a look. She shook her head. "No, your brother is very cold. He seems to be like this to people." Ningshu was speechless. "You are also cold." If his second sister-in-law was a beautiful woman, then his sister-in-law was an ice beauty. His brother was a person who didn't talk much, and his sister-in-law was a little cold. The two of them had a strange way of interacting with each other. Ningshu felt that his sister-in-law still cared about his brother. Otherwise, she wouldn't want to have children. But this disease was congenital. It wasn't something that could accelerate the maturation of the uterus with medicine. And was it really important whether she had children or not? It seemed that neither of them had taken the initiative to pursue the other. Ningshu asked curiously, "How did you two get married?" The sister-in-law was silent for a while and said, "I married your brother for some reasons." At that time, the Ning family was in a difficult situation. Your father and elder brother wanted to expand their business, but they didn't have the money. My family was rich, but I was a woman who couldn't have children. There probably wouldn't be a man who would marry me in this lifetime. My father asked your brother to marry me. Your brother was probably forced to marry me. If he marries me, it means that he can't have children. His genes won't be passed down." Ningshu, this sister-in-law's words were really interesting. The genes couldn't be passed down. The value of a woman lies in her ability to bear children. Depending on a uterus, Ningshu said, "So what if you don't have children? So what if the genes are passed on? In the future, the children will have their own lives. You still have to live without children. The power of the secular world is very strong and can crush a person's will. Why don't you have children? Isn't it normal for you not to get married? Why didn't she have any children after getting married? Was it abnormal? Some people could find happiness in the secular world, while others didn't need to find this kind of happiness. Humans are different and have different ways of living." Ningshu said, "Sister-in-law, you can tell me these things. Why don't you tell my brother? What if my brother doesn't care very much about this matter?" The sister-in-law smiled, but the smile was very forced. Probably not everyone had the courage to talk about this topic when her brother's face was serious. If you have a family business, you have to have children to inherit it. If you don't have children, the family business will be inherited by your second brother's children. I don't know if your brother is uncomfortable," the sister-in-law said. Ningshu exhaled. While listening to these trivial matters, Ningshu actually felt as if she was still alive, and that she was in the mundane world. Ningshu said, "Sister-in-law, to put it bluntly, when the children inherit the family business, you will be at the age of death. You are going to die. Don't you feel tired to care about what happens after you die? Even if the children of my second brother inherit the family business, my second brother and sister-in-law are at the age of death. Why are you sulking with them?" In the end, she was unwilling to accept that all the things were in the hands of her second brother. In fact, it was only in the hands of the children of the Ning family. Was it not happy to have no children? Was it happy to have children? Of course, that's my opinion. There were so many mission enforcers who had children. Even if they had partners, they didn't have children. Sister-in-law, happiness is a lifetime, and unhappiness is a lifetime. Be happy. It's better to say some things. Otherwise, you will be sulking. Now, if she was unhappy or uncomfortable, she would say it directly. She would not hold it in. Not only would she feel uncomfortable holding it in, but other people also didn't know what she was thinking. They would think that she didn't have any opinions. After the sister-in-law left, Ningshu covered her head with the quilt and went back to sleep. She didn't know if the sister-in-law could think it through. People were obsessed with things they didn't have. The children were probably what the sister-in-law wanted but couldn't get. Ningshu slept all the way until dawn and went downstairs. The whole family was in the living room. Ningshu's mother saw that Ningshu was still wearing yesterday's clothes. The hem of her dress was all over the floor. She said to her sister-in-law, don't you have any other clothes? She was wearing this yesterday. Find her something to wear. Sister-in-law, how could a ghost change clothes? Burn it for her, she couldn't answer her mother-in-law. Eldest brother said, Mom, she likes to wear this. Ning-shu, was he defending the sister-in-law? What did he mean by she likes to wear this? The sister-in-law probably didn't expect her husband to speak up for her. Her ears turned red. Eldest brother went back to reading the entertainment newspaper. As usual, there seemed to be something different. Ning-shu took this opportunity to observe her brother's face. Finally, she smiled and pulled the sister-in-law to the side. My brother is childless. The sister-in-law was a little surprised. Why is that? Maybe my brother didn't have this face in the past. But when he met you and married you, you can't have children. Naturally, he is childless. It doesn't matter how they got married. The important thing is that his face has changed. He won't find another woman to have children with. You can rest assured. The sister-in-law muttered to herself, I'd rather he find another woman to have children with. Ning-shu, why are you feeling guilty? My brother didn't say anything. He didn't explicitly dislike you for not having children. Didn't he know that you couldn't have children before he married you? You should be thick-skinned and do whatever you want. The sister-in-law looked at Ning-shu and was speechless for a long time. She was probably shocked by Ning-shu's shamelessness. Another family sat at the table for breakfast. Ning-shu was a little emotional. She held the fruit juice and sipped it, not eating anything else. These ingredients weren't processed and souls couldn't eat them. The ingredients in the Lost Base restaurant were specially processed. Seeing Ning-shu drinking juice, Mrs. Ning gave a pan-fried bun to Ning-shu. Don't just drink. Eat something. Mrs. Ning said, Mom, she's on a diet. She doesn't even eat breakfast. Mrs. Ning just said, young girls are like this. Health is important. Ning-shu smiled. Thank you, Auntie. Mrs. Ning picked up the pan-fried bun with her chopsticks and bit into it. The couple at the table stared at Ning-shu. Ning-shu finished the pan-fried bun in small bites. After eating one, Mrs. Ning didn't force Ning-shu to eat any more. Brother Ning asked, How does it taste? How does it feel? Ghosts can eat, Ning-shu said, it's okay. I can't eat any more after one. After breakfast, Ning-shu went to the company with Brother Ning and Brother Ning. Now that she was back, of course she had to visit her brother's company. After leaving the villa, Ning-shu spat out the pan-fried bun she had eaten. It was really hard to digest in her soul. After all, it had no body. Brother Ning glanced at her. Don't eat it if you can't eat it. Ning-shu looked at him from the corner of her eyes. Yes. Can I refuse? Ning-shu wanted to take Brother Ning's car to the company. To be honest, it was really boring to sit in the same car with Brother Ning. There was nothing to talk about. Brother Ning was probably the eldest son, so he felt that he had a lot of responsibilities. Brother Ning was much more carefree. However, Ning-shu had something to tell Brother Ning, so she sat next to him. To be honest, sitting next to Brother Ning and Brother Ning was completely different. Brother Ning had a mint smell, which made people feel cold. Brother Ning was like a bowl of braised pork. Ning-shu said directly, Brother Ning, you know that Mrs. Ning came to see me last night, right? Wasn't it you who was standing behind the door? He knew that Mrs. Ning came to see her last night and thought that she was a ghost who could make Mrs. Ning give birth. Ghosts were also transformed from humans. Ghosts couldn't do things that humans couldn't do. Of course, ordinary ghosts couldn't do it, but some mutated ghosts might be able to. But in this case, most of them couldn't be solved. Even a ghost wouldn't be able to make a disabled person grow a pair of legs. If that was the case, she would make a pair of legs for her mother. However, some powers could not be used. However, she really didn't have such power. Even if she used it, it would be too eye-catching. The eldest brother said, I won't say it. Otherwise, she'll always think that I'm reminding her about it so that she won't think too much. Ning-shu, sister-in-law will definitely say it. Even if you don't say it, you must be thinking that you mind. Big brother, since I'm already married to her, then we're married. I've already thought about everything that I can accept before we got married. Why should I care about these things after we're married? This was the biggest difference between men and women. Men would definitely think about all kinds of things, but women were sensitive and would always feel that men were bothered. If he had minded it, he would have minded it earlier. Now, what was done could not be undone. He could not mind it anymore. They had not reached the stage of divorce, but their relationship was indeed not good. I didn't say anything because I didn't want you to think too much. And the result, however, Xianxia would not care too much about it. As for what would happen in the future, she would not care either. Xianxia felt that she was different from the rest of the family. The Ning family's company was not small. It was easier to make money in the entertainment industry. However, the entertainment industry was a magnified Vanity Fair. There were many handsome men and beautiful women. After becoming popular, money would roll in. It was normal for there to be conflicts between the artists and the company. If anything happened to the artists, the company had to deal with the negative news of the artists immediately. However, the company relied on the artists to make money. Xianxia followed the eldest brother into the building. At first glance, she saw that even the receptionist was a beauty. Not to mention the singing, dancing, and acting. It was no wonder that the second sister-in-law fed the second brother until he became a big fatty. This was simply a matter of bending down to pick a flower in a field of 10,000 flowers. Because of the eldest brother, Xianxia received a lot of attention. It was really cool to be by the company's boss side. Xianxia said to the eldest brother in the elevator, "Big brother, do you think those people will think that I'm your little lover?" After all, her appearance was not bad now. The corners of the eldest brother's mouth twitched. Humans and ghosts were different. Moreover, she was his sister. The power of gossip was very strong. Especially when Xianxia entered the eldest brother's office, everyone in the building became restless. The eldest brother and second brother dealt with a lot of things every day. They also had a lot of artists under them. The company wanted to nurture new people. Whether it was dancing or singing, they had to undergo training. The life of a trainee was more boring. They could only debut if they performed well. If they became popular, all the suffering they had suffered before would be worth it. Xianxia followed the second brother around the building. The feeling of following the second brother was different. When some girls saw the second brother, it was as if they had seen a big pervert. They turned pale and avoided him. However, some female stars greeted the second brother generously. Xianxia asked, "Did you really sleep with a lot of female stars? Otherwise, why would they avoid you when they see you?" The second brother looked up at the sky and felt like crying. "Isn't this all because of your second sister-in-law? She ruined my reputation every day outside and said that I was a big fat pervert." Those newcomers who heard the rumors, especially the girls, looked like they had seen a ghost. Xianxia was speechless. This was probably the legendary cheating husband. She fed him until he was fat and still ruined his reputation outside, causing girls to avoid him when they saw him. The second sister-in-law could be said to do whatever she wanted with the second brother. It was the second brother who spoiled her. One was willing to hit while the other was willing to be hit. It seemed that the two of them were still enjoying it. Xianxia looked at the luck of these newcomers. Some people's luck was white. People like this didn't have the luck to become popular. They would probably be eliminated after being washed out. Some people's luck was red. These people had some luck. Xianxia saw that a girl's luck was very red. It was a little redder than the others. It was very obvious in a group of people. At least in Xianxia's eyes, she was unique. The second brother also looked at this girl and said to Xianxia, "She will probably become popular. She is very malleable." The second brother couldn't see a person's luck like Xianxia. He could only judge based on the newcomer's performance. The company had to have foresight and then bet some resources on the newcomer. If the newcomer really became popular, the profits would be more than 10 times. But if the bet was wrong, the newcomer wouldn't become popular no matter what. The resources that were previously invested would be gone. The second brother took a fancy to this girl this time. However, the image of the second brother was too much like that of a pig. He stared at the girl lustfully. As a result, the girl's expression didn't look good. Anyone who was stared at by a big pervert would be unhappy. Also, it wasn't a good thing to be fancied. Xianxia felt that the second sister-in-law was really talented to be able to do such a thing. However, even though the second brother had become like this, she still liked him. This was probably true love. Although it was a little funny. In one day, Xianxia walked around the building and went home. He would spend a few days with his mother before going back. When he came home at night, second brother looked very fierce and angry. Xianxia asked, "What happened?" "I haven't done anything to her yet, and I've already left the company. I just stared at her twice, and it's as if I've done something to her." Second brother's expression was fierce and murderous. "Xianxia, what happened? What right does she have to bully my man? Wait until my man does something to her. From today onwards, you have to lose weight." "Lose weight?" Second sister-in-law was furious. "Xianxia, what happened?" In the end, eldest sister-in-law explained that there was a newcomer in the company who was harassed by her brother-in-law. She couldn't stand it and left the company. Moreover, that girl was the one who had been very lucky previously. Xianxia felt that it was a pity. After all, she could become famous. But he only heard the rumors and thought that second brother was really a big pervert who could be taken away by others at any time. She was just a newcomer. It was good that she left. After all, they didn't spend a lot of resources on her. If she became famous and ran away, the company would lose a lot. Second sister-in-law gritted her teeth. "It's just my man who is fat. When he loses weight, he will blind you." Then second sister-in-law started to make a weight loss plan. Second brother's face was full of despair. Maybe she would be unhappy with him after he lost weight and would feed him fat again. Xianxia asked, "Isn't there a penalty for breaking the contract? Has it been paid?" Eldest sister-in-law said, "That newcomer's family seems to have some money. The penalty was paid directly." Eldest sister-in-law didn't care at all when she said that she had some money. Perhaps her family was really rich. She didn't care about the newcomer's money. Then there was no other way. She might be a celebrity just for fun. If there isn't such a newcomer, there are other newcomers. "Why are you angry?" Xianxia said to second brother. Second brother said, "My character was questioned. If I did it, I wouldn't be so." "Agreed." Xianxia shrugged. It was obviously second sister-in-law's fault. However, second sister-in-law did as she said. After that, second brother ate grass every day. He didn't even have a mouthful of hot soup. The oily hot soup from before was gone. One could imagine the pain of eating grass every day after getting used to eating greasy food. Second brother complained while sweating profusely at the same time. After that, Xianxia stayed at home and cooked all kinds of food for Mother Ning. Although the taste of the food was not necessarily good, the diet she made was still good. Every day, she would boil all kinds of soups for Mrs. Ning. Some of the soups were to replenish qi and blood, and some were to calm the nerves. There's nothing wrong with drinking more, and it's all from the ingredients. It's very safe. At night, after Mother Ning fell asleep, he took her pulse. Her liver qi was stagnant, which was a sign of mental exhaustion. It was probably because of his father. In addition, she was a little depressed, which was the after effects of PTSD. It wasn't very serious, but she wasn't very happy either. If his father was still alive, his mother's condition would probably be better. Xianxia was even more certain that he couldn't reveal his identity to his mother. If his mother had any thoughts about it, the situation would become more serious. Moreover, she didn't know whether her father was in the world of samsara or in the afterlife. The probability of finding him was almost zero. Seeing that Xianxia was preparing things for Mrs. Ning, the family members didn't say anything and just let him do it. Occasionally, Xianxia pushed Mrs. Ning out for a walk. They didn't go far, just around the villa area. Mrs. Ning probably didn't want others to see her in a wheelchair. People with defects didn't like others to stare at their defects. A few days passed in a flash. Xianxia had to leave. In the middle of the night, except for Mrs. Ning who was asleep, the others gathered in the living room. Xianxia said, "I'm leaving. It's enough to see you live well. I can't come back in the future. Don't miss me." Second brother Ning said, if you can't come back, then don't come back, in case something happens to you. Originally, I had already forgotten about you, but in the end, you appeared again and made me remember your existence. Second brother Ning asked, are you caught by evil ghosts? Ningshu said, no, I'll be fine. I'll live a good life. I won't be wronged. Big brother said, what do you need? We'll burn it for you. Ningshu said. I can't get it even if you burn it. Don't burn it. Don't miss me. Ningshu's body floated up. He glanced at his mother's room and said to the four of them, I'm leaving. The four of them waved. Ningshu said, I'm really leaving. Second brother Ning said, if you don't want to go, then stay. Ningshu shook his head. Humans and ghosts were different. His family was actually afraid of her. After all, she was a ghost. The thought of a ghost living in the next room made his hair stand on end. After a long time, it would explode. When it was time to leave, she would leave and never come back. This plane should still exist for a while. At present, it didn't seem to be collapsing. However, Ningshu still marked the location of a space node. If there was a problem with the Sea of Law, the plane would collapse easily. Whether it was the Sea of Law or the plane, it would be destroyed. It was only a matter of time. It was like a person who would definitely die, but he didn't know when he would die. Ningshu constructed a space passage and waved at the four of them. You have to live well. Okay. You can go. Don't be so reluctant. Second brother Ning waved his hand. I know you're living well. You should fall in love. Although you're a ghost, you should fall in love. Ningshu nodded. Okay. When I'm free, I'll find a male ghost. A female ghost is fine too. He didn't need to reproduce. It didn't matter if it was male or female. As long as it felt good. Second brother Ningshu entered the space passage and disappeared. Everyone felt like they were dreaming. They met a ghost and then the ghost disappeared. Second brother Ning sighed. He never thought that a dead person would come back to life. Second sister-in-law also heaved a sigh of relief. She had been nervous all this time. She was really afraid of her. Although she knew that a sister-in-law died of illness, she didn't expect her to come back. After all, she had become a ghost. She didn't know if she would suddenly explode and hurt people. It seemed that she really came back to see her family and left. At this moment, she felt a little guilty. Second brother Ning was a little melancholy. This girl turned into this. She must have suffered. If she was really caught by some evil ghost, it wouldn't be easy for her to come back. As for those things that Ningshu said, second brother Ning was also dubious. The Ning family returned to their previous peaceful life. In the morning, Mother Ning asked eldest sister-in-law where her cousin was. Eldest sister-in-law said that she had gone home. Mother Ning was dazed for a moment. She said oh and didn't mention it again. Ningshu's return and departure were like a stone thrown into a lake. Ripples appeared on the surface of the lake before the lake regained its calm. Mother Ning probably had some symptoms of Alzheimer's disease and couldn't remember many things. When she encountered something, it was inevitable that she would mention it again. When Mother Ning mentioned it to her sister-in-law for the third time in the morning, she asked, "Where's your cousin?" Her family felt that something was wrong and immediately sent her to the hospital for a checkup. They said that she had signs of dementia and needed to be taken good care of. If it was serious, she would even forget about her family. Big brother and second brother sighed. If she could really forget many things, it would be a good thing, but it was dangerous to forget what she had done before. However, Mother Ning's legs were inconvenient and she was always taken care of. It was unlikely that she would get lost. Mother Ning's matter really made the atmosphere in the family gloomy for a few days. Big brother and sister-in-law lay in bed. Sister-in-law couldn't help but say to the man next to her, "Let's adopt a child, okay?" Big brother frowned. "You want to adopt?" Big brother said, "I don't want to adopt him. If I were to inherit my family's business and have 2 children, I would have to take care of him. He's not my biological child to begin with, so it's inevitable that he would have other thoughts. We have to work hard to integrate him into the family." Now the children in the orphanage can probably remember. It's a thankless task. If we do something wrong, the child will blame us. Sister-in-law said faintly, in the end, you still want a biological child. Big brother. Is there a logical relationship between the two? What was the logical relationship between not adopting a child and wanting a biological child? Big brother, I really don't care if we have a child or not. If you always care, we can't live. When you wanted to marry me, since you cared so much, you shouldn't have agreed to marry me. Sister-in-law pursed her lips. At that time, I saw that your family was poor, so I lowered my voice for a little money. I was doing a good deed. Big brother, thank you, madam. Second brother was very tired of losing weight. Perhaps the easiest thing in the world was to gain weight. If you lived a comfortable life, you would gain weight. The most difficult thing was to make the weight disappear. He had to do a lot of exercise every day and eat grass. It was very tough. Second sister-in-law exercised with second brother every day. After second brother lost weight, second sister-in-law also lost a lot of weight. Because of the exercise, second sister-in-law's complexion became very good. Her face was like a peach blossom. When a person slimmed down, the contours of his face became more prominent. In the past, second brother had 3 chins. Now that he had a jawline, he looked much more handsome. Although he wasn't as skinny as his older brother, many people still stared at him when he went to the company. His figure added a lot of points to his temperament. Previously, third brother was a disgusting fat tycoon. Now, second brother looked like a rich man. When he had slimmed down completely and looked stylish in a suit, second brother actually looked better than big brother. Big brother was too cold, giving people the feeling that he was unreachable, but second brother gave people the feeling of warmth and sunshine. Although he was old, interesting, and funny, middle-aged men were also popular. It was just that second brother was really too cunning in the past. When he made a joke, others would think that he was taking advantage of them. Now, when he made a joke, others only thought that it was interesting. Second sister-in-law fiercely threatened that if he had anything to do with any female celebrity, she would kill him. If she couldn't kill him, she would make him fat. When he was fat, she would try to lose weight again. As long as second brother dared to mess around outside, she would make him suffer. She would drill him until he was not in the mood to find other women. It would be best if he trembled all over when he saw a woman. She thought of the pain of losing weight. Messing around for a while was fun, but losing weight was a crematorium. Her family's life was ordinary and extraordinary. They encountered misfortune and happiness. Xianxia was now dealing with the star stones bitterly. According to the organization's time, she had disappeared for about 20 years. In these 20 years, in addition to the 5,000 times she had to make a promise, she also had to complete the number of volunteer work each time. The main system told her that she had to deal with about 20,000 times. Xianxia, are you trying to coax me again? I just had fun for a while. Why do I have to deal with so many? When he came to take over the shift, senior uncle's glasses kept reflecting light. So be it. Xianxia began to deal with the starstones in District A. After the merger of District A and B, District A was responsible for a wider area. Occasionally, she would see the general of District B. It seemed that the former boss of District B really wasn't coming back. She didn't know if he was killed or alive. He must have hit the muzzle of a gun. Xianxia's return made many big bosses very happy. They warmly welcomed Xianxia and then placed orders for Xianxia. Xianxia rejected these orders, saying that she wouldn't pick up fragments for the time being and would focus on dealing with the star stones. After all, there were so many star stones to deal with. Since she had promised to do 5,000 times for free, she had to do it. Anyway, she had gone back. This was a deal. It was too tiring to do 2 things at once. She might as well concentrate on dealing with the star stones. Everyone expressed their disappointment. It was boring to pick up fragments. They were used to buying them. Now that they had to do it themselves, they really didn't want to do it. A big boss said to Xianxia, since you have the talent to pick up fragments, don't waste it. Besides 100,000 merit points, we can give you some extra money. Sometimes, she didn't feel anything, but losing something was really king uncomfortable. It was really uncomfortable. She didn't want to pick it up. Ningxu still refused, saying that he wouldn't do it for the time being. He wasn't short of money now. He used to do this kind of thing because he didn't have money. Now that he had money, who would want to do this kind of hard work? Money made people happy. Everyone couldn't force Ningxu. If he didn't want to do it, they couldn't force him to do it. Even if they forced him to do it, he might not be able to do it. This was something that made him very, very unhappy. Things that could be solved with money in the past, now he had to do it himself. Tiring, after Ningxu finished dealing with the star stones, she waited. Once she finished picking up the fragments, she would deal with the star stones again. Dealing with the star stones was obviously a very tiring thing, but she just rested at the side after she was done. It seemed like she was the most relaxed person in the entire process. It really made people feel suffocated. Couldn't she pick up some fragments to earn some money while she was resting? Little girl, don't you know that you have to be thrifty? Ningxu expressed that she didn't know. She was grinding her teeth and eating fruit slices in her free time. Now, the fruit was already a thin piece and was about to be melted by Ningxu. After eating this piece, Ningxu felt that her soul was a little different. At least when she was dealing with the star stones, she was slightly less tired. She could do it for a while longer. She had to quickly finish the number of times she owed and then she would be free. She could do whatever she wanted. Senior uncle had to leave for nothing. What was the matter? Was he guarding Jingqing every day? What was so good about Jingqing? Besides, he was a one-armed man. He wondered if Jingqing's arm had grown back. Fighting with his life, Jingqing only lost an arm, and the arm could grow back. Ningxu chewed on the fruit slices while processing the star stones. When he was done, he saw Anhe and moved over. And he asked, "What's the matter?" Ningxu asked, "What is granduncle busy with all day? Why do I have to wait for a long time for him to come to change shifts?" Ningxu suspected more than once that granduncle did it on purpose so that she could process more star stones. However, this logic didn't make sense. Every time she processed the star stones, she would need money. Every time she did it, she would have to pay 100,000 merit points. According to the organization's stinginess, they wouldn't be willing to hire more people. Did the organization pay granduncle when he did these jobs? And he said, "Why do you know this?" "I don't do anything. Every time I process the star stones, I can't wait for him. I want to know what he is doing and why he doesn't come to change shifts." She worked until she was about to die, but the other party just couldn't come. Did granduncle have such things to do all day? And he said, "In the future, you and granduncle will be processing star stones. Granduncle will go to the bit wall to help the bit wall evolve. The bit wall is going to evolve. In the process of evolution, the bit wall may have problems. Someone needs to look after it. Granduncle is going to do this kind of thing." And he said. Ningxu said, "Oh. For example, granduncle created the zombie world. Most of the time, the bit wall was going to evolve according to the will of the bit wall. However, there was a possibility that the evolution would fail and cause the bit wall to collapse. It was like driving a car with a turn. Once the turn wasn't good enough, one would fall off a cliff. The bit wall where he met granduncle before was probably evolving. It was said to be a middle-level world. After it became a lost world, that world became a high-level world. When the bit wall evolved, its ability to withstand it would be greater. It wouldn't collapse just because of a small situation. It was like a child gradually growing up and becoming more and more powerful. Even if there were germs in the body, it would have the strength to resist such germs. Therefore, it would take a long time for him to do this kind of thing. Ningxu could already predict that he would have to deal with the star stones bitterly in the future. He would have to wait for someone to come back to take over. Damn, although he did not become the person in charge of Area B, his situation seemed to be slightly better. He still had to deal with the stellar stones day and night. Moreover, after dealing with it, the organization still had to think of ways to renege on the debt. She wanted to do missions, she wanted to go to the void world to look for treasures, and she wanted to see if the orchard she had contracted had been discovered. As soon as she came back, she was called here to deal with the star stones. As soon as she arrived, senior uncle left. The time of his return was uncertain. Ningxu began to conserve his energy more and more. Other than dealing with the star stones, he did nothing else. He didn't want to waste too much energy and wait for someone to come back to take over. Ningxu did not think that the main system would arrange for someone to take over the shift. The main system would not be willing to let more than 2 people take over the shift. Ningxu asked, why didn't Mo Ming come this time? He hadn't returned the military merit from last time to Mo Ming. He didn't find it hard to earn Mo Ming's military merit before, but when he went to the battlefield, he found that it was hard to earn military merit. Ningxu felt that if there was another war, she would at most have an immortality buff, and her other strength would be just so she had to get stronger quickly. It was just that her kidney was really too hard to bite through. However, she also had more than 2,000 skeletons and some small soldiers. Not knowing how long the war would take, Ningxu felt that he should get stronger quickly. When the war really started, all the capable people in the organization would be recruited to fight the monsters that gnawed on the plane together. These collected plane fragments would be given to those monsters as rations. These monsters ate the plane walls, and the broken plane walls were the same. In a way, this was a kind of material for peace. Give you something and let you eat your fill, and you won't come to gnaw on the plane. And he said lightly, even souls have to change shifts and rest. You're a mission enforcer, he's from the army, don't be too close to each other. Ningxu said, oh, I won't do anything to him, why can't I be too close to him? Besides, they didn't have much contact, they just greeted each other when they met. There was no such thing as being too close to each other, or did Mo Ming come into contact with something core and was afraid of leaking it to her? Mo Ming hadn't reached this level yet to come into contact with anything core. Wasn't the core thing, the Sea of Law, about to die? What core thing was there? And he was speechless for a moment. Thinking about it carefully, there was probably nothing to be wary of. Generally, people in the army rarely came into contact with mission enforcers. They belonged to different departments, so there was no need to be too close to each other. However, even if they were too close to each other, they didn't seem to have done anything bad to the organization. And his expression was calm. You're a mission enforcer, he's from the army, and a soldier's duty is to obey orders. Ningxu was even more confused. What's the relationship between the two? I asked him because I wanted to give him something. The topic fell into an awkward situation. Probably for a steely straight man like he, once the topic became awkward, he could only continue to be awkward. He seemed to be very upright, but he reported her for no reason. Ningxu took the lead to end the topic and went back to melt the star stone. When dealing with the star stone, someone came over to pull Ningxu into a faction. There were many factions in the organization, and joining a faction was more or less an additional safeguard. However, Ningxu didn't want to join any faction. If she joined a small group, she would have to work hard for the group's interests. When necessary, she would have to sacrifice her own interests to protect the group's interests. Ningxu felt that it was enough to be under the control of the organization and not be controlled by other factions. Ningxu didn't think that she had the ability to make these big shots pull her into a faction, except for Tan Lang. Tan Lang wanted to create his own faction and couldn't find anyone, so he came to her. Could it be that these big shots thought that she was good at picking up trash, so they pulled her into a faction and then helped her pick up debris? She definitely had to pay, but it wouldn't be good to refuse. As for factions, Ningxu stayed away from them. This went against her freedom. Ningxu rejected several groups of people in a row and suddenly realized that she was quite popular. And he was dressed in a neat military uniform with a military cap on his head. He walked over to Ningxu and said, "You didn't agree to someone's request, did you?" And his expression said, "You can't be so stupid." Ningxu nodded. "I agreed." And he frowned. "Why did you agree? Don't join a faction so easily. Once you join, you'll have the brand of a faction on you, and the friction between factions isn't small. Don't get involved in inexplicable disputes. If you handle the star stones, then you're a member of the Grand Uncle's faction." Ningxu was speechless. Since when did she become a member of the Grand Uncle's faction? She was nobody. As for handling the star stones, it was just a job. She was divided into factions after doing a job. Ningshu waved his hand. It didn't matter which faction she belonged to. It was up to her to decide which faction she wanted to join and which faction she didn't want to join. Could it be that she had inexplicably become a member of a certain faction and was inexplicably oppressed? Ningshu asked, who are the people in the Granduncle's faction? And he said, they're probably the people in the upper class. Ningshu waved his hand. He couldn't afford to offend the people in the ruling class. When he was weak, he came alone. When he was strong, he had to join some faction. It was superfluous. He would be implicated. Ningshu didn't chat with He and dealt with the Starstones. Area A was really big. There were planes collapsing every moment. There was no time to rest, so she couldn't take a break. In the end, Ningshu couldn't do it anymore. The Grand Uncle hadn't returned yet. Ningshu sent a message to the main system to find someone to take over. She had reached the limit. There were so many planes collapsing in Area A alone. How many planes would collapse in all the areas? How many new planes had been born in the Sea of Law? Now that there was a problem with the Sea of Law, she didn't know if planes would be born. Even if planes were born, they would have to go through a long period of evolution to form an environment suitable for living creatures. But planes would explode like firecrackers. It would happen in minutes. The newly born planes probably couldn't keep up with the dead planes at all. Besides, it wasn't certain if planes would be born now. If there was a problem with the Sea of Law, then those rats would starve to death. Even if they changed their diet and ate other things, they wouldn't be able to adapt to the new diet in a short time. The earthworm kept saying that it wanted to change its diet. Until now, Ningshu didn't know if the earthworm had changed its diet. As for Yi Lin, sometimes he would say that earthworm was killed by the people of the saint, sometimes he would say that earthworm was still alive, and sometimes he would say that earthworm was killed by him. There was no truth in his mouth. Ningshu felt that most of the earthworms were still alive. It cherished its life very much. Once it sensed that something was wrong, it would burrow into the ground and escape. Perhaps he was still in the world on the second level. The main system told him that there would be someone to change shifts immediately after he applied with the system. Ningshu had never believed that the main system soon was a long time. Soon could be an eternity. Anyway, she still had to work for a while. She didn't expect anyone to replace her immediately. Ningshu's eyes were shining. Finally, there was someone to take over. She had probably worked for a long time. The ones who took over were He and eldest uncle. It was these two again. The grand uncle probably hadn't returned yet. The eldest uncle looked at Ningshu and said, "If you take my place, there will be benefits." Ningshu was speechless. No matter how many benefits there were, it wouldn't work. If he continued to work as a substitute, it would cost him his life. If it weren't for the fact that she really couldn't work anymore, she wouldn't have needed to change shifts. If she really did it for the eldest uncle, she would probably die suddenly. No matter how many benefits there were, she wouldn't do it. Even if she didn't die, she would be very tired. Ningshu felt that her soul was now covered with a layer of dust. It was very thick and dim. Ningshu waved her hand and said, "I'm not doing it. I'm going back to rest." "Don't you want the power of the soul?" The eldest uncle tempted Ningshu. Ningshu waved her hand. "No. I'm too tired. Go home and rest." "Why am I so tired? The power of the soul could be obtained by doing missions." And how could doing missions be more tiring than handling starstones? It meant that she wasn't tempted. Okay, the eldest uncle gave up tempting Ningshu and could only pick up the props and start handling starstones. Ningshu built a space tunnel and went back. From the system space, he went to Wood City and rested in the city lord's mansion. He let the law of wood absorb energy, and the law of wood made people feel very comfortable. After her soul dimmed, she felt that the fruit slices were even more difficult to chew. The backup system said, "Someone sent you a message. The content is that the fruit grove has been discovered." What? Ningshu jumped up from the recliner. How could she be discovered so quickly? How could she not recognize the world after just a trip home? Ningshu immediately appeared in the Time City and went to the restaurant. The Xianxia man saw Ningshu and asked, "You didn't appear for so many years. I thought you were dead and couldn't wait for you." Oh right, the world has been discovered. Ningshu's expression didn't look good. She hadn't rested well and had rushed over. Her soul looked very dim. She asked, how did you get discovered? It's only been a few days. The Xianxia man said, a few days. It's been more than 10 years, okay? If you didn't appear, then I could only work with those people to get the fruit. If Ningshu was really dead, then the fruit grove would be an ownerless thing. Although the fruit grove might not necessarily belong to Ningshu now. However, Ningshu was the first to discover it. In a sense, it was hers, but it might not be hers. The Xianxia man touched his forehead. Speaking of which, this matter is related to me too. Didn't I sell a kidney-strengthening fruit? The price was more expensive. I had to sell a second one because I had something to do. But I didn't sell it in my name. I asked a friend to help me sell it. However, they will still find out that it's me. There are rumors that I have a lot of fruits in my hands. Elder Qian also made a new scroll to go to that world. Many people have gone to that world. With so many people, the place is only so big. They can always find it. The Xianxia man rubbed his eyebrows. Ningshu was speechless. Did you get scammed by a friend? Otherwise, how would people know that the Xianxia man had a lot of fruits in his hands? The Xianxia man didn't have a lot of fruits in his hands. However, she had a lot of fruits in her hands. There were only rumors that the Xianxia man had some, but there were no rumors that she had some. She probably wasn't as famous as the Xianxia man. She was an unknown person. The Xianxia man looked at Ningshu and said, you should be careful too. After all, you went there with me. If you think that I have a lot of fruits in my hands, they will definitely suspect you. Ningshu sighed. When he found the fruit grove, he knew that this treasure might not be able to be hidden. Now, it had been found out. Ningshu had a feeling that this was within his expectations. He felt that as long as he sold this kind of thing, he would be found out eventually. Since he couldn't hide it, he could only use his strength to deter the people who wanted to rob him. Ningshu asked, did your friend let it slip? Otherwise, how could they find out that it was you? The Xianxia man's expression didn't look good. He just said, he's not that kind of person. Ningshu spread his hands and said, since it has been found out, I will get the absolute right of ownership. I want to dominate that world. Bring the skeletons to fight, go. The man in the Xianxia said, I'm on your side. After all, we're friends. Those people threatened and tempted me. I didn't say anything in the end. At least I got some benefits from you. Those people didn't give me any benefits. They only knew how to threaten me. Where did you go? Ningshu said, I had something to do anyway, so I came back late. The flow of time in that world was very slow. She had only stayed there for a few days, but according to the organization's time, she hadn't appeared for a long time. Ningshu built a passage to that world. He appeared on the beach of the isolated island. There were many people on the island, and some were swimming in the sea. Some were hesitating whether to go into the sea. The sea was very dangerous. Those big guys were very violent. Seeing Ningshu and the man in the Xianxia arrive, everyone's eyes showed vigilance. They were competitors. Especially the appearance of the man in the Xianxia, the atmosphere changed. Ningshu didn't say anything. He opened the black hole and shouted into it, little babies, come out. The man in the Xianxia next to him was a little speechless. He felt like a madam letting her daughters come out to receive guests. Everyone stared at Ningshu and saw skeletons jump out of the black hole one after another. Ningshu face-bombed. He forgot to equip the skeletons with weapons again. After a while, more than 2,000 skeletons came out. They stood densely on the beach and stared at people with their black eye sockets. They were golden. Ningshu asked Zhu Jun, what kind of weapon do you think is better? Zhu Jun said, I haven't seen any weapons. How would I know what is good? They relied on their fists at the beginning. Ningshu was also very helpless. He had to get all kinds of weapons and let these skeletons try it out. For some reason, he felt that the skeleton spears and axes were very good. Ningshu said, the current state is not scary enough. Make it scarier. Zhu Jun was stunned for a moment. Seeing so many people present, he immediately understood. He gave an order, and all the skeletons broke into pieces on the ground neatly. This sudden action gave the mission enforcers a shock. Even if they weren't shocked, they were still confused. The fight hadn't even started yet, so how could they be smashed into pieces? Then, these broken bones vibrated and flew up, piecing together to form an even bigger skeleton. He had to raise his head to see how tall it was. Ningxu flew up, stood on the skeleton's shoulder, and loudly declared, "Everyone here, listen up, this world is mine, this thing was discovered by me, without my permission, no one is allowed to appear here, you can't pick the fruit without my permission. I'll make myself clear now. Don't blame me for not saying anything when the time comes. You can leave now. This world is mine." One of the mission enforcers sneered. "What proof do you have that this world is yours?" Ningxu said indifferently, "Then what proof do you have that this world isn't mine? This is a world of nothingness, a world of nothingness is ownerless. What right do you have to say that this world is yours? Could he not be so shameless, Ningxu, since it's ownerless, anyone can have it. I'm the first person to have this world, do you have any objections? I found the orchard. You found it and it's yours, then many of us here have found it too." They were probably afraid of Ningxu's skeleton, so everyone was reasonable. When there was no way to reason, they would fight with strength. Ningxu asked, "In that case, does this world belong to you now?" The person on the other side hesitated and said, "Even if it's not ours, it's not yours. The world of nothingness doesn't belong to anyone. You can pick the fruit, we can also pick the fruit. This is a public thing, what right do you have to monopolize it?" Ningxu felt tired standing, so he sat on the big skeleton's shoulder, shook his legs, and said, "In your dreams, you think this is a public toilet where you can come and go as you please? They want to confiscate other people's things for everyone to use. Anyone who found this place wouldn't say it out loud and let everyone pick it. It's just that they weren't the first to find this place, so they wanted to share it." Ningxu said, "There's no point in talking so much, why don't we just fight? Determining the ownership of a territory will definitely require blood and sweat." Ningxu patted the skeleton below him and said, "Go play." Saying so, he jumped down. Jumping down from a height of more than 10 meters was as exciting as jumping off a building. The skeleton swung its fist at the mission enforcers, but they all dodged. The skeleton's fist hit the ground, causing the island to tremble. The skeleton was too big, so it affected its flexibility. The huge skeleton broke into pieces and condensed into a few smaller skeletons. Although they looked smaller, they were still scary enough. The only problem was that he didn't have any weapons, so exchanging for weapons was the most important thing. The skeletons will probably come out more and more often, so he couldn't do it without suitable weapons. Even if he exchanged weapons with the system exchange store, it would probably cost a lot. If possible, Ningxu also wanted to let some skeletons guard this world. Now this world was in high demand, and mission enforcers frequently entered this world. The void world was extremely unstable, so it would definitely be affected if people entered frequently. Even the life plane couldn't withstand this kind of torment. If the void world collapsed, the things inside would naturally collapse too. Letting the skeletons guard here meant that this place was hers. Let fewer people enter here. These mission enforcers weren't to be trifled with. They directly scattered the skeletons, and the bones crashed to the ground, then reformed and continued to fight. These bones didn't feel tired. As long as the bones weren't annihilated into ashes, they could reform. Ningxu said to the man in the Xianxia, "You stay here, I'll go down to the sea to take a look. There must be someone in the sea. They must have gone to pick fruits." The man in the Xianxia said, "Be careful." Ningxu was about to go down to the sea, but the surface of the sea suddenly turned black, like a big drop of ink dripping into the water. Some mission enforcers popped their heads out of the water and rushed to the shore, followed by turbulent underwater creatures. Ningxu was speechless. That was why these things were attracted to him. "Run, the fish are coming." The mission enforcers who came back from the bottom of the sea shouted, but when they saw a few big skeletons, they were stunned for a moment and quickly left the world. Seeing people leave, some people hesitated and also left, but some people were unwilling to leave without anything. But when they saw the black mass of things, a mixture of all kinds of seafood rushing toward the beach, they had goosebumps all over their bodies. Some mission enforcers condensed weapons and directly fought with these big seafood fish, but these underwater creatures that had eaten the kidney-strengthening fruit all had very hard shells and fish scales. They could even make clanging sounds and sparks when they hit them. These underwater creatures seemed to be wearing armor. Their bodies were extremely hard and their defense was high. Moreover, there were many of them. They had no desire to fight at all. Moreover, there was no reward even if they won. Why would they waste their energy? These mission enforcers left the world after fighting for a while. Although they left temporarily, they would not give up on this world. The kidney-strengthening fruit was something that everyone needed. It was very valuable. Money moved people's hearts. If this woman wanted to take it all, she would have to see if the others agreed or not. There was no reason for her to not get a single one. These mission enforcers left the world very quickly. Ningxu curled his lips. Why did they run? Continue fighting. These underwater creatures would more or less eat fruits. If they really killed some of them, they might get more fruits. They only thought about benefits and ran away when they encountered trouble. Do you want me to pluck them and give them to you? Ningxu knew that this matter was not over. The fruit forest had reached the time to bear fruit. There would be an endless supply of kidney-strengthening fruits. This was a huge fortune. Even if he did not sell it, he could eat it to strengthen his soul. At this time, who cared about who this world belonged to? If he could get it, he would get it. Skeleton was fighting with these underwater creatures. Ningxu opened the black hole and said to Skeleton, "Stop fighting. Go back and pick a weapon." There was still a tough battle to fight. Whether it was a battle of words or a battle of strength, there were more people with Skeleton. Moreover, there would definitely be many mission enforcers on the other side. If this place was discovered, it would not be so easy. Of course, if she gave up this world, then there would be nothing left for her. Next, it would be up to the others to fight and carve it up. Ningxu laughed. Don't think that you'll be able to get this place so easily. Even if she gave up this place, others would just take it with a smile. Would they give her some because of this? She would only give up this thing to keep her safe because she was weak. She was not even afraid of death now. Why would she want to keep her safe? Ningxu said to the Xianxia man, "Let's go back too." After going back, Ningxu opened the exchange store and planned to exchange for weapons suitable for Skeleton. There were spears and axes. Ningxu felt that the skeletons wielding axes to chop people gave off an inexplicable feeling. There was a kind of savage beauty to it. It was simply awesome. However, Ningxu had exchanged for all 18 types of weapons, including spears, axes, broadswords, whips, and so on. Ningxu felt that every skeleton should have a suitable weapon for long-range and close combat. However, when it was time to pay the bill, Ningxu realized that his account was frozen. He couldn't buy anything at all. Ningxu felt that the main system was really annoying, freezing her account at the drop of a hat. However, she didn't have any money in her account. She couldn't afford these things at all. Ahahaha, so it didn't matter if it was frozen or not. This was a little awkward. What should he do? Do I still need to ask for help? Looking for the Xianxia man? The Xianxia man was the one who paid the bill the last time they went to the consultation room. Ningxu felt a little embarrassed that he kept going to the consultation room. Every time he helped, he would owe him a favor. It was better to think of a way himself. Ningxu took out an iron fruit. He could only sell this now. After selling it, he would use the money to buy weapons. Ningxu took the fruit to the auction house of Water City and stabilized the enchantment of Water City. Ningxu walked into the auction house. Although the Law City had restricted the flow of people and there were fewer people coming, there were still a lot of people in Xianxia's auction house. Ningxu directly said that he was here to sell something. It was about the body-strengthening fruit. When the shop assistant heard that it was the body-strengthening fruit, he directly informed Xian. Xian leisurely came over. When he saw Ningxu, he first flicked his sleeves, then Ningxu cupped his hands and greeted him. He said, "City Lord, you haven't been here for a while." Ningxu, I didn't dare to come. He didn't dare to come to such a money-burning place without money. Ningxu asked, what's the market for the body-strengthening fruit now? Is it expensive? Xianxia asked, City Lord, do you want to buy it? I heard that an orchard has been discovered. It's a body-strengthening fruit orchard. Perhaps it won't be long before a large number of body-strengthening fruits enter the market. At that time, it should be cheaper. But it won't be cheap. How many mission enforcers could there be? In the end, the supply was less than the demand. Even if the orchard could produce a lot of fruits, it wouldn't be enough. Besides, there was no specific information about how big the orchard was. Moreover, those fruits might not necessarily enter the market. They were still rare goods. It could only be said that there was one more treasure. Ningxu just said, you guys are quite fast. You found out so quickly. It turned out that he was the last to know. Ningxu asked, how much can it be sold for now? Could it still be sold for 80 million? Ningxu took out the fruit and said, I want to sell it. Xianxia looked at the fruit and said, do you want to auction it or sell it directly? If it was auctioned, it would have to wait. Ningxu was too lazy to wait. The current situation was a bit urgent. He had to arm his armed forces. There were so many people on the other side. If they wanted to pounce on her and bite her flesh, they wouldn't be able to do it without some strength. Courage in numbers. Although Ningxu didn't need to be courageous, being alone made people feel that she was easy to bully. Why not use people? Her current situation was probably like finding a gold mine. Now, a group of people wanted to take away her gold mine. Even if they didn't take it away, they wanted to share it with her. Because it was ownerless, whoever got it should have it and share it. Xianxia said, then just buy it directly. The previous auction price was 5 million. How about this, I'll give you 70 million. Ningxu said, it's a bit cheap. Xianxia said, the starting price of the auction is 50 million. 85 million was auctioned at a higher price. 70 million isn't cheap. Moreover, you might not be able to get that much money from the auction now. After all, we've already found an orchard. Everyone is waiting for a bargain, Xianxia said. Ningxu snorted in his heart. He probably couldn't wait because there weren't many fruits left in the orchard. The remaining things might have been eaten by the fish. Those people might be disappointed. As for when the next batch of fruits would ripen, no one knew. Moreover, whether that world would still exist by then was a problem. Because the world of nothingness was unstable, it could explode at any time. Ningxu sold the fruit and bought some weapons from Xianxia. He picked the powerful ones and spent a lot of money. In the end, Ningxu told Xianxia not to give him the remaining money for the time being. His account had been frozen. He couldn't use the money in his account. Moreover, he had to buy weapons in bulk. End of chapter 3102. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.